The Project Gutenberg ebook of historical records of the Buffs, East Kent Regiment, 3rd Foot. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Historical Records of the Buffs, East Kent Regiment, 3rd Foot, formerly designated the Holland Regiment and Prince George of Denmark's Regiment. Author: R.S.H. Moody. Artist: Herbert Alexander. Elizabeth Butler. Author of Introduction, etc. Arthur Paget. Release date: March 13, 2024. Ebook number 73159. Language: English. Original publication: London, The Medici Society Ltd., 1922. Credits: Brian Coe, Karen Spence, and the online distributed proofreading team at https://www.pgdp.net. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. Historical Records of the Buffs, East Kent Regiment, 3rd Foot. Historical Records of the Buffs, 1914 to 1919 by Lady Butler. A Man of Kent, from the original in the possession of Major General Sir E.G.T. Bainbridge, KCB. Historical Records of the Buffs, East Kent Regiment, 3rd Foot, formerly designated the Holland Regiment and Prince George of Denmark's Regiment, 1914 to 1919 by Colonel R.S.H. Moody, C.B., PSC. Late the Buffs, London, The Medici Society, Limited, McNXE. Printed in Great Britain at the Mayflower Press, Plymouth. William Brendan and Son, Ltd. Preface. It has been said that a preface to a book is merely to give an opportunity to the author to make excuses for his shortcomings, and this is to a certain extent correct. The chief point that seems to call for explanation in the case of this work is the condensation of a very long story into a very brief space. Economy demands that the book containing the history of the Buffs during the momentous years from 1914 to 1919 shall not stretch its length beyond a certain limit, and it is difficult to pack the stories of 8 fighting battalions for 4 years into the required space, yet it is feared that the unavoidable price of a more lengthy volume or volumes might perhaps be prohibitive in the cases of many individuals deeply interested in the regiment. Thus it is clear that if all battles and engagements are to be described, what may perhaps be considered as a bald record of events is not altogether avoidable. The intervals between the great fights were fairly well filled with minor enterprises and with individual acts of gallantry, all of which ought to be recorded, but it is a misfortune that many brave deeds done by single men or very small parties can find no record in these pages. Several were performed that were not reported at the time, as is so often the case in war, when everyone of rank is so occupied with his urgent duties that it is more or less a chance whether or no he notices the heroism of individuals about him. The list of subscribers, without whose help this book could not have been produced, is printed on pages 549 to 554. Contents page. Author's Preface v. Foreword by General the RT Honorable Sir Arthur Paget, P.C., G.C.B., Colonel of the Buffs. 19 Chapter I. The 1st Battalion goes to war. I. Introductory 1-2 Events following the outbreak of war. 4-3 Move to France and Battle of the Aisne. 7-4 Battle of Armentières, Action at Ratingham. 14 Chapter 2 The 2nd Battalion takes its share. The 2nd Battalion returns to England from India. 25-2 It proceeds to the Western Front. 28-3 Trench. 29-4 Trench Warfare near Ypres. 38 v. 2nd Battle of Ypres. 40 Chapter 3 The Preparation and the Start of More Battalions. Short Summary of Events. 57-2 Duties of the Depot. 63 The 3rd, Special Reserve, Battalion. 63 for the 4th and 5th, Territorial, Battalion 65V formation of the 6th Battalion 68-6 formation of the 7th Battalion 72-7 formation of the 8th Battalion 75-8 formation of the 2nd 4th and 2nd 5th Battalions 78 formation of the 3rd 4th and 3rd 5th Battalions. 89 raising of the Volunteer Battalions 81X formation of the 9th Battalion 82 Chapter 4 the Western Front Loose I the 1st Battalion 85 2 Loose 93 the 8th Battalion at Haluk 94 4 the 2nd Battalion. The Hohenzollern Redoubt 99V the 6th Battalion at Haluk 105 6 the 7th Battalion 109 7 Life in and Behind the Trenches 110 8 Summary of Events 114 Chapter V the Turkish Enemy I the 4th Battalion at Aden 117 2 the 5th Battalion in Mesopotamia. Attempted relief of Kut. Actions of Sheikh Saad and the Wadi 121 3 the Kent Composite Battalion in the Gallipoli Peninsula and Egypt 131 Buff portion of the battalion transferred to Royal West Kent Regiment 132 Chapter 6 the Somme I Summary of events which led to the offensive on the River Somme 134 to the 6th Battalion from the commencement of 1916 to November of that year. The Hohenzollern Redoubt and Battles of Albert 1916, Pozier's Ridge and the Transloy Ridges 136 3 the 7th Battalion during the same period. The Battles of Albert, 1916, Bazentin Ridge, Thiepval Ridge and the Ancre Heights, with the capture of the Schwaben Redoubt 147 for the 8th Battalion. The Battle of Delville Wood 155 v the 1st Battalion. Battles of Flers Courcelette and Morville 164 Chapter 7a year at Salonika I the 2nd Battalion 174 2 Action of Karajakoy 177 3 Affair of Barakli Zuma 179 Chapter 8 with Maud in Mesopotamia I the position in 1916 183 2 Battle of Kut 1917 185 3 Subsequent pursuit to Baghdad 193 Chapter 9 Palestine I Formation of the 10th Battalion 202 Second Battle of Gaza 203 3 Third Battle of Gaza 207 4 Battle of Nebi Samuel 213 v Defense of Jerusalem 216 Chapter X The Western Front. November, 1916, to July, 1917 I Summary of Events 221 to the 7th Battalion. Battle of the Ancre 222 3 the 7th Battalion, continued, 225 for the 1st Battalion 229 v the 8th Battalion 231 6 the 6th Battalion. Battle of Arras and the Scarpe 234 7 the 7th Battalion 248 the 1st Battalion 243 9 the 6th Battalion 246 x the 7th Battalion 247 11 the 8th Battalion. Battle of Messines 248 Chapter 11 The Western Front continuation till March 1918 I The position of affairs in the middle of 1917 255 The story of the 1st Battalion from middle of 1917 to the Battle of Cambrai in November 256 to the 6th Battalion during the same period 258 3 The Battle of Cambrai 263 for the 1st Battalion from Cambrai to the March 20th. 1918 267 v the 6th Battalion during the same period 276 the 7th Battalion from middle of 1917 to the March 20th, 1918. Poel Capelle 272 7 the 8th Battalion from middle of 1917 to its disbanding in February, 1918. Battle of Pilkem Ridge 279 Chapter 12 The Queen's Own Rifles of Canada I The Queen's Own Rifles of Canada 284 2 The Canadian Buffs 291 Chapter 13 The End of the Salonika and Mesopotamia Campaigns I The 4th Battalion in India 292 2 The 5th Battalion in Mesopotamia. Affairs on the Narcolis. Passage of the Adheim. Action of Istabulat. Affair on the Shat el Adheim. Second action of the Jabal, or Jebel, Hamran. Third action of the Jabal Hamran 294 3 the 2nd Battalion in Macedonia. Battle of Dwaran, 1918 304 Chapter 14 Holding on I Preparations for Defense 315 to the 1st Battalion during the German offensive. Battle of St. Quentin. Back to Belgium 317 3 the 6th Battalion during the German offensive. Battle of the Ancre, 1918 331 for the 10th Battalion in France 339 v the 7th Battalion during the German offensive. Battle of St. Quentin 340 Chapter 15 The grand result I the 7th Battalion, the August 6 to the August 21, 1918. The Battle of Amiens 355 to the 6th Battalion at the Battle of Amiens 359 3 the 6th and 7th Battalions from the August 22 to end of September, 1918. Battles of Albert, 1918. Second Battle of Bapaume. Battle of Epée 361 for the 6th Battalion's history up to the Armistice 381 v the 7th Battalion during the same period. Battle of the Selle. Battle of the Sambre 384 6 the 10th Battalion during the advance to victory. The Battle of Epée 391 7 the 1st Battalion during the advance to victory. Battle of Epée. Battle of Cambrai, 1918. Battle of the Saale. March into Germany 400 Chapter 16 Conclusion 415. List of appendices Page I Nominal roll of officers who were killed in action, or died of wounds or disease in the Great War, 1914 to 1919 425 2 Nominal roll of warrant officers, non-commissioned officers and men who were killed in action, or died of wounds or disease in the Great War, 1914 to 1919 432 3 Rewards, British, won by officers, warrant officers, non-commissioned officers and men in the Great War, 1914 to 1919 504 4 Foreign decorations awarded to officers, warrant officers, non-commissioned officers and men during the Great War, 1914 to 1919 530 v mention in dispatches, all ranks during the Great War, 1914 to 1919 535 6 mention for record, mention B all ranks during the Great War, 1914 to 1919 545 7 List of serving officers, 1st and 2nd Battalions, awarded brevet rank 548 List of subscribers 549. Illustrations Plates in color A Man of Kent, after the painting by Lady Butler, Frontispiece The recapture of Kut El Amara, after the painting by Herbert Alexander, ARWS, Lieutenant 5th B and the Buffs, to face page 190 Plates in monochrome to face page Ypres from near the Manin Gate 40, Battlefield near Street Julian 44 Road near Huge 86 Bringing up Wire 162 Morville 172 Salonika Road made by British 176 Arch at Tisiphon 194 General Allenby enters Jerusalem 214 Scene on the Ancre 224 Winter on the Western Front 234 A new trench 262 Cambrai on the morning the enemy was driven out 410. List of maps General Map Western Front End Papers to Face Page Rating 20 Ypres 56 Neighborhood of Loos 98 Hohenzollern Redoubt and the Dump 104 Aden 120 Turkish Lines near Kut 130 Thiepval 154 Valley of the Struma 182 Vicinity of Kut 198 Palestine 220 Loos Crassiers 254 Spoil, or Buffs, Bank 254 Cambrai 266 Poel Capel 276 Country north of Baghdad 308 Country near Kakli Station 308 Lignicourt and Noruil 324 Vonduil 346 Vonduil to Var SNES 350 Country retaken from enemy, autumn of 1918. 356 Albert 364 Comles and Morville 378 Rensoy 378 Diagram, Battle of the Cell 386 St. Quintin 406 General Map Middle East End Papers. Forward to read this record of the part played by the Buffs in the desperate fighting of the early months of the war, in turning the tide of the enemy's success and in the crowning victories, fills me with pride. No pen can adequately convey the true measure of the constancy and valor of those men who endured and fought through the daily hardships, the hourly perils, the nerve strain during darkness, and this under the conditions of modern warfare, in battles which lasted not hours but weeks, with the added horrors of high explosives, gas poisoning, flamethrowers, tanks and machine guns, delay-action mines, and other mechanical and inhuman devices. Through all these trials the spirit of the regiment of the men of Kent never faltered, its certain hope of victory never wavered. For over 350 years the historic name and high traditions of the Buffs have been in the keeping of the generations of men who followed each other in one or other of the so-called regular battalions. During the Great War 8 battalions, including 2 territorial, took the field, and 6 others served at home. No less than 32,000 men passed through the ranks of the regiment, of whom over 5,000 gave their lives for their king and country. But in spite of the great increase of numbers, and in spite of all the new dangers and perils, there was no change in the spirit, no weakening in the sense of duty which have always animated the Buffs. New and old battalions alike maintained, and more than maintained, the glory of the name handed down to them. The recital of those deeds, and a description of the character of the war and conditions in which they achieved them, cannot therefore but inspire those who come after them in the battalions of the Buffs, so that should they too in their generation be called on to pass through the fiery ordeal, they also may, in the faith of their fathers, pass through unshaken to final victory. Chapter I. The 1st Battalion goes to war. Introductory. In the early hours of Tuesday morning, the August 5, 1914, the British Foreign Office issued the statement, owing to the summary rejection by the German government of the request made by His Majesty's government for assurances that the neutrality of Belgium will be respected. His Majesty's ambassador at Berlin has received his passports, and His Majesty's government have declared to the German government that a state of war exists between Great Britain and Germany as from 11 p.m. on the 4th August. Thus was the British Empire officially informed that the Great War had, at last, come upon Europe. Actually, the government had given orders for the mobilization of the army some 8 hours earlier, at 4 p.m. on the 4th, so that at that hour on that day this history properly begins. The war took Great Britain by surprise. This does not mean that England was totally unprepared for such an eventuality, though comparatively small our land forces were in a condition of readiness and efficiency never before equaled. Nor does it mean that the idea of a war with Germany was new. Through many years its likelihood had been canvassed and openly speculated upon both by soldiers, headed by the veteran Earl Roberts, and politicians. But it does mean that the man in the street did not think it would come in our time, and certainly no one could see any possible connection between the assassination of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand and his consort at Sarajevo on June 28 and an international war on a vast scale. The British temperament is not in its nature warlike. Englishmen do not soldier, like some, from a sheer love of soldiering. That is why the mass of the nation has always been steadily averse to conscription. In spite of warnings, it was willing to take the risk, preferring quality to quantity where its army was concerned. It is perhaps well to give here, in this introductory, In order to link up the story that is to follow with the past history of the regiment, a brief outline of the changes which went to the making of the British Army as it was at the beginning of hostilities, and the situation which led to the war. The South African War had brought it home to the government that the system initiated in 1871 failed to meet modern needs in certain fundamental respects. It was realized that drastic reforms were overdue, that new methods were essential. The work of reorganization was undertaken by Mr., now Lord, Haldane, then Secretary of State for War. It was made all the more imperative by the aggressive and openly ambitious imperialism of Germany. Whilst still relying in the first instance on her naval supremacy, England could no longer think in terms of small forces fighting in far-flung corners of her mighty empire. The danger loomed nearer home, and the possibility of a British force at grips with a foe across the narrow seas had to be faced, nay more, it had to be provided for and planned against. An agreement was made with France, our ancient enemy on many a bloody field, and the general staffs of the two countries explored the measures necessary for the defense of the frontiers from the sea to the Vosges. This entente was little more than a friendly understanding, and so little was England under any obligation to go to the aid of France that the actual position of the British Expeditionary Force was not settled until after the outbreak of war. Whether Great Britain would have remained neutral had Germany not forced her hand by invading Belgium, cannot now be stated. What is known is that Germany believed she would remain neutral, that, harassed by the threat of civil war in Ireland and other domestic difficulties, she would content herself as a looker-on. Therein Germany made her first big mistake. She made her second when she assumed that the British Army was too negligible to be seriously considered, and that if it came into the field at all it would arrive too late to affect the issue. Germany counted on a swift and fatal thrust across Flanders at the heart of France. She underestimated British feeling upon the treaty rights guaranteeing the integrity of Belgium, and she also forgot that Britain would look upon her advent, entrenched on the Belgian coast, as an intolerable menace. Thus, as events shaped, Belgium was the tinder on which the spark was struck that lighted the war torch in Britain. As regards the reconstruction undertaken by Haldane, great progress had been made. The Army Council had taken the place of a commander-in-chief, the Imperial General Staff had been set up, the militia, which had been converted into the Special Reserve, was ready to train and dispatch recruits as required by the regular battalions, and the territorials were organized on the same principle as the first line, and, although they were under strength and only partially trained, it was thought that many old territorials would rejoin in case of war and that complete units would be able to take the field after a few months' training. In addition, the universities and public schools had responded to the invitation to turn their units into officers' training corps, and a reserve of men capable of leadership in a time of crisis had thus been created. Above all, the Expeditionary Force, consisting of 6 divisions and a cavalry division, was ready to move at a moment's notice. This finely tempered weapon, this wonderful fusion of skill and discipline with British courage, this contemptible little army was ready to thrust or parry, wherever it might be sent and against whatever odds. 2 events following the outbreak of war. Before trying to follow the history of any particular unit, it is, of course, necessary to bear in mind the military proceedings as a whole. Most people have a general idea of what took place in the different theaters of war, but events are apt to be forgotten, and it may be as well before describing any particular operations to remind the reader how it came about that such operations became necessary. On the August 4, 1914, war was declared with Germany, and in compliance with pre-arranged and carefully drawn-up plans that power, having already declared war on France on the 3rd, proceeded at once to violate the neutrality of Belgium, whose roads supplied the easiest way to the heart of France, and the idea was to strike that country prostrate before Russia was ready to move. It was well understood that the Russians must be slower than any of the other immediate combatants to mobilize their forces. Thus, on the August 5th, the Germans, who thoroughly recognized the advantage of getting in the first blow, were opposite Liege and occupied that city 5 days afterwards, although the last fort did not fall until the 17th. On the August 14th the French, too, were in Belgium, and between the 12th and 17th the British Expeditionary Force had landed on the coast and the army was moved into position extending from Conde through Mons and Binche. During the few days prior to the British landing the Belgians had been driven steadily backward by overwhelming forces, as also had the French, and as the British Expeditionary Force only consisted of 4 divisions, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th, and a cavalry division, its numbers were far too small to make any very perceptible alteration in the situation. The result was a steady general retreat of all the Allies commencing on the August 24th and lasting to the September 5th, by which time the armies were behind the River Marne and in the immediate neighborhood of Paris, and the British base had necessarily been shifted from the Channel ports to the mouth of the Loire. A cold statement that the Great War opened with a rapid retreat conveys the truth perhaps, but not all of it. Never in its long history of adventure and heroism had the British Army covered itself with such glory. There are retreats and retreats in war. When an army runs away, that disaster is described under this term, and there seems to be no other correct military expression for what happened in Flanders and France in August 1914, though, as a matter of fact, the little army sent from these shores was fighting one long continuous battle against overwhelming odds, its artillery completely outnumbered, its infantry facing death and wounds in the most soldier-like spirit possible to any troops, quite unable to understand why the movement was backward and not forward, but resolved to a man to get some of their own back when their time came. On the September 5th the retreat had ceased, and by this date the German colonies of Togoland and Samoa had been wrested from them and their fleet had learnt what the British sailor was capable of, notably in the Bight of Heligoland on the August 28th. On the September 6th the tide of war had turned on land, a general offensive by French and British troops had commenced, the Battle of the Marne begun and Paris saved. Strictly speaking, there was no Battle of the Marne, the fighting between the 6th and 10th of September being desultory and chiefly in the nature of independent and to a great extent disconnected engagements, but the struggle or series of struggles, however described, proved, indeed, a turning point. The British crossed the river on the 9th and the Germans were in full retreat. On the 13th the Allies recovered the important town of Soissons and forced the passage of the Aisne, on which river the enemy stood to fight, and there the combatants were still engaged on the 20th, for now the German retreat was over. On this day the British Expeditionary Force was reinforced by the British 6th Division, 16th, 17th, and 18th Infantry Brigades, which had landed on the September 10th, and the Buffs once more in their long history came into the presence of England's foes. All this time the territorial force was working hard to fit itself to help, and in a short time the bulk of it was sent to India to release our forces there, which were promptly sent to France. Meanwhile the new armies, whose numbers under the voluntary system were such as to fill every Englishman with pride, were straining every nerve to prepare themselves for war, and they were drafted off to the different fighting theatres as fast as they could be armed and equipped. The most wonderful fact of the early days of the war was the way that Kitchener's appeal for recruits was answered. Thousands and thousands of quiet, peaceable citizens, who had never dreamed of anything to do with soldiering, much less of getting into uniform and themselves going off to fight, men from every rank of life, now thronged and jostled each other at the recruiting offices. They took long railway journeys at their own expense, or walked miles if they had no money, for the pleasure of standing, often for days, in queues waiting their turn to enlist. They faced the doctor with fear, hiding their disabilities, and passed the test with a sigh of relief. What was true of England was true to an equal extent of the colonies and oversea possessions, and the total number of soldiers raised, equipped, and put into the firing line astonished ourselves almost as much as it dismayed the Germans, whose reckonings in this respect, as in all others, were completely at fault. The Queen's Own Rifles of Canada, the Allied Regiment of Canadian Militia, was represented in several of those gallant battalions which sailed in such numbers from their shores and which did such glorious service in France and Flanders. The story of the struggle is so long, and the Buffs fought in so many theatres and places, that the clearest and best way of describing the deeds of the regiment appears to be the division of the eventful years of 1914 to 1918 into sections, so that the story of each battalion of the regiment may appear as clearly as possible between certain approximate dates. Of course, this system must be to a certain extent elastic, for, if a fixed date happened to be one during which a particular unit was in the midst of a very particular job, it would obviously be better to finish the description of that operation before drifting off to the doings of its brother buff somewhere else. The doings of the 10 battalions, then, which together formed the regiment of Buffs, are what the reader is invited to consider in the following pages. 3. Moved to France and the Battle of the Aisne. The 1st Battalion on the August 4, 1914, was quartered at Fermoy in Ireland and the 2nd was in India. It is obvious, therefore, that as the 2nd Battalion had to come home, the 4th and 5th to complete their training, and all others to be not only trained, but raised before they could add their splendid quota to the glory of the Buffs, the story of the first period of the war up to the November 17, 1914, must mainly concern the senior battalion of the regiment. This date is taken because it was then that the desperate attempt of the Germans to hack their way through to Calais and the Channel ports finally proved a failure, and in France and Belgium heavy, murderous, and continuous fighting merged into Stonewall tactics, if tactics they could be called, when each of the opposing sides dug themselves in and when the long, dull, trying period of trench warfare set in on the Western Front. Up to this date no attempt had been made to force the Dardanelles. In fact, Turkey had only become a declared enemy a very few days and Italy was still at peace. The first Buffs were, as has been said, at Fermoy. Their brigade was the 16th and the brigadier general was E.C. Inguville Williams, C.B., D.S.O., himself a very well-known old Buff who, after being adjutant of the 2nd Battalion, distinguished himself as commander of a column in the Boer War and was promoted out of the regiment, as is sometimes the fate of soldiers who serve in a slow promotion corps. The other battalions of the 16th Brigade were the 1st Leicestershire Regiment, 1st King's Shropshire Light Infantry, KSLI, and the 2nd York and Lancaster Regiment. It will be useful to remember the names of these battalions as they must naturally be frequently referred to in the following narrative, and they were the close and very good comrades of our men. The history of the 1st Battalion had, up to this time and since the commencement of the war, been briefly as follows. As early as the July 29 directions had been received that certain precautionary measures were to be taken at once, and on the August 4 the order for mobilization reached the battalion at Fermoy. Almost immediately the strength was augmented by 554 reservists, many of whom were wearing the Indian Frontier and South African medals. Thus a very fine battalion resulted. The commanding officer, Light Colonel H.C. de la M. Hill, was a well-known musketry expert, and he had with him Brevet Colonel Julian Hassler, who had distinguished himself in both the campaigns alluded to, Major E. H. Finch Hatton, who won his DSO in South Africa, Major R. McDowell, who also gained a DSO in the same war, and many another good officer. The sergeants were very highly trained, so much so, indeed, that nearly all the survivors were made commissioned officers within a few months of the battalion reaching the shores of France. The privates, after the great influx of reservists, were composed of brisk and energetic youngsters, keen and bold, and steady old soldiers invaluable as a stiffening. It proved afterwards that the dash was all on the side of the youngsters, but the old reservists were a great backbone in holding off the German advance in trench warfare. They were excellent, in fact, they liked it. On the August 12 the battalion left Fermoy, and after a true blues journey reached Cambridge on the 19th. As everybody knows that the Song of Tipperary was most popular at this time in the army, it may be interesting to note that it was first played by this battalion. It was arranged by bandmaster Elvin for the band a year before, and the score was lent to many other units. The stay at Cambridge, which lasted up to the September 8, was beneficial in so far that it remade soldiers of the reservists whose physical condition had somewhat deteriorated during a long spell of civil life. The battalion was hospitably entertained by Christ's College. The officers were entertained at the high table, and frequent presents of fruit, chiefly mulberries, from Milton's mulberry tree, were sent to the men too. On the September 8 at noon the 1st Battalion, the Buffs, together with the 2nd York and Lancaster Regiment, sailed for the mouth of the Loire, to which Sir John French had now transferred his base. The journey was made by rail and march. After the port of St. Nazaire was reached, the train starting at dim dawn on the 11th and taking the route, Nantes, Angers, Tours, Verdun, Paris to Mortserf, a 26-hour journey. The ensuing 8 days' march was not without incident and not without discomfort, but there was excitement, too. Heavy firing was heard all day on the 12th. The first taste of outpost duty in wartime came the following night. Billets were used each night, but these were not always of the best, and the weather was generally execrable. The billets, which one night consisted of a cowshed, were sometimes shared with Belgian refugees, and altogether it was with a sort of relief that the real fighting line was reached at last at 2:30 am on the September 21st. Vale-on-the-Aisne was entered, and the 5th and Royal Fusiliers relieved in the trenches at that place, A, C and D companies being in the front line with B in reserve. It will be remembered that the Germans, after their retreat from the Marne, were now standing fast, and that in its turn the Allied pursuit was checked upon the Aisne. The enemy knew somehow that fresh troops were now in front of them, and, hoping to find an inferior article to that they had been sampling for the last month, determined to attack and try what they were made of. The Buffs were on the left of the brigade line, on the crest of a small plateau beyond the river, and the enemy's trenches were on the far slope, from 200 to 700 yards away, with all the best of the situation because, owing to the shape of the ground, our artillery had great difficulty in aiding this particular part of the line, whereas the Germans were very closely supported by their guns. On the right was an improvised subsection of defence consisting of the Norfolk Regiment and King's Shropshire Light Infantry, under Colonel Hassler of the Buffs. The attack commenced at 8 p.m., lasted for 2.5 hours, and was a failure. The firing was heavy and the attempt was resolute enough, but as the locality was difficult for our guns, the Buffs employed prolonged rapid fire as a substitute and succeeded in repulsing the onslaught. Major E. H. Finch Hatton, DSO, and Captain F. C. R. Studd were wounded in the action. 2 men were killed and 5 wounded. The battalion remained in these trenches till the October 13th and suffered several casualties. In fact, each day added a few to the killed and wounded, and each day brought to light some good quality in the men. The first name in the regiment to be brought to notice for gallantry was number 9967 Corporal Randall, who, himself wounded, on the October 2nd showed great courage in attending to PTE. Hamilton under fire. Hamilton, however, did not survive. The stretcher bearers, too, were proved to be a most gallant set of men. Stretcher bearers always are somehow. The sight of the pain and mutilation of others seems to bring out a sort of ferocious tenderness on the part of those who protect and assist the maimed. PTE. Medway was conspicuous even amongst these devoted fellows. Particularly heavy firing along the whole line and including reserves occurred on the October 9th. The church at Vailly was struck and 10 horses belonging to the regimental transport were killed close to it. The hospital also suffered. Early in October it appeared to Sir John French that it was advisable to withdraw the army from the Aisne and strongly reinforce the forces in the north with a view to outflanking the enemy and so making him withdraw from his position. In fact, each army at this time was trying to outflank the other, because frontal fighting, owing to the complete system of entrenchments in vogue on both sides, was found to bring no practical results. This accounted for the fact that in a very short time flanks ceased to exist, for one soon rested on the sea and the other on neutral Switzerland. French's first attempt at outflanking was rendered abortive by the German capture of Antwerp, and so the war developed into a fierce struggle for the coast, which may be said to have commenced on the October 11th and continued till the November 17th. The enemy's idea being to seize Calais and the Channel ports and so make up for their failure to capture Paris. This struggle is sometimes called the Battle of Flanders, but it in reality included several fights, the chief of these being collectively described as the Battles of Ypres, 1914. Of course, the great move from the Aisne to the neighborhood of Saint-Omer and Hazebrouck took time, and it was not till the October 19th that the move was completed. General Foch, whose headquarters were at Doullens, at this time commanded all French troops north of Noyon, and our commander-in-chief had arranged with him a general will of troops to the right, in order to menace the German flank. This arrangement was made before the fall of Antwerp. It brought the English 7th Division to Ypres, caused heavy fighting for the 3rd Division about Givenchy, which lasted for 3 weeks, moved the 4th Division to the north and 6th to south of the town of Armentières, and was the immediate cause of the flight which followed at Ratingham. Antwerp fell on the October 9th, and this event released 90,000 enemy troops, and the Germans also at this time brought 4 fresh army corps from their eastern or Russian front, and so the English army and that part of the French one which was in its neighborhood were facing greatly superior numbers. As far as the Buffs were concerned, they were relieved in their trenches on the Aisne by French troops on the 12th of the month, marched to Bazouges with the rest of the 16th Brigade and there entrained for Cassel, which they reached on the 13th. The relief of the trenches at Vailly was carried out successfully, but not altogether without difficulty. The enemy seemed to have an idea of what was going on and fired a number of flares, and a searchlight was also seen. The wheels of the transport were, however, covered with straw, as was the floor of the pontoon bridge over the river, in order to deaden noise. The French took up their position very quietly and very quickly, and the battalion recrossed the Aisne at 2:15 a.m., the last of the brigade marching by Rougecroy and Ulterstein. The 16th Brigade was directed to Bois-Grenier on the 17th as reserve to the division. The 17th was also sent here and the 18th to Armentières, about 4 miles to the north. During the morning, however, as hostile firing was heard and observed, certain alterations were made by the 6th Division by order of superior authority, and it took up and constructed a defensive position along a new line, the 17th Brigade on the left, 18th in the center and 16th on the right from Croix-Marichal to Rougedabout, French cavalry being on the right again. On the October 18th the 17th and 18th Brigades advanced to ascertain what the enemy was doing about Parenques, Le Paradis, and La Vallée, and to discover his strength, and in connection with this movement the 16th Brigade was ordered to send 1 battalion towards La Vallée and backward. The Buffs were selected and the York and Lancasters were sent to Bradus to cover their right flank. At 10:30 on this Sunday morning the Buffs debouched from Grand Flamingree Farm with orders to seize the line of the Hameau de Basse-La Vallée road, but not to get seriously involved. B, C, and D companies deployed, with A in reserve. For Battle of Armentières, Action at Ratingham. Before reaching the above line, the battalion got orders to take the village of Ratingham. Just beyond this village is a fairly high ridge or plateau on which stands the Château de Flandres, and there is a wood on the edge of the plateau screening the house from the village, the distance between this wood and the south edge of the village being about 300 yards. Brevet Colonel Julian Hassler was in command of the forward or firing line which advanced through Ratingham, seized the ridge and, pushing on, took the chateau where severe hand-to-hand fighting occurred. But soon considerable German reinforcements coming up, the Buffs had to abandon the chateau itself, though they still clung to the edge of the wood. During the attack, Company Sergeant Major Brady, with 19 men of C Company, on surmounting a piece of rising ground, suddenly found himself about 200 yards from a German battalion in close order. Each Buff had 300 rounds of ammunition, and one of the most beautiful displays of rapid firing ever made was the result. That particular German battalion was very quickly put out of action, as they say on field days. The successful attack on the Château de Flandres was immensely helped by Major Bailey's company of the York and Lancaster Regiment, which had worked its way round to take the enemy in flank, so that when these men approached, the enemy had hastily to withdraw. Without a doubt the Buffs owe very much to this gallant company. At 6:10 p.m. the situation was looking serious, but after a German counter-attack had been repulsed, things became better. Then orders came to hand over Ratingham to some French cavalry and to withdraw. When the Frenchmen arrived, however, they were found to be only 130 strong, so the Buffs and York and Lancaster consolidated themselves on the south edge of the village and settled in for the night. The artillery, a mixed brigade under Light Colonel Humphrey, had most nobly supported the infantry during the day. Later on, when the regiment had more experience, they found that the devotion to duty shown by the gunners at Ratingham was quite a normal state of things with that arm, and was so looked for as a matter of course that notice was hardly taken of their excellent work, but in this, almost their first battle of the war, praise of the gunners was in every man's mouth. On the 19th touch was obtained with the 18th Brigade at the railway crossing east of Basse Champs. At 3 p.m. the 16th Brigade was ordered to withdraw to Bois-Grenier and to leave one battalion only at Ratingham. The consequence of this was of course that, the York and Lancaster being withdrawn, the Buffs were left alone to occupy the lines which last night had been constructed for both regiments. The morning of the 20th opened with very heavy artillery fire from the enemy's guns of large caliber, and then the German infantry pressed very heavily. About 2 p.m. Colonel Hassler was badly wounded, and command of the front line devolved on Major McDowell. At 3 p.m. the artillery reported that the Germans were advancing along the two roads from Le Méonil leading to Ratingham. This meant that the Buffs would probably be surrounded, as touch with the 18th Brigade and French cavalry had failed, and indeed it was ultimately found that these troops had been driven back. At 3:35 and again at 4 o'clock McDowell reported that the situation was very serious, but that he was holding on, that the machine guns were knocked out, the trench on his left hitherto held by C Company had been captured, and that he was in a tight corner. He received orders to retire company by company, and replied that it was very difficult, but that we will do the best we can. At 4:50 came a message from the brigade to hold on at all costs and promising the support of two companies of the York and Lancaster. The headquarter party of the battalion manned a barricade in the village and McDowell retired, the work being carried out in a most soldierly manner, and at 7 p.m. the promised help arrived, followed half an hour later by the brigadier himself, who ordered the front of the village to be held, unaware that both flanks were exposed. A staff officer of the division, however, shortly arrived who was acquainted with the situation, and he directed the retirement of the Buffs, which was carried out without trouble, as the enemy was not enterprising and appeared to have had enough of the battalion. At 1 a.m. on the 21st the rear guard cleared the village, and that morning Grand Flamingree Farm was reached again and billets resumed. In this action the Buffs lost Lutz J. D. Phillips, R. McDougall, M. Nutt and R. S. Glynn killed, and Colonel J. Hassler and Lutz G. F. Hamilton, C. C. Stanfield and Orwan wounded. Of the rank and file 17 were reported killed and 62 missing, but these were undoubtedly all or nearly all killed, 57 were wounded. The regiment earned great praise for the stand it made at Ratingham, and, though it will be impossible in this history accurately to chronicle each honor and reward as conferred, it is interesting to note that on the November 28 number 8922 Sergeant J. McNear was awarded the DCM for the gallant manner in which he brought up his platoon to the support of B Company at Château de Flandres, near Ratingham, on the October 20, 1914, and that on the October 20, 1914, at Château de Flandres, near Ratingham, Sergeant Forwood continued to serve his machine guns, after the officer in charge had been killed, until all the team and both the guns had been knocked out by heavy artillery, himself being wounded in 5 places. He crawled in and reported the situation. Sergeant Forwood was awarded the DCM, and the incident is described by a general officer, who later on commanded the 6th Division, as being typical of the fierce fighting at this time. On the October 23 a heavy attack developed at dawn against the Shropshire and York and Lancaster battalions, and part of the line, which consisted of isolated trenches only, was rendered untenable by machine guns which the shape of the ground enabled the enemy to bring up. This attack was a very bold one, and Germans were actually bayoneted in the trenches, and 200 dead were counted opposite one of the Shropshire defences. At one time there was a gap just east of Bordeaux, caused by some of the trenches being lost and others still held, and matters were in rather a confused state, so, to clear up the situation, Lieutenant G. R. Thornhill's platoon of the Buffs, under the direction and guidance of Major Clemson of the York and Lancaster Regiment, was pushed forward from the Tuquet-la-Boutillière road by some dongas running south. There appeared to be no enemy in the gap, and on approaching one of the trenches Thornhill and his men rushed forward to secure it, when he and several of his followers were shot down by a concealed machine gun. Indeed, only 10 returned, bringing with them 7 wounded men, but they were obliged to leave Thornhill, who was actually in the trench, and several others. PTE. Pierce made a manly effort at rescue and managed to drag PTE Bull in, but could not reach his officer. Both A and C companies employed the bayonet on this day, counter-attacking in front of the Shropshire and the Leicestershire trenches. It is not so very long ago that many thoughtful army officers were of opinion that the days of the bayonet were over forever, but then, of course, no one at all dreamed in the summer of 1914 that soldiers would again fight in iron helmets or throw grenades, and there have been many similar surprises during this war. There seems to be no doubt that from the 23rd to the 25th of October the situation of the 16th Brigade was very critical, and indeed Br. General Inguville Williams twice reported that this was the case. The reason was that the line held was not continuous and it was impossible to make it so, on account of the great number of Germans who were attacking. It was therefore resolved to construct a proper line of trenches 100 yards or so south of the Tuquet-la-Boutillière road and to withdraw into it, but as, during the whole of the 23rd, the Leicestershire right flank was being enveloped, new dispositions were made by Brigadiers Williams and Congreve in consultation. They resolved that the Leicestershire should hold their trenches east of the railway and then bend back along it, a most prominent salient and with a poor field of fire, but the best that could be done till the new trenches were ready for occupation. On the October 24th loud cheering was heard in this direction, and it was feared that the Leicestershire had been rushed, and a company of the Buffs and another of the York and Lancaster were immediately deployed to take the supposedly successful enemy in flank. Verbal reports came in during the morning to Brigade HQ at La Tuquet that the Leicestershire Battalion had been forced to retire, that some posts had been surrounded and that no officers were left. This account, however, fortunately proved to have been exaggerated. The enemy had, in fact, made a small gap in the line, occupying the railway, but the good old battalion from Leicestershire had quickly closed it and, though it had suffered severely, it still held its own and was moreover in touch with the King's Shropshire Light Infantry. On the 25th the withdrawal of the whole brigade to the newly made trenches which had been carefully prepared was carried out without a hitch, but in most unpleasantly wet weather. The student, interested in the tactical movements of military forces, rarely thinks of weather and other little details, but to the poor suffering soldier weather, punctual or fairly punctual delivery of rations, not forgetting the rum, baths, clean clothes, nature of shelter by day and night, and even the phases of the moon seem almost of more importance than the chance of a few casualties. CSM Stone and Sergeant Stock had been highly complimented during these last few days, as was Corporal Marsh for his good reconnoitring work, but this occurred to the N.C.Os and men of the Buffs so frequently from 1914 to 1918 that it is impossible to refer to all acts of devotion and gallantry. It may well be noted, however, that on the October 25 C Company was resolutely attacked, the enemy getting within 70 yards of their trench, and that Captain E. B. Chichester showed all the gallantry of his English ancestry, cheering on his men and showing a noble example till he fell mortally wounded. D Company gallantly repulsed German attacks at 8 and at 9 o'clock and then retired to a prepared position in rear. The Buffs' casualties this day were Captain Chichester and Lieutenant Stock killed, Lutz. R.W. Homan and Child wounded, 5 other ranks killed, 20 wounded, and 2 missing. About this time the discovery seems to have been made that officers could be supplied not only from civilians in England, but from highly trained, very gallant and thoroughly reliable non-commissioned officers, who were daily adding to their war experience, so Company Sergeant Majors, CSM, Nesbitt and Stone, SGTS Corral, Stock and Orwin, and a little later on Company Quartermaster Sergeant, CQMS, Sayer, CSM Kesby, CSM Price, and SGTS King, Hallen and Harris were promoted to be second lieutenants. Most of them, alas, were sent out of the regiment, which was a great blow, but of course the needs of the army as a whole must always be the first consideration. Ratingham on the November 5 the death took place of Major General R.G. Keekwich 4CB, Colonel of the Buffs, General the Right Honourable Sir Arthur Paget 5PC, GCB, KCVO, was appointed to succeed him. On the November 15 Colonel H.C. de la M. Hill, the commanding officer, was invalided home and Major McDowell temporarily took over the battalion. This was the first of a long series of changes in the command, which was the common fate of all units. After the very strenuous attack by the Germans had died away, the 1st Battalion had a longish spell of comparative quiet. Casualties, which in one of our frequent minor wars would have made a stir, were of regular occurrence and almost taken for granted. The records show almost every day something like 2 killed and 5 wounded, and drafts to replace these good fellows were fairly often arriving from England. Later on the relief of units actually in the trenches by others in rear occurred at short intervals, but it may be noted here that on the November 24 the Buffs, when relieved by the Shropshire Light Infantry, had been no less than 4 weeks and 6 days in the front line, east of Bois Grenier. During the winter the wet weather, followed by frosts, caused the sides of the trenches to fall in, and the low-lying nature of the country made it impossible to drain them properly, so it was decided, as a temporary measure, to abandon the ditches themselves and build and man breastworks in lieu. These were generally placed just in rear of the old works so that the latter could be reoccupied when the weather improved. Of course, the long, dull and dreary trench warfare was not entirely without incident. A poem by Captain C. W. Blackall 6 describes in graphic verse how one of the ration carriers, being a little late in slipping into the safety of the trench, was bowled over by the enemy and was at first supposed to be dead, but he managed after a while to crawl in somehow, and in spite of his agony he brought in his sack of bacon with him. That is the sort of spirit which, when it animates everyone in an army, renders that force absolutely unconquerable. It has often been the same. On the Indian frontier once a buff soldier was apparently killed. Someone bent over him to take any possible last message. The man was in agony and shot in the stomach, but he could just speak. "Where's my bloody rifle?" was all he said. On St. George's Day, 1915, the enemy had the audacity to stick out a flag at their sap head, and on it was inscribed the words "God Strafe England." 2nd Lieutenant Corral, Circt. Vigors and Pte. Russell disapproved of this, as showing an improperly defiant attitude, so they crept out and triumphantly brought it in with them. The army commander, Sir Horace Smith Doreen, inspected the battalion in the spring and was much struck with the smart turnout. Such is custom and the result of training and education. The buffs must be smartly turned out, and conditions and circumstances have nothing to do with the matter. It was on the May 3rd that the 1st Battalion and the rest of the 16th Brigade first heard of the German gas attacks, which occurred northeast of Ypres and to which reference will be made in the next chapter. Precautionary measures were taken, but the Second Battle of Ypres did not greatly affect the troops so far south of the town as was the 6th Division, but about 1,500 shells fell into Armentières on the May 6th. On the last day of this month a move was made to the neighborhood of Bailleul and Poperinghe, the village of Wittenhoek, 4 miles south of the latter town, being the Buffs' billet. On the June 2nd it so happened that the 2nd Battalion, whose adventures are now to be related, were in Poperinghe, and so, in the nature of things, a meeting, which will be referred to later, had to be arranged. It must be remembered in reading the foregoing pages, and indeed in studying the next chapter also, that the enemy was, during the last quarter of 1914 and early in the next year, making a well-organized and very determined attempt to gain Calais and the coast of the English Channel, and that enormous masses of men were devoted to this effort, as well as artillery vastly superior in weight of metal to that which our side could then by any possibility bring to bear. The English lines of communication ran across the Channel, and it is a maxim of war that if such lines are lost the army that relies on them must either win an overwhelming victory or surrender. If Calais had been won by the Germans, the connection between England and her armies would have been to a great extent severed, for how could reinforcements, munitions, and necessaries daily cross the Channel under heavy and continuous fire, and repeated and constant attacks from submarine bases? At Ratingham and at Ypres then, our regiment was helping to defend England from a dreadful and unprecedented disaster, and men of Kent must further consider that to a certain extent, at any rate, the Buffs were, more than any other regiment, defending their own homeland, for if hostile batteries of modern long-range guns could have been planted on Cape Gris-Nez, not only would Dover Harbour and Dockyard have been destroyed, but, knowing the Germans as we do now, we may be pretty certain that Hythe, Folkestone, Sandgate, and perhaps Deal would soon have been in as ruinous a condition as were, a little later, Reims, Arras and Ypres. Leaving the 1st Battalion for a while doing its duty in the neighborhood of Poperinghe, we will now turn our attention to the story of the 2nd Battalion from India. Chapter 2. The 2nd Battalion takes its share. I returns to England. The opening of hostilities found the headquarters of the 2nd Battalion at Wellington in India. It was, like most units which have been some time abroad, a very fine body of men, in spite of the fact that Wellington is not exactly a training center and that 3 detachments were provided by the battalion. Very early in the war it was called upon to send home, to the assistance of the new armies in course of formation, some of the most useful members of the battalion staff and many of the very best sergeants. Training was, however, continued, and in November orders arrived to sail for England on being relieved by territorial troops, who had quite forgotten apparently that they were home service soldiers only, directly England wanted them abroad. On leaving the East the Buffs had to leave behind a depot which consisted of a few men past unfit, all the women and children, and the property of the messes, regimental institutes, Army Temperance Association and rifle ranges. This was under the command of Captain Howard Smith. The only things that went home with the fighting men were the colors and the mess silver. The battalion embarked at Bombay on the November 16 on the Cunard ship Ultania, which was old, slow and dirty, and fearfully overcrowded owing to the 2nd Battalion East Yorkshire Regiment being also on board. The ship was under convoy together with 33 others, and the whole made Plymouth instead of Southampton on the December 23, after making a wide detour in the Atlantic to avoid submarines. The Buffs were bundled off their ship in great haste and without their kits. They got off somehow to Winchester, where they found themselves on a cold, bleak down, in pouring rain and with but very meager equipment, cooking pots being one of the very many items that were deficient. An army service wagon or two ultimately came along and threw some blankets upon the wet ground, and some bread and meat on top of them, and went away, but of course their drivers were not responsible for cooking pots. Christmas, 1914, may have been a merry one in many places, even in the trenches to a certain extent, but it is doubtful if the 2nd Battalion of the Buffs ever spent a more miserable one. Certainly Captain Tomlinson's company got plum puddings, but that was the one bright spot. The battalion, together with the 3rd Royal Fusiliers, 2nd East Surrey and the 3rd Middlesex, all from India, found itself in the 85th Infantry Brigade under Br. General A. J. Chapman, C.B., who had Captain C. J. Deverell for Brigade Major. The brigade was part of the 28th Division. Major General Bulfin, CVO, CB Captain L. Ford, and afterwards Lieutenant the Honorable P.G. Scarlett, was appointed Staff Captain to the 85th Brigade. Military exercises of an intensive kind were, of course, the daily lot of the men while at Winchester, particularly so because the latest pattern rifle, not used in India, had just been issued to them. A furlough of 3 clear days to 25% of the soldiers at a time was, however, granted, so that those just returned from India, after a foreign tour of nearly 10 years, might get a glimpse of their friends before starting for a new and sterner foreign service. A few drafts of new men arrived, but it must be understood that these reinforcements for each and all of the battalions during the 4 years under consideration were of such frequent occurrence as to render constant reference to them both tiresome and superfluous. It may easily be understood that the strength of a unit must constantly be varying. A hard-fought action would reduce the numbers enormously, as well as did the regular drain by death, wounds, and disease during the weary trench work. The only events worthy of record during the stay at Winchester were a violent squall which did great damage to the tents on the December 28, and a grand inspection of the division by His Majesty the King accompanied by Lord Kitchener on the January 12, 1915. The battalion moved into billets in the city on the January 6, the officers being accommodated in Winchester College 7. It is only fair to note here that the newly issued boots were not of proper quality, the heels came off and the nails went through. Later on, in France, the men experienced a good deal of quite unnecessary hardship on account of their boots, which to an infantry soldier are only of second importance to his weapons. Someone was to blame, of course, presumably the contractor, and it seems that in every war these men must make their fortunes at the expense of the soldier. Most judges agree that English soldiers are seldom seen to such perfection of training and physique as in India, and the infantry of the 28th Division was entirely composed of units from that country, so that all who saw these troops prior to embarkation for France agreed that no finer body of infantry had ever taken the field. The start was made on the January 16, on which day the division marched to Southampton, and a trying march it was, though well timed and arranged by the staff. Sufficient consideration was not given to the length of the journey by foot, the state of the weather nor the weight each soldier had to carry. To arrives on Western Front next day the Buffs embarked for Havre, for the Channel ports were safe enough by this time. On the 21st they detruined at Hazebrouck and marched to Rougecroy, for 1/2 miles ne, after one of those terrible French railway journeys, during which sanitary arrangements are non-existent. The battalion now became a fighting unit in the great struggle that was raging round Ypres. It is good in winter time to have plenty of warm clothing and protection from the weather, but the kits at this period were terribly heavy to carry. Later on regular parties were told off to take what was required from the billets to the trenches and so on, but at first the soldier, in addition to his regular 62 pounds weight of kit, was burdened with a fur coat, gum boots, and spare sandbags, all very excellent things to have with one, but a bit of a job to get over the ground with. On the January 28 the brigade was inspected by the Commander-in-Chief, accompanied by the Prince of Wales. During the month of February the Germans made several more or less determined attempts to pierce the British line near Ypres, and sometimes with partial success. On the 4th of the month the 85th Brigade, being at Utterdam, received news that their comrades of the 83rd were being attacked southwest of the city, so 2 battalions started at once to the rescue, and these were followed 2 hours later by the Buffs and Middlesex, who entered the place and remained in readiness in the cavalry barracks. The February 5th brought some counter-marching. At 4:30 am the battalion started to march back again to Utterdam as being not wanted and was then told to stand by in readiness to move again, as the 84th Brigade was now in trouble to the south of Ypres. This march, however, was not performed till the following day, by the evening of which both the Buffs and East Surreys were back in the cavalry barracks, and from there they went into the trenches, the Buffs' headquarters being at Firm-Chapelle. The experience of the next few days was a terrible one. The trenches, which had just been taken over from the French, were in very bad condition indeed. They were knee-deep in water, and with parapets so rotten as not to be bullet-proof. Very soon this state of things had its effect and numbers of the men were suffering from swollen feet and frostbite. 30 Trench. The brigade front at this time was intersected at right angles by the Ypres-Cummins Canal, which divided it into what were known as the right and left sections of defense. Immediately north of the canal the left section of defense was entrusted to the Buffs and 3rd Royal Fusiliers, these battalions relieving each other as ordered, and the south or the right section of defense to the 2nd East Surrey and the 3rd Middlesex. Each section had its own battalion headquarters. A small part of the southern section was also held by one company of the Buffs, Captain Worthington. The other battalions of the brigade were in somewhat similar conditions to the Buffs, and were daily and rapidly being reduced in fighting strength and efficiency, chiefly through frostbite and sickness. So serious had things become owing to this reduction in fighting strength that, by the February 13, it was decided to relieve the brigade, and to withdraw it to recoup and refit as soon as other troops were available to replace it in the line. It had already been decided by the higher command that a part of the line then being held by the 3rd Middlesex and the 2nd East Surrey, south of the canal, was to be shortened by the construction of new trenches a little in rear of trenches O and P. This work had already been started, and was, on the night of the February 14, being continued by the 3rd Middlesex, which temporarily withdrew the garrisons from O and P trenches for the purpose of digging, leaving those trenches in charge of small covering parties only. The Germans, who up till then had been showing very little local activity, unexpectedly raided and captured O Trench and prevented its reoccupation by the Middlesex. Without delay they reversed the parapet, wired the front on our side and took all necessary steps for resisting any attempts at recapture. During the night 14th/15th February the Buffs were relieved by the 3rd Royal Fusiliers from their unenviable position in the trenches as recorded above, and were withdrawn a short distance to Chateau Rosenthal, Bedford House, on the Ypres St. Eloi road, to rest. By the time the reliefs had been completed and the battalion had settled down to rest the night was far spent. Shortly before dawn alarming rumors reached Battalion HQ that the enemy had broken through the Middlesex and were advancing on Ypres. Colonel Geddes reported accordingly to Brigade HQ, and the battalion was at once turned out in readiness for any eventuality. Soon after daybreak orders were received to move out and hold the canal bank southeast of Langhoff. Although fairly heavily shelled en route, the battalion crossed the canal without loss and assembled on the north side, under cover of the canal embankment. Here it was subsequently joined by the brigadier and some of the brigade staff and remained awaiting developments throughout the rest of the morning. About 2:30 p.m. the 2nd East Surrey, assisted by as many of the Middlesex as it had been possible to collect, were ordered to recapture O Trench. No arrangements had apparently been made for artillery support, and moreover this attack had to be made over ground deep in mud, devoid of any cover and without any previous reconnaissance or guides. From the Buffs' rendezvous nothing could be seen of what was taking place on the far side of the embankment, where the attack had been launched. About 4:30 p.m. the Buffs, less one company which remained with the brigadier in reserve, were ordered to reinforce the East Surrey, who, owing to extremely heavy losses, were reported to be held up and unable to make further progress. As the leading company of the Buffs broke cover it came under artillery fire which caused many casualties, including its commander, Major F.S. Reeves, wounded, and Lieutenant R.M. Haywood, killed. Neither the whereabouts of the East Surreys nor the direction of the objective were known, and by this time darkness was fast approaching. However, the three companies continued the advance in the dusk and by good fortune came up with some of the East Surreys, who, having reached a point some 500 yards from the objective, were unable to advance any further. The Buffs passed through them and continued to advance until they reached a point about 300 yards from the objective, which by this time, however, was completely hidden in the darkness which had by now intervened. At this point a subaltern of the East Surrey Regiment, who had lost his platoon, was met, and he volunteered to act as guide. The leading company again pushed on, but, owing to the difficulty of keeping touch and maintaining direction in the dark, a part of the battalion found itself held up by wire and suffering heavy losses from fire from more than one direction. At this juncture Colonel Geddes wisely determined to withdraw the battalion, which was only done with the greatest difficulty. Whilst the above operations were in progress, half a battalion of the 2nd Northumberland Fusiliers, sent from the 84th Brigade, had arrived in the dark at the rendezvous on the canal bank, where the brigadier and the reserve company of the Buffs, Major R.E. Power, were waiting. As nothing was known of the military situation, nor of the whereabouts of the Buffs nor of the East Surrey Regiment, from whom no reports had been received since dark, the brigadier ordered the reserve company of the Buffs to go out and find the rest of the battalion. He himself started with them. After going a short distance they came across a building full of wounded which was found to be the battalion HQ of the right section of defense, then occupied by the headquarters of the 3rd Middlesex Regiment. Here a guide was procured, and the company proceeded in the direction in which the remainder of the battalion and the 2nd East Surrey had gone. Before it had gone far, however, it luckily met Colonel Getty's returning. The battalion, less half Major Powers' company, detached to occupy a front-line trench, reached the canal about 10:30 p.m., and was sent back at 1 a.m. to Chateau Rosenthal to get a meal and rest. During the morning of the February 15, 1915, a conference was held at Brigade HQ, and it was decided to renew the attack on the lost Trench O on that night. The brigadier at first decided to carry out this operation with the Buffs and East Surrey Regiment only, but these two battalions had together only about 300 men available, owing to the casualties of the previous day and the losses sustained during the recent tour in the trenches. Two companies of the 2nd Northumberland Fusiliers, 84th Brigade, were, therefore, added to this small force, which was placed under command of Colonel Geddes. In the written orders issued to units it was stated that O Trench was to be retaken at all costs and held until reliefs arrived. The GOC 28th Division stated that the 85th Brigade, which, owing to the severe losses from fire and sickness already incurred, was to have been at once withdrawn from the line and sent back to recoup and refit, would not be relieved until the lost Trench O had been recaptured. At 7 p.m. the Buffs, less half D Company, 8 and 2nd East Surrey Regiment, less 1½ companies, assembled at the place ordered, that is, on the road junction on the Ypres St. Eloi Road, 620 yards south of the canal. From this point the column, led by the Buffs, marched via the road leading east towards Oosthoek, as far as the battalion HQ of the right sections of defence, where the 2nd Northumberland Fusiliers, less 2 companies, joined and followed in reserve. Leaving here at 7:40 p.m. and moving in file, closed up, the column was skillfully guided some 2,000 yards across country by Lieutenant J.A.H. Wood, 2nd East Surrey, to the position of deployment, the northeast end of a spinney about 150 yards north of O Trench, which was reached without opposition or casualties at about 8:40 p.m. On reaching the position of deployment the Buffs, under Major L.I.B. Hulka, having previously fixed bayonets, silently deployed into line to the left, in single rank, without extending, and lay down in the deep mud. The East Surreys, acting in a similar manner, formed a second line 20 yards in rear with the 2nd Northumberland Fusiliers some 50 yards behind them. Selected scouts of the Buffs were sent out to reconnoitre and cut the enemy's wire and to report on the intervening ground, which was quite unknown to all those about to take part in this attack. Such complete silence had been maintained during the advance and deployment that the presence of the column was unknown to the enemy until a prearranged artillery bombardment of his trenches commenced at 8:55 p.m. The shells all appeared to take effect against the main German position, and consequently well beyond the immediate objective. They unfortunately had the undesired effect of putting the defenders on the qui-vive, for they at once manned the Trench O, sent up flares, which revealed the position of the attacking force, and opened on it a withering fire from rifles, machine guns, and trench mortars. The time ordered for the assault was 9 p.m., and the right of the Buffs was detailed to direct. Immediately the enemy opened fire. It was apparent from the shells which, following one another in quick succession, burst immediately behind and close to the Buffs, that the enemy had the exact range. Realizing this, Major Hulka at once gave the order to advance. Just in front of the Buffs the ground sloped somewhat steeply downwards towards the objective for about 50 yards. Nothing could have been finer than the dash and the steady determination with which the whole line, like one man, arose and went forward down this slope. The configuration of the ground, and the unhesitating manner in which the order to advance was carried out, undoubtedly saved the battalion from serious losses at this stage, as the more quickly the advance down the slope was made the higher above the men's heads rained the storm of shells and bullets onto, and beyond, the position which the battalion had just vacated. From the bottom of the slope the advance had to be made across heavy ground, ankle-deep in mud and devoid of cover, for a distance of about 120 yards, the last part of which was up a steep incline. Except for the enemy's flares it was pitch dark. Against the heavy frontal fire from the trench, and enfilade machine gun fire from the left flank, the battalion forged ahead with magnificent determination, and in spite of serious casualties, most of which were sustained when the level ground at the foot of the first slope was reached, fought its way through the wire and finally assaulted and gained a footing in the trench. The enemy, who had kept up a heavy fire until the Buffs were within 10 yards of the trench, disappeared in the dark, apparently down a communication trench and also towards the western end of O Trench. Major C. L. Porter was wounded and many other ranks killed and wounded during the attack, but 10 officers and about 60 other ranks succeeded in entering the trench. Major Hulka immediately reorganized and distributed these along the trench, starting from the extreme left, and arranged for the protection of the right flank by the construction of a sandbag traverse, which was built, under fire from rifle and bombs, under Captain Morgan's supervision, assisted by Lieutenant Lang. A considerable number had already been wounded, parties had to be employed in repairing and strengthening the parapet, whilst others had to be told off to assist those detailed to man the parapet, in clearing the jammed rifles and supplying them with cleaned ammunition. When all these deductions from the 60-odd other ranks who had succeeded in gaining a footing in the trench had been made, it was found that only sufficient men remained to hold about 50 out of a probable 200 yards of trench. Whilst the above arrangements were in progress, the enemy started sniping and throwing bombs, apparently from a communication trench and from the western end of O Trench, which was still in their hands. Bombs at that time were weapons of warfare of which the 28th Division had had no previous experience whatever, and owing to the darkness, the non-provision of maps and lack of previous information about, or knowledge of, the trench, it was very difficult to locate the places from which the enemy were throwing them and sniping. However, Captain F. W. Tomlinson, Captain L. Fort and 2nd Lieutenant E. F. D. Strettell discovered the whereabouts of a party of the enemy's bombers and rushed it, demolished the sandbag wall, from under cover of which bombs were being thrown, and cleared the enemy out of the trench. Captain Tomlinson seized the bayonet of one of the enemy, who turned tail. Captain L. Fort, who a few days previously had shown the greatest courage and resource whilst in charge of an officer's reconnoitring patrol, was killed, and 2nd Lieutenant E. F. D. Strettell was severely wounded in this gallant enterprise, which undoubtedly saved many lives and further casualties in the battalion, as the enemy afterwards ceased bombing and apparently withdrew. Owing to the mud, with which everybody and everything was smothered, a large number of the rifles became jammed and unserviceable. After holding on for 3 hours, as the promised support had not arrived, the position of the Buffs was by now, midnight, somewhat critical. Major Hulka therefore sent 2nd Lieutenant J. A. Wood, 2nd East Surrey, accompanied by No. 9522 PTE. W. J. White, to report the situation to Colonel Geddes, and eventually the former returned, guiding a company of the 2nd Suffolk Regiment. He reported that both the 2nd Northumberland Fusiliers and 2nd East Surrey had lost their way in the dark, and that the former had been now ordered to follow the 2nd Suffolk Regiment. They did not, however, arrive at O Trench before the Buffs were relieved. As soon as the company of the Suffolks had taken over the portion of the trench the Buffs were holding, they had to work their surplus men along the trench beyond the sandbag traverse which the battalion had built, and extend them further to the right. In trying to do this they met with considerable opposition from parties of the enemy, who were in the western part of the trench. As the officer in command of this company appeared to meet with some difficulty in overcoming this opposition, Major Hulka offered to remain with his handful of men until it got sufficiently light to see what the real situation was. This offer, however, was refused, and, in accordance with the orders issued, Major Hulka therefore withdrew the buffs, leaving in charge of the Suffolks any wounded who were unable to be removed without stretchers, of which there were none available. Great difficulty was experienced in carrying out the withdrawal over the fire-swept morass, which had to be crossed, lit up, as it was, by almost incessant starshell and flares. By crawling through the mud between the flares, a few yards at a time, and by lying down as flat as possible whilst any light remained, was the only way of proceeding, but many lives, including Sergeant Rosam, were lost during the first part of the withdrawal. Although the distance was not more than 150 yards, it took half an hour to reach the original place of deployment. After a few hours' rest in the cavalry barracks in Ypres, the battalion marched into scattered billets in and around Rieninghulst. On the same afternoon the services of 2nd Lieutenant C.W. Lang were asked for to act as guide to another brigade detailed on that night to recapture O Trench, which the enemy had again taken possession of very shortly after the buffs had been relieved. In spite of his arduous experiences of the previous night's fighting and want of rest, 2nd Lieutenant C.W. Lang undertook this hazardous enterprise, and carried it out successfully. For trench warfare near Ypres on February 19 the battalion was attached to the 3rd Division and went into billets at Locre, marching to West Outre for baths and clean clothes. There was a regular system in working this necessary ablution arrangement. Men cast off their filthy underclothing, which was taken from them, and after a bath, clean underclothes, which had once belonged to other people, were provided, and the old ones were never seen again by the original owners. At first this caused a certain amount of grumbling amongst careful men, who were liable to become possessed of somewhat more ragged articles than they handed in, but it was soon found that things generally came right in the long run. A new line of trenches were occupied on the 22nd, and these were found to be much preferable and more desirable in every way than those last occupied. There is no doubt that the French were more careless as regards the cleanliness as well as the general efficiency of their trenches than were our own people, and it seems that the 2nd Buffs were rather unfortunate in very frequently relieving our allies instead of other British troops. These new and better works were at Kemmel, and the battalion alternated between this place and Locre till the March 23, when it was billeted at Dickabus. Captain A.S. Cresswell was killed by a sniper on the March 12. On the April 10, after a trying turn at St. Eloi, the battalion marched to Zonnebeek and relieved the 153rd French Regiment, the 85th Brigade having 3 battalions in the front line, with the Buffs in the center, 3 companies in the fire trenches and 1 in support. About the middle of the line was the Brudsende crossroads, where the enemy's trenches approached very close to our own, at one point to within 5 feet. This portion of the field is upon a plateau which commands the Ypres road, and was of great tactical importance. Forward of a trench which lay to the southwest of the crossroads, the enemy had that morning rushed a parallel in which the French had laid a mine that was to have been fired before they handed over. After blocking this mine up, the enemy had retained possession of that part of the work in which it had been laid. Of this fact the French were either ignorant or, at any rate, they made no report of it. 2 attempts were made to dislodge them, in which Captain Hood, Lieutenant Whittaker, both of whom were wounded, and 2nd Lieutenant Chapman did good work. In the meantime the Germans had established a heavy trench mortar in a position, secure from our artillery, from which they brought a merciless fire to bear on our lines, especially on B Company which was on the crossroads. This was the 2nd Battalion's first experience of this weapon. Serious damage was done to the parapets and many casualties resulted. During this 4 days' tour 1 officer and 22 other ranks were killed and 4 officers and 62 other ranks wounded. The battalion was relieved by the 3rd Royal Fusiliers on the morning of the 14th and marched back to billets at Saint-Jean, about 1 mile east of Ypres. A and D companies were sent into the reserve dugouts west of Zonnebec, but rejoined at Saint-Jean the next day. After another short turn in the trenches, the battalion on the 21st found itself bivouacked in open fields near Saint-Jean, where shelters and dugouts were arranged for, because the town of Ypres was now being too heavily shelled for troops to make use of billeting accommodation there, or, in fact, to pass through the town at all. The Second Battle of Ypres. The Second Battle of Ypres has brought more obloquy and ill fame on the German nation than even Marathon brought glory to the Athenians. It appears to have been well understood by scientific men that a noisome and poisonous gas could be so carried downwind that no man could breathe its suffocating fumes and live for long, and further that he must die in agony. At the ineffectual conference at The Hague, it had been arranged between the representatives of the several nations, including Germany, that the use of such a disgusting and brutal weapon should be barred between civilized enemies, and nobody thought any more about it. But the German beast is not a gentleman, and he ruled that the brave old days when foeman fought with a chivalrous regard for his opponent were to cease, at any rate as far as the much vaunted fatherland was concerned, and so this battle which we are now to consider goes down in history as the first great combat in which unfair and blackguardly methods were adopted. Imperial War Museum Crown Copyright Ypres from near Meningate. The commencement of this tremendous battle is best described in Sir John French's own words, which are here quoted from his dispatches. It was at the commencement of the Second Battle of Ypres on the evening of the April 22 that the enemy first made use of asphyxiating gas. Some days previously I had complied with General Joffre's request to take over the trenches occupied by the French, and on the evening of the 22nd the troops holding the lines east of Ypres were posted as follows: from Steenstraat to the east of Langmark, as far as the Poel-Capelle road, a French division. Thence, in a southeasterly direction towards the Passchendaele-Basselaere road, the Canadian division. Thence, a division took up the line in a southerly direction east of Zonnebec to a point west of Basselaere, whence another division continued the line southeast to the northern limit of the corps on its right. Of the 5th Corps there were 4 battalions in divisional reserve about Ypres. The Canadian Division had 1 battalion in divisional reserve and the 1st Canadian Brigade in Army Reserve. An infantry brigade, which had just been withdrawn after suffering heavy losses on Hill 60, was resting about Villemerdingue. Following a heavy bombardment, the enemy attacked the French division at about 5 p.m., using asphyxiating gases for the first time. Aircraft reported that at about 5 p.m. thick yellow smoke had been seen issuing from the German trenches between Langmark and Bixschoote. The French reported that 2 simultaneous attacks had been made east of the Ypres-Stadon Railway, in which these asphyxiating gases had been employed. What follows almost defies description. The effect of these poisonous gases was so virulent as to render the whole of the line held by the French division mentioned above practically incapable of any action at all. It was at first impossible for anyone to realize what had actually happened. The smoke and fumes hid everything from sight, and hundreds of men were thrown into a comatose or dying condition, and within an hour the whole position had to be abandoned, together with about 50 guns. I wish particularly to repudiate any idea of attaching the least blame to the French division for this unfortunate incident. After all the examples our gallant allies have shown of dogged and tenacious courage in the many trying situations in which they have been placed throughout the course of this campaign, it is quite superfluous for me to dwell on this aspect of the incident, and I would only express my firm conviction that, if any troops in the world had been able to hold their trenches in the face of such a treacherous and altogether unexpected onslaught, the French division would have stood firm. The left flank of the Canadian division was thus left dangerously exposed to serious attack in flank, and there appeared to be a prospect of their being overwhelmed and of a successful attempt by the Germans to cut off the British troops occupying the salient to the east. In spite of the danger to which they were exposed, the Canadians held their ground with a magnificent display of tenacity and courage, and it is not too much to say that the bearing and conduct of these splendid troops averted a disaster which might have been attended with the most serious consequences. They were supported with great promptitude by the reserves of the divisions holding the salient and by a brigade which had been resting in billets. Now, of course, the commander-in-chief of a large army cannot possibly in his reports home go into details concerning brigades and battalions, but as the reader will see later, this brigade resting in billets comprised amongst others the 2nd Battalion of the Buffs. The story as far as the Buffs are concerned is as follows. The 1st Battalion was still 12 miles or so south of Ypres, but the 2nd was, as has been seen, on the afternoon of the 22nd of April, bivouacked in fields at St. Jean, which village was about 4 miles back from the front British line of trenches. The Middlesex and Buffs were that night to relieve the rest of the brigade in the trenches about Zonnebeck. Considerable Canadian forces were in the immediate vicinity of the Buffs. About 5 o'clock on the evening of the April 22nd there was a sudden very sharp outburst of the enemy's artillery, and a cloud of greenish vapor was noticed away on the left of the line. Heavy machine gun firing was heard, evidently coming from the enemy, a very long way inside what was the British line, and bullets came spattering into St. Jean, which place ought to have been safe enough from this kind of fire. Half an hour after the commencement of the bombardment many French soldiers were observed retiring rapidly and in a disordered manner. These men were mostly Turcos and Zouaves and, poor fellows, had been taken entirely by surprise by the new and horrible methods of the enemy. They had, of course, no protection against gas at that time, and they simply fled as if the devil were after them. It was thought by the English at first that the gas attack was nothing, and preparations were at first continued for carrying out the relief alluded to above, but it soon became evident that something very serious indeed had occurred, and, at 8:30 p.m., Colonel Geddes was placed in command of all troops in St. Jean, Major Power taking over the Buff Battalion. Geddes soon received another battalion from Ypres, and at first he had his old adjutant, Lieutenant Honorable P.G. Scarlett, with him as staff officer, but the latter was relieved the same night and rejoined the details of the 85th Brigade, of which he was staff captain, and which were soon fighting hard at Zonnebeck. Geddes was later joined by detachments of 2 other battalions, and his force during the next few days was destined to play an extraordinarily fine role. These troops were all there was between the Canadians left near Wilge and the canal, and it became theirs to guard an otherwise open road to Ypres. The Canadians with whom Geddes' detachment, as it was officially nominated, was soon ordered to act, immediately stood to, as did the Buffs and Middlesex, as well as the 4th King's Own Royal Lancasters, the battalion which had come from Ypres. Meanwhile, the French troops were streaming down the road towards Ypres, while the Englishmen were standing nonchalantly in the streets of St. Jean, and the Canadians calmly marching north and northeast in the direction from which the foreign troops were retiring. The Buffs took up a position covering St. Jean, facing north and northeast, with the Middlesex on their left and the King's Own in reserve. At night it was found that the Canadian left flank was turned and the 3rd Canadian Brigade requesting that a company should be sent up to St. Julien to help and support them. Captain Tomlinson with B Company was sent, though the Englishmen were themselves hardly pressed. At 2 a.m. on the 23rd, Geddes received instructions that he was to act under orders of the Canadian Division, and was told by that unit to cooperate on the Canadian left. At 3:30 the Buffs, less B Company, was ordered to Wilge and thence in a northerly direction to get touch with the 3rd Canadian Brigade. The men took some time to collect for the counter-attack, and it was after 4 o'clock and broad daylight when the battalion moved off, preceded by an advance guard under Captain Barnard. Imperial War Museum Crown Copyright Battlefield near St. Julian about 800 yards north of Wilge. Some dugouts and trenches were reached, which were occupied by Canadians. These trenches were screened by a hedge, under cover of which the Buffs closed up. Beyond was open country, so the battalion at once deployed and was immediately subjected to furious machine gun and rifle fire from the enemy, who were entrenched in two parallel lines about 1,200 and 900 yards distant on rising ground sloping to the north. Moving at the double, platoon followed platoon in quick succession in the open, many casualties occurring. Two companies soon reached a farm 400 yards on, while the remaining company took advantage of the frail cover afforded by a fence, 150 yards behind the farm, around which were a few Canadians, from whom Major Power ascertained that there was a space of about a quarter of a mile to the east, only lightly held by the French. On it were three parallel lines of trenches facing north with their right resting on the GHQ wire. Major Power, seeing the danger of this, ordered the battalion to advance half right and occupy the forward of the three trenches. In it were found a few men of the 1st Zouaves. The Buffs therefore advanced by rushes across the open and lost heavily, Captain J.M.C.B. Ronald being killed, Lieutenant D.A. Wilkins severely wounded and some 80 casualties of other ranks occurring. Two companies occupied the front line, while the 3rd, D, was in a trench facing east along the GHQ wire, which is the last fortified line back from the enemy, and the fact that our troops were now practically defending that meant, of course, that the enemy had penetrated all defenses but one on this northern flank of the Ypres salient. The rest of the day the battalion was subjected to heavy shelling and rifle fire. The remainder of the Zouaves withdrew, and the Buffs then completely occupied the gap between the Canadian companies. The April 24th proved an unfortunate day. D Company was moved at the urgent request of the 3rd Canadian Brigade to a position across the Wilge St. Julian Road, but at 7 a.m. Captain Tomlinson's B Company, which had been detached late on the 22nd to the succour of the Canadians, was completely surrounded by the enemy, and after losing very heavily, practically all the survivors were made prisoners. Among the killed were Lieutenant W. G. Jackson and 2nd Lieutenant C. W. Lang. The Canadians and others who saw this company attack stated that this little force was entirely responsible for the saving of the Canadian left, and also that practically the whole company was killed, wounded, or taken prisoner, including Tomlinson, who had again shown great gallantry. On this 24th of April, as well as the two following days, the shelling was most severe, and the men suffered much from the poisonous fumes given off on the bursting of the shells. D Company was relieved by the Canadians on the morning of the 25th and resumed its old place, thrown back at an angle from A's right flank. The battalion being relieved by the 4th Battalion Rifle Brigade, got back to dugouts at St. Jean on the 27th, but the constant and persistent shelling continued there all day and, on the 28th, the Buffs received orders to rejoin the 85th Brigade at Verloragnoc, Getty's detachment having been broken up. Colonel Geddes had thus again shown his worth. He combined experience and valor with a strong understanding and much intellectual power, and had, it would seem, a fine future before him. His brilliant handling of the critical situation so suddenly forced on him undoubtedly prevented the Germans from pressing home the attack so successfully begun on the 22nd. To the great loss of his regiment and his country, a shell entered the room in which he was sitting on the morning of the 28th and killed him instantly. Although the 29th and 30th of April proved quiet days for the regiment at Verloragnoc, this was but a lull in the awful and pitiless storm. The most marked feature of the next few days was the failure of the artillery to support the overdriven foot soldiers. This, of course, was in no possible way the fault of the glorious gunners, but gunfire cannot be kept up without an adequate supply of material. Throughout the whole period since the first break in the line on the night of the April 22, all the troops in this area had been constantly subjected to violent artillery bombardment from a large mass of guns with an unlimited supply of ammunition. It proved impossible, whilst under such a vastly superior fire of artillery and gas, to dig efficient trenches or properly reorganize the line after the confusion and demoralization caused by the first great gas surprise. Consequently, a withdrawal to a new line some little way further back became imperative, and this was carried out successfully during the first 4 days of May. Meantime, they were doing their duty in England, drafts were coming out to replace those who had fallen, and the hard-tried battalion was pulling itself together for the further upholding of the great cause and for the honor of the corps. On the May 1st a fresh draft of men had arrived from England. There was no time to allot them to companies, so, for the time being, they were kept together and put entire into a new support trench in front of a wood, and the very next day they came under really extraordinarily heavy shell fire, to which our gunners were unable to reply. It was the most trying initiation into warfare that young soldiers ever had to undergo, and the shelling was renewed at dawn on the 3rd of the month, so that Captain Archer Houblin, who commanded, reported many casualties, his parapet blown in and the situation critical. During the whole of this day the shelling was quite abnormal in intensity and our gunners could make hardly any reply. In the afternoon the bombardment is described as sounding like machine gun fire, being, as it was, so rapid and incessant. The enemy meanwhile rushed a trench called D.5, there being few, if any, buffs to resist them. It had been occupied by Captain Howard Smith, Lieutenant G.R. Howe and some 80 men of C Company. The whole party was reported missing, and it was believed nearly all were killed or wounded. There were during these days no communication trenches and the firing was too hot to permit of men moving from one work to another, so that parties were completely isolated. The following is an extract from the official diary, a document which deals only with the plainest facts, related in the simplest language. There is never any exaggeration in the official diaries. The Germans now occupied the woods behind D.5, a movement which made D.4 quite untenable. They were held up, however, by a small party of buffs under 2nd Lieutenant Backhouse and a company of Royal Fusiliers under Captain Ford, who gallantly held on to the new support trench despite fearsome enfilade fire from heavy howitzers and other artillery. Captain Houblin and Lieutenant Sharp and remainder of D Company who were still holding D.4, were now being enfiladed by Germans from D.5 and taken in reverse from the wood. Captain Houblin, therefore, was compelled to retire along the trench line, a movement which was carried out steadily. The Germans were still pressing forward and soon occupied a portion of the new support trench where it joined D.4. Our men and the enemy were now only a few yards apart. Unfortunately the enemy were in greater numbers and a far stronger situation. Many of the enemy were shot, especially when they filed out of the wood in front of D.5. In the retirement we also lost heavily. The two last men in D.4 were Company Cirque Major Port and number 7852 PTE. F. Campbell, both of C Company. These two bravely kept the enemy off while the others got away, and were able eventually both to follow under very heavy fire. Lieutenant Sharp was wounded, but was able, with the survivors of Captain Houblin's party, to reach D.3 and later D.1, held by Captain Barnard with the company. When the musketry and machine gun fire opened in the wood, Major Power instantly decided to send up the support company to the ridge southwest of the wood with the object of checking the enemy's advance and of reinforcing Captain Ford's company of Fusiliers in the new support trench. The exact situation at the time was unknown. On the way up Major Power was wounded in the chest. From about 3:45 p.m. to 6 p.m. the enemy plastered, bombarded, and searched the ridge with a storm of artillery fire, but the Royal Fusiliers and a few of the 2nd East Yorkshire stood their ground and the enemy showed no inclination to advance from the wood. Any moment our people hoped to hear our artillery open, but hoped in vain. If only our guns could have got onto the wood, the enemy must have suffered heavily. As it was, the contest was an unequal one. It was our infantry alone against the enemy's infantry in force and a most powerful combination of the enemy's artillery. Fortunately for us, the attack of the enemy's infantry lacked push and determination. Things quieted down towards dusk, the enemy contenting himself with remaining where he was, enabling our retirement, which was ordered for the night 3rd/4th May, to be carried out quite steadily with a minimum of loss, all wounded men, spare ammunition, and tools being brought away. The remnants of the battalion moved back to bivouacs in a wood near Poperinghe on the 4th of the month, where it was congratulated by General Plumer on the excellent work it had done and where it remained till the 8th. There is no doubt that the Buffs had been fortunate in having in Major Power a worthy successor to their late colonel. That officer was, however, now on the sick list from a severe wound in the chest, and the command had fallen to Captain Jackson, who held it for a few days until the arrival of a very senior captain, Worthington, who was given the temporary rank of lieutenant colonel. The total casualties from April 22 to May 4 were: officers killed 6, Colonel A. D. Geddes, Captain J. M. C. B. Ronald, Lutz. E.H.U. Buttonshaw and W. G. Jackson, 2nd Lutz. C. W. Lang and P. T. Featherston Hawk Frampton. Officers wounded 9, Major R. E. Power, Lutz. A. D. Wilkins, J. B. Sharp and D. V. Thomas, 2nd Lutz. L. M. S. Essel, E. B. Backhouse, R. M. Watson, G. Seath and S. Rivers. Wounded and missing 2, Captain F. W. Tomlinson and Lieutenant G. R. Howe. Missing 2, Captain L. Howard Smith and Lieutenant A. L. D. Ryder. The other rank casualties are most difficult to account for, particularly in respect of the 150 men of the 2 drafts that arrived on the April 30th and the May 1st respectively. These men's names were not known. Also, many men were buried in the trenches and it was impossible to obtain identity discs. The following figures are approximate. It is certain, however, that many others were killed, including the majority of the above-mentioned drafts killed 67, wounded 259, wounded and missing 13, missing 363, a total of 17 officers and 702 other ranks. It may be conceived and understood from this list of losses that the old contemptible army had by now disappeared. A few officers, including promoted N.C.Os, and some veteran soldiers, still existed. Many of them, having partially recovered from wounds and sickness, were now in military employment in England, but, roughly speaking, the soldiers fighting in France were new men, who, a year before, never thought it possible that they would be fighting the battles of their country, but still the drafts arrived and still the men composing them were called upon to die or be maimed. It was a sad thing in the case above recorded for the poor lads of the drafts who had just left Kent full of life, zeal, and enthusiasm to be obliterated immediately on reaching their long-desired goal, their regiment, and even before they had been allotted to companies. At daylight on the May 8 very heavy bombardment was heard, and at 8:30 am the Buffs, still under the command of Captain Jackson, were ordered to a camp west of Ypres on the Zonnebeek road. Here were found very poor and dilapidated trenches with demolished parapets, but these were ordered to be held at all costs, and here the battalion was shelled all day. B Company set to work to dig itself into a new support trench about 200 yards behind the main fire one. Towards midnight on the 12th, after almost continuous shelling during the preceding days, the battalion was relieved by the Life Guards and moved back to Poperinghe. The next night the Buffs, with the Northumberland Fusiliers, Cheshire Regiment, and 1st Battalion York and Lancasters were formed into a temporary composite brigade under Br General Bowles, and told to be in readiness to move at a moment's notice, but on the 19th the 85th Brigade took over this duty from Bowles' men, the Buffs having in the interval received a large draft of 5 officers and 350 men. On the 20th the Commander-in-Chief, Sir John French, made a speech to the 85th Brigade, as well as to others, of which the following is an extract. I came over to say a few words to you and to tell you how much I, as Commander-in-Chief of this army, appreciate the splendid work that you have all done during the recent fighting. You have fought the Second Battle of Ypres, which will rank amongst the most desperate and hardest fights of the war. You may have thought because you were not attacking the enemy that you were not helping to shorten the war. On the contrary, by your splendid endurance and bravery, you have done a great deal to shorten it. In this, the Second Battle of Ypres, the Germans tried by every means in their power to get possession of that unfortunate town. They concentrated large forces of troops and artillery, and further than that they had recourse to that mean and dastardly practice, hitherto unheard of in civilized warfare, namely, the use of asphyxiating gases. You have performed the most difficult, arduous, and terrific task of withstanding a stupendous bombardment by heavy artillery, probably the fiercest artillery fire ever directed against troops, and warded off the enemy's attacks with magnificent bravery. By your steadiness and devotion, both the German plans were frustrated. He was unable to get possession of Ypres. If he had done this he would probably have succeeded in preventing neutral powers from intervening, and he was also unable to distract us from delivering our attack in conjunction with the French in the Arras-Armentières district. Had you failed to repulse his attacks, and made it necessary for more troops to be sent to your assistance, our operations in the south might not have been able to take place, and would certainly not have been so successful as they have been. Your colors have many famous names emblazoned on them, but none will be more famous or more well-deserved than that of the Second Battle of Ypres. I want you one and all to understand how thoroughly I realize and appreciate what you have done. I wish to thank you, each officer, non-commissioned officer and man, for the services you have rendered by doing your duty so magnificently, and I am sure that your country will thank you too. At 2:45 a.m. on the May 24 the Germans attacked as a final effort the whole front from Wiltsch to the Menin road. This began with gas for 4.5 hours and a very heavy bombardment with gas shells, combined with Flammenwerfen, a terrible implement for ejecting liquid fire, new at this time. Then the enemy advanced in very heavy masses and gained the snipers' line, but was repulsed in each attempt to get further. 2 companies of the 8th Middlesex and 1 company East Surrey immediately north of the railway gave way in consequence of the gas. There was cavalry on the right of the 85th Brigade, and these were at the same time heavily attacked, so that the OC Buffs, which was the right battalion of the GHQ line, was asked for help. The message came at 4:30 a.m. and was from Captain Court, 9th Lancers, who said that his men were on their knees, but holding out. Captain Barnard with a company followed by half of C, under Lieutenant Swain, at once started for the rescue to reinforce the trenches north and south of the Menin road, and thus on this day the Buffs fought in 2 separate parties. At 6:30 orders came to reinforce the 3rd Royal Fusiliers, who meant to retake their lost trench, and B Company, with the remaining half of C, went up, leaving for the present D Company in the GHQ line. Directly it left the reserve line this party came under very heavy shell fire and lost badly. Major John Stone of the Fusiliers, however, organized his counterstroke, but it was beaten off, he himself being wounded, Lieutenant D.W. Hammond of the Buffs killed and many men of both regiments lost. The enemy appeared to be in great strength, so the remainder of the Buffs was ordered up to assist the Royal Fusiliers at a level crossing on the railway, but all this time the enemy's shell fire was terrific and the crossing became merely a death trap. However, about 1 p.m. D Company issued from the GHQ lines and tried to come on, though it was almost an impossibility. It was a terrible undertaking and only about 30 men, under 2nd Lieutenant Mantle, managed the journey. The situation was most critical as the enemy were working round the right. About 5 p.m. a counter-attack by the 84th Brigade, though held up, relieved matters somewhat. At nightfall the attack was continued by 84th and 80th Brigades, but was not successful owing to the terrific rifle and machine gun fire directed upon it by the enemy. There were many casualties. Numbers of Cheshire, Welsh, KSLI and other regiments retired into the road cutting held by the Buffs and 3rd Royal Fusiliers. Referring to the other party of the battalion which, under Captain Barnard, had been sent to assist the cavalry who were holding their own so well, the following extract from the official diary describes its adventures. Captain Barnard, having received orders to reinforce the 9th Lancers, moved east along the Menin Road under shrapnel fire, meeting on the way scores of gassed and wounded men retiring from trenches north of the Meninipa Road. Eventually about 150 men of a company filed into the Huge trenches, the occupants of which were suffering badly from the gas, especially the officers. Besides the 9th Lancers, there were portions of the 18th Hussars, 4th Yorkshires, York and Lancasters and 5th DLI. Captain Grenfell, V.C., 9th Lancers, was in command. A company spread all along the 500 yards of trenches. The enemy were found to be enveloping our left or north flank and had pushed on 1,000 yards west of it. A company then swung round and formed a new firing line facing north to meet the new menace. For 3 days, until the night of the 26th to 27th, the company maintained its position and accounted for several of the enemy. The men were subjected to continuous fire from the enemy's artillery, snipers, and large trench mortars. It was a case of digging in all day and night. Some of the trenches were knee-deep in water. No rations were received for 2 days and the company was in great difficulties, and a trying situation for the whole period up to the night of 26th/27th, when it was relieved and moved back to GHQ line. The 25th of the month was devoted to the collection and reorganization of what was left of B, C, and D companies under difficulties owing to the many stragglers from other corps. The enemy fortunately slackened his fierce attacks and at nightfall many wounded were collected, and after a couple of comparatively quiet days in the trenches the battalion marched back to billets east of Poperinghe. After the narration of such terrible scenes as have been described, it is pleasant to record a happy social event which, though a civilian reader may possibly regard it as of trivial importance, bears a very different aspect in the eyes of the English soldier. In all or nearly all foreign armies the battalions of a regiment are parts of the same tactical unit, but this does not obtain in our army. The nature of our military duties causes the necessity of one battalion being abroad while the other remains at home, and it is almost unheard of that 2 battalions should serve together. There are old and retired Buffs who remember the meeting of the 1st and 2nd Battalions at Singapore about the year 1885. The occasion was celebrated then in what might now be considered almost too jovial a manner, but its rare occurrence made it very memorable. Again, after the Boer War, when the 2nd Battalion, recently home from South Africa, was quartered in Dover, the 1st, back from Aden, was sent there also. These meetings are still remembered by the survivors of those who served in 1885 and 1904. On the June 2nd, then, in the midst of a tremendous war, it so happening that both the old units were resting at the same time and near the same place, the 2nd Battalion made a route march to Wittenhoek to visit its sister battalion which was in bivouac there. It was an historical event as far as the old regiment was concerned, though, alas, the two portions of it were not the same men that wore the dragon on their collars a year before. Still, there were certain old friendships to renew, and the Buffs were still the Buffs after all. Ypres. Chapter 3: The Preparation and the Start of More Battalions. Summary of events. When the crash came in August 1914, the only British forces ready to assist were, of course, the units composing the regular army, and it was soon seen that these were numerically far too few for a struggle of the present magnitude, and though we were only bound by treaty to furnish a certain number of soldiers, that number would only serve to show our goodwill, but could not possibly do much towards the decision of the result. As far as it went, the old regular army proved itself to be the finest and most highly trained in Europe, but it was a lamentably small force even when reinforced by the good and seasoned Indian and other oversea regiments, battalions, and batteries. England had engaged herself in an enormous task, and she recognized, if but very slowly, that it was so. When the awakening began, everybody, or nearly everybody, male or female, was anxious to do his or her share, and so it came to pass that, while the first fierce fighting was going on in Flanders and in France, Englishmen left in our island were enlisting, drilling, training and working with tremendous energy to equip and place in the field new and larger armies wherewith to fight out the quarrel on more even terms. The regular army, it was recognized, was but an advance guard, and it was for it to hold the field until the others had prepared themselves. In addition to those engaged, there were trained or partially trained troops, but many more than these were required. These partially trained men were the recruits at the depot, the 3rd, Special Reserve, Battalion, and the Territorials. No better material could be found anywhere than these latter, but the annual fortnight's training, together with periodical musketry work and other drills and exercises, which the soldier might attend or not as he pleased, did not suffice to enable the units to take the field at once in a great European war. In this chapter will be found a short account of how the required soldiers were provided as far as East Kent was concerned, and some of the methods by which it was arranged that the old Buffs who hail from there should be expanded into a far larger regiment, and the ranks of all its battalions kept up to strength, for it was quite clear that draft after draft of fresh men would continually have to cross the seas to supply the waste of war. But first it may be as well to record very briefly the progress of and changes in the general situation of the world from September 1914, when the 1st Battalion landed in France, up to the middle of the following year. On the October 29, 1914, Turkey entered the war as an ally of Germany. On the November 2 the Russians, who were of course on our side, but who were slower to mobilize than other countries, entered East Prussia, and great hopes were entertained that their having taken the field in force would do wonders to bring the enemy to ruin. Even the most pessimistic saw that the presence of their armies in Germany itself ought to ease the pressure on the Western Front. On the November 3, Turkey being now an enemy, the forts on the Dardanelles were first bombarded by an English and French fleet, and this bombardment was repeated on the February 19, 1915, and several times during the month of March. The November 14 saw a check to the Russians and a powerful German invasion of Poland. On the November 17 the British force landed on the shore of the Persian Gulf. The November 20 saw the commencement of a series of small fights and skirmishes in Egypt. This country was nominally part of the Turkish Empire, and the suzerain power made more than one attempt to enforce the claim and to cross the Suez Canal, without, however, any more success than the establishment of yet another theatre of war and the consequent holding up of British troops. The Australians and New Zealanders, however, arrived in Cairo 2 days before Christmas, and the province was safe enough after that, although before that date the Indian soldiers, together with the Egyptians themselves, had gallantly kept the foe in check. On the March 22, 1915, Przemysl capitulated to the Russians, who took 120,000 prisoners and 700 big guns. On the April 25, Anglo-French troops landed on both shores of the Dardanelles and soon established themselves across the Gallipoli Peninsula. On the 28th, a very powerful Austro-German offensive developed in Galicia. The May 3rd was the date on which Italy denounced the Triple Alliance, to which she had been an adherent for so many years. There was much fighting in Gallipoli on the 6th, and on the 7th the world was startled by the cold-blooded cruelty of the enemy in torpedoing the Lusitania off the coast of Ireland, and it was demonstrated to all that the taking of innocent and non-combatant lives was a recognized part of the German program. Italy declared war on Austria on the May 23. An important article appeared in the Times on the May 14 on the shortage of munitions. In France, of course, war went on furiously all the time. Ypres was attacked on the November 29 and the 10th and December 14, 1914. There was fierce fighting about Saint Aloy in the middle of February, and in March came the battles of Neuve-Chapelle and Saint Aloy. Nor was the war confined to the land. The Battle of Coronel in the Pacific on the November 1, 1914, saw the loss of the British cruisers Good Hope and Monmouth, and the Battle of the Dogger Bank took place on the January 24, 1915. There was another event which happened during this period which was of the greatest interest to a very deserving section of the army. In previous wars, with the exception of the all-glorious and much longed-for VC, there was no military decoration, if we accept the DSO, that was to be earned by junior officers or warrant officers. The CB and CMG were reserved for generals and officers of field rank. His Majesty the King, recognizing that many most deserving juniors amongst his faithful soldiers could hope for nothing beyond the Universal War Medal, instituted on the December 28, 1914, the Military Cross, limited to officers below the rank of major, and certain warrant officers, and many a gallant young fellow can now vie with his senior in the legitimate and proper display of trophies. This idea was further developed, in March, 1916, by the grant of a military medal, MM, to those non-commissioned officers and privates who had performed acts of gallantry which, in this war, at any rate, were not considered quite sufficiently important to earn the VC2. Duties at the depot of the Buffs is at Canterbury, which is also the headquarters of the 4th, Territorial, Battalion. During peace the headquarters and the permanent elements of the 3rd or Special Reserve Battalion occupied the depot. As Special Reserve officers only gave a small portion of their time to the profession of soldiering, they were reinforced, so to speak, by a few regular officers and other ranks who administered the depot. When war broke out, Light Colonel H. D. Hurst commanded the 3rd Battalion, but as he, like all Special Reserve officers and as the militia before them, lived at his home, the depot was commanded by Major W. A. Eaton, an experienced regular major of the regiment. Directly mobilization was ordered, it was the duty of the depot and 3rd Battalion staff to call up, clothe and equip all Army reservists and to dispatch all who were past fit for general service to join the 1st Battalion at Fermoy. This work began early on the morning of the August 5 and was completed during the night of the 6th, having been carried through without a moment's break. In all about 850 Army reservists were called up, and of these some 700 were sent, in 3 trains, to Ireland. On Saturday, August 8, the 3rd Special Reserve Battalion was mobilized, about 500 strong, and the men gave good proof of their fitness by marching that same night from the barracks at Canterbury to the Citadel Barracks at Dover, a good 18 miles. Although very few of the people in authority seemed to expect a great war, still minute preparations had been made beforehand for a sudden mobilization, and amongst these it had been arranged that the officers on the Reserve of Officers list, not to be confused with Special Reserve, should each be told off in peacetime to the job they would have to do in war. These officers were, practically speaking, all those who had retired and were still under the age of 57. Of them, some had been detailed to join at Canterbury on mobilization to take over the depot. Colonel G. V. Douglas, a late commanding officer of the 1st Battalion, being appointed to command. On the departure of the 3rd Battalion for Dover, the depot, with its staff of reserve officers and a few details, proceeded to deal with the recruits who were already coming in fast. Recruits for the new army were at first trained at the depot, though in practice they were trained by regular officers, lent for the purpose. As the strength of a company was raised, it was sent with the officers as a complete unit to its battalion, but this system did not last, recruits being afterwards sent direct to their battalions. Other training and the preparation of drafts for the front was carried out by the 3rd Battalion and, later, by the 9th as well. The officer commanding the depot was also in charge of the East Kent recruiting area. The barracks were very soon crowded by the number of recruits, and, as new recruiting conditions developed, a large staff of men and women were employed in the recruiting offices, making it necessary for extra accommodation to be provided in the town. The territorial battalions had their separate recruiting arrangements. It is interesting to recall the helpfulness of the recruits in the early days in making the best of a difficult and only partially organized job, and of old buffs, non-commissioned officers and men, who re-enlisted for the depot and active service. It may be noted that while special efforts were made to get stout fellows for the buffs, these efforts had to be coordinated with the duty of the recruiting area to obtain recruits for the army generally. The depot gradually acquired many and varied duties both towards the regiment and the service generally. To mention a few, the storage and cataloguing of the heavy baggage of the regular battalions and of innumerable kits, the supply of clothing and necessaries during the early months by direct purchase from dealers, the charge of the 2nd Battalion band boys, and a difficult task for the adjutant, the responsibility for all invalids of the regiment from overseas. These, taken on the strength of the depot, had to be traced in the various hospitals and touch kept with them till passed to the 3rd or 9th Battalion on discharge from hospital. Convalescents were for a long period sent to the depot for hardening before rejoining for service. A novel feature was the agricultural company, under a special officer, comprising men of different regiments from overseas or on home service. These men were employed in large numbers on farms, the depot being responsible for their general supervision and for arrangements with the farmers as to employment, pay, board and lodging. Among old buffs and others serving at different times during the war at the depot and in the recruiting area were, Majors F. Bradley Dine, R. G. A. Marriott, D.S.O., G. A. Porter, A. H. Tilden Pattinson, D.S.O., Adjutant, and Captain H. H. C. Baird, D.S.O., Major W. Tufnell, M.B.E., and Captain V. T. Dampier Palmer, O.B.E., Recruiting Officer, late 3rd Battalion the Buffs, Captain S. Kelsey Burge, Agricultural Officer, late 4th Battalion, Major H. Payne, late Cheshire Regiment, Major G. Croft, Quartermaster, late Royal Sussex Regiment, RSMJW Harris, CSMG Holmes, Colonel SGTS F. H. Wright and F. H. Shepherd, Orderly Room Clerk F. Freeman. 3. The 3rd, S.R. Battalion. As regards details of the various battalions which in 1914 were either home units or being raised in England, the 3rd had, when militia, served with distinction in South Africa. It was now, as has been said, under the command of Light Colonel Hurst, but its duties, as well as its name, had undergone marked change. 15 years before it had volunteered as a unit for active service, had been accepted and had proved its value. Now a much more weary and thankless task was required of the Special Reserve. It must accept thousands and thousands of recruits, equip them, train them, and then, as soon as the men showed promise of doing the battalion real credit, draft them off to the other buffs at the seat of war, never to see them again unless, returning maimed or worn out, a few should drift back to Dover marked for home service only. Truly a heartbreaking job for the colonel and his staff. The station of the battalion was the citadel at Dover, and its strength at times exceeded 100 officers and 2,000 other ranks. Drafts for service were constantly being dispatched and the gaps thus left as constantly being filled up, mostly by fresh recruits, both officers and men, either those joining late because they at first had failed to understand the urgent need there was for their services, or because they were so many months older than when war commenced and now could pass muster as men, often by the help of a little forgetfulness as to the exact date of their birth. It was quite remarkable not only in Kent, but throughout the country, how many young lads, thorough men in everything except years, struggled to get accepted as officers or soldiers. Many people in 1914 entertained the idea that the British race had deteriorated in manly qualities from the old stock, but the spirit shown at home, as well as the work done abroad, very conclusively proved the contrary. The history of the 3rd Battalion during the momentous years was a monotonous one. It could be nothing else. It took men, trained men, and sent men out, but how it trained them and what sort of men it sent out is well exemplified by the following official report written by Lieutenant A. Howard Reed, 4th Battalion, to Colonel Hurst relative to a draft dispatched by him for the 10th Battalion late in the year 1917. I have the honor to report on the conduct of the men of the draft from your battalion on the occasion of the torpedoing of HMS, as follows: the whole draft paraded at their station with the utmost calmness. LSGT Canfer, who had been blown up by the explosion, and who was severely shaken, called the roll, whilst the men detailed cut loose the rafts, the remainder sang until the rafts were launched. L. Corporal Baker volunteered to jump from the rails to secure a raft which had no painter. This he did, and succeeded in bringing it alongside, thereby assuring the safety of about 20 men. Owing to their splendid discipline, I was able to get every man safely into the water, and clinging to rafts. After about 2.5 hours in the water we were rescued, with the exception of one man, Pte. Howlett, of whom I can find no trace. Whilst on the rafts the men sang continuously, and cheered the work of rescue, and generally behaved in a most gallant manner. I am unable, of course, to give you any details of the terrible affair, which was enough to try the courage of the bravest men, but I wish to say, sir, that the behavior of these men was above reproach. I am proud to have been in command of such a draft, and, in my opinion, their conduct nobly upheld the honor of our regiment, and deserves a place in the history of the deeds accomplished by it. Recommendations have been asked for, and I have submitted the names of Sergeant Canfer, L. Corporal Baker and one private. Commenting privately on this adventure, Howard Reed stated, I had planned out in advance exactly what to do if we got hit, as it was up to me to do the best for them when the emergency arose. I was fortunate in having men who unhesitatingly obeyed my orders, showed absolute trust in myself and behaved like heroes. The name of the vessel was the Aragon, and the date of the disaster the December 30th, 1917. Eva. 4th Battalion. The 4th and 5th Battalions of the Buffs were territorials, and when war was declared they were both out for their annual training at Longmoor with their division the home counties. Every territorial unit had what was called special service sections, that is, a few selected men were always held in readiness to guard, in case of sudden emergencies, important strategic points throughout the country. These special sections of the 4th Battalion were mobilized as early as 28 July, a week before war broke out, and were consequently amongst the very first to be put on a war footing, at a time, indeed, when very few of their countrymen had begun to think that England was on the verge of this tremendous epoch of her history. These men were dispatched to safeguard the wireless stations in Thanet and the cable at Dumpton Gap. On the August 5 the battalion was completely mobilized at Dover and was in the new Connaught barracks there to guard the nearest point to the continent till their place could be taken by the 3rd or Special Reserve Battalion. A few days later the Kent Infantry Brigade retired to Canterbury and was billeted there. Here Light Colonel G. Gosling, commanding, called for volunteers to serve in France or elsewhere abroad, and in response to his appeal enough stout fellows volunteered to serve anywhere to ensure that the 4th Buffs could be reckoned on as an overseas unit. Those who failed to volunteer formed the nucleus of a new battalion for home service only and were denominated the 2/4th Battalion. The following extract from the Kentish Gazette describes the situation after the battalion became an overseas unit towards the end of August, 1914, when the Germans were devastating Belgium and there were grave probabilities of a raid on the coast. The 4th Battalion was suddenly ordered to Thanet. Recruits flocked in from East Kent until the battalion was nearly 1,300 strong. The training was carried on under difficult conditions and a great deal of discomfort, but the cheerful willingness to learn made things easy, so that by the middle of October a very fine battalion was ready to be sent wherever required. Just before the end of October, 1914, the 4th Battalion and part of the Home Counties Division was ordered to India, to enable the regulars to be moved from India to France. It is noteworthy that of this rush of patriotic young men to swell the ranks of the 4th Battalion, which is referred to in the extract I have quoted, 44 students from Y College joined in one day. It was on the October 29 that the battalion left Thanet, as did all the rest of the Home Counties Division, with the exception of the 4th Royal West Surrey, detached for other important services. At Suez and Aden the convoy was delayed 3 and 4 days respectively owing to the activity of the Turks, who had already attacked Perim and were now threatening the canal. In fact, the battalion disembarked at Suez and marched through the town as a demonstration. IVB 5th Battalion. The early war history of the 5th Battalion, which it will be remembered was also a territorial one, resembles that of its twin the 4th. Indeed, the two were together in the Kentish Brigade of the Home Counties Division. On mobilization it was sent to Dover, afterwards to Canterbury and then to Sandwich, where it relieved the Kent cyclists, and late in October it too sailed for India in the Corsican, under command of Light Colonel Munmace, T.D. It was quartered at Compati and formed part of the Jubulpuri Brigade, for on the arrival of the territorial divisions from England in relief of the white part of the Indian garrison, their original home organization in brigades and divisions fell through, and each unit had to join the brigades and divisions already existing in India. Whatever could be made of the existing British forces, however, could never suffice to meet the great emergency. Huge new armies must be formed, trained and, what was still more difficult, equipped to go direct to the seat of war, and so our island became for the first time in its history one vast training camp, and every man that was a man and young enough turned his hand to war. Times were almost as critical during certain periods of the Napoleonic Wars 100 years before, but, of course, in those days campaigns, however important, were fought with very small armies because there was nothing to transport, feed and supply the same but a few sailing ships by sea and horse-drawn carts by land. But now times had changed in this respect and each nation put in the field the largest force it could muster and equip. So steps were at once taken in England. The 6th Battalion on the August 22, 1914, Major W. A. Eaton, who had been in command of the depot until the mobilization of the 3rd Battalion, which he accompanied to Dover, received a telegram ordering him to proceed to Colchester to take over command of a 6th Battalion of his regiment about to be raised there. On arrival with his servant 10 he found nothing but some empty barracks which had been vacated in haste. That evening, however, a draft consisting of Captain B. E. Foley, Lieutenant, Adjutant, T. Wheeler, 2nd Lieutenant E. H. Allen, and about 100 men arrived, the nucleus of the 1st Service Battalion of the Buffs to be raised, a battalion consisting of men who had without hesitation responded to Lord Kitchener's call to arms. Drafts arrived almost daily, as did officers, old and new, Major C. P. Lloyd as second in command, Lieutenant D. K. Anderson, who happened to be home on leave from India, and, as Regimental Sergeant Major and Quartermaster Sergeant respectively, Anne Linwood and A. Scragg, both of whom came to join the battalion without a moment's delay at the urgent request of the commanding officer. 2nd Lieutenant Hugh Brodie, well known at Canterbury as an old stager, was the first new Army officer to report, and he was soon followed by others. Practically the last two drafts were composed of men, in all about 250, from the firm of William Corey and Son, Limited 11, who went to form D Company under Captain G. B. T. Frand. This company was always known as Corey's, and 2nd Lieutenant Hamilton Grieg, son of the managing director, was afterwards posted to it on transfer. Soon the battalion was over strength, but more men kept on arriving, turning up without warning from all sorts of directions. Anyone who served with one of Kitchener's battalions during the latter part of 1914 and the beginning of the following year will remember what it was like. Genuine hard work and honest efforts on the part of all to make bricks with so very little straw. It is easier to collect heroes for the defense of their country than to arm, clothe, and equip them, and the number of men got very far in advance of the amount of necessaries for them. A new battalion at this period was not a pretty sight. A very ugly and shoddy suit of blue was doled out to the soldier, with a civilian greatcoat and generally a dummy rifle, and with this turnout he did real strenuous drill and training. Old service rifles, for drill purposes only, began to come in later on, and the men gradually obtained sufficient blankets and clothing. Nothing daunted the spirit of the troops, however, and life was cheery enough. In November the 6th Battalion moved into hutments at Sadling Camp, near Shorncliffe. Owing to the rain and lack of any drainage system, the camp quickly became a sea of mud, the huts uninhabitable, even with tents inside, and so, just before Christmas, the battalion went into billets about the villages of Elham and Lyminge, and very good billets they were. The householders one and all seemed to vie with each other as to who could do their men the best. Nor will the officers ever forget all the kindness which was shown to them. The following is an extract from a letter written by the commanding officer. After clothing and rifles had at last been issued, it was on one Sunday while we were in these billets that the battalion, accompanied by the band of the 3rd Battalion, generously lent to us for the occasion, went to Canterbury and attended a special service most kindly arranged for us by the Dean 12 at the Cathedral, and at which we were privileged to hand in the colours of the 2nd Battalion recently returned from India and gone to the front. With reference to this occasion, I cannot refrain from quoting the following extract from a letter received by me from an old buff officer temporarily doing duty at the depot. I cannot say how delighted I was at the appearance of your regiment. It was simply magnificent. Candidly, I do not think I ever saw a finer body of men in any battalion since I joined the 1st in Conbury in 1878. They were a fine lot, averaging 13 years' service, but I think your lot even topped them. The ceremony above referred to took place on the January 31st, 1915, and more advanced training at Aldershot lasted from about then till the June 1st, when yet another warlike body of buffs made the great move and sailed for France to show of what stuff the old regiment was made. This battalion belonged to the 37th Infantry Brigade of the 12th Division, the brigadier being G. A. Fowler, and the divisional commander Major General James Spence, C.B., brother to a well-known and much beloved old buff, but he was succeeded by Major General F. D. V. Wing, C.B., when the division went to France. The other battalions of the 37th Brigade were, 6th Queens, 7th East Surrey, 6th Royal West Kent. The officers embarking for France were Commanding Officer Light Colonel W. A. Eaton. Second in Command Major C. P. Lloyd. Adjutant Captain T. Wooler. Quartermaster Lieutenant N. Linwood. Accompany Major B. E. Foley. Lieutenant H. W. Brody. T. H. Crowther. Second Lieutenant J. C. Page. C. W. B. Marsh. D. Lambert. B. Company Captain R. P. Wedd. Lord Teenham. Lieutenant C. D. Gulick. Second Lieutenant J. C. T. Lee. S. A. Orlbuck. C. Company Captain C. E. G. Davidson. Lieutenant P. A. C. Kelsey. R. O. C. Ward. Second Lieutenant C. E. H. Druitt. C. Bainbridge. D. Company Captain G. B. T. Friend. Major A. Soames, D.S.O., Acting. Lieutenant R. Hodgson. A. L. Gulick. Second Lieutenant G. H. Grieg. R. H. Williams. Transport Officer Lieutenant A. D. R. Terry. Medical Officer Lieutenant J. R. Dryberg. R. S. M. W. Jeffries. RQMS A. J. Scragg. After a day at Boulogne, the battalion went by train to St. Omer and from there marched to Ramilly-Workin. Here it had 2 or 3 days' rest and then, in the hottest weather, marched by stages, passing the Commander-in-Chief on the way, to billets and bivouacs at Meteren, near Bailleul, which brought it, of course, into the immediate vicinity of the 2 regular battalions. 6th 7th Battalion. As has already been shown, the 6th Battalion was much over strength within a very short time of its raising, and from the surplus of this unit arose the 7th Battalion. By the September 17th this consisted of 2,000 men, all in plain clothes. There was a common expectation at this time that khaki uniform was all ready for the recruits who came up voluntarily to serve and that the men would be turned out soldiers, as far as clothes were concerned, with the utmost promptitude. This was unfortunately not the case, and as, naturally, the recruit under the circumstances joined in his very worst garments, the battalion, like others, was soon ridiculously ragged. It was some days before uniform of any sort was handed out, and then it was but a temporary makeshift. A few DP, drill purpose, rifles were available for each company. The birthplace of the 7th Buffs was Purfleet, Essex, and the first officers belonging to it were Captain B. E. Foley, temporarily, Lieutenant E. H. Allen and 2nd Lieutenant A. G. Kenchington, who were transferred from the 6th Battalion with 1,600 recruits, 600 of whom passed on again to start the 8th Battalion. The first regularly appointed commanding officer was Light Colonel Gilbert Johnson, who assumed command at the end of September, and his second in command was Major A. F. Campbell Johnston, very well known a few years back in the 2nd Battalion and who did good work as regards instilling the ancient regimental spirit into new soldiers' minds. Both the new officers and the new men showed the greatest keenness and anxiety to learn, and with such a state of things the manufacture of a new fighting unit becomes comparatively easy. As in the case of other units, the senior officers and warrant officers were, generally speaking, men who had retired from the service, and though in some cases their knowledge and methods were somewhat antiquated, their experience was invaluable and their zeal indubitable. There were also a considerable number of veteran privates, and so it was that the new armies at first consisted of old soldiers time expired, who felt bound to present themselves again, and spirited young fellows who did not wait for conscription. This was a great combination, for the former, though for the most part somewhat obsolete, were zealous, and could, at any rate, teach the rudiments, and the latter were so eager to learn that teaching became a pleasure. Being young and businesslike, They soon passed the old men as competent soldiers because they assimilated what the others had to teach and added practical go-ahead methods. The respectful love and sympathy of the new soldier for his white-headed instructor was quite touching, and the old man, loving to come back to his ancient trade, appreciated fully the fine type of recruit he had now to deal with. Thus a quaint spirit of friendship and a curious comradeship arose, which did much to make Kitchener's armies what they were and to instill a spirit of esprit de corps and honor. It was a pity that later on recruits were posted to any corps that required reinforcements at the time, but, after all, these were for the most part conscripts. Amongst the new hands were men from various parts of England, though the majority came from Kent. The junior officers were of almost every profession and business and were wonderfully eager and full of esprit de corps. The remainder of the year of 1914 was spent in hard and steady drill and training and short temporary moves of quarters. There were 2 changes of commanders by February, 1915, Colonel Johnson leaving on the November 14 and Light Colonel Young, of the Indian Army, relieving him, being himself replaced by Light Colonel W. F. Elmsley, of the Lancashire Fusiliers, a little later. On the March 3, 1915, Major Campbell Johnston was transferred elsewhere. He was relieved by Major C. Parmita, of the King's Liverpool Regiment, who 10 years before had been adjutant of the 1st VB. The Buffs. By March the battalion had advanced as far as brigade training, and in April the route came for Colchester, where the rest of the 18th Division was assembled. Maneuvers in Suffolk under General F. J. Max, commencing at the end of April, were a preliminary to a series of pretty strenuous brigade and divisional field days in Wiltshire directly afterwards. On the June 9 General Poet left the 55th Brigade, which was taken over by Br. General Martin, late of the Royal West Kent. H.M. the King inspected the division at Stonehenge on the June 24 and expressed himself well pleased. July saw the end of the preliminary work. Final leave was commenced on the 7th. The Colonel of the Buffs, General Sir Arthur Paget, inspected the battalion on the 13th, and on the July 27 the brigade left its camp at Codford for Folkestone en route for Boulogne, to be merged into the valiant army of Britain and her colonies, an army destined to prove, and which indeed had already proved, that the modern Englishman was bred true to type and was a worthy descendant of his heroic sires. 7th Battalion in September, 1914, when all the real manhood of England not already soldiers were crowding to the colours, and when elderly men and young boys were so strangely forgetful as to the years of their birth, and when all birth certificates of gallant Englishmen at either end of what is called military age were so universally mislaid and lost, Colonel F. C. Romer, C.B., C.M.G., then in his 64th year, was offered his choice of raising any one of 3 specified service battalions, and he chose to raise the 8th Battalion of the Buffs. He was a member of Boodle's and at the time honorary secretary of the club. He was a believer in mature men and wished, at any rate, to have a certain leaven of the middle-aged amongst his officers, so his first step was to turn to a few of his club friends, and Major Dauncey, Major A. Crawley, Captain Hare, Captain W. Howard, Lieutenant Sir William Cook and Captain W. D. Johnson immediately followed their leader, as did 2 of the club waiters. All of them were over 40 years of age except, perhaps, the 2 privates. The considerable detachment from Boodle's club above referred to proceeded to camp at Shoreham, where they found awaiting them Captain E. C. Norman, Adjutant, Regimental Cirque Major A. Barton, 4N.C.OS and a draft of 500 odd from Canterbury. By the end of September the full complement of officers had arrived and training was going on in earnest and continued very strenuously all October, in spite of a complete lack of every necessity, clothing, arms, boots, equipment, camp furniture, and even army forms. In the first week the battalion was inspected by the divisional commander, everybody but the officers and one or two N.C.Os being in mufti, and some in rags. This state of things, however, was common enough in our island at this period, and nobody minded and all went well, because the old soldiers were keen to pass on all they knew and the young ones to absorb every kind of military knowledge. The month of November brought a change for the worse in the way of weather, and things were not so pleasant. The parade ground was a sea of mud, tents leaked and men were seldom dry and never very clean. On more than one occasion rows of tents were flooded out and whole companies marched out at night to find what shelter they could. The officers' mess, the board schools and even the station waiting room were, at different times, used as billets for the soaked and shivering battalion. Hopes of moving shortly into new huts did something to cheer the somewhat drooping spirits, but, owing to shortage of labor, these were not completed till months after the specific date, and on the December 1st the brigade moved into billets at Worthing, a very welcome change. The winter passed comfortably in billets, but there were renewed delays as regards equipment. On the April 1st, 1915, the battalion proceeded to Reigate for a hard fortnight of trench digging. The system of entrenching which now obtained in the army in France differed widely from that to which the instructors still in England were accustomed to, and the works turned out by the zealous new armies at this time differed considerably from those with which they later on became familiar. The next move was back to the old camp, where the hutments were at last ready for occupation. It is always easier to train during the summer season than at other times, and the long days at battalion and brigade field days brought the unit more forward than all the previous months. There were, about June, upwards of 40 officers in the 8th Battalion, and even this figure was small when compared with other corps. In June there was another journey, this time to the Aisne barracks at Blackdown near Aldershot. The object now was divisional training during July and August, culminating in a review by Lord Kitchener and a week's trench digging at Cobham. The battalion provided the King's Guard during His Majesty's visit to Aldershot in August. During the third week in August rumours of going abroad grew stronger, and the last week or so was spent in feverish preparation. The battalion eventually sailed on the night of the 31 St. August/1 St. September as part of the 72nd Infantry Brigade and 24th Division. And now 5 battalions of the Buffs were warring in France and 2 serving their country in India. The officers of the 8th Battalion who embarked for the war were Colonel F. C. Romer, CB, CMG, in command, Major D. F. Robinson, second in command, Captain F. W. Watson, Adjutant, Lieutenant A. Barton, recently promoted QR Master, Second Lieutenant E. T. Smith, MG Officer, Lieutenant J. R. Spinsley, RAMC. Accompany: Major Guy Warden, Captain A. M. C. Hollist, Lieutenant F. D. Montgomery, T. H. Taylor, Second Lieutenant E. F. Corner, E. C. Wanstall. B Company: Captain W. Howard, A. G. Hamilton, Lieutenant P. J. F. Brine, Second Lieutenant G. L. Thorpe, Honorable H. E. J. Robinson, R. B. Caro. C Company: Captain T. R. M. Shervinton, C. H. Cardozo, Lieutenant G. A. P. Jones, C. H. Hearpath, Second Lieutenant J. Vaughn, G. Lindley. D Company: Captain J. Keekwich, W. D. Johnson, Lieutenant J. L. Samuelson, V. S. Daniel, S. Vaughn, B. H. Pickering. 8 second and third line territorials. In addition to the troops sent from our country to the various war theaters, there was a very considerable army kept up at home during the whole 4 years of war. The main duty of this force was, of course, to find reinforcements for the units abroad, but the safety of our own shores had all the while also to be considered. Invasion, properly so called, may have been an impossibility, at any rate, till the British fleet had been sunk, because an invasion takes time. Armies and enormous quantities of munitions, stores, and horses must be landed and arrangements made to keep up connection between the invading troops and the country they come from. But this is not the case with raids. Comparatively small forces can sometimes be landed in an enemy's country, do an infinity of damage and destruction for a day or two and then re-embark. To guard against a possibility of anything of the sort happening was another and very important duty of the Home Army, and there were other reasons for its maintenance. When the bulk of the 4th and 5th, Territorial, battalions of the Buffs volunteered for foreign service, those who did not do so were still willing enough to fulfill their original undertaking to aid in guarding their native shores, and these men formed the nucleus of new battalions for home service only, called the 2/4 and 2/5. The 2/4 was formed at Ashford, Kent, under Light Colonel Ski, and the following month proceeded to Sunninghill and Ascot, but its station during the first portion of 1915 was Rochester, and its vicinity, and later on it went to Sevenoaks. The intensive training which had necessarily obtained in the case of the battalions required for immediate war service was not in the nature of things pressed so persistently on units of the Home Army, and their training was of a steadier and slower description. Regular garrison duties were carried out, which included a considerable amount of guard work when at Strood and Rochester. In May, 1915, the 2/4 and the 2/5 Buffs each furnished one company complete for a Kent composite battalion to serve in the Gallipoli Peninsula, which unit will be referred to later. Light Colonel Atkinson was in command about the middle of 1915, and a year later the 2/4 went back into the Ashford district. There were very numerous drafts found and sent overseas by the 2/4. These generally went to the 1/4 in India, but there were notable exceptions. For instance, in August, 1916, nearly 400 men went to France to the 18th and 19th London Regiment and to the King's Royal Rifles. The battalion was disbanded in August, 1917. Colonel C. Hawley Williams, V.D., Honorary Colonel of the 4th Battalion of the Queen's Own, Royal West Kent, Regiment was appointed, when the 5th Buffs went to India, to command the home-keeping remnant which made the 2/5. He had Major, Honourable Colonel, the Viscount Goskin, V.D., as his second in command. The battalion belonged to the 2nd Line Kent Infantry Brigade, and like its neighbour the 2/4, it underwent several moves, and was at Ashford, Ascot, and Bracknell successively. Recruiting was carried on, but as the Weald of Kent is not very thickly populated, the number did not increase as rapidly as in the case of some other units, though very considerable efforts were made. The progress of training was retarded by lack of instructors, lack of equipment and lack of rifles, but the officers and men neglected no effort to become efficient and difficulties were gradually overcome. The history of the 2/5 was much the same as that of the 2/4. It, too, went through a period of service near Chatham and was worked heavily at the guard duties, and it, too, as has been stated above, sent a company to Gallipoli. The 3/4 Battalion of the Buffs was raised by Major L.C.R. Messel, T.D., at Canterbury in July, 1915, and Lieutenant G.C. Bateman from the 2/4 was appointed adjutant with the temporary rank of captain. The establishment was originally only one company, commanded by a major, but this was shortly increased to two and an excess of strength up to 50% permitted. Lieutenant R. Smith, late of the Buffs and Army Pay Department, became quartermaster, and that well-known and greatly respected veteran, J. Bennell, Regdal. Cirque Major, up till February, 1916, when he was relieved by C.S.M.C. Brown. On the December 31, 1915, the battalion moved to Cambridge, together with other units of the Third Line groups, as they were called, of the Home Counties Division. Later on the whole went to Crowborough. The 3/5th was raised by Major Charles P. Kingsland of the 2/5th. The original description was 3rd Line Depot 5th Battalion the Buffs, but this was soon altered to 3/5th the Buffs, and in 1916 to 5th Reserve Battalion the Buffs. The establishment was the same as that of the last mentioned unit, but in 1916 it was increased to 750 men in consequence of the 1/5th being in Mesopotamia. At this time also the commanding officer was given the temporary rank of lieutenant colonel. Major A. Stuart Elmsley was at first the adjutant, but later became second in command. R.S.M. Bolton, 1st Battalion the Buffs, was regimental sergeant major. This unit also joined their 3rd Line group at Cambridge at the very end of 1915, and it was accommodated in Trinity College, and it also went to Crowborough in 1916, having sent a large draft from Cambridge to Mesopotamia. On the September 1, 1916, the battalion was amalgamated with the 3/4th, and with it became the 4th Reserve Battalion of the Buffs, under the command of Light Colonel L.C.R. Messel, T.D. It was part of the Home Counties Reserve Brigade, and had a strength now of no less than 1,560 men. A little later it became the reserve unit for the 10th Buffs, of whom we shall hear later. In October, 1917, Light Colonel Messel was succeeded by Major W. D. Sword from the North Staffordshire Regiment. 9 volunteers. On the August 6, 1914, a letter appeared in the Times signed by Mr. Percy A. Harris, advocating the formation and training of volunteer corps. At the end of the month the War Office vetoed the raising of volunteer units, but gave sanction to organized training corps, and these sprang up all over the country and began to recruit for the overseas armies. The county was the unit of organization, and county commandants were appointed. At the end of 1915 the revival of the Volunteer Act passed Parliament, which awarded military rank and status, and from this time on the training corps were termed volunteer corps, and if called up to repel invasion the officers and men were to become subject to military law. Only those men who were too old to serve abroad or whose indispensable business or employment absolutely prevented them doing so were enrolled. So far as Kent was concerned, Lord Harris, the county commandant, took charge of the county force and called it Kent Volunteer Fencibles, but in August, 1916, the War Office, taking the matter more decidedly in hand, the several units were made into volunteer battalions of the county regiments. In East Kent there were 4 of these. 1st Volunteer Battalion was commanded by Br. General W. Tilden, 2nd by Major J. C. Tattersall, 3rd Volunteer Battalion by Major General C. F. Brown, C.B., D.S.O., 4th Volunteer Battalion by Major H. E. T. W. Fines. General Brown retiring on the December 16, the 3rd Battalion was taken over by Major H. T. Gulick, who had lost one son in the Buffs and had another still fighting with the regiment. 9th Battalion mention has not been made yet of the very useful and important unit the 9th Battalion, because this held rather a unique position. It was not in August, when war broke out, in existence at all, and so could hardly be described as special reserve, though its duties were exactly similar to those of the 3rd Battalion from which it was, in fact, an offshoot. Its history is briefly as follows. It was first of all raised as a service battalion, just as were the 6th, 7th, and 8th, but being the junior unit its organization was delayed simply because there was so much work to do in connection with those battalions which were first for war. Early in October, 1914, instructions were issued to carry out the work of starting the new battalion, and as the number on the books of the 3rd, which was at the Citadel, Dover, was at this time far in excess of what is manageable as a single unit, some 11 officers and 700 men were struck off its strength, placed under the command of Major Leybourne and sent into the old South Front barracks close by, as the 9th Buffs. A few old members of the regiment had been detailed as instructors. Captain Hickman was sent to aid in starting the battalion and, until things got into good working order, Lieutenant G. Dunster was quartermaster, Captain Courtney Hood was the permanent adjutant, Reveille Sergeant Major Edwards, QMS, and Winstanley the OR Sergeant. Very few of the company officers had any previous military experience, but energy and zeal are valuable assets, and the 9th was rapidly preparing to take its place in war. Light Colonel R. A. Reith, a former commanding officer of the 3rd Battalion, was appointed to the command, and the 95th Brigade was formed from the 9th Buffs, 10th East Surrey, 14th and 15th Royal Fusiliers. Higher divisional training was expected to take place in the spring, and there seemed to be every prospect of a move across the Channel in the summer of 1915 when, in March, all hopes and ambitions were dashed to the ground by the receipt of news that the battalion's destination was after all to be Purfleet in Essex, and that it was to be a homekeeping and draft-finding unit, exactly like the 3rd Battalion. In July the first draft went to war. 300 men entrained at Purfleet for London and marched from Fenchurch Street to London Bridge Station by a circuitous route to show themselves and exercise the Buffs' old and long-established privilege of passing along the City of London streets with bayonets fixed and all honours of war. The party on this occasion was headed by the band and drums, and the Lord Mayor showed himself at the Mansion House to take the salute. The London crowd gave the men a proper and, indeed, an enthusiastic send-off, and there was much cheering and waving of handkerchiefs. In September came a move to Shoreham, Sussex, whence many drafts departed, mostly to the old regular battalions, but the enormous one of 40 officers and 500 men went to the 8th Battalion to replace the terrible losses that unit suffered at Loos. There is no space to record more. The 9th did its duty like the others, the headquarters moving sometimes, once again to Dover and later to Southend, but the men, as in the case of the 3rd Battalion, constantly proceeding overseas in batches. The only marked change that came was in January, 1917, when the battalion was selected for the training of a large number of A4 boys, 13 called out at that time, with the result that the numbers rose to nearly 3,000, and 4 new companies had to be organized. 6 months afterwards most of the original officers and permanent N.C.Os went back to the 3rd Battalion, and the 9th Buffs became the 52nd Queens, in which capacity it went to France. When the dangerous days of March, 1918, had come, it ended its career as part of the Army of Occupation in Germany after the armistice. The story of the 10th Battalion and of the Queen's Own Rifles of Canada will be told later in the book. Chapter 4 The Western Front Loos I 1st Battalion The history of the 1st Battalion for June and July, 1915, is without any very striking incident, though abounding in what only a year before would have been considered as such. On the June 10th, for instance, the huts near Popering He, in which the men were resting, were heavily shelled and Lieutenant W. F. Taylor and 10 men killed and 5 more wounded, whilst on the 19th of the same month, when in trenches in the salient east of Ypres, the battalion was badly bombarded with gas shells, while more gas was pumped from the enemy's lines, necessitating the wearing of gas helmets for 4 hours and causing the death of 5 and injury of 19 men. Then 2 more were killed on the following day and 4 wounded and 5 gassed. Between this date and the end of the month 10 more died and 39 were wounded. On the July 2nd, Corporal John Dormer of a company, who had covered himself with glory as a scout, paid the last penalty. And so the weary business went on. Sir John French's dispatches contain the following remarks: since my last dispatch a new device has been adopted by the enemy for driving burning liquid into our trenches with a strong jet. Thus supported, an attack was made on the trenches of the 2nd Army at Hooge, on the Menin Road, early on July 30th. Most of the infantry occupying these trenches were driven back, but their retirement was due far more to the surprise and temporary confusion caused by the burning liquid than by the actual damage inflicted. Gallant endeavors were made by repeated counter-attacks to recapture the lost section of trenches. These, however, proving unsuccessful and costly, a new line of trenches was consolidated a short distance further back. Attacks made by the enemy at the same time west of Belluaird Lake were repulsed. On the August 9 these losses were brilliantly regained, owing to a successful attack carried out by the 6th Division. This attack was very well executed and resulted in the recapture, with small casualties, not only of the whole of the lost trenches, but an addition of 400 yards of German trench north of the Menin Road. In connection with this incident mentioned by the Commander-in-Chief, Major General Congreve, V.C., commanding the 6th Division, addressed the 1st Buffs on the August 5, it was necessary, he pointed out, to retake the trenches previously lost at Hooge. It was a case either of going forward or going backward, owing to the nature of the ground. The commander of the Second Army had selected the 6th Division for the task because it was the best one in his command. He would not minimize the difficulties of the job, but the battalion would remember their past record and the fact that the eyes of Kent were upon them. He concluded by wishing the battalion a successful issue and a safe return. Imperial War Museum Crown Copyright Road near Hooge. Consequent on this a brigade order was issued on the August 8, of which the following are extracts, and it may be as well to explain here that all over the fighting front the soldiers had given names to the different trenches in order to distinguish them, and that these names, which were often those of London streets, but sometimes of a comic nature, became officially recognized and used. The brigade will attack the enemy's position at Hooge from the crater to 20 Quetzales inclusive. The York and Lancaster will attack on the left and the KSLI on the right. 1 St. Buffs 2 machine guns in southern branch of Oxford Street at end east. D Company and 2 machine guns in F.2. A company and 1 machine gun to dig themselves in line 80 yards in rear of headquarters trench. B Company and headquarters to occupy position end of Oxford Street by 1.15 B and D. All companies to be in position 12.30 am. 9th the 1st Leicesters will be in support in the ramparts of Menin Gate, Ypres. The right attack is allotted to the 18th Brigade, and the 17th Brigade will be in divisional reserve. The KSLI can call on C Company the Buffs for support, if necessary, and the YNL on D Company. Should the enemy drive us back and follow on, these 2 companies must counter-attack at once without hesitation. The battalion took its places at 6:30 p.m. on the 8th. A company, so as to be ready to occupy the positions vacated by C and D should they be called upon to move up, and B Company remaining as battalion reserve. At 2:45 am on the 9th the British bombardment opened and a terrific fire was brought to bear on the hostile lines. The infantry attack followed about 3:10, the assailants having already crept up close to the enemy's lines, and the brave men from Yorkshire and Shropshire suffered pretty heavily, but were completely successful. D Company of the Buffs was called up to help by the York and Lancaster Regiment. The KSLI had rushed into the crater with great rapidity and found much hand-to-hand fighting to do when they got there. The telephone lines were soon useless, being cut to pieces by the incessant fire. In the small hours of the August 10 the Buffs were ordered to relieve both the York and Lancasters and the Shropshires. D Company, therefore, advanced obliquely to its right flank and took over the crater and half the recaptured line which belonged to its brigade, the remainder being occupied by a company, under Captain Gould, who placed 1 platoon in support of both these advanced companies at H.12. C Company remained where it was and B, with battalion headquarters, came up to a ruined farm, a tactical point in the neighborhood. Heavy shelling occurred during the night, but the expected German counterattack did not eventuate. A and D companies found great difficulty in getting into touch with friends on either flank. It is true that some troops of the neighboring 18th Brigade had, during the previous day, got into the crater and stables, but these were themselves now adrift from their units. 4 machine guns had been placed at intervals along the whole front, and these, to judge by German prisoners' letters, had a discouraging effect on the projected enemy counterattack, but nevertheless the position occupied by the 2 forward buff companies was very far from being a satisfactory or pleasant one. The trenches and crater were full of dead and wounded, chiefly German, but with many English, too, and this fact impeded free movement. Shell fire was heavy and continuous, and the heavy artillery enfilade fire from the direction of Hill 60 was in particular very annoying and dangerous, while the supply of bombs, food, and water was precarious and difficult owing to the lack of proper communication trenches to the rear. The want of water was particularly felt, and made worse by the fact that the men were within easy sight and distance of the Belluaird Lake. The night of the 10th/11th was a very busy one. Every kind of work was urgent and of great importance. The removal of the wounded was no easy task, and great praise was due to Captain Jones, the Buff's medical officer, who did wonders. Indeed, this officer was remarkable for his coolness and gallantry, and continued his business, though wounded twice himself, in a manner which has become a sort of tradition amongst our army doctors. He was admirably backed by the regimental stretcher-bearers. There were dead to be buried everywhere, there was no doubt in anyone's mind of the urgency of this. Communications in rear were organized, the trenches were improved, and many other matters made this night a busy one. The night was, moreover, by no means peaceful. The German bombers were persistent and dangerous on the left of a company, but a somewhat serious bomb attack just before midnight in this quarter was repelled by Captain Gould, though not without loss. D Company was also being heavily bombarded by high explosive and shrapnel, and Captain R.W. Homan was struck on the head and fatally wounded. He had exposed himself with great gallantry in organizing the defense, and his death was much felt. The August 11th passed like the previous day and was a strenuous one. There was abnormally heavy shelling. The parapets were destroyed both in A and D Company's portions of the line, and one shell, landing where the supporting platoon lay, demolished the telephone dugout and destroyed the operators, but not the instrument. Pte. Wilson came forward and continued to work this, the nearest telephone to the firing line, and as from here all messages had to be carried, Corporal Foot of a company greatly distinguished himself at this task. D Company was under a most accurate fire this day, but was materially aided by the French artillery. About 10 p.m. a violent bomb attack took place on the left of a company, both from a small side trench on the left of ours, which was still in the enemy's hands, and from Germans who had crawled out from their retained line in rear. These latter were made to suffer somewhat severely. 2nd Lieutenant Ferguson led a counter-attack under somewhat critical circumstances and was twice wounded. However, the enemy's attempt was repulsed, and at 11:30 a relief of the battalion was successfully accomplished under company arrangements, superintended by the commanding officer, Light Colonel Finch Hatton, aided by Captain Lucas, second in command, and Lieutenant Birrell, adjutant. The battalion retired to the ramparts of Ypres by the Menin Gate, having lost since the 5th of the month 25 killed, 162 wounded, and 5 missing. At this period not only the Buffs, but the 16th Brigade generally, were suffering badly from the lack of senior and experienced officers. A considerable period of routine work was now the fate of the battalion. As a rule, billets in or about Poperinghe alternated with trench duty, generally at Laubrick. This trench duty continued to take its toll of casualties and was not without its deeds of daring, notably the rescue and bringing in of the body of Captain Colville of the Shropshire Light Infantry, who was killed in front of Forward Cottage near Loughbrick on the September 21, 1915, for which act Lieutenant Clouding and CSM Baker received the MC and DCM respectively. To Luce. In order to understand the parts taken in the Battle of Luce by the 2nd, 6th, and 8th Battalions of the Buffs, it would be well to have a general idea of why the battle was fought. Turning, therefore, to Sir John French's dispatches, we find that after a serious consultation with General Joffre and a full discussion of the military situation, it was arranged that the Allies should make a combined attack from certain points of their line during the last week in September. Very many brave soldiers died in the prolonged and desperate struggle which followed, and which is known as the Battle of Luce, though it was in reality a series of bloody combats. It still remains a question whether the British sacrifices there made were worth the results obtained. The reinforcements the British had recently received enabled our Commander-in-Chief to comply with several requests that the French had made as to taking over additional portions of their line. In fulfillment of the role assigned to it in these operations, our army attacked the enemy on the morning of the September 25. The main attack was delivered by the 1st and 4th Corps between the La Bassée Canal on the north and the village of Grenay on the south, at the same time the 5th Corps making a subsidiary attack on Belluard Farm to the east of Ypres in order to hold the enemy to his ground. Other attacks with a similar object were made by the 3rd and Indian Corps north of the canal and along the whole front of the 2nd Army. In cooperation with the French 10th Army on the right, the 1st and 4th Corps went up to the attack. A strong reserve was kept in hand owing to the great length of front to be assailed, and the general commanding the 2nd Army was directed to draw back the 28th Division to Bailleul and hold it in readiness to meet unexpected eventualities. Opposite the front of the main line of attack, the distance between the enemy's trenches and our own varied from about 100 to 500 yards. The country over which the advance took place is open and overgrown with long grass and self-sown crops. From the canal southwards our trenches and those of the enemy ran roughly parallel upon an almost imperceptible rise to the southwest. From the Vermelles-Hulloch road southward the advantage of height is on the enemy's side as far as the Bethune-Lens road. There the two lines of trenches cross a spur in which the rise culminates, and thence the command lies on the side of the British trenches. To the east of the intersection of spur and trenches and a short mile away stands Luce, which is about 28 miles south of Ypres. Less than a mile further southeast is Hill 70, which is the summit of the gentle rise in the ground. Other notable tactical points on our front were Fosse 8, 1,000 yards south of Ouchy, which is a coal mine with a high and strongly defended slag heap. The Hohenzollern Redoubt. A strong work thrust out nearly 500 yards in front of the German lines, and close to our own. It is connected with their front line by 3 communication trenches abutting into the defences of Fosse 8. Site Saint-Elie. A strongly defended mining village lying 1,500 yards south of Huysens. The quarries lying halfway to the German trenches west of the site Saint-Elie. Hulloch. A village strung out along a small stream lying less than half a mile southeast of site Saint-Elie and 3,000 yards northeast of Luce. Putes 14 bis. Half a mile north of Hill 70, another coal mine possessing great possibilities for defense when taken in conjunction with a strong redoubt situated on the northeast side of Hill 70. The attack was admirably delivered, and it is noteworthy that a complete division of the new armies took a distinguished part in it. This was the 47th, a Scottish unit. Luce and Hill 70 were gained, and altogether the first day was a success and caused Field Marshal French's apprehension that a dangerous gap might occur between ourselves and the French to be considerably modified. He now ordered the Guards Division up from Noailles-les-Mines and the 28th to move south from Bailleul. At nightfall, After a heavy day's fighting and numerous German counterattacks, the line ran from the double crassier south of Loos by the western part of Hill 70 to the western exit of Hulluch, thence by the quarries and western end of Site St. Elie, east of Fosse 8, back to the original line. Our hold on Fosse 8, backed as it was by the strong defences and guns of Ouchy, was distinctly precarious. In the course of the night of 25th/26th September, the enemy delivered a series of heavy counterattacks along our new front, and near the quarries they were more or less successful, though repulsed elsewhere. On the 26th the 7th Division retook the quarries, but attacks on Hulluch and on the redoubt on the east side of Hill 70 were anticipated by the enemy, who organized a very strong offensive from that direction. These attacks drove on the advanced troops of the 21st and 24th Divisions, in the latter of which the 8th Buffs were serving, which were then moving forward to attack. Sir John French adds these words: "Reports regarding this portion of the action are very conflicting, and it is not possible to form an entirely just appreciation of what occurred on this part of the field." During the 29th and September 30th and the early days of October, fighting was almost continuous along the northern part of the new line, particularly about the Hohenzollern redoubt and neighboring trenches, to which the enemy evidently attached great value. His attacks, however, almost invariably broke down with very heavy loss under the accurate fire of our infantry and artillery. Nevertheless, the enemy recaptured part of the Hohenzollern redoubt on the October 3rd. There was particularly severe fighting in this direction on the 8th and 9th, the hostile attack being repulsed with enormous loss. The Commander-in-Chief reports in his dispatches that we attacked about noon on the October 13th, with troops of the 11th and 4th Corps, against Fosse No. 8, the quarries and the German trenches on the Lens-la-Bassée road. The objective of the 12th Division, in which were serving the 6th Buffs, was the quarries. The day began with an artillery bombardment of the objectives in which the French assisted. Shortly before the attack was launched at 2 p.m. smoke was turned on all along our front, and under cover of the smoke the attack was started. At the same time the heavy artillery lifted to further objectives, while the enemy's front trench system was subjected to shrapnel fire. At 2:45 the 4th Corps reported having captured 1,200 yards of trenches on the Lens-la-Bassée road, but as the left battalion of the Corps had failed, the Corps commander did not consider it practicable to undertake any further offensive towards Hulluch. The information received during the remainder of the day was very conflicting, though it was known that one battalion of the 12th Division had gained the southwest edge of the quarries. In the course of the next 2 days the whole attack died down without attaining the objective aimed at, and the situation on that part of the line remained much the same for some considerable time. 3/8th Battalion, the 8th Battalion of the Buffs, under Colonel Romer, CB, CMG, landed in France, as we have seen, on the September 1st, or 24 days only before the Battle of Loos. After 2 days at Boulogne it went into billets at Manningham, near Étaples, and there remained a fortnight, completing divisional training, and marching on the 21st to take part in the concentration prior to the Battle of Loos with the rest of the 72nd Brigade, which was commanded by Br. General B. M. Mitford, CB, DSO, himself an old buff. The march to Bethune, which was reached in the very early morning of the September 25th, was a trying one done by night, mostly over bad roads. On the second night no less than 22 miles were covered and the Buffs recorded only one man as falling out. Other battalions had many more, even as many as 200. At 11 a.m. on the day of arrival at Bethune the battalion formed up and Colonel Romer addressed his men. "I am not going to make a speech to you," he said, "but only to ask you to remember that you are the Buffs." The battalion then moved forward towards the fighting line, gradually approaching Vermelles. That very night it had orders for a night attack on Hulluch, which was, however, stopped in order to allow of artillery preparation. The first casualty occurred at this time. Second Lieutenant Honorable H.E.J. Robinson was so badly hit that he died next day in hospital. The attack being thus postponed, the battalion got into what were the original German second-line trenches and remained there till 11 a.m. on the 26th. At 10:30 a.m. orders came for the division to attack at 11, and then this unit of the regiment went over the top to take its part in a severe action only 3 weeks after arrival in France and without having gone through the apprenticeship and instruction under fire in the trenches, which was the rule in all cases of fresh troops arriving in the country. The brigade, in which our battalion was a unit, advanced from the approach trenches, which had been German and which it was then holding, to the objective, which was the third line of the German fortification running north from a point about 1,000 yards east of Haluk, which place the 1st Division was to attack simultaneously, while on the right the 21st Division had another portion of the enemy's third line assigned to it. The 8th Buffs were in the second line, following the 9th East Surrey, who were on the brigade right in touch with the above-named division. On the left of the Surreys were the 8th Royal West Kent, with the 8th Queens behind them. There was a steady and persistent shelling on all these battalions as they advanced, and when our men got down to the depression running south of Haluk they came under enfilade fire from several guns and machine guns, and the further they advanced up the eastern slope the more severe became the fire. All the battalions of the 72nd Brigade reached the trenches which were their objective. There they found the wire entanglement still quite intact, the wire being abnormally thick and difficult to cut. Endeavors were made to get over or under this obstacle, but to no purpose. Meanwhile the division on the right retired, leaving our people to be heavily enfiladed, with the result that the latter also had to fall back, which they did to some trenches 500 or 600 yards to the west and southwest of Haluk, and there, for 4.5 hours, they were heavily bombarded. When night came on parties were sent out to remove the killed and wounded, but the Germans after dark reoccupied their old trenches along the Haluk-Lens road and the rescue parties therefore failed to get at the eastern slope of the shallow valley, in which Haluk lies, the fatal slope on which the greater number of our casualties occurred. Only a dozen or so of the more lightly wounded of the Buffs managed to crawl back after nightfall. This assault was made in daylight and over open country, and the German third-line trench which was the objective was nearly a mile away. The men had started in what is termed artillery formation, but the lines, owing to the intensity of the fire encountered, had to be extended almost at once. The advance was carried forward very rapidly, and in half an hour the Buffs had arrived within 25 yards of the enemy's wire. No gaps could be observed, and for 20 minutes the attempts to cut it were continued without avail. It was at 11:55 that an order came to withdraw, and from that moment the hostile fire, especially from the left flank, became hotter than ever and, of course, the casualties heavier. The Buffs, what was left of them, were relieved during the night of the 26th/27th and rested in a field close by Sailly-la-Bourse, remaining till 7 p.m. on the latter date, when they marched to Noailles-les-Mines and bivouacked in very wet weather. The casualties in the awful fight briefly described above were tremendous. That gallant old soldier Colonel Romer was early shot in the shoulder, but continued in his place, showing an example to all, till he was killed by a bullet through his heart. What a death for a hero of 64! Though he was not originally a Buff, he was one indeed when he died, and his name will ever be remembered with those of Latham, Moyse, and so many others, from Sir Philip Sidney downwards, who have covered our regiment with glory in all quarters of the globe. With their colonel were killed, or soon after died of wounds, Captains Curtis, A.M.C. Hollis, W. Howard, J. Keekwich and T.R.M. Shervinton, Lutz, E.F. Corner, B.H. Pickering, Honorable H.E.J. Robinson and J.R.S. Pensley, RAMC, together with too many of the gallant men who followed them so well. Lieutenant E.T. Smith was also killed in the trenches near Ypres on the October 19. Altogether, counting killed, wounded and missing, the casualties amounted to the astounding figure of 24 officers and 610 other ranks. Would any man a few years ago have believed that a time was close at hand when a battalion of the regiment was to suffer more casualties than fell to the lot of the Buffs at Albuera? Only one officer, Lieutenant J. Vaughan, came out of the hell untouched, and he was given a right well-earned MC for bringing his unit out of action. 4 of the men's names were sent in for distinguished bravery, but were not accepted by the War Office because they were prisoners of war, but the D.C.MS recorded later as bestowed on Cirque Major Brooker and Pte. Pete were bravely earned upon this day. The remnants of the battalion were somewhat cheered by being informed, as they were on the morning of the 27th, that their attack drew off 16 battalions of the enemy who were reinforcing the German line opposite the French, thus considerably helping the latter to capture Souchez and 14,000 prisoners. The battalion was removed by train to Mallingham, thence to Houtkirk, and later to Reiningholst. On the October 4th it was inspected by the GOC of the division, who spoke of the way in which the regimental traditions had been maintained. The usual instruction in trench warfare began on the October 5th, and Major Truman took over command on the 7th. On the 18th of this month the battalion passed to the 17th Infantry Brigade and 2 days afterwards took over the usual trench duty on its own account, and began its long acquaintance with the filthy life such duty meant, a life of danger, stinks, rats, lice, discomfort and misery such as no Englishman had ever conceived it possible that he should one day be called on to endure. Neighborhood of Loos 4. 2nd Battalion. In connection with this great Battle of Loos, the 28th Division, with which, it will be remembered, was the 2nd Battalion, had come, as has been seen, from Bailleul and was, on the September 27th, placed at the disposal of the First Army, arriving at Vermelles at 1 p.m. The following description of the part the battalion played in the struggle would be somewhat difficult to follow without the accompanying sketch of the ground about the Hohenzollern redoubt and the dump. At 2 o'clock A and D companies, under Major Beaver, were ordered to relieve certain parties just north of Fosse 8, the situation at which point, it may be remembered, was described by the Commander-in-Chief as being distinctly precarious. Finding that the position in question had been abandoned, these companies were ordered by their brigadier, who accompanied them, to establish themselves in the Hohenzollern redoubt. Finding that the normal approach to this, that is, the communication trench, was too congested with troops to use, the Buffs quitted it and reached their appointed place across country, being very heavily shelled en route. In fact, both Br. General Pereira and his brigade major, Captain Flower, were wounded, as was Lieutenant Corey Wright, who commanded D Company. On arrival, a platoon of this company charged the enemy vigorously and accounted for a score. The companies remained in situation all night, during which our bombers had to be very active, while the wounded, and there were very many of different units, were being removed, a matter of great difficulty on account of heavy rain and the distance they had to be carried. During this night the rest of the 85th Brigade came up and B and C companies took up a position behind A and D. After a contradictory order or two, an assault on the dump of Fosse 8 was arranged for 9:30 am on the 28th, to be preceded by 15 minutes artillery fire. The Buffs began at the hour named to file up the trenches, a company leading, with D just behind. The congested state of these avenues, due to dead, wounded and troops waiting to be relieved, rendered progress very slow, and many casualties were suffered from shell fire. The place from which one of the companies was to start the attack was still in the hands of the enemy, and all these circumstances prevented the men from getting into their approximate positions till after 10 a.m. The Middlesex Regiment was in support of the Buffs. When the time came, B and C companies, followed by A, charged across the open and were greeted with the fire from machine guns massed on either flank, also shell and rifle fire. At least 11 machine guns were afterwards counted firing from the miners' cottages and Slag Alley. B and C companies, every man cheering, gained the edge of the dump and, clambering up the crumbling slopes of that 30-foot-high mound, gained the summit. On the way, Captain W. R. Davis, commanding B Company, was killed and Lieutenant S. C. Swain and 2nd Lieutenant M. Selby mortally wounded. Lieutenant H. Mantle, 2nd Lutz. C. H. B. Budd, G. E. Boone, Captain M. M. Bryce, commanding C Company, and 2nd Lieutenant G. E. A. Stagel were all wounded and the latter taken prisoner. The dump was then plastered with shells of all descriptions, both from our own guns and those of the enemy, and the attack was broken. The companies crossed the large expanse of the dump summit and attempted to reach the enemy in the trenches at the foot. It was a hopeless task, and those who attempted it were shot or grenaded. The companies reformed and returned to the original trenches, leaving over 100 men killed or wounded on the dump. The guns ceased fire and the bomb fighting commenced. Making use of all their trenches leading into their old lines, the Germans advanced swiftly under cover of showers of bombs and their machine guns. The enemy effected a gap, see sketch, between the Middlesex and Buffs, and from it bombed both ways. Thus the Buffs found themselves to the southeast of the point where the enemy had penetrated and separated from their supporting battalion, the Middlesex, who were to the northwest of the gap. Here the struggle was fought out for a long period, chiefly by the use of bombs, which were obtained with difficulty, having to be passed up the shallow trench from troops in rear. Barricades had to be built at certain points to keep the enemy in check. Slag Alley was almost in complete possession of the Germans when a company, charging repeatedly and with the greatest vigor, drove them back and accounted for about 50. At this time 2nd Lieutenant F. A. Booth was shot dead while accepting the surrender of a German officer. The enemy's supply of bombs was so superior to our own that the whole of a company's gains could not be retained, but the men built a barricade across Slag Alley to secure the portion they could hold. The fiercest fighting now took place at the gap in Dump Trench. 2nd Lieutenant W. T. Williams took charge of the bombers at this point and for 17½ hours kept the enemy in check. The greatest difficulty was experienced in obtaining a sufficient supply of bombs. The enemy's machine guns and snipers were particularly active and the advanced trenches were very shallow. Light Colonel C. A. Worthington 14 commanding the battalion, and 2nd Lieutenant T. Pennington were killed by the same bullet. The command devolved on the adjutant, Captain J. V. R. Jackson, in the absence of Major M. Beaver. The latter officer had been ordered to remain at Point 35 until the two rear companies of the Middlesex had filed past. As, however, the Germans had established themselves so strongly in the gap, Major Beaver had perforce to remain with the Middlesex. On the death of Colonel Neal of the latter regiment, he conducted operations on the other side of the gap and along south face. As night fell, the rain commenced again and never ceased. Shell and rifle fire slackened, but the bomb throwing was stronger than ever. Our bomb throwers were nearly all killed or wounded, and others were borrowed from neighboring units. Owing to the rain, the fuses were damp, matches gave out, and the only way to light the fuses was by means of keeping cigarettes alight. The organization of the enemy as regards this weapon was astounding. He threw at least 5 to our 1 and of a much more powerful description. During the night every endeavor was made to get in the wounded. Neither rations nor water were obtainable. Attempts were made to dig in, but the mud rendered it a slow and laborious task. Dawn showed no cessation in the bomb throwing. Captain Jackson had sent messages for bombs and assistance, 2 messengers were killed, and finally an answer came that 2 companies of the York and Lancs were coming in relief and the Buffs were to make their way to Big Willie. At 8:30 am the relief was just entering the dump trenches at point 50 when the supply of bombs gave out altogether while the enemy kept up an incessant shower. The Buffs were forced back to the fork and filed down the advanced trench, whilst their relief filed in, leaped out of the trenches and held the enemy. During this critical period a little ground was lost owing to lack of bombs. Captain Jackson could not emerge from a deep dugout near the gap from which he was conducting operations, and he was taken prisoner. The balance of the regiment made its way back by Big Willie Trench to near its junction with the south face. Here Major Beaver took command. The Middlesex was being pressed back, and there being no room between them and the 3rd Royal Fusiliers, the Buffs filed back into the old front-line British trench, where they were able to materially assist the units in front by means of rifle fire. The night was spent in reorganizing and at midnight the battalion left the trenches and marched to Anquin. Casualties. Officers, killed Light Colonel C. A. Worthington, Captain W. R. Davis, 2nd Lutz. F. A. Booth, T. Pennington and N. E. Wood. Died of wounds, Lieutenant S. C. Swain and 2nd Lieutenant M. Selby. Wounded, Captain M. M. Bryce, Lutz. G. Corey Wright, H. Mantle, 2nd Lutz. G. E. Boone, C. H. B. Budd and W. T. Williams. Taken prisoner, Captain J. V. R. Jackson and 2nd Lieutenant G. E. A. Stagel, wounded. Other ranks, killed, 57, wounded, 168, missing, 133. The majority of the latter are believed to have been killed or wounded on the dump. On the October 1st the battalion marched back to billets and began to reorganize after its terrific experience. Drafts from England arrived on the 2nd, 3rd, 9th, and 15th of October, and a period of training and instructional parades of all sorts commenced. A turn at trench work, but a very short one, came on the 17th, but on the 21st startling orders arrived, no less than instructions to entrain on the following day for Marseilles for conveyance to the east. No time was lost. On the 22nd the battalion marched to Foucarouil, near Bethune, entrained there, arrived at the Great Port at 1:30 p.m. on Sunday 24th, and at 4 p.m. embarked, complete with transport, animals, vehicles, and all, on the troop ship Transylvania for conveyance to Egypt. 27 officers and 907 other ranks reached Alexandria on the 30th and marched to Sidi Bishr camp. During the European tour of this battalion, which lasted only 9 months, 101 officers and 3,738 men had served in its ranks. Of these, 22 officers and 298 other ranks had been killed, 34 officers and 1,011 other ranks had been wounded, 5 officers and 199 other ranks had been taken prisoners, and 2 officers and 297 other ranks had been missing. The stay in the land of Egypt was a very short one and was mostly devoted to training and marching. The whole of the 28th Division had moved and were to move again, for, on the November 22nd, came the orders for Salonika, the new base for operations against the Bulgarian forces. Salonika is a Greek port, but the monarch of that country was in secret a friend of the Germans, and the inhabitants proved none too friendly to the French and English forces which were making so free with Salonika. Hohenzollern Redoubt and the move of the division was a somewhat slow and gradual business, but at last the infantry got into camp at Lembit, about 4.5 miles from the port. The weather was awful, heavy snow and gales of wind, as well as a most persistent fog, which hung about for days and which greatly interfered with reconnaissance. Early in December the authorities were apparently very undecided as to whether to remain at Salonika at all, and at one time all arrangements were made for re-embarkation. The attitude of the Greek officials was one of passive resistance and formal protest, but they were civil enough. Road-making was the first job and a most necessary one, for nothing but tracks were found inland. This work was, however, varied by the building of long defense lines, which were afterwards known as the birdcage. The Buff section of these lines was near the village of Balja, and the most important of the works was called Beaver's Redoubt, in honor of the commanding officer who had succeeded the gallant Worthington. So ended the most tremendous year in the history of the 2nd Battalion of the Buffs, which had been raised in 1857 by Colonel F. F. Maud, V.C., the father of the great general of whom we shall shortly read. V 6th Battalion. We left the 6th Battalion at Meteran, near Bailul, which place it reached early in June, 1915. On the 12th of that month it moved up to Armentières to undergo the usual instruction in trench warfare under a more experienced unit, and here occurred the first casualty. The remainder of the summer was passed in trench fighting, and many incidents might be recorded in connection with mining operations and small but boldly executed patrol adventures, particularly one by Corporal Craven. Mines were sprung by the enemy and the craters occupied, and these had to be reconnoitred to ascertain for what further offensive work they were to be used. It would be impossible, however, without publishing long and somewhat monotonous journals, to describe fully the daily trench work of the several battalions. This important service was done, practically speaking, by half the troops engaged, the other half resting, as it was called, in billets in rear. These billets were mostly leaky barns with many of the tiles off the roofs, furnished with closely packed tiers of beds one above the other, like bunks in a ship's cabin, each bunk being floored with fine wire netting. There was not quite such a dearth of munitions by this time, and on the last day of July there was a very heavy and important burst of artillery fire on our part, the battalion being then in the Ploegsteert Wood. Life was fairly monotonous, however, until the September 23rd, on which day careful instructions were given in the art of the production of heavy smoke, from which it was hoped that an attacking party would be able to emerge unseen. After much conference, detailed instructions were issued on this same day regarding the proposed occupation of the German salient at Le Touquet, and it seemed as if the battalion, and indeed the whole brigade, was to take part in a great battle immediately. The 12th Divisional Operation orders received at 9:30 am on the 24th gave color to this idea, and at 2 p.m. a trench mortar bombardment of Le Touquet commenced, but the result proved disappointing and, no damage being done to the enemy's wire, an attack in force proved impracticable. The 26th brought an artillery bombardment on both sides and our people raised a smoke curtain which appeared to be more or less satisfactory, but the following night the whole brigade was relieved by other troops and billeted in Armentières, and, on the last day of the month, the battalion was in Vermelles relieving the Coldstream Guards, and it then moved into what had been the German line just south of the Hulluch Road. On the October 11th the Germans recovered part of the Hohenzollern redoubt, an object they had been struggling for some days, and they made a resolute attack near Loos which was repulsed with enormous loss. 2 days after this operation, orders were issued by the 12th Division for an attack on Hulluch. These orders were very complete and abounded in map references of the most detailed description. They point to a well-organized advance to secure an advanced line and put it in a state of defense. The 37th Brigade, in which, it will be remembered, the 6th Buffs were serving, was to be strengthened by one company of the Northamptonshire Regiment, and the 69th Field Company of the Engineers, was awarded a distinct task and was to join up with the 35th Brigade. The divisional and attached artillery to cover the whole operation. The start to be made from the trenches. Orders were given for creating a smoke screen for about 1,200 yards. This was to be most intense 10 minutes before the start for the assault. Although the men's packs were left behind, they had much to carry, as it was intended to occupy what the assault had secured. The artillery was to open fire, and did so, at 12 noon, and at 1 p.m. gas and smoke commenced, the former till 1.50 and the latter till 2 p.m., at which hour the assault was launched. The 7th East Surrey were ordered to detail a party to carry up tools, sandbags and wire, wherewith to consolidate the position when won. This battalion, together with the Buffs, was to hold what was captured. The Buffs were, by map reference, given a separate and distinct part of the enemy's trenches to assail and to make good. One end of their appointed portion was the east end of the quarries, and the battalion was to join up with the East Surreys on their right and with the 35th Brigade on their left. Prior to the attack, all troops were to wear smoke helmets with the fronts raised ready to be adjusted at a moment's notice. On these elaborate and clear instructions Colonel Eaton based his battalion orders, giving each company its place of assembly and all detail. The fifth paragraph of these orders reads, "The assault led by a company will take place immediately the 35th Brigade reaches the line 54 to 82. 250 bombs were carried by each company." The account of the actual fighting is necessarily meager, for it was all over in a very short time, and during the struggle it was very difficult to get any information at headquarters as all the wires were soon broken. In fact, the headquarter telephone dugout was blown in before the advance had even commenced. The smoke, so carefully arranged, soon blew off, and by 2 o'clock the air was clear again. Exactly at the hour, however, the battalion dashed forward, A, C and D companies leading, with B a little way in rear in support. The keenness to attack and the precision and order with which the companies went over the top were wonderful to see. But, alas! The enemy's protecting wire was found to be uncut, and a withering fire was opened from front and both flanks as our men tried to hack their way through with the wire cutters carried by the leading troops. The greatest gallantry was shown and the attack was renewed again and again by ever-diminishing numbers, but it was of no avail, and of the 3 leading companies but very few men returned. The enemy's machine guns were the cause of most of our casualties in this fight, as they so often were in later engagements. 13 officers led the 6th Battalion into its first battle, and of these 10 died in their duty, namely, Majors B. E. Foley and A. Soames, DSO, Captain C. E. G. Davidson and H. W. Brody, Lutz. J. P. Filimery and C. W. B. Marsh, 2nd Lutz. C. G. Jelf, D. Lambert and C. Bainbridge. 2nd Lieutenant Burkett was severely wounded. There were no less than 400 casualties amongst the brave men of Kent who had volunteered so blithely to serve Old England at her need, and among these were the company sergeant majors of A and C companies, Burnett and Glover. On the October 20 the GOC Division, Major General Scott, congratulated the battalion on the gallant work it had done, and 3 days later the Corps commander pointed out that it was because of the glorious effort made that it became possible for the regiments on the right and left to capture the enemy's trenches. To the end of the month the battalion, very weak in numbers, was mostly employed on fatigue work, such as carrying packs for the RE, but in November it saw some fighting in and around the Hohenzollern redoubt, and it suffered a particularly wet and cold tour in the trenches at Givenchy and Festubert in December, where the water was waist deep. Colonel Eaton was invalided home in November and replaced by Major H.R.H. Pratt, Northamptonshire Regiment. Eaton departed to the great regret of all and with the enthusiastic cheers of those who recognized his worth. As in the cases of all the other battalions of the regiment, a period of monotony set in the winter of 1915-16 with the gallant 6th. It was a weary time indeed and took its toll of human life. 6th 7th Battalion. During the earlier portion of their history at the seat of war, the experiences of the 7th Battalion were not quite as exciting as were those of their comrades in the others. Unlike the 6th and 8th, there was no violent action to record during the first few months. The story is, in fact, the usual one of trench warfare. The regular instruction in this branch of warfare commenced on the August 11, 1915, and company by company went up in the firing line at Carnoy from that date until all had had the experience, and, of course, the battalion very soon had trenches of its own to be responsible for. It was, as the 2nd Battalion so often was, so unfortunate at first as to take over from French troops. This is not pleasant, as these have not the same ideas on the subject of sanitation as we have, and they do not bury their dead in a satisfactory manner when the burial is of necessity an informal ceremony. In addition, they were frequently not bulletproof and very badly loopholed. On the September 1 a German mine was exploded under the Buffs' front line trench, followed by an outburst of fire and a small attack, with the idea of capturing the crater. D Company had 4 killed, 5 wounded, and 6 missing that day. The men behaved in the most gallant and satisfactory manner under this their first experience. The position of the line occupied by the 55th Brigade was opposite the village of Fricourt and as far as La Boisselle, and in this sector the enemy seemed to have made something of a speciality of mining, which is a mode of warfare very trying to the nerves of the adversary, as it is not pleasant to live in momentary expectation of being blown up. The brigade kept 2 battalions always in the line, while the other remained at Dernancourt and Ville-sur-Ancre, 8 days being the average length of each tour of trench duty. The portion occupied by the 7th Buffs was therefore miles away from the other battalions of the regiment at this time. Dernancourt is about 3 miles south of the town of Albert. 7 Life in and behind the trenches. Viscount French in his last dispatch remarks that the exhaustion of men and materials which results after a great battle necessarily leads to a time of comparative inactivity. From August, 1914, till October in the following year the fighting, as we have seen, had been tremendous in France and Flanders, and both the Germans and ourselves had suffered casualties till then unheard of in history. It is not therefore surprising that after the comparatively unsuccessful efforts at Loos and its neighborhood, warfare on the Western Front subsided into dogged defense of the trenches occupied, into a sort of stalemate, as many people believed. It was a wearying and very trying time. The looked-for peace seemed as far off as ever. Each side appeared to be absolutely resolute to hold its own, but no progress towards a settlement could be observed. It is true that there was a good deal of fighting between the enemy and the French south of the British lines, that the Canadians made a raid southwest of Messines on the November 18, and that another was made by British troops near Neuve-Chapelle on the December 12. It is true also that the artillery on both sides woke now and again to abnormal activity, particularly on the November 30, and that the Germans fired, it is estimated, 3,000 shells on our Ypres positions on the December 10, but there is no first-class action to report for the remainder of the year 1915, though hundreds of interesting episodes occurred during the latter part of it, which are impossible to record here, and casualties were of daily occurrence. People in England, both officially and by private arrangement, took care that the horrors of war should be mitigated as far as possible and that every indulgence that could be granted to our fighting men should be theirs. The greatest privilege of all and the most appreciated was a regular system of leave to England. Every officer and man took his turn to go home, visit his friends and enjoy the most striking and tremendous change that can come to be the lot of man, change from the awful trenches and daily and hourly peril of life to a smiling, happy welcome in the old country, decent, cleanly existence for a few days, the delights of bed, baths, theatres, dinner parties and other social delights, together. Perhaps with a little of the old sports and pastimes of a previous existence. Yes, leave to England was a glorious thing to live for and look forward to. The rationing of the soldier when in France was truly marvelous. Never before had the old soldiers known the like. The food was excellent and more than sufficient and of very considerable variety. Except in cases of real emergency, too, it was punctually delivered. The Army Service Corps brought up the food, tobacco, and rum to certain dumps behind the trenches. From these they were carried up by regimental transport to advanced dumps, where the stuff was packed into sandbags, 8 complete rations to a bag, and carried by hand to the consumer. Half a gill of rum per man was issued in the presence of an officer 2 or 3 times a week and was naturally very much appreciated, and the quartermaster always had a little reserve of this precious commodity in hand for emergency days. For troops resting, that is, taking their regular turn behind the lines in billets, all sorts of sports were organized. There were divisional inter-battalion football cups to be competed for. There were long-distance cross-country races arranged and, in fact, all sorts of manly games, as well as dramatic entertainments, sing-songs, and even divisional cinemas. During any war the arrival of the English mail is a tremendous event, and on the Western Front it was immense. Ships and shiploads of letters and parcels were constantly crossing the narrow seas and bringing loving messages and welcome presents to the fighting men. Mrs. Hickson, whose husband, Br. General R.A. Hickson, C.B., commanded the 2nd Battalion in the South African War, had at that time organized a fund to provide soldiers with comforts at the front, and this organization had been a marked success, so that lady, being in 1914 settled in Kent, wrote to the colonels of both the 1st and 2nd Battalions and offered to undertake the very onerous task of doing the same again. Needless to say, the proposal was eagerly accepted, and Mrs. Hickson promptly sent round the necessary notices throughout East Kent and elsewhere and commenced the kindly work. The immediate response to the appeal was splendid, and help was offered by very many, including Lord Harris, Sir Arthur Paget, the officers of the regiment then in England, and the regimental institutes at Dover and Canterbury. Mrs. Hickson, however, had all the real work to do unaided, except by her maid, yet bales of comforts were dispatched weekly and work was placed in various organized centres, notably Hawkhurst, Canterbury, Cranbrook, Benenden, and Chartham. Yes, the fighting soldiers were well looked after, but it was soon made clear that the really needy were the unfortunate prisoners of war, and, when this fact was appreciated, a prisoners of war fund was promptly added to the one in existence, and this brought comfort and some resignation to many a wretched captive wearing out his heart in longing for the end. This good work was kept up till the Kent Prisoners' County Fund was centred at Rochester. Nor were Mrs. Hickson and her friends the only women to give practical expression to their sympathy. Lady George Hamilton and Mrs. W. D. Johnson soon started a small fund for the prisoners of the 8th Battalion and, indeed, sent many a parcel out themselves. Mrs. Eaton followed suit, taking her husband's 6th Battalion under her special care, and Viscountess Goskin interested herself in the 5th. The 7th was added to Mrs. Hickson's task, she being ultimately president of a committee to administer the funds collected by very many friends for the 1st, 2nd, and 7th Battalions. Mrs. Geddes worked on this committee, as did the officers of the depot. As a mark of common gratitude it would be decent to publish here the list of contributors, more especially as there appears to be no record of any formal thanks either to subscribers or those who worked so strenuously, but space forbids the publication of the names here. They appeared at intervals in the regimental newspaper. 8 Summary. In addition to the continuous fighting in France and Flanders, many tremendous and stirring events of world importance took place during the latter portion of 1915, to a few of which it may be advisable to refer briefly. On the June 3 a bill was introduced in Parliament for the formation of a Ministry of Munitions, and after this event our people at war were much better fitted to compete with the enemy in weight and number of projectiles, in the number of aeroplanes, observation balloons, and in other important items. Southwest Africa was finally conquered by Botha in July, and a great German offensive against Russia commenced. There was fierce fighting in Gallipoli early in August and, on the September 15, Kitchener was able to make the statement that 11 divisions of the new armies had now proceeded to the wars. On the 28th the British victory was scored at Kut in Mesopotamia. The October 11th saw Lord Derby's new scheme of recruiting. On the 15th of the same month Great Britain and Bulgaria were at war. On the November 11th Lord Derby warned unmarried men of the likelihood of conscription becoming the law of the land should further recruiting prove unsatisfactory. The Battle of Ctesiphon, 25 miles southwest of Baghdad, was fought on the 22nd. This was another victory for us, but our loss equaled one-third of our force. It resulted in the German Marshal, von der Goltz, being placed in command in Mesopotamia. The British retired to Kut on the November 25, and the same day Salonika was selected as a base for a new theatre of war, some troops and much war material being landed at that port on the December 4. On the 5th the siege of Kut began, and on the 8th our troops were obliged to commence the evacuation of the Gallipoli Peninsula. On the December 15, 1915, General Sir John French, the commander-in-chief of our armies in France and Flanders, resigned his appointment and returned to England to receive the plaudits of his fellow countrymen and the well-earned promotion to the rank of Viscount. He took over the duties of commander-in-chief of the troops at home, and was succeeded abroad by the most illustrious of his glorious lieutenants, Sir Douglas Haig, a man in whom the whole army believed. The December 20th saw the successful and skillfully arranged evacuation of Anzac and Suvla, the details for which were worked out by an old officer of the Buffs, Major General Sir A. L. Lyndon Bell. Our Gallipoli army had fought most nobly. Whether the peninsula ought ever to have been invaded at all or, being invaded, should have been abandoned, is not a question which can be discussed in this place. We all know, however, that the final collapse of the Turks was very greatly due to the preliminary handling they had experienced here before they finally met their masters in Palestine and Mesopotamia. On the January 27, 1916, conscription was introduced in England, and with the exception of brave lads who between the August 4, 1914, and this date had sufficiently grown to be capable of bearing arms, and of other young men who, still in England, had had no opportunity yet of reaching a seat of war, the future drafts were to be composed of men who originally shirked the bloody work their brothers were engaged in and who now had no longer any option in the matter. Roughly, very roughly, speaking, the Bronze Star marks the volunteer. Anyhow, a man with that decoration must have been one, though it does not follow that a soldier without it was necessarily a conscript. It is not fair to hint, nor is it a fact that the pressed man proved inferior in fighting value to the volunteer, notwithstanding the old proverb anent the matter, but the possession of the star carries with it and must carry in the minds of all, the admiration due to the civilian who, being untrained to the fighting trade, offered to face all dangers and a dreadful life, or probably painful death, for the safety and honor of Old England, as well as to the regular or territorial soldier who was always prepared to do so when called upon. Chapter V. The Turkish enemy Aydin. Since the October 29, 1914, England had been at war with Turkey. Now both our own country and the Ottoman Empire were much interested in the East, and both had, of course, very extended eastern possessions. Consequently, we were always knocking up against the Turk, and in many parts of the world, such as the Gallipoli Peninsula, Egypt, Palestine, Mesopotamia, and Arabia. It was on the July 2, 1915, that, as it was discovered that the Turks had had the audacity to enter the Aden Protectorate, permission was obtained from the Indian government, Aden being officially a part of India, to send out from the town a mobile column, with the result that a very small one, but the best the little garrison could do, proceeded on the 3rd to Sheikh Othman, which is a point from which the isthmus which connects the town with the mainland, and which is only about a mile across, can best be defended against aggression from the land side. The sea power of our country was, of course, sufficient to prevent any hostile attempt from the water. A Turkish advance into the protectorate by about 900 men, nearly half of them Arabs, with 8 guns, was confirmed, but it was found that our own force, consisting as it did of only a little over 1,000 men, 10 guns and 10 Maxims, was far too small to attempt operations in the hilly country, and it was compelled to remain on the defensive and hope for a chance of catching the enemy in the act of debouching from the mountains. Another and very excellent reason for remaining quiet was that our native transport men were deserting in crowds. It was all very well for the canny Aden native to draw English pay in peacetime as a transport servant, but he was not going to be shot at. On the July 8th, in fact, the mobile force had to withdraw into Aden and ask for reinforcements. The heat was tremendous, the roads mere sand tracks quite unfit for mechanical transport, and along which it was reckoned that 8 camels would be required to drag one gun. There are a few brackish wells at Sheikh Othman and good water for one brigade, but this supply was cut off by the enemy on the July 10th, and condensed water was all that was obtainable. On this day it was found that the Turks were being reinforced, and General Younghusband with his brigade was ordered to Aden from Egypt, with directions to take Lahej. It was, however, later taken into consideration that Aden itself was safe enough, because, as we had the mastery of the sea, the enemy could only attack it along a narrow isthmus commanded on both sides by the fire of the ships, and therefore it came to pass that in this region active service for a long period degenerated into 2 forces remaining more or less passively facing each other, the English at Aden, and their enemies at Lahej. But Sheikh Osman was reoccupied on the July 21st. The English infantry consisted only of the Brecknockshire Battalion of the South Wales Borderers. Aden is not a white man's garrison, and in normal times a British battalion only remains there 1 year on its completion of an Indian tour and on its way home to England. The summer proved extremely trying to the Brecknockshires, and they suffered so much from sickness that they eventually had to be relieved from India by the 4th Battalion of the Buffs, which sailed on the Varsova on the 26th. The battalion disembarked at Aden on the August 4, 1915. By the 18th the Turkish force at Lahej was reckoned at 2,500 Turks, 1,500 Arabs and 20 guns, and it was supposed that only the absence of water between them and Sheikh Othman prevented their advance. On the 28th the reconnoitring force of ours reported that 2,000 Turks with 14 guns were at Wad. They assumed the offensive when approached and our party fell back on Sheikh Othman with 20 wounded, and after this a passive defense of that place, covering Aden, was resolved on. General Younghusband and his men, therefore, returned to Egypt and the command devolved on Br. General Price. On the September 25 the column went out on a reconnoitring expedition and entered Wat after slight opposition. There was one Buff casualty, number 2073 PTE. L. H. Fuller, being the first of the battalion to be slain in the great cause of England. The roads by this time were improved, but the heat was indescribable and proved a more serious enemy than the Turk. No less than 14 men died of sunstroke, including Sergeant Brazier and Pties. Bromley, Brown, de la Mare, Dyer, Martin, and Stedman of the Buffs. On the November 26 80 men of the regiment were reported unfit for further service at Aden, and reference to sick reports shows that on the 1st of that month there were no less than 93 of the battalion in hospital and 121 attending daily. The determination not to attack the enemy and his disinclination to come on resulted in comparative peace till the end of the year. On the January 8, 1916, however, the Turks appeared to be contemplating a movement against the Fadli country, and it was considered that British prestige seemed likely to suffer from our inaction. It was reckoned that about 700 of the enemy with 4 guns were at Sabar, 1,000 with 8 guns at Wat and a small body at Lahej, so another reconnoitring column was arranged and sent out from Sheikh Othman to threaten the enemy's line Wat Sabar. The men carried 2 days' supplies of all sorts, and were afterwards to be rationed from Sheikh Othman. Our force took up a position at 5:30 am and a covering line advanced, but hostile artillery opened upon it from the Sabar direction, and at 10:30 compelled a rearward movement, and the party was finally withdrawn at 2:30 am. Later, the Turks themselves advanced about 1,000 strong with 2 machine guns, but this advance on their part was checked at about 500 yards from our position. Attempts were made by our small body of cavalry to take this hostile movement in flank and rear, but the close country impeded movement and the enemy's artillery soon checked the horsemen. At 4:30 the Turks withdrew towards Sabar. Their artillery had been well handled and had kept up a very persistent fire. The officer in command determined to return to Sheikh Othman, being unable to carry out the program and recognizing the impossibility of getting the upper hand of his enemy's artillery. The retirement was faultlessly carried out. A telegram from India arrived early in February ordering the battalion to proceed to Bareilly on relief by the 4th Duke of Cornwall's light infantry from that place. The movement was duly carried out a few days later, and only some few men, who had been trained as gunners, remained behind until their places could be taken by newly made acting gunners from the new regiment. The 4th Battalion remained at Bareilly till July, 1918, and though as a complete unit it saw no more fighting, most of its men did so, for while at Bareilly it sent up detachments to the northwest frontier, and several large drafts, about 500 men in all, to the 5th Battalion in Mesopotamia. Aden 2. Mesopotamia. The war in Mesopotamia was quite a different one to any of the others, and perhaps resembled the operations of Lord Wolseley on the Nile in the early 80s more than any other in which England has been engaged. In fact, it was a river war and, until the siege of Kut El Amara began, early in December, 1915, it had been a successful one. A very brief sketch of the campaign, which ended in the surrounding of General Townsend's force in Kut, is perhaps necessary in order properly to understand what followed. Sir John Nixon commanded an Anglo-Indian army in the land of Mesopotamia, which was, of course, a Turkish province. His headquarters were at the port of Basra on the river Tigris, about 60 miles from the real mouth of the river. In the spring of 1915 the forces were much scattered, one brigade being at Awaz, 80 miles away on the right, to the eastward, and another brigade was at Kurna, or Kurna, 40 miles further up the river than Basra. The enemy, which had been driven from Basra because the English wanted the place, had collected mostly about Nasiriyah, 100 miles away to the westward. This was a most important place from the Turkish point of view. It is on the Euphrates River, and from it runs a watercourse into the Tigris. It was from there that any attempt the enemy might make to recover what he had lost must start. About 100 miles, as the crow flies, above Basra and on the same river, stands Amara, a place which, in 1915, was in Turkish hands. From the garrison of this town, early in 1915, had been detached a party of 6 battalions and 10 guns downstream as far as Kurna, and this force was, of course, in contact with our brigade there. Early in May General Gorringe, with the 12th Indian Division and a cavalry brigade, operated about Airwas and, crossing the Kharkay River with some difficulty, drove all the enemy in the eastern regions of the province in upon the garrison of Amara. Meanwhile General Townsend with the 6th Indian Division advanced up the Tigris supported by the naval flotilla, and, pursuing the Turkish detachment before him, entered Amara practically unopposed, because General Gorringe's operations had prevented the enemy from reinforcing his garrison. Amara was entered on the June 4, 1915. Immediately after the taking of this place arrangements were made for the capture of Nasiriyah, which was after serious opposition effected by General Gorringe on the July 25. The defeat of Nur ed-Din and the occupation of Kut el Amara became the next objective as soon as Nasiriyah was secured, and the transfer of troops towards Amara was begun the following day. Kut is another 100 miles higher up the Tigris than Amara, without counting the bends, and in the summer the river is the only approach to it. The British force referred to, reached Sana'ayat, about 8 miles below the enemy's Kut position, by the September 15, and halted there for 10 days, being reinforced during that period. General Townsend then advanced and, with the aid of the naval forces on the stream, drove the Turk back, who by the October 5 was at Ctesiphon, covering Baghdad, but here the enemy received very important reinforcements and, moreover, his position was daily being strengthened. Townsend, too, was concentrating at Aziziyah, but he found he could not proceed till the November 21, and on the next day his force attacked the enemy and won the Battle of Ctesiphon, though his heavy losses in killed and wounded rendered it impossible for him to renew his progress to Baghdad. As a matter of fact, the British army was neither strong enough in numbers nor equipment for the task on which it had been sent. General Townsend at last found it absolutely necessary to withdraw, and this was done very gradually and with much fighting. On the morning of the December 3 his force reached Kut el Amara, where it was decided his retirement should end. The force, considerably reduced in numbers, was now regularly besieged by the Turks, and a resolute attempt to relieve him by an army under Light General Aylmer was organized and arranged. This relieving force got under way in December. It consisted of the 7th Lahore Division from France, 3rd Meerut Division and the 35th Indian Brigade, lately brought to Mesopotamia. This brigade included the 5th Battalion of the Buffs. The job was immense, because of the difficulties of transport. The only possible way of carrying the impedimenta of an army and of feeding and supplying it was by means of the river Tigris, and this stream was a most unsatisfactory one in every way. It winds about like a corkscrew, and is provided with endless shifting shallows. When the rains come it is a raging torrent, and after that the whole country, which is quite flat, is covered with impassable marshes, which connect with the river by treacherous channels. All this, of course, meant that the rations were bad and more or less precarious. In fact, at this period of the war, the feeding of the troops in Mesopotamia could not be compared with the system obtaining in France. The sick, too, suffered extremely from the difficulties of transport as well as a reprehensible paucity of medical officers and medical equipment. In fact, the conditions of soldiering on the Western Front and in this cradle of the human race were as different as they well could be. In France nothing that could alleviate the sufferings of the sick and wounded was left undone, whereas under the Indian government the contrary was the case, and it was only after many lives had been needlessly sacrificed that adequate arrangements were made. Townsend's cavalry had left him on the December 6, and retired down the Tigris till it reached Ali el Garbi, at which spot it was reinforced by infantry and guns from Basra. The siege of Kut was full of incident and the defense was a very fine one, starvation being the only enemy that could not be defied, but it is only with the attempted relief of the place that the Buffs were concerned. General Aylmer's leading troops, under Major General Younghusband, who had moved up from Basra by river steamers with open barges lashed on either side, started from the Ali El Garbi on the January 4, 1916, and moved up the river, using both banks and marching on Sheikh Saad. The Buffs were on the left bank and furthest from the stream. All surplus stores were carried by water. The length of the first day's march was about 8 miles, the weather being very wet and the nights cold. The second day took the force another journey up the course of the Tigris in the same formation. There was a considerable amount of sniping when night fell. Indeed, it was obvious from this and other signs that there was a strong force in front. On the next day, January 6, the march was resumed and the outposts of the enemy were reached. The firing commenced about noon and lasted till 4:30 p.m., but our casualties were inconsiderable, Second Lieutenant Holeman and 3 men being wounded. There was very heavy sniping that night. The next day was fought the action of Sheikh Saad. Our force began to advance and came under fire almost at once, and the artillery opened at 8 o'clock. The firing increased hourly in intensity as the day wore on, from rifles and shrapnel and later on from machine guns, too, and casualties began to grow to an unpleasant extent. The adjutant, Lieutenant H.S. Marchant, was killed, and Light Colonel J. Munn Mace, Major E. Clark and many others were wounded. The advance was over open country and the available cover was so meager as to be almost non-existent. There was a mirage, too, which interfered considerably with observation, but by the middle of the afternoon a much thinned-out firing line of Buffs, Black Watch and Seaforth Highlanders had got within about 400 yards of the position. There were not enough men to keep up the pressure, however, and as there was every appearance of a counter-attack being contemplated, these British troops prepared a line about 200 yards behind the place they had advanced to, and digging themselves in for the night prepared to resist any offensive on the part of the enemy. Beyond very heavy firing, which rendered the bringing in of the wounded a matter of great difficulty, however, nothing of that nature occurred, though the situation was anything but a pleasant one, for the firing was kept up all night, the weather was bitterly cold and showery, and the food consisted of a few biscuits with some bully beef for breakfast. Saturday the January 8th was a day of rifle fire. The Turks attempted an advance, but were repulsed and all our men could do was to strengthen and improve their defenses, which work was carried out at dusk. On the following morning the enemy had disappeared and nothing was found to be in front but a few snipers. The reason of this proved to be that, though our advance was checked, as has been seen, on the left bank of the river, our troops on the other side had captured the trenches in front of them. So, after burying the dead and clearing up the battlefield, Aylmer's force marched another 6 miles or so over what had been the Turkish position, which was found to be a very elaborate one, and camped at Sheikh Saad. The part taken by the Buffs in this fight earned the very warmest praise from those in authority. The casualty list was heavy. 3 officers and 38 men were killed outright and 14 officers and 196 other ranks were wounded, some of whom succumbed to their injuries. The list of officer casualties was as follows: killed, Lutz H.S. Marchant and G.T. Baker, and 2nd Lieutenant E. Rothwell. Wounded, Light Colonel J. Munn Mace, Major E. Clark, Captains B. Buss, afterwards died of wounds, F.O. Marchant, T.H.O. Collings, Lutz, A.E.L. Hardcastle, G. Jessel, the Honorable G.J. Goskin, died of wounds, W.H. Winch, died of wounds, F.S. Fleuret, S.W. Weldon, L.E. Holeman, A. Good, attached, and T. Bridgens, attached. On the January 11th in the evening came sudden orders to get on the move again, and at 7 o'clock the force marched off in a northeasterly direction, but after proceeding 3 miles halted again and dug in. This procedure was repeated on the 12th, but the march, in the same direction, was this time about 8 miles, and every preparation was made for an attack at dawn. The enemy had, however, gone when morning arrived, and our people moved after him and marched steadily from 7 o'clock in the morning till 2 p.m., when the foe was located and promptly attacked. His position was known as the Wadi, which is a stream running into the Tigris River on its left bank. The 35th Brigade, in which the Buffs were serving, being on the right flank of the relieving force, carried out a flanking movement and only really came into action about 4 p.m. Then it advanced under fire and closed with the bayonet, but the Turk thought it unwise to measure himself at close quarters with the men of Kent, though he is a brave and hardy fighter, so he made off and another battle was lost and won. The Buff's own principal loss was the new commanding officer of the battalion, Major J.S. Fraser, who was killed. Captain J. Body assumed command. The weather was now very bad indeed, the rains were terrible and the wind very high. This state of things interfered sadly with military operations, and delay was the only thing that really disheartened the men. British comrades were being besieged in Kut, only some 25 miles away, and discomforts and inferior feeding could be easily borne if only progress could be made. It is necessary to understand something of the nature of the country and of the Turkish lines of defense between Kut and the relieving forces, and to remember that the only practical avenue of approach was by the river, because sustained operations in the desert which bordered the stream were impossible without adequate land transport, which did not exist. Within a mile or two of the stream on both sides were extensive and impassable marshes, and the enemy had constructed several lines of entrenchments, one behind the other, and each stretching across the water from the marshes on the left bank to those on the right. The first of these, and nearest to Aylmer's forces, were the lines of El Hana. Then came those of Falahai and then Sana'ayat. Behind all these, only about 7 miles east of Kut itself, was the long entrenchment of Sin. The main line of this, as it did not rest on marshes on the right side of the river, was thrown back at an angle till it rested on the Shat el Hai, the watercourse which joined the Tigris at Kut to the great river Euphrates. At the salient angle of this long line of works stood the Dujala redoubt. On the January 21 Aylmer attacked the El Hana lines, but alas! The attack proved a failure and the English army had to entrench itself and await reinforcements, it being that day fairly conclusively proved that our people were not in sufficient force for the work undertaken. The Buffs had, amongst others, Captain A.G.A. Adam and Lieutenant J. Thorpe Waite killed and Lieutenant Goodland wounded. The weather of the 21st was terribly wet, by evening the trenches were full of water, it became difficult to carry away the wounded, and many of the stretcher-bearers fell with their burdens. About this time several pairs of battalions, who had been depleted of men, were coupled up into one. This was of more or less frequent occurrence. Thus 2 companies of the Hampshires, whose other half-battalion was in Kut, were sent to the Buffs, and together, until the following June, the Buffs and these 2 companies formed the Composite Territorial Battalion, better known as the Huffs, which was commanded by Major F. N. Thorne, of the 1st Royal Sussex Regiment. Notwithstanding everybody's anxiety to get on, February proved a comparatively idle month. As has been stated, Aylmer had an insufficient force for his task. Reinforcements, however, were coming up and every effort to reorganize for a fresh attempt was being made. Soldiers, like sailors, will never leave a stone unturned to rescue comrades in distress, and a relief column may always be depended on to strive to the very end. The last day of the month brought a draft from the 35th Battalion of 6 officers and 302 men, and sadly was the draft needed. Very few indeed of the 627 men who left Basra were now able to perform a day's duty. On the March 7 a very resolute attempt to relieve the beleaguered garrison commenced. It being impossible to force the several lines in front, it was determined to try and turn them. This meant that our people must leave the river and their water supply and march out across the desert. The only possible chance of success was rapidity and a decisive victory. The desert column could not be fed, watered, relieved of its sick or reinforced until its work was ended and touch again obtained with the Tigris in rear of the formidable Turkish lines. A night march on the Dujala redoubt, in 3 columns, over the desert, started on the evening of the March 7th and marched in pitch darkness and in strict silence all night. At dawn the redoubt was reached and Kut was in sight. Intense eagerness and excitement reigned in every breast, but the result was the most bitter disappointment it is hoped that will ever fall to the lot of gallant rescuers. The attack was too late and failed to surprise, and the enthusiastic columns had to fall back again upon their old camp at Hana. During the march the brigade in which the Buffs were acted as escort to the second line transport, but moved up into the fight at Dujala, which lasted all day. The enemy's guns followed up the British retreat and our men were under their fire during the greater part of the 9th. At 11:30 p.m. on that date a dispirited and terribly fatigued column reached the old camping ground again. They had suffered severely from want of water. It was sad to have to remain inactive so near to Kut, but it was essential that more troops should arrive. These came at last in the shape of the 13th Division from Gallipoli, which had been evacuated early in January. General Aylmer, V.C., was replaced by General Sir G. P. Gorringe, and on the April 5 this commander attacked, frontally and with the utmost vigor, the Hana trenches, before which the relief force had been held up so long. The attack took place early in the morning and was chiefly entrusted to the newly arrived division, which gloriously carried the obstacle in a couple of hours, though it consisted of no less than 5 lines of trenches. It was soon noticed by our aircraft that the Falahai and Sana'iyet lines were being strongly reinforced. Absence of cover militate greatly against a successful further advance, but this was made as soon as night fell, and the Falahai fortifications were soon also in our possession on both banks of the river. Hopes rose again after this victory that Kut would, after all, be saved, and every man was prepared for any necessary effort, but unhappily the floods now arose with great rapidity. The river became a roaring torrent and the marshes more formidable than ever, not only in impassability but, what was worse, in extent as well. Nevertheless, attempts were made to pass the line still intervening between Gorringe's men and their goal, but it was not to be. The last attempt was made on the April 23rd, on the evening of the 21st the Buffs, with the remainder of the brigade, crossed the river from the right to the left bank, marched 3 or 4 miles upstream and took up a position in reserve preparatory to an attack. Here the night was passed in the open air in artillery formation, and a move up into the reserve trenches was made the following morning. The attack was more or less successful at first, but the Turks were reinforced and drove those of our men who had penetrated their defenses out again. Nothing but a frontal attack could possibly be attempted owing to the presence of an utter impassability of the marshes. The Buffs were sent back into the trenches from whence they had emerged so full of anticipation, and on the April 29 the garrison of Kut surrendered to the enemy. During the end of April the Buffs had had to fight another enemy besides the Turk. There were a few cases of cholera reported on the 27th. On the 28th there were 4 deaths and for a few days things looked serious, but a bad epidemic was avoided. Turkish lines near Kut. The following is the list of casualties suffered by the 5th Battalion during these operations. Officers killed, 8, Major J. S. Fraser, Captain A. G. A. Adam, Lutz. G. T. Baker, Honorable G. J. Goskin, H. S. Marchant, E. Rothwell, J. T. Waite and W. H. Winch. 12 were wounded, Colonel J. Munmace, Major E. Clark, Captains B. Buss, afterwards died of wounds, T.H.O. Collings, F.O. Marchant and D.S. Wilkinson, Lutz. F.S. Fleuret, A.E.L. Hardcastle, L.E. Holeman, G. Jessel, J.H.J. Peters and S.W. Weldon. 84 other ranks were killed up to the April 29, and 259 wounded. 3 Gallipoli. Although no battalion of the Buffs served in Gallipoli, the regiment was not unrepresented on that sanguinary peninsula, and John Turk was given a chance there also of confronting the Dragon Badge. The story of how Buffs came to be in this region is a somewhat curious one and is briefly as follows. Early in 1915 the Monmouthshire Brigade, which was a portion of the 53rd, Welsh, Division, was suddenly sent off to France, leaving the Division 1 Brigade short. In the month of April, therefore, a new brigade was made up from the home counties to swell the Welshmen's ranks and make their division complete. It consisted of the 2/4th Battalion of the Queen's, the 1/4th Sussex, the 2/10th Middlesex and a composite Kentish battalion which contained 1 company from the 2/4th Buffs, 1 from the 2/5th Buffs and 1 company each from the 4th and 5th Royal West Kent Regiment. The Buffs were A and B companies and the West Kents were C and D, but the latter regiment found the battalion headquarters staff. For this reason the unit was generally known as the 2/4th Royal West Kent, though its proper designation was the Kent Composite Battalion. At first it was suggested that a new badge should be found or invented for this composite battalion, but this was vetoed, as Kent is not a sufficiently populous county to maintain a new infantry regiment. The War Office therefore gave authority for the wearing of the Buffs badge by A and B companies, and the West Kent badge by the others. The 2 halves of the battalion had also different record offices at Hounslow, different regimental numbers and so on. It was trained with the rest of the division at Cambridge and afterwards at Bedford under the command of Colonel Simpson. The officers of a company were Captains Jude and Taunton, Lutz, Dixon and Filmer, and 2nd Lutz, Morgan and Larkin. B Company was commanded by Captain Greatorex, with Captain Lamarck and Lutz, Keeble, Wood, Willows, and Griffin, all of whom belonged to the 4th or 5th Battalion of the Buffs. The division was ordered to the east instead of to France, so the Kentish men and men of Kent entrained together on the July 17 at Devonport and next day embarked on the SS Northland. They landed at Suvla Bay, Gallipoli Peninsula, on the August 9, 3 days after the great surprise landing there and the attack on Achi Baba. During their stay in this theatre of war the men were mostly employed in making trenches and on fatigue work, and the movements from one part to another were unimportant. First they were at Sea Beach, where the commanding officer got wounded, then at West Beach and later on at Lala Baba, but fatigue work was still the occupation of the unit. December, 1915, brought the skillful and successful evacuation of Gallipoli and Suvla. Our battalion withdrew to Mudros, on the island of Lemnos, where it embarked for Egypt on board the Haverford and landed at Alexandria on the December 19. The Egyptian history of the Kent Composite Battalion is not of very great interest, although, after changing its name and organization, it took its full share in the Palestine campaign which came later on. Under its old constitution it proceeded to Warden and afterwards to Fayoum in central Egypt, but, towards the middle of 1916, Colonel Money, who was then in command, represented the great inconvenience of having his men administered by 2 record offices and a double lot of paymasters, with the result that an order came transferring all N.C.Os and men of the Buffs compulsorily to the 2/4th Royal West Kent Regiment, under which honourable title the men saw much service on their new front, but, as they were no longer Buffs their doings must remain unchronicled in this regimental history. Chapter 6 The Somme Summary of events. In so far as the principal or Western theatre of war is concerned, the chief events of 1916, and they were events of stupendous magnitude, were the resolute attack on the French troops around Verdun and the most magnificent and successful defense by our allies. In all their warlike and heroic past, the gallant French never fought such a fight, and even the greatest of their historic victories, such as Jena, Austerlitz, and the like, pale in renown when compared to Verdun. After many German offensives west of Soissons and about Ypres, the enemy appears to have definitely made up his mind to relinquish the idea of seizing Calais and the Channel ports as hopeless, and by forcing the French lines at Verdun to revert to his original plan of reaching Paris, this time by another route. It was on the February 21 that this great battle commenced, and the hostile lines swayed to and fro for days and weeks as the tremendous struggle continued. Men died by thousands and thousands, but never were our allies broken. On ne passez pas was the war cry, and the enemy never got through the Frenchmen's line. The Battle of Verdun may have said to have lasted till the end of June, and there were not wanting many who murmured that we English were deserting our comrades, and that some great attempt on our part should be made to bring aid to our exhausted allies in their desperate straits. We had, however, our work cut out to defend our own line, for our armies were not yet at full strength, nor all our new soldiers fully trained for war. What could be done was done. The British line was extended, on the March 23, to include Souchez, and, as Sir Douglas Haig, the new commander-in-chief, pointed out, the principle of an offensive campaign during the summer was early decided on. Preparations of a very extensive nature, however, had to be made. Haig was in close consultation and agreement with Joffre, but the date was dependent on many doubtful factors. The British armies were growing in numbers and the supply of munitions steadily increasing, also training was daily improving the new levies. On the other hand, the Germans were continuing to press their attacks at Verdun, and both there and on the Italian front, where the Austrian offensive was gaining ground, it was evident that the strain might become too great to be borne unless timely action was taken to relieve it. It was in June no secret throughout France or England that an attack by us on a great scale was in contemplation. The different units, brigades, divisions, and so on were all preparing for a very big event, and were moving to the several points from which action was to take place. It was on the July 1 that the Battle of the Somme actually took place, or rather began, and it started by a grand combined Anglo-French offensive on a 25-mile front, north and south of the river of that name. The Somme operations lasted many weeks and are divided in Haig's description into three phases. Firstly, the successes gained between the 1st of July and the 17th, during which the southern crest of the main plateau between Delvillewood and Bazentin-le-Petit was gained. Secondly, a long and severe struggle for the mastery between the contending armies, which may be said to have resulted in our favor by the first week in September, and thirdly, the advance, which was pushed down the forward slope and extended so that the whole plateau was in our possession. There are many works now available, as well as the dispatches themselves, which will give a military student a good and clear description of all this fighting, but the short sketch given above must serve one who reads merely to understand what the Buffs were doing in France during this momentous period. 6th Battalion 1916. The 6th and 7th Battalions were the first of those engaged on the Western Front to take their parts upon the Somme, and we will now note their story since the conclusion of 1915, when the 6th was in trenches at Givenchy, very cold, and waist deep in water. The new year opened with a bombardment, and there were 18 casualties on the January 2nd. After a short spell out of the line, the battalion returned to the trenches and for the next 3 months went through a time that was probably the severest of the whole war. The trenches were almost filled with mud indeed, in some cases men were actually drowned in it, the cold was intense, fighting was continuous and the wastage by casualties appalling. The enemy had a preponderance of artillery and an unbelievable number of that most nerve-shattering of all engines of war, the heavy Minenwerfer, mine thrower. Mines were blown, all and every day and night, by both sides alike, and the orders then in force were to occupy at once any craters made, if within 60 yards of our line. There was a somewhat notable attack on one of these craters made by the Buffs on the March 6, 1916, which unfortunately, however, proved a failure owing, as the brigadier reported, firstly to the heavy condition of the ground, and secondly because the enemy had assembled in some force, presumably with the object of driving us out of our craters. Consequently very much more opposition was met with than was anticipated. A short narrative of this minor operation may give an idea of certain incidents that are liable to occur in trench warfare. A scheme had been drawn up and the necessary orders issued for an attempt to seize what was known as the Triangle Crater, as well as certain portions of the trenches in the immediate neighborhood of the Hohenzollern Redoubt, which were on the March 6, 1916, in the hands of the enemy. C Company the Buffs was detailed for this minor enterprise, and it was divided into 3 distinct parties, which were to emerge from craters in our own possession. The attempt was commenced at 6 p.m., but in 10 minutes 2 of the attacking parties were held up by a barrage of bombs and the third by heavy ground, the mud being found to be knee-deep. The party on the left managed, indeed, to reach their objective, but the fact that the others were not up necessitated their retirement, and at 5 minutes to 7 the company had to report that its advance was absolutely stopped. Half an hour later another attempt was made, notwithstanding the fact that in the interim the enemy had attacked in his turn. At 8:5 and again at 8:35 p.m. the Buffs called urgently for more ammunition and grenades. They also requested reinforcements, and a company of the 6th Royal West Kent was ordered up to their support. Meanwhile the 7th East Surrey Regiment, which was on the left, was attacked, and, though the assailants were driven off, much damage was done to their trenches. There were 2 more attacks on this regiment before 11 o'clock, but they were unsuccessful. By midnight the situation on the Buffs front was exactly similar to what it had been previous to the attack. The enemy had made several bombing attacks against our own craters, but they were successfully repulsed, and during the remainder of the night the enemy was quiet. Later in the month on 2 separate occasions the battalion was brought into the line from a hurriedly snatched 2 or 3 days' rest at Bethune, in order to resist German assaults or make a hurried counter-attack. Amongst the many individual acts of heroism was that of Corporal Cotter, who, though himself at the time severely and, later on in the same engagement, fatally wounded, directed a bombing attack, throwing bombs himself after both his legs had been shattered, and thus saving a trench from being rushed by the enemy. Another regimental hero to be remembered for all time. It was sad that this glorious corporal died in hospital at Lillers, but very gratifying to know that he lived long enough to learn that his gallantry had been recognized by the award of the V.C. The following official announcement was published on the March 31, 1916, in the list of winners of the Victoria Cross No. 6707 Lance Corporal. Acting Corporal, William R. Cotter, East Kent, for most conspicuous bravery and devotion to duty. When his right leg had been blown off at the knee, and he had also been wounded in both arms, he made his way unaided for 50 yards to a crater, steadied the men who were holding it, controlled their fire, issued orders, and altered the dispositions of his men to meet a fresh counter-attack by the enemy. For 2 hours he held his position, and only allowed his wounds to be roughly dressed when the attack had quieted down. He could not be moved back for 14 hours, and during all this time had a cheery word for all who passed him. There is no doubt that his magnificent courage helped greatly to save a critical situation. His wonderful performance is still more remarkable on account of the fact that he had a glass eye. Unfortunately, he did not survive long to enjoy the great honor. At first he made good progress, but he died on the 14th of March. For the following details of the hero's life we are indebted to the Folkestone Herald. Corporal Cotter was born at Folkestone 34 years ago, being the eldest of 6 sons, all of whom entered the Navy or Army. He joined the Buffs when he was about 20 years old, and was on the reserve at the outbreak of the war. Being called up, he went to Canterbury, and was sent to France, notwithstanding that he had a glass eye, having lost the sight of his right eye through an accident some years ago. Excepting 2 intervals, he had been at the front ever since, and right up to March 6 he remained unwounded, although he had several narrow escapes from being shot. His letters home were always of a cheery type, and in the trenches he was one of the happiest and best of men. He kept his comrades in good spirits, and he was always ready to help the wounded or dying. Corporal Cotter distinguished himself on several occasions in bayonet fighting, and in December last he was recommended by his officers for conspicuous bravery. He was then, it appeared, recommended for the D.C.M. The 6th Battalion remained in the same sector until Easter, when it went back for a well-deserved rest near Lillers. Here it was refitted and reorganized and given plenty of hard work and hard training with a view to what was to come. It benefited much from the complete change. Football and sports were indulged in, and at last there came some decent spring weather. On the July 19th 6 officers were mentioned in dispatches, but only 2 of them, Leesmith and Smeltzer, were alive. The names were Major Soames, DSO, Captains Foley and Smeltzer, and 2nd Lutz Brodie, Leesmith, and Jelf. During this month the battalion moved south to Amiens, and everybody knew where the ultimate destination would be. On the 28th the real warlike move took place. All surplus kit was left behind and a position finally taken up behind Albert, as the brigade was not to come into action just at first, but to form part of a reserve force. On the 30th 3,000 Mills grenades were issued out and a move made to Breslau, from which place during the night tremendously heavy shelling from our guns was heard. The July 1st was the opening day of the Great Somme struggle and the Battle of Albert, 1916. 0 hour found the 6th just outside La Vieille, and when the moment came it marched through Millencourt and halted in a field northwest of that village, being, of course, in reserve. A great deal of firing was heard and some rumors caused a good deal of excitement. At first all objectives had been gained, and then the assault on Ovelers had failed, which latter was unfortunately fairly true, as the attack on this sector did not achieve much success on the first day. At 5 p.m. orders came to be ready to move at a moment's notice into the intermediate line, and the brigade actually moved off at 7 o'clock, finding the greatest difficulty in getting through the congested streets of the village of Millencourt, but at 8:15 orders were changed again and the 12th Division was now to relieve the 8th, which had suffered many casualties. This move was accomplished at night time, the Buffs, with the rest of the division, being all in the trenches by about 2:45 a.m. The 2nd of the month did not bring another important effort by our troops at this part of the line, though Ovelers was heavily bombarded. At 1:15 a.m. on the 3rd, however, orders came that this village would be attacked by the 35th and 37th Brigades at 3:15 a.m., after an hour's intense bombardment. The order of battle for the 37th Brigade was 6th Battalion the Queen's on the right, supported by 2 companies of the Buffs, 6th Battalion Royal West Kent on the left, supported by 2 companies of the Buffs, the 7th East Surrey Regiment in support. After a few casualties, sustained by reason of the usual retaliation to our bombardment, the Queen's and West Kents attacked. Very heavy machine gun flanking fire met the Kentish men from the left and the Queen's from the right. A company of the Buffs went over by platoons about 3:30 a.m., and the first wave suffered few casualties until the German wire was reached, but the succeeding waves of this company, and those of C Company also, suffered heavily in their advance. The few men that succeeded in getting into the German trenches, under 2nd Lieutenant Farmer, at once commenced to bomb the dugouts. Eyewitnesses report that the accuracy and regularity of this advance was remarkable, and reminded them of field day work. 2 communication trenches were found to be blocked. Owing to casualties amongst bomb carriers, the supply of these necessities was soon exhausted, and casualties were inflicted by German bombs. Finding at length that it was impossible to remain any longer in the trench, 2nd Lieutenant Farmer collected all the men around him and brought them back to the English lines. The intense enemy machine gun fire held up also the attack on the right, and B and D companies did not go into the struggle. The German artillery maintained a heavy fire on our trenches with great accuracy and weight. About 7:30 am a message was received that the 10th Corps was making another attack, preceded by artillery preparation, at 8:15 am. If successful, the 35th Infantry Brigade would cooperate. A message was also received that if the 37th should again attack, the 6th Buffs were to lead it with the 2 companies that had not suffered, and that they would be supported by the Queens. However, it was decided that no further efforts should be made on this sector for that day. The East Surrey took over the front line trenches and the brigade settled down to be shelled. During the night a number of wounded were brought in. The casualties of the July 3rd were, for the 6th Battalion the Buffs, killed, Captain J.C.T. Lee and 2nd Lutz. H.G. Cox and S.T. Hinckley, wounded, Captain Child, Lieutenant W.W. Chapman, 2nd Lutz. Free, Carter and Madden, missing, Lieutenant G.W.M. Burton and 2nd Lieutenant L.H. Batson, both of whom it was afterwards ascertained had been killed. Total casualties, 11 officers and 263 other ranks. It sometimes most unfortunately occurs that in war all casualties cannot be discovered and collected. A man may be killed outright or he may be wounded, perhaps in such a way as to prevent his crawling or staggering away. Every effort is always made to retrieve and bring away the sufferers, and it is most distressing to think this cannot always be done. After the fight on the 3rd, the Buffs, together with the rest of the brigade, had a comparatively quiet time, but on the 7th 2nd Lieutenant Bond left the trenches with a patrol. He reported on the German wire as being in bad condition, and he brought in 5 wounded men who had been lying out, poor fellows, ever since the early morning of the 3rd. Lieutenant Lee Smith was killed by a chance shell during the morning of the 7th. The battalion did not go into the trenches again till the July 27th, when the whole brigade took its place in the Ovalers section once more after being hastily refitted and brought up to strength. What is described by Sir Douglas Haig as the first phase of the great fight was now over, and the discovery had been made that the enemy was in an immensely strong position, fortified, line behind line, to an extent perhaps never before known in war, unless it be compared with Wellington's lines at Torres Vedras, which Messina never dared to assault. On the August 3rd, the Battle of Pozier's Ridge being then in full swing, orders were issued for an attack to be delivered by the 6th Battalion the Buffs on a certain German strongpoint and for it to be carried out in conjunction with the 36th Brigade on the right. This brigade was to assail what was known as the Ration Trench, which communicated with the strongpoint in question. The attack was to be launched at 11:15 p.m. B Company was on the left, D Company on the right and A and C companies in reserve. About 9 o'clock the enemy shelled our trenches heavily, but some French 75 guns were turned on the German batteries with gas shells and completely stopped their fire. Had it not been for this timely action, due to the initiative of Light Colonel Cope, commanding the Buffs, the casualties would probably have been very severe. At 11 p.m. 2nd Lieutenant Hanmer and a party of bombers crept out under the barrage to be ready to bomb an enemy's machine gun should it open upon our men when they advanced. Punctually to the hour ordered, B Company went over the parapet and was immediately joined by D, the barrage lifting at the same moment. D Company then went through B to take the trench on the left of the strong point, but during its advance eased off a bit too much to its right, so a company was brought up from the reserve and soon after C Company also, and these two took and consolidated the objective and, together with a company of Royal Engineers, pushed on a bit further, but when dawn came B Company found itself in the ration trench. However, touch was secured with the 36th Brigade, and the Buffs had done their job. Lieutenant A. J. Hanmer did most gallant work during this action. He won the MC, but was so severely wounded that he died of his injuries on the October 7th. Second Lieutenant Routley and a Sussex officer made a reconnaissance as far as Mackay Farm. The enemy tried a counter-attack from this place, but it melted away before our Lewis guns. 2 German officers and 87 other ranks, mostly Prussian infantry, were unearthed from the dugouts of the captured works. The battalion was relieved, about 11 a.m. on the 4th, by the 6th West Kent, and went back to huts in Martinsart Wood, having lost 4 officers wounded and 114 casualties of other ranks. On the August 10th a somewhat curious accident occurred. In the early morning our 60-pounder trench mortars bombarded a German sap with good effect. Second Lieutenant McDermott crossed over to it when the bombardment lifted. After he had dropped a Stokes mortar bomb down a dugout, the Germans all fled. It was therefore arranged to take the sap after some bombs had been got up. These were duly carried up and stacked ready for use, and Captain Ward and Lieutenant Sir R. Onslow were ready to conduct operations. About 2.30 our trench mortars opened fire again by way of preparation, but unfortunately one shot fell short, right into the middle of our stack of bombs, exploding about 1,500 of them and wounding both the officers named and an orderly. As the bombs were lost, the affair had to be given up. On the August 12th the brigadier was informed that the attack on this portion of our line was to be in future of the nature of a holding one, and was not to be pushed home if much opposition was encountered. On this day news from England came that Captain Farmer and 2nd Lieutenant Bond had been awarded the M.C., Corporal Tumblin the D.C.M., and that there were military medals for Sergeant Fox and Pties. Anderson, Blackshaw, Browning, Hughes, Lookford, and Setterfield. On the August 14th the brigade marched away from the Somme area to the northward and did not return to this district till the September 29th. It relieved the 34th Brigade in the neighborhood of Beaumetz and Bitrancourt, which are villages some 7 miles or so southwest of Arras. Except for some trench mortar activity the sector was fairly quiet. The battalion was here for about 6 weeks and then returned to the Somme, where by this time the British line had been very considerably advanced. The October 1st found the 37th Brigade about Longueville, whence it passed into a reserve line south of Gueudecourt. The ground was now so bad and the roads north of this part of the Somme so inferior that transport became a great difficulty, and troops had to rely almost entirely on pack animals for the supply of the necessary food and warlike stores. Indeed, an attack arranged for the October 4th had to be postponed for 48 hours on account of rain and bad weather. On the 6th of the month the Buffs were in the front line of their brigade. Then an operation order was issued commencing with the words, "The general advance of the Allies will be resumed." This order was, as usual, clear and minute as to detail, and it gave both a first and a second objective. The Buffs were on the right of their brigade and the Royal West Kent on the left. Of the Buffs themselves, a company was on the right, B in the center and C on the left, and each of these companies was given its own individual objective. D Company sent 3 platoons as carrying party to the other 3 companies, while its 4th was directed to construct a strong point. The attack was ordered to be carried out in 4 waves at 50 yards interval, each platoon extended to 2 yards interval, bayonets to be fixed and magazines charged. Each man carried 220 rounds of small arm ammunition, and the carrying parties had a further supply. The artillery was to lift every minute and 50 yards at a time. Arrangements were made to signal to the contact aeroplanes. The 0 hour was fixed at 1:45 p.m. on the October 7th, but the enemy must have known what was coming, for an hour before that the Buffs were heavily shelled, and at 1:30 the Germans opened a tremendous machine gun fire and shrapnel barrage on the front trenches. However, at the correct moment the attack opened, and it was met with an excessively heavy machine gun and rifle fire which came from an unexpected quarter. This held up C Company, but A and B reached the first objective, suffering, however, somewhat severely. On trying to advance further they were completely stopped by the German machine guns, as were the West Kent on their left. About 20 men of a company succeeded in joining the 61st Brigade on the right and they advanced with it. This brigade attained its objective. The first objective gained by our men was bravely held all the day until relieved at midnight by the 6th Battalion the Queens. Throughout the afternoon the lines had been subjected to a great deal of bombing from the high ground above them and to enfilade fire from the flanks. Light Colonel Cope was severely wounded, and Captain T. Pagan, RAMC, was killed in attempting to go to his assistance. The battalion, 40 strong, was taken out of action by the adjutant, Captain Page, the only officer who was not either killed or wounded. It was for no slight reasons that the 6th Buffs were stopped in their advance. 8 officers were killed, Lieutenant P. R. Hatch, 2nd Lutz. AES Amani, GSM Norrie, E.G. Routley, Loft, D.A. Harnett and R.B.N. Moss, and Captain Pagan, RAMC, and 12 wounded, Light Colonel Cope, DSO, Lutz. Cumberbatch, Bond, and Chapman, 2nd Lutz. Kidd, Woolbridge, Taylor, Spring A. Mason, Turk, Taylor and Jacobs. There were 347 casualties amongst the rank and file killed, wounded, and missing. Yes, the October 7th, 1916, was another dreadful day in the long history of the regiment, as well as in the short one of its 6th Battalion, but the ancient honor showed no sign of deterioration at this Battle of the Transloy Ridges. Now reduced to a mere skeleton of a battalion, though drafts began to arrive almost daily after the 16th of the month, it was necessary after a few days' rest near Longueville to remove it, on the October 21st, to the quieter sector of Revere, in the district from which it had come to the Somme at the end of September. There was a certain amount of official correspondence about this great fight, as there always is when full success is not gained by British efforts. It seems clear that the artillery barrage was not strong enough to keep down the hostile fire, that our front line was not continuous, but had gaps in it, and that the ground was not suitable for forming for attack. Major Dawson assumed the acting command of the battalion, rendered vacant by Light Colonel Cope becoming a casualty. 7th Battalion 1916. The commencement of the year 1916 found the 7th Battalion in billets at Dernancourt. Early in January Light Colonel Elmsley was invalid, and Major Birch took his job until the arrival of the new commander, Light Colonel A. L. Ransom, of the Dorsetshire Regiment. In February the battalion moved to St. Gratien, where it remained for 15 days, being employed in making the Doyers-Conti Railway, and then, in March, it took over a position south of Maricourt about Corbie and Suzanne, where it remained till the end of the month. The incidents worthy of note at this time were not very numerous, and the important move of the spring was to Picquigny, where strenuous preparation for the coming great battle was continuously and methodically engaged in. Dummy trenches were laid out on a replica of the ground over which the men were to attack, and one full dress rehearsal for the brigade took place with contact aeroplanes and flares, the commander-in-chief being present. This special preparation went on till the June 10, when the battalion started for the line itself, and it is not too much to say that the soldiers were remarkable for keenness and zeal. There is always more of excitement and dash in an offensive than in the somewhat tame and monotonous business of a passive defense, though quite as much heroism can be exhibited in the one as in the other. "Let us get at them" is, at any rate, a more popular sentiment than "stand fast, here they come." From the June 11 onward all work was concentrated in preparing assembly trenches, communication trenches, and dumps for the forthcoming attack. The battalion was at Bray-sur-Somme on the June 17 and remained there till the last day of the month, when it marched into its assembly trench in Lapre-Wood ready for the assault. It may be remembered that on this day, the June 30, 1916, the 6th Battalion was at Bresles, about 9 miles away. On the great 1st of July the 55th Brigade, a unit of which was the 7th Battalion the Buffs, to whose part in the struggle we will now refer, held the line in front of Carnoy, and its objective was a trench about 200 yards north of the Montauban-Faucourt road. 0 hour was 7:30 am, and the following was the order of battle for the attack: the 7th Queens were on the left, the 8th East Surrey on the right, the 7th Buffs in support, with the special task of clearing the Carnoy craters, and the 7th Royal West Kent were in reserve. At 7 am our barrage became intense and remained so till 7:22, at which time all guns of the trench mortar battery opened for 8 minutes, and at the 0 hour the whole brigade went forward to the assault. Local conditions necessitated the breaking up of the Buffs for several and separate duties. 2 platoons of B Company, under 2nd Lieutenant Totham, were to clear the Carnoy mine craters, 2 platoons of the same company to assist the assaulting battalions by clearing up captured trenches or ground. 15 C Company to consolidate and garrison a certain trench called the Palmyres Trench. 2 platoons of D Company to act as carrying parties. 2 platoons of a company to garrison 2 selected localities in rear of the Palmyres Trench. The Carnoy mine craters took 6 hours to clear, and 6 hours very heavy fighting it was, carried out under 2nd Lieutenant Totham, whose excellent work was rewarded by a MCC company was soon called away to aid the East Surreys, as were later on 2 platoons of a company. In fact, these 2 platoons of A, together with one of C Company, under Lutz, Dyson and Buds respectively, reached the final objective and held that part of it allotted to the East Surrey Regiment until relieved by other troops. Again it became necessary about noon to send up half D Company to make good part of the final objective of the 7th Queens. This was done successfully, but the company lost its commander, Captain G.T. Neame, during the operation. There is no doubt that during the whole operation, which was carried out more or less as planned, our troops encountered far more opposition than was anticipated. Particularly was this the case at the craters, to attack which only 2 platoons were originally assigned, a number of men quite inadequate. The whole position, indeed, proved to be a very strong one, consisting of 4 lines. The battalion lost the following casualties on this day: killed, Captain G.T. Neame, Lutz, P.G. Norbury and E.H.A. Goss, and 2nd Lieutenant J.F. Baddeley and 48 other ranks. Wounded, Captain C.K. Black, 2nd Lieutenant H. Owen and 144 other ranks, and 7 missing. The Buffs remained in the front line trenches till the night of the 4th/5th July and were heavily shelled, the enemy relaxing nothing of his activity and energy in this respect. The Palmyres line had been consolidated and it was now the special mark of the German gunners. The battalion reached Brinfay Farm about 3:30 am on the 5th after a very strenuous 4 days. The 5th was spent in resting, and the 6th in necessary reorganization. The time allowed in the back area was not a long one, however, and, on the July 12th, the Buffs moved by companies via Maricourt to relieve a battalion of the Liverpool Regiment about Maltshorn Farm, which is in the immediate vicinity of Trones Wood and marked the extreme right of the English line. Here the French were on the right of the battalion, and as the enemy still held Trones Wood and, as an old German communication trench running at right angles to the front was now held by us, it was necessary to have sentries facing both ways. On the July 13 orders came that the 55th Infantry Brigade was to attack this wood, and the following order was arranged for the Battle of Bazentin Ridge in so far as the brigade was concerned: the 7th West Kent to attack the southern half of the wood from the south, the 7th Queens to attack the northern half from the west, the 7th Buffs, less B Company, to remain in Maltshorn Trench, mentioned above as running at right angles to this line, 1 platoon to attack a certain strong point. B Company was lent to the 7th Queens, attacked with them and suffered very severe losses. 8th East Surrey to be in reserve. At 7 p.m. 1 platoon of D Company, under 2nd Lieutenant Scott, attacked the strong point mentioned above. A bombing party moved along the trench and entered it by a tunnel, but, on its entry, the enemy was encountered in strength and its force appeared to increase, reinforcements apparently coming in from the direction of the wood. The consequence was that Scott withdrew his party and reorganized it. He then proceeded to attack his objective over the open by parties from the flanks, but he was met by heavy rifle and machine gun fire and was compelled to withdraw with loss. Verbal messages came over the telephone about 10 p.m. that the holding of Maltshorn Trench, the defensive flank, was of the first importance and the line was not to be thinned in order to attack the strong point again. Nevertheless, attacks were continued on the morning of the 14th, and about 9 a.m. the point was evacuated by the enemy, and patrols were sent forward down the trench which led to Guillemont. No opposition was met with, as the enemy was retiring towards that place. Touch was then established with the 54th Brigade, and in the evening of the 14th the battalion, less the company attached to the Queens, was lent to this brigade and remained with it in the front line, after their own had been relieved, until the early morning of the 18th, when it was withdrawn to Grovetown Camp. There it stayed till the 21st, on which date it was withdrawn temporarily from the Somme fighting and entrained at Maricourt for Longpre and later to St. Omer. From there it marched to Requingham, and finally to Hondigam, about halfway between St. Omer and Ypres. A fairly quiet life was now the portion of this battalion for a few weeks, spent at first in the line near Bois Grenier, and afterwards resting at Monchy-Breton, near the little town of St. Pol, reorganizing and training, always training, and absorbing fresh drafts from England. At the end of September the battalion moved south again for the great struggle at Thiepval. This village is about a mile from the river Ancre, on the eastern bank, which is here very high and steep. Indeed, the place is quite 400 feet above the stream. It had been taken from the Germans on the September 26th, and on that same date the Royal West Kent Regiment, of the 55th Brigade, had reached Crucifix Corner, though the Buffs were only at Hedaville but were still on the march, so that the battalion bivouacked that night somewhat nearer the scene of action. On the morning of the 27th, starting at 5.30, it moved by platoons to Crucifix Corner, where the men got into dugouts and there remained till the afternoon of the 29th, when it relieved the 8th Suffolk Regiment, A and C companies proceeding to Woodpost, and B and D to the old German line. One platoon of a company acted as carrying party to Thiepval for the 8th East Surrey Regiment. At 7 a.m. on the following day came the SOS signal from the northern edge of the Schwaben Redoubt and the Buffs were ordered to stand by in readiness. The Schwaben Redoubt was in shape roughly an oval and certainly not a square, though the terms north face, west face, etc., are used for convenience in the following narrative of the fight there. It was somewhere about 500 yards long and 200 broad, and the original parapets were so knocked about by the October 1st that they were mere mounds and ditches with shelving sides. For defense they had to be roughly and rapidly improved and adapted as occasion required, but on account of the constant bombardment it was impossible to shape them up properly. What had happened in this place was that the enemy, making a somewhat sudden and resolute attack, had driven the defenders back from the southern face of the work, considerably weakened one of the East Surrey companies and captured the whole of the western face. Counter-attacks were immediately organized and, in connection with this, D Company of the Buffs was, at 9:35 am, sent up to occupy the northern defences of the village of Thiepval, and at 1:25 this company got orders to send 2 platoons to act in conjunction with the East Surrey in attacking and capturing the Schwaben redoubt. These 2 platoons were given definite objectives and the 0 hour was fixed at 4 p.m. A company moved up to Thiepval and reported to the OC 8th East Surrey. At 9:15 in the evening, the attack on the west face having failed, and that on the north one having succeeded, it was found that the Surrey battalion had suffered too much loss to be of much further use, and the rest of the Buffs went forward to take over the redoubt, together with the western defences of the village. Soon after midnight came a short message from 2nd Lieutenant Carman, who commanded the 2 platoons of D Company that had gone forward to attack with the Surrey men. It was to the effect that his men were almost entirely wiped out directly the starting point was left. One of the most difficult periods the battalion ever had to face during the war commenced with the month of October. The commanding officer held a consultation with the chief of the East Surrey and they decided that B Company of the Buffs, Captain Bryce, should take over the whole of the front line occupied by the Surrey men, and this relief was completed by 5:45 am on the October 1st. At 12:50 B Company was able to report that point R.19.D.45 was taken and touch got with the Royal West Kent. So now the Buffs held part of the northern and part of the southern face of the redoubt, and the West Kent held the country down to the river Ancre. It may be remarked that the contending forces were a good deal mixed in the Schwaben redoubt on the October 1st. In fact, about 8:30 a German officer and 26 men emerged from a dugout and gave themselves up to Captain Bryce's men. The curious situation led to very extensive use of bombs on both sides. B Company was ordered to work the northern face with bombing parties, and great attempts were made to clear the redoubt by these means throughout the day, but no substantial improvement was made. C Company relieved B on the 2nd and was itself relieved next day, and still an indecisive bombing fight went on, alternating with rather heavy shelling. At noon on the October 4th it was decided that the only way to clear the redoubt of the enemy was by bombing, and bombing alone, and in still greater intensity and continuity. Orders came that this mode of fighting was to go on day and night with the greatest vigor, and that bomb stops were to be made down all communication trenches which led northward. The companies were by this time terribly depleted, and the brigade gave orders that all positions were to be held, but no further advance made. This was at 3:45 p.m., and it was not till 11:40 p.m. that the welcome news came that at 6 o'clock in the morning the 8th Norfolks would attack with bombing parties along the western face of the redoubt, Stokes and Vickers guns cooperating. At 3:30 am on the October 5th, therefore, Norfolk bombing parties arrived at Thiepval in search of guides, and, these being supplied, they went on. The Buffs had received the simple orders to hold their own and nobly was that order obeyed. The conditions were terrible, heavy rain had reduced the shell-pitted ground to a sea of mud and it was thick with dead. German heavy artillery was concentrated on the position and bombing attacks were constant, but not an inch of ground was given up. The brothers A.S. and C.D. Hayfield and the regimental doctor, Captain McCullum Orme, particularly distinguished themselves. A.S. Hayfield was unhappily mortally wounded, another very fine officer being lost to the army. News came in the morning that the battalion was to be relieved in the afternoon and, by 5:15, this relief was effected. At 2:30 next morning, the October 6th, the battalion arrived by motor buses at Hedaville and the next day to Candas, which is not far from Doullens. The 1st to 6th October was a terrible time and not to be forgotten by the survivors. The estimated casualty list being, 1 officer killed, 2nd Lieutenant D. M. Taylor, 1 died of wounds, 2nd Lieutenant A. S. Hayfield, and 9 others wounded. 26 men killed, 152 wounded, and 23 missing. Thiepval up to the 14th there came a rest, with training, and the usual football and amusements, and then a 3 days march back to Albert and into the Faybec and High Trenches from the 22nd to the 26th. This proved a very strenuous tour and involved some casualties, a few being from shell shock. We will leave the history of the 7th Battalion here. The Great Somme struggle was considered at an end on the November 18th, and up to this date trench work and rest at Albert came each in their turn. It is pleasant to note, however, that the November 7th brought the MC to Captain Bryce, 2nd Lieutenant C.D. Hayfield and Captain Orme, RAMC, and the DCM to SGTS Stewart and Steele. For 8th Battalion 1916. The story of the 8th Battalion for the first half of the year 1916 is that of practically all the infantry units on the Western Front. Tours of trench work alternated as a rule with periods of so-called rest. The misery of the former depended, as regards intensity, on the period of the year. When the weather was fine, rats and lice were the chief enemies in addition to the recognized foe. When the weather was bad, then wet and frozen extremities were added. There were always a few casualties in killed and wounded, and even the cheeriest-hearted were bound to find a turn of trench work a bit depressing. When it was the turn for rest, men crowded into leaky barns, 80 to 100 in each, sleeping one above another in tiers. Training and instruction of new drafts from England gave plenty of occupation, but in addition there were amusements, football, running and other sports by day, and entertainments by night in many cases. There were also baths. At the beginning of January the battalion was at La Panne. On the 6th the Buffs were transferred to the 17th Infantry Brigade, still in the 24th Division, and on that day they entrained for their new divisional area about Poperinghe. The 14th of the month saw them in trenches near Ypres, where plenty of work in the way of digging, draining, and revetting awaited the men. The 26th of January brought a welcome visit from the 1st Battalion, which was still in the Ypres area. Light Colonel Lucas, at the commencement of the war adjutant of the 1st Battalion, took over command of the 8th on the March 16 from Major Cunningham, a staff officer, who had relieved Light Colonel Truman a month earlier, Truman having been taken into hospital. The June 4th brought the birthday honor list. Lieutenant C. Lindsay received the MC, RSM Brooker, and PTE. Pete the DCM, PTs. Buzzard and Hall the MM, whilst 2nd Lieutenant Shafto heard a week later that he also had the MC. On the June 17th, about midnight, there arose a cry of gas, and the SOS signal went up from the Royal Fusiliers who were on the left of the Buffs and, almost at once, a brisk bombardment broke on our front line. The gas itself arrived 3 or 4 minutes after the warning and lasted half an hour. However, it missed our companies in the front line, but spread somewhat over the reserves and headquarters. On the June 22nd, after some rehearsal work at Bulford Camp, the battalion marched, via Bailleul, to St. Jean's Capelle, where it was billeted in farms and continued its rehearsals. About this time Corporal C. Batchelor was awarded the MM for his conduct during the recent gas attack. Although they may not very greatly or directly influence the winning of the war, raids were found to be of great use in fostering a manly and martial spirit amongst our soldiers. There is something about perfectly passive defense which makes for despondency and depression, but a raid on the enemy evokes a spirit of enterprise. These are perhaps very minor military enterprises in many cases, and no description of them will be found in the military dispatches, but they are naturally of intense interest to all concerned and show the enemy that the spirit of those opposite them is quite undismayed. On the June 28, then, a detachment of the Buffs under 2nd Lutz Anderson and Temple, to prove the value of the rehearsals, carried out a raid on the German trenches at a point known as Ash Road Barrier, which is near Ploegstert. The men moved out in 2 parties so as to be in position outside our wire at 11:31 p.m., at which moment an intense bombardment commenced, directed on the points to be assaulted. Under cover of this the men crept forward, the guns lifting 50 yards at a time. Unfortunately the thing failed as a surprise, but Anderson's party succeeded in entering the enemy's front line trench, and then, after a bomb engagement, the raiding party withdrew successfully, bringing back with them all their wounded and some much treasured trophies for the folks at home. The left party found the enemy's wire in front of them still uncut, and it withdrew when the recall signal sounded, leaving 1 dead man. Lieutenant Hall commanded the covering party, and Captain C.D. Gulick the whole operation. 3 officers and 100 men went over the top. 4 men were killed and 20 wounded, and it is probable that the German loss was about the same. After a few days' careful training in the area north of Mitterrand, this battalion left Bailleul by train for Longueuil, which is 2 miles east of Amiens, and then 15 miles back along the line to Le Mestre. This journey was memorable not only because it took our people into the vicinity of the great battle which was then raging, but also because of the tremendous reception given to the soldiers by the good folk of Amiens. This city is, of course, on the Somme River and was within sound of the guns. Had the enemy succeeded in some of their counter-attacks during the long and continuous struggle which was going on, Amiens would have been the first important city to feel his cruelty. The people were first of all Frenchmen, but they were Amiens citizens as well. They were hearing daily of the gallant deeds of their English friends almost at their doors, and they received those soldiers, who were on their way to join in the struggle, as perhaps only the French know how. After a week spent in training at the business of the attack, the brigade proceeded by train to Maricourt and marched to Morlancourt, some 4 miles south of Albert. On the 6th of August the brigade got orders to take over the line between Guillemont and Delvillewood, and elaborate arrangements were made accordingly, but they were altered at the last moment, and on the 9th the battalion found itself in reserve on the Carnoy-Montauban road where, on the following day, an unfortunate accident occurred. Something went wrong with the working of one of our own artillery guns which began firing short, so that our battalion headquarters found itself being shelled by our own gunners, and a few casualties occurred before the matter was reported by a pigeon message. The August 12th brought an unusually severe hostile shelling. On this day 2 poor wounded fellows who had been lying out for 3 days were brought in by B Company, and, in an attempt to bring in a third, Ps. Jordan and Stevenson were themselves wounded by a machine gun from Guillemont. On the night of the 17th troops moved into the assembly trenches ready for the morrow. On both the July 30th and on the August 7th, before the arrival of the 17th Brigade, the village of Guillemont had been entered by British troops, but in each case they had ultimately to withdraw again because of the failure of simultaneous attacks on the flanks of the place. It being obvious to the higher command that this position could not be taken as an isolated operation, arrangements had been made by both French and English commanders for a series of combined attacks in progressive stages on Maurepas, Falfemont Farm, Guillemont, Lozwood, and Ginchy, and, with this in view, each unit had been given its particular objective which it was to endeavour to gain on the August 18th, starting at 2:45 p.m. As far as the Buffs were concerned their orders were clear, and, with the elaborate and carefully prepared trench maps, easy to understand. 2 platoons of a company under 2nd Lieutenant D. Grant were to seize what was known as the machine gun house and convert it into a strong point, wherewith to assist the advance of the rifle brigade. The battalion bombers were to bomb out from the posts they had occupied to fill in the gap between the machine gun house and the left flank of the rifle brigade, which was attacking on the right of the Buffs. A 3rd platoon of a company was to be at the disposal of Grant as supports. C Company, Captain C. D. Gulick, with half B in close support, was to attack what was then known as the Z.Z Trench and to form a strong point. Remainder of B to be at the disposal of Captain Gulick. The battalion reserve to consist of D Company, the remaining platoon of A and 1 company of the Royal Fusiliers. These were in what was called Trone's Trench. At 2:45 the attack commenced and the 8th Battalion plunged into the Battle of Delville Wood. C Company, with half B, rushed out of their trenches and, keeping close under the barrage, successfully reached their objective with very few casualties, although 2nd Lieutenant W.J.L. Peacock was killed about halfway across. On reaching the hostile trench, our men found the enemy completely unprepared. One man indeed was stark naked, and the greater part of the garrison surrendered at once. One officer with a machine gun and crew certainly made a fight of it, but the gun was captured and turned on the Germans. Captain Hodgson brought up the remainder of his company to reinforce and actually suffered more casualties than the assaulting party. He found himself in command, for Gulick had been hit several times and was very badly wounded. 2 platoons of the Royal Fusiliers followed our men and consolidation at once commenced, a good deep trench being quickly made. A few dugouts were found, but they were choked with German dead. 2nd Lieutenant Grant and his party got safely across, and Machine Gun House was occupied, but the trench thereby was found to be strongly held. Lieutenant Harrington, who had the right bombing party, was attacked by some Germans who had hidden in some shell holes with their bombs, but he succeeded in killing or driving them away and soon joined up with Grant. The left bombing party met with considerable resistance as they worked up the trench to where C Company's right flank should have rested. However, the men managed to capture the machine gun which was causing most of the annoyance. Machine Gun House was quickly consolidated and the communication and other trenches greatly improved. During this action communications were kept up with remarkable completeness by runners. It may be well to note here that the medical officer, Captain Rankin, had been wounded in the face and part of his dressing station had been blown in, but he continued to work for several hours until ordered by the commanding officer to report himself wounded. The casualties on this occasion were, 1 officer and 38 other ranks killed, 6 officers and 297 other ranks wounded and 16 other ranks missing, and the list included all the officers of C Company and all the company sergeant majors, Dumleton being among the slain. On the August 19 the wounded officers were relieved and Captain Pierce assumed charge of the front line. 2nd Lieutenant T.W. Underhill and 4 men were killed by shell fire during the evening and 10 men wounded. On the 21st another attack was made by the Rifle Brigade, and the Buffs did what they could to help, particularly by sending up a bomb-carrying party under 2nd Lieutenant Rainey over the open, which drew a tremendous fire on the Buffs' trenches. Our friends did not reach their objective. The battalion spent the last week of August in comparative quiet near Bray, but on the last day of the month news came that the 73rd Brigade had been heavily counter-attacked between the Delville and High Woods, and the 17th Brigade went back into the line to their support. The Buffs took, however, no part in the successful attack which ensued on the September 1st. On this day D Company was placed at the disposal of the 72nd Brigade and moved off on the 2nd to join it. On the September 3rd the Buffs were entrusted with an attack to start from the Worcester Trench, but, owing to the fact that all the runners sent to synchronize the time with the brigade on the left were killed. The battalion started too late and so met the enemy's barrage actually on their parapet as they started, and also heavy machine gun fire. Within 1 minute all the officers and the CSM of B Company were casualties and the attack was held up. The attempt had been made at noon, and in half an hour's time news of the failure reached battalion headquarters, and the commanding officer, after personal reconnaissance, ordered Major Hamilton, who was in command of the front line, to organize a fresh attack. This was arranged for 4 p.m. and an artillery program drawn up, Light Colonel Stewart, commanding the group of guns that was helping our infantry, being fortunately met with exactly at the right moment. At 4 p.m. the second attack took place, but, owing to the artillery not lifting and to heavy machine gun fire from a strong point, it was stopped. The bombers managed to work their way up the trench towards the strong point, but all the supporting infantry were hit. The following day the 3 companies were withdrawn and went into the reserve brigade camp, having suffered the following casualties: 2nd Lieutenant T. Firminger killed, 6 officers wounded, 2nd Lutz. Grant, Hamilton, Twyman, Eyre, Rainey, and Varge, other ranks, 16 killed, 81 wounded and 9 missing. Imperial War Museum Crown copyright bringing up wire. Meanwhile D Company, temporarily attached to the 72nd Brigade, as has been noticed, had gone up to support the 9th East Surrey Regiment in Delville Wood, and these had suffered very severely from shell fire. About 4 p.m. on the September 3 PTE, Crick, one of D Company's stretcher bearers, arrived at battalion headquarters, having made his way for about a mile along the trenches, and informed the commanding officer that all his company officers had been killed and most of the remainder wiped out also. 2nd Lieutenant Morel was sent to take charge of this company, but was only able to discover a few stragglers, Captain D.G. Pierce and 2nd Lutz. B.G. Bowles and B.B. Blackwell were all dead. The assault delivered on the September 3 had been a tremendous and most important one. It was delivered along the whole line. Guillemont was stormed, Lozwood and the Falfemont farm were taken, and this meant a great deal more than the mere advancing of our line a few hundred yards or so. It meant that the quadruple and, as it was thought by our enemies, the impregnable positions, which had resisted all assault for 7 weeks, had at last been broken, and the fact established that no elaborate series of earthworks could be reckoned on as a safe preventative to the progress of the Allies. The 5th of September took the 8th Battalion back to the reserve camp by Fricourt, and thence it proceeded to the rest area near Abbeville, where it got into excellent billets at Yaucourt and received drafts and, of course, trained. The 27th of the month brought welcome news of honors, to Light Colonel Lucas a DSO, Captains Gulick and Rankin, RAMC, and 2nd Lieutenant Grant the MC, the DCM for CSM Carpenter, Sergeant Butler, and PTE. Sheward, whilst a day or two later came news of MMS for L Corpl. Teignmouth and Pties. Baker and Hart. From the end of September to the November 16th, which date being taken as the end of the Somme fighting, must be that from which the reader will be asked to switch off his attention from France to other regions. The 8th Battalion led the life so usual during the Great War and so well known to all men, that is to say 1 week, or other short period, found it in the trenches and the next in billets a bit in rear. Goey-Servins was the usual resting place, but there were other places, notably Mazengarbe, where the men were in proper huts fitted with electric light. The turns at the trenches were taken at Carency and at Luce, and as the year wore towards its close the old trouble of the wet came on again. The trenches got out of repair and began to fall in, involving work for everybody and much discomfort. At the end of October SGTS Batchelor and F. Elson, L. Corples. Stevens and Wynne, Pties. Abbott, Barge, Bignell, and Kerman found themselves entitled to mount the Riband, and Corporal Norrington got the DCM. On the November 1st, Light Colonel Green and some of the officers of the 1st Battalion came over from Bethune for a short visit. The 1st Battalion. The opening of the year 1916 found the 1st Battalion with its headquarters at Forward Cottage, which is only a mile north of the village of St. Jean and, of course, quite close to Ypres. On the January 6 the battalion was cheered by finding that Captain Cattley, 2nd Lutz, Clouding, Dangerfield, Davies and Ferguson, Corplees, Wren and Duff, PTE, Gunn and the late Captain Homan, together with the good regimental doctor, Captain K.W. Jones, RAMC, had been mentioned in dispatches. On the 17th, too, came a welcome message from Admiral Jellicoe telling all and sundry of the high appreciation and esteem of the various bodies of the sailors, who had by arrangement visited the trenches in parties, and their admiration of the spirit of the troops. On the 25th of this month several officers and sergeants of the 8th Battalion dined with the 1st, and the opportunity of fraternizing was naturally made the most of. The two units were under the command of majors, namely Gould and Hamilton, Colonels Finch-Hatton and Truman being both on leave. A curious incident seems worth recording as showing a fighting spirit a little out of the common, perhaps. On the 13th of February PTE, A. Ralph reported himself at the headquarters as a deserter of all things. He had escaped from the home-keeping 3rd Battalion at Dover, made his way over to the port of Havre, presumably as a stowaway, and walked from that place to Poperinghe, where the fighting battalion was at the moment. His trial by court-martial was dispensed with. On the March 16 the battalion entrained at Poperinghe and proceeded to Calais for a rest and for fresh training, for training and instruction was never allowed to drop during the war. New inventions, modes, and methods were constantly taken into use, and any relaxation from manning the trenches was taken advantage of to bring a unit up to date and to teach the new drafts what could only be taught in France and Flanders. This rest lasted 10 days, and then a 3 days' march brought the men back to Wormhout and into the Ypres area once more, and it was not long before the old trenches round Laubric and St. Jean were occupied by them again. On the April 19, while in the Laubric's trenches, at 5:30 p.m., after a considerable amount of shelling all day, a heavy bombardment was opened on the 2nd Scots Guards on the Buffs' right, and on the 8th Bedfordshire on their left. No. 15 platoon of our battalion suffered a good deal, but the attack which followed the bombardment came chiefly on the right and left of the regiment. Soon after 8 o'clock Captain Coston was able to get in touch with the Guards and learnt that on their side the enemy's attack had failed, but this was not so on our left, where the Germans had succeeded in penetrating several of the front line trenches in the Mortlach sector, but 2 days afterwards all the ground so taken was recaptured by the King's Shropshire Light Infantry, who suffered several casualties, including the gallant Colonel Lourdes, DSO, who died of his wounds. The Buffs lost 21 killed and 36 wounded during these few days. On the May 4 Captain Cattley took a staff appointment. He was the only officer who had never left the 1st Battalion since it arrived in France. On the June 4 Colonel Finch-Hatton, who had just rejoined and taken over command again, was awarded the CMG, Captain Cattley the MC, SGTS Trig and Vigors, who had been killed, Corporal Cullen and L. Corporal Genrick got the MM, and on the July 12 Colonel Finch-Hatton went away again, this time to command a brigade. On the July 16 CSM Ralph was awarded the MC. A very important move commenced on the August 2. By this time the fighting on the Somme had been raging for a month. It now fell to the lot of the 1st Battalion to emulate in that district the deeds of the 6th and 7th, so on that day came a start from Poperinghe by train, followed by marching and camping, till the August 9 found it in the trenches south of Beaumont Hamel with the 2nd Durham Light Infantry on its right and the 2nd Sherwood Foresters on the left. The Buffs were now under the command of Major H. W. Greene, who was made a temporary light colonel on the August 12. A period of strict and hard training now ensued. It was a preparation for the fighting that was to come. As has been explained, the constant arrival of fresh drafts from England necessitated much teaching in France and teaching by men who were very up to date indeed. During the time devoted to this work the battalion, and indeed the whole brigade, was gradually approaching the fighting line, having been at Villers-Bocage on the September 6, Corbie on the 7th and so on. It marched to Carnwath on the September 11 and relieved the 167th Infantry Brigade in the line behind Guillemont and Colnells. By this time the fighting on the Somme was 2 months old. There had occurred, as has been seen, a great deal of heavy fighting on the September 3 and following days, and this had on the whole been successful. The Allies had from the first been slowly but steadily pushing forward and gaining one position after another. The enemy had made a most determined resistance, but he had gone back. One line of elaborate defense after another was falling into our hands, and Sir Douglas Haig determined to keep up the pressure as long as the weather and consequent state of the country permitted it. A general attack then was opened on the September 15, the objective being the rearmost of the enemy's original lines of defense, between Morville and Les Sars, and when the advance on this front had gained the Morville line the Commander-in-Chief arranged to bring forward the left of the British troops across the Thiepval Ridge. There is a road running from Ginchy to Morville, and as it approaches the ridge, on which the latter village stands, it is sunken and of course conceals anything in it, and just about halfway between the two villages a railway to the south of the sunken road almost touches it. Where the road and railway most closely approach, the Germans had constructed a very strong work which was known as the Quadrilateral and which was but a very little way from the edge of Bouteux Wood. On the 13th of the month the 71st Infantry Brigade had attacked this quadrilateral, but the attack had failed. The 15th was the first occasion on which tanks were used. 3 of these new weapons had been told off to assist at the attack of the quadrilateral, and consequently a gap in our barrage had been arranged so that these could advance before the infantry started. However successful the tanks were afterwards, these 3 proved worse than useless, because 2 of them broke down, and the third was so knocked about that it could do nothing, having amongst other injuries lost its periscope, so that it could not see. The unfortunate thing was, that there remained a gap in the barrage, exactly opposite the main face of the work to be assaulted. At 6:20 am the 8th Bedfordshire advanced gallantly over the open, a bombing party attacking up a trench from the southeast. The enemy's machine guns caught the Bedfordshire men on the top of the ridge and, though they tried in the most manly way, they could make no progress. The Buffs supported the Bedfords with the finest courage, but could not stand against the very heavy machine gun fire opposed to them. They suffered more casualties than any other unit in the brigade. A great number of men found cover in shell holes and managed later to get back into the lines. Captain Coston assembled as many of the battalion as he could in the trench originally occupied by the 8th Bedfords. The 2nd York and Lancaster Regiment had advanced behind the Buffs and had also assembled in the Bedfords trench. On reorganizing there were found in this trench about 40 Buffs, 200 to 300 York and Lancaster and 40 Bedfords. About 12:30 p.m. a number of the battalion was still lying in shell holes in the open, and at that hour a message was received from 2nd Lieutenant Hills, AM in a series of shell holes about 200 yards from German line. German line was apparently untouched till midday bombardment. We got to present position and were unable to proceed owing to machine guns. No sign of Bedfords ahead. Bala killed, Kesby and Miller wounded. Have about 12 men with me and can't get in touch with anybody. Our shells fell first right beyond German line, second just short, third very short. People in valley on left have just retired on account of our shell fire. Machine guns are not touched, as all opened on retiring line. We have fire from left and right and just off central sweeping us occasionally. During the night of the 15th/16th the Buffs were withdrawn to a trench running southeast of Guillemont after losing the following in casualties: Lieutenant C.J.P. Ballet, 2nd Lutz, G.W.P. Wyatt and G.R. Reed, and 53 men killed, 2nd Lieutenant Hills wounded, Captain T.H. Kesby, 2nd Lieutenant Miller and 7 others wounded and missing, 2nd Lieutenant Smith, Captain Jones, RAMC, Lieutenant Tuke and 2nd Lieutenant Goodhart wounded. It was afterwards ascertained that Kesby was amongst the slain. 183 other ranks wounded. During the night the mass of wounded was cleared up with the greatest energy. At 7 a.m. on the 16th strong German reinforcements were seen to enter the quadrilateral. On the evening of that day the KSLI made what proved to be an important move. That battalion got round to the southwest and dug themselves an assembly trench, the left of which rested on the railway. On the September 18 at 5:30 am the gallant Salopians advanced. The guns started to time and a party of the York and Lancaster bombed up the trench on the right flank of the quadrilateral, the Stokes mortars bombarding as fast as possible. At 6:28 a wounded man, passing brigade headquarters, reported that the objective was taken. This was confirmed by Lieutenant Marsh, KSLI, half an hour later, and at 2:20 Germans were seen massing on Morville Hill. It is a pity that the Buffs were not amongst the troops that took the great obstacle. The battalion was too knocked about to be so, as were the Bedfordshire, but there was much rejoicing at the success of their good comrades. On the September 19 the battalion, being relieved, marched 16 miles back to billets at Moreland Court, expecting a good long rest and very, very weary. It got 1 day's rest only and, on the 21st, it moved up again to relieve a Guards brigade which occupied a sector of our line with a frontage of only about 250 yards. This frontage, which was in the vicinity of and about 1.5 miles to the west of the quadrilateral, was occupied by the Buffs with the 8th Bedfordshire in support, the remainder of the brigade remaining back in the Brochellery area. A new attack had been arranged for the 23rd, but the dreadful weather caused a 2 days postponement. In the interval a very useful piece of work was done by a Buff patrol under Sergeant Dowman, afterwards recommended for VC. This patrol was very nearly cut off, but got back safely with valuable information. The following is the wording of the recommendation referred to 1 St. the Buffs 5032 Acting Sergeant Edward Dowman. For most conspicuous bravery and devotion to duty on the 23rd, 24th and September 25th in front of Morville. He several times reconnoitred in daylight a trench held by the enemy and threw bombs on them, inflicting casualties. When an attack was made on our trench on the 24th, he organized the defense and himself led a counter-attack in the open, which drove back the enemy and ascertained the exact position they were holding. On the 25th he was killed whilst leading, with conspicuous gallantry, a bombing party which took the German trench, capturing a machine gun, and about 50 prisoners. His excellent reconnaissance before the attack and his gallantry and determination in carrying it out were undoubtedly mainly responsible for the success of the attack on this most important trench. He gave his life in his supreme devotion to duty. The enemy seemed to know what was coming, for on the 23rd, the day our attack should have taken place, they assaulted the whole of the front occupied by the 6th Division in which the 1st Battalion served, but they were driven back. During the night of the 24th/25th the Buffs cut all the opposing wire before them and, as far as possible, that in front of the 15th Infantry Brigade. The operations of the next few days were a glorious success, and the following short extracts from the official dispatches on the subject may serve to make clear the parts taken by the Buffs, both the 1st and the 7th Battalions, in the good work at 12:35 p.m. on the September 25th, after a bombardment commencing early in the morning of the 24th, a general attack of the Allies was launched on the whole front between the Somme and Martinpuich. The objectives on the British front included the villages of Morville, Les Boeufs, and Goodcourt, and a belt of country about 1,000 yards deep, coming round the north of Flers to a point midway between that village and Martinpuich. By nightfall the whole of these objectives were in our hands with the exception of the village of Goodcourt. In the early morning of the September 26th the village, Colmels, was occupied simultaneously by the Allies. The British to the north and the French to the south of the railway. On the same day Goodcourt was carried. Accordingly at 12:25 p.m. on the September 26th, before the enemy had been given time to recover from the blow struck by the Fourth Army, a general attack was launched against Thiepval and the Thiepval Ridge, the objective consisting of the whole of the high ground still remaining in the enemy's hands extending over a front of some 3,000 yards north and east of Thiepval and including, in addition to that fortress, the Zollern Redoubt, the Stuff Redoubt and the Schwaben Redoubt with the connecting line of trenches. The attack was a brilliant success. Schwaben Redoubt was assaulted during the afternoon of the September 27th, and, in spite of counter-attacks delivered by strong enemy reinforcements, we captured the whole of the southern face of the redoubt and pushed out patrols to the northern face and towards Saint-Pierre-Divion. As far as the 16th Brigade was concerned, the attack commenced with the Buffs knocking out with trench mortars 2 German strongpoints and capturing 2 machine guns. At 12:50 the infantry had their first objective. This was seized by the Buffs, and the second objective was the spoil of the KSLI and York and Lancaster. At 3:10 the whole objective was reached and the infantry was digging in. At 4:30 enemy's guns opened from Le Transloy and our side sent out advanced posts, Les Boeufs and Morville being in our hands. At 5:45 came a telegram from the Corps commander, "Hearty thanks. Sincere congratulations to you all. A very fine achievement, splendidly executed. Cavan." The brigadier recorded his opinion in the following words: "A most successful day and casualties slight. Success due to fine artillery work, 1st Buffs' excellent surprise attack on strong posts, and the parade-like steady advance of the 1st KSLI and 2nd YNL. On the September 26th the brigade was relieved and retired to Briquerie for a day or two and thence to billets at Méalt, 7 miles away. The battalion was now sadly depleted, but the men had borne their hardships well and were still full of fight. On a special parade at Méalt on the October 1st the battalion could only turn out 341 strong, with 17 officers, 16 another short spell in the trenches near Givenchy with casualties every day, but amounting in all to 8 killed and 32 wounded, and then a complete change of scene. Imperial War Museum Crown copyright Morville. On the October 21st the move came to Doyers and a week later to Bethune, where we may leave the unit for the present, only mentioning that October brought some welcome honors to the 1st Battalion, namely, on the 4th, Military Cross for Captain Costin and 2nd Lieutenant Brown, and military medals for SGTS Randall and Langton and Pties. Smith and Baines. A few days afterwards the Military Cross for Captain Corral and Lieutenant Jacobs, and military medals for Corporal 12th Tree and Pties, Bosley, Ashdown, and Gamble. While on the last day of the month came notification of no less than 22 military medals, viz., to CQMS Vincer, Sergeant Denny, Corporal Earl, Mutton, Rose, L. Corporal Bevan, Sheen, Taylor, Wood, Pte. Baker, Black, Ellen, Heathfield, Jameson, Page, Mins, Roberts, Scribner, Spenceley, Todd, Watkins, Wren. Chapter 7 A Year at Salonika I. The 2nd Battalion. It is advisable now to consider the doings of the 2nd Battalion in the immediate neighborhood of Salonika. The life in this theater of war was far less full of exciting incident than in France and Flanders, and, after their thrilling experiences in the latter theater, those men of the Buffs that were still serving in the 2nd Battalion must have looked upon their new work in the light almost of a rest from war, though not from the labor and hardships incidental to it. Early in the year 1916 the army was contracted into a small line just north of Salonika and was merely a defensive force guarding that base port, but Light General Sir G. F. Milne arranged in May with the French General, Sarrail, that there should be an advance northwards and a greater area occupied, the British army taking the ground to the north and east, and the French the western area. On the 8th of June, therefore, the troops commenced to occupy advanced positions along the right bank of the river Struma and its tributary the Butkova River. In connection with this movement the 85th Brigade, and of course the Buffs with it, brought to an end what was becoming a somewhat monotonous life and, on the June 10th, was ordered to hold forward positions along the right bank of the Struma, with its right on Orljak. Therefore, on the 17th of the month, the Buffs found themselves at a point 3 kilometers, say 2.5 miles, west of Koprova, with orders to take up an outpost line to cover the crossings of the Struma. The line taken up by the regiment was about 6 kilometers long, and as the hills come practically down to the stream, these formed natural positions to take up and indeed had already been used by the French, who had sited and just started a certain number of trenches, which it was decided to complete. The river was found to be fordable almost everywhere. Opposite the battalion front and some 7 or 8 miles away was the town of Demirisser, which was occupied by the enemy. The battalion remained in this position till the July 15th and, though there was no actual fighting to do, another enemy soon became very troublesome indeed. The heat down near the river was intense and the local fever soon made itself apparent. This took the form of very high temperatures, very suddenly developed, and was of such common occurrence that the field ambulance became congested and the evacuation of the sick a matter of great difficulty. Further, the Buffs were without their medical officer for about a week. The welcome order to move to higher ground came on the July 9th, but it was not till the 15th that the Buffs were relieved by the Koyli, who belonged to the 83rd Brigade. Then they marched to Paprad, a 2 days' journey, where an excellent bivouac ground was found and where the weather conditions were very much better. Yet malaria has a nasty way of getting into a man's system at malarial places and only showing itself later on, probably in a healthy country, and the sickness for the first few days at Paprat only increased instead of diminishing, 4 officers and many men going sick in the first 10 days. On the 30th the battalion moved to Hamzali for work on the roads and to take up a section of outpost line. This place is situated on the same range of hills as Paprat, but is nearer the river. The battalion still continued to lose officers and men from fever. 2 companies worked at headquarters and 2 were in the outpost line employed on the defences there. Away off to the left and near the Douaron Lake the British and French commenced a successful offensive on the August 10th, and this lasted for a week, resulting in the capture of some important positions. While these events were still in progress, the Bulgarians in the Struma Valley began to advance, to be accurate on the August 17th. They did so apparently in 7 columns, 3 of them moving southward from Demirisser towards the Struma River. On the 18th an observation post in the outpost line reported seeing a battalion occupy the village of Baraklid-Zuma and a considerable force with guns and transport moving in the direction of Sirris. As these movements of enemy troops continued on the following day, and as on the 20th considerable activity of small bodies of mounted men were noticed, apparently reconnoitring the river about Ormonley, and as there was a considerable amount of shelling on this date, Ilishan, a village on the further bank of the Struma, was occupied by a company of English infantry. It appeared at this time to be probable that the Bulgarians might be bold enough to assault the British lines, and every effort was being made to strengthen the defences of the outpost line. The Buffs were terribly weak in numbers. Available men for drafts were, of course, just now required in every part of the world. The Somme offensive was in full swing and men were being killed and maimed there daily. Sickness had thinned the ranks of the 2nd Battalion to a terrible extent, and at the moment when a Bulgarian attack appeared imminent it could only place 185 men in the outpost line with 45 in reserve, though a welcome reinforcement of 123 arrived on the 30th of the month. However, 2 machine guns from the MG Company were attached to the battalion and the defense works were kept in repair and ready for emergency. Imperial War Museum Crown Copyright Salonika, road made by British. The line held by our troops was an exceedingly good one for defense, for the hills on our side approached very closely to the river and there was a broad, level plain on the other, so that it was difficult for the enemy to maneuver unwatched and unnoted. The last day of August brought the welcome news that at last Romania had made up her mind and had declared war on Austria. In announcing this important event to his troops, the GOC stated a hope that all ranks would realize that one of the most important aims in the military policy adopted in this region had been attained, and he congratulated all ranks on the part they had played in achieving this object. Passive defense by an enterprising army is only resorted to on very rare occasions, in the presence at some particular point of an overwhelming force, and the September 10th showed a renewal of activity on the English part. On this day detachments crossed the river at 5 several points. The villages of Oriaman and Cato Goodley were occupied and Nevaljan gallantly stormed by the Northumberland Fusiliers. On the 15th 6 small columns crossed between Lake Tahinos and Orljak and burnt the riparian villages, the enemy's counter-attacks being defeated by our artillery on the hither side, but the Buffs appear to have been too weak to take part in these minor operations. To action of Karajakoy. But when October came, General Milne determined on a continuous offensive on the Struma front, with a view to preventing the enemy from withdrawing any of his troops from this direction to oppose the advance of our French allies towards Monastir. Therefore matters became more active along the river banks and operations commenced by our seizing and holding certain villages on the left side of the river in the neighborhood of the bridgehead opposite Orljak, so that a further movement on Ceres or Demirisar could be facilitated. The high ground on our side of the stream again came in very useful, for it enabled the artillery very materially to assist in these operations. Bridges were constructed by the engineers, and during the night of the 29th/30th September the attacking infantry crossed and formed up on the left bank. Strong counterattacks were made by the enemy, but, by the evening of the October 2nd, our positions were consolidated and preparations made to extend them by capturing Ginikoje on the road to Ceres. This was done on the morning of the 3rd, but the troops that took the village were 3 times resolutely counterattacked and very heavily bombarded, and there ensued some very strenuous fighting. On the October 5th Nevaljan was occupied, and on the 8th our troops had reached a still further extended line with mounted men between Kispeki and Kalandra. In connection with all this business the Buffs on the October 2nd were attached to the 84th Brigade as divisional reserve and proceeded to a camp in the vicinity of Orljak, and on the next day B and C companies under Captain Virtue moved off and reported to the officer commanding the Welsh Regiment, who directed B Company, less 50 men, to line the right bank of the river from the new pontoon bridge to the left of the 23rd Welsh Pioneers. The remaining 50, under 2nd Lieutenant Stephen, carried RE stores to the Suffolk Regiment in Mazirko village. C Company crossed Orlejack Bridge and took up a position in the bridgehead works under the Suffolk Regiment and were employed in carrying up rations and stores. These two companies came under both shell and rifle fire. On the October 4th, C Company took over part of the front line trench from a company of the Suffolks, and it was soon after joined by B, and later in the day the whole battalion was collected in the forward trenches in relief of the Suffolks and occupied a position along the Ceres Road on the south side of it. On the Buffs' left was the 1st Welch Regiment, and on its right the 10th Division, which held Ginecoge. The 5th was a fairly quiet day, and on the 6th, as it appeared that the Bulgars had withdrawn their position some distance, the Buffs sent out 3 patrols under 2nd Lieutenant Abbott Smith, 2nd Lieutenant Esprit and Lieutenant Bremner in the directions of Nevalgin, Papolova, and Kalandra respectively. These patrols did their work well, and indeed Bremner and Esprit's reports were both commended by the brigadier. They all succeeded in locating the enemy, and after that they retired correctly, having first exchanged a few shots. It was now clear that the enemy's forward line was still about Nevalgin and Kalandra. The next few days were quiet enough, much reconnaissance work was carried out, and on the 10th the Buffs recrossed the river to their old camp, on being relieved by Northumberland Fusiliers. After some days' training, the battalion commenced, on the 24th, to furnish large parties, each under an officer, in connection with the making and defending the several bridges which now span the Struma. The river was at this time considerably swollen, and the bridges, which were a necessary adjunct to the commander's contemplated further offensive, were consequently difficult to construct. Indeed, the work reflected the greatest credit on the Royal Engineers. 3 Barraclezuma constant reconnaissance, chiefly by aeroplane and armored cars, had revealed the fact that the enemy had constructed a defensive line along the foothills on the left side of the river as far as Savjak and from there across the low ground to Lake Butkova. This line passed through the large village of Barraclezuma, and this village it was determined to capture. The attack, which was a complete success, was carried out on the October 31st, Lieutenant Sebastian with 2 platoons of D Company taking over Koprova bridgehead trenches, whilst a company and the other half of D were in reserve in camp. B and C companies had proceeded to Ormonley the previous day to act as carrying parties for the 83rd Brigade. It commenced at 7:15 in the morning with an artillery bombardment which lengthened its range at 7:45, at which hour the infantry advanced. B and C companies of the Buffs followed immediately behind the firing line carrying barbed wire, stakes, etc., and for the remainder of the day these 2 companies continued to carry up stores into the front line. C company had 1 man killed and 2 wounded. B also had 2 men wounded during the previous night. At 8 p.m. the battalion collected at Ormonley and reported to the 84th Brigade, and as there were no special orders the men proceeded to find billets for the night. On the November 1st the Buffs moved over the river again, and the next day an interesting official summary of the operations against Barraclezuma was issued, by which it appeared that the success was scored with comparatively little loss. In fact, the casualty list, when compared with those in France and Flanders, was a very short one. In the whole force 5 officers and 50 men had been wounded and only 15 killed outright. About 300 prisoners had been taken. This summary put on record that the work parties supplied by the 85th Brigade worked and carried splendidly. For the winter months a new defensive line was now arranged. This was on the left or further bank of the Struma and stretching from Lake Tahinos to the Struma beyond the bend where the Butkova joins it. It included in its course the villages of Ginecoge, Nevalgin, and Barraclezuma. On the November 3rd the 85th Brigade took over the defences of Barraclezuma, the Buffs being in the front line trenches, D Company supporting the other 3. A certain amount of the usual reconnaissance work incidental to all trench warfare formed the only excitement the battalion had during the first half of November, but on the 16th the enemy demonstrated against our part of the line with considerable shell and rifle fire, and at one time it seemed as if he were about to attack in earnest. Some of our reconnoitring parties had, early in the month, discovered the existence of a small enemy's trench on the western side of a nullah known as Sandy Brook, and about 1,500 yards from our line. One or two unsuccessful attempts by small parties had been made to capture this, but without success, and the place became famous in its way under the name of Little Ferdy Trench. On the November 17 a company was told off to attack Little Ferdy in earnest. 2 platoons went out in front line and 2 in close support. There were also 2 platoons of C Company in reserve. On being attacked, however, the Bulgars withdrew to another trench about 300 yards back, leaving 6 dead behind them. Patrols went on to examine this new position, which was found to be too strong to be assaulted with the men available, and as the objective had been gained no further advance was made. The Buffs' losses were 1 killed and 3 wounded. On the November 19 news arrived of the capture of Monastir. The battalion remained at Baraklizuma till the end of the year 1916 and passed Christmas there. The time was spent mainly in making and perfecting the line of defense, digging communication trenches and placing barbed wire. The only event which is worthy of record occurred on the December 16th. An extensive and carefully planned out raid was organized on Little Ferdy Trench. B Company was selected to form the main raiding party and was supported by flank guards and, of course, by artillery, as well as by the usual supports in rear. The 3rd Middlesex operated on the Buffs' right and the 2nd East Surrey on the left. At 2 a.m. the front line advanced, lay down and opened fire, while the flanking party went to cut wire and attack the enemy right flank. This detachment, however, met with considerable opposition from a strong bombing post, and the result was a quarter of an hour's bombing competition which ended in our favor, for the enemy withdrew, leaving 20 to 30 dead, but Captain Lancaster, who commanded the main attack, was all the while expecting a signal from 2nd Lieutenant Kizai of the flank guard that he was through, and not getting it, he reported the fact to battalion headquarters. The commanding officer, Light Colonel H. A. Thules, accordingly gave orders to Lancaster to advance, which was done, and the barbed wire in front proving to be only a single fence of no great proportions, both Little Ferdy and what was known as Dry Trench were taken. As ordered, the company proceeded another 50 yards and lay down while the supporting platoon broke up the barbed wire and damaged the trenches as much as possible. Captain Lancaster then withdrew his men, and the flank guards were also brought in. The work done by the other flank guard under Lieutenant Williams had been most useful and, of course, the assistance of the good gunners, the 75th Battery, invaluable. Lieutenant Sebastian, Sergeant Spiller, and L. Corporal Giahegan did very excellent service, and were awarded the DSO, MM, and DCM respectively. Our casualties were 5 men killed, and 2nd Lieutenant Airy, CSM Stanford and 8 other ranks wounded. Valley of the Struma. Chapter 8 with Maud in Mesopotamia. The position in 1916. The summer of the year 1916 was more or less an uneventful one for the Mesopotamia force. The situation is very plainly set forth in the dispatches of Sir Percy Lake, General Officer Commanding-in-Chief. He says, "No operations on a large scale have been undertaken since the fall of Kut. On the Tigris line the troops immediately facing the enemy were, with the exception of those actually on duty in the trenches, resting and recuperating and, at the same time, consolidating their position. Fatigues were very heavy, the heat of the summer came on rapidly and a good deal of sickness prevailed. A Russian advance from Persia began to make itself felt on the Turks, however, and on the May 20 the right bank of the Tigris as far as the High, with the exception of bridge guards on the latter water, was clear of the enemy. This, and the fact that the Turks still held the Sana-Ayat lines on the other side of the Tigris, materially influenced the plan of campaign which came later. As far as the Buffs were concerned, their summer work consisted mostly in harvesting barley early in the hot weather, and in road making. There was also a great deal of work in connection with the necessary supply of water. The battalion was between 4 and 5 miles from the river, the only supply, and consequently water had to be carried, Indian fashion, on mules in packhauls, which held about 8 gallons each. These, made of zinc and covered with felt, soon got knocked about and, as they began to leak, much water was lost in transit. The so-called friendly Arabs were consistent and determined thieves, and if the water-carrying mules had been left under the sole care of their Indian drivers, they would soon have disappeared. Consequently, water convoy work became a very heavy and regular duty amongst the many others our soldiers had to perform. The local Arabs were very enterprising marauders and gave considerable trouble sneaking about the camp. On one occasion some of them actually entered the orderly room tent, but they found nothing which they considered worthy of removal. Sir Stanley Maude took over supreme command on the August 28, 1916, a time of the year when active operations might soon be possible and when the improvement in communications, inaugurated by Sir Percy Lake, had begun to bear fruit. When early in the year every man's mind was eagerly bent on the relief of Kut, he could, as soldiers in former campaigns always had to, digest his bully beef and biscuit somehow and sustain life on it. Moreover, when sick, he contrived to do without luxuries and to bear discomforts. But now all this was rapidly changing for the better, and with improved communications came greatly superior comfort. The Turks seemed very full of enterprise and to be planning various ambitious campaigns, and Maude very rightly considered that the best way to stop all that sort of thing was to aim at the heart of the beast and to make Baghdad the object of resolute and determined attack. First of all, however, there was still a good deal to do in the way of preparation, and August was too early a date, in any case, for active work. The men were, of course, still suffering from heat and were not by any means fit for a strenuous campaign. Then the communications still wanted perfecting, and large reserves of ammunition and stores of all kinds must be brought up to the fighting area. By the end of November, he says, preliminary arrangements were well advanced, a steady stream of reinforcements had been moving upstream and drafts joining. The health of the soldiers was improving and the training for war was advancing. The general concentration was at Sheikh Saad. The river Tigris was by no means a straight line, but still it flowed from Baghdad to Sheikh Saad, and, in order to defend himself against an advance up it, it is plain that the Turks should continue to hold positions astride the river, for these positions could be selected to rest with their flanks on marshes so that they could not be turned, and so would necessitate one frontal attack after another. To Battle of Kut, 1917. As has already been seen, however, the enemy had withdrawn the bulk of his troops from the main river's right bank, though as a matter of fact he held a strong line of trenches across the high, covering a bridge over that water just south of Kut and bending back to the Tigris at each end. His main line, however, was along the left bank of that river, his right flank, of course, being almost in the direction of Baghdad, while his left was thrown back along the Sana-Ayat lines, which he still held strongly. Seeing this, Maude determined to attack him upstream and so make him bolt back to his only road to his base, or else cut him off from Baghdad altogether. One party of ours, under Light General Cobb, V.C., faced the Sana-Ayat lines on the left bank of the Tigris, and another, under Light General Marshall, in which were serving the Buffs, were as much as 11 miles upstream of them and on the other side of the river. The first thing to do was to seize the high stream, and this was done by Marshall by surprise on the night of the 13th/14th December, 1916, while Cobb demonstrated in front of the Sanaa lines as if about to attack furiously. After getting possession of the high, which he crossed at Bessuria and at Hab, Marshall extended towards the north and at the same time wheeled up the bulk of his command to attack the bridgehead. He broke through on the night of the 18th opposite Kut and reached the main river, thus securing command of the Tigris upstream of the Kadera Bend. This was important because, after he advanced, his food and stores had to go up by land for some miles. In connection with all this maneuvering, the Buffs had on the December 13th struck their camp and marched out to reserve trenches, in support of the movement of that date, and had followed up and formed a backing to the troops in advance. At 7 a.m. on the 16th the battalion appeared to be going into a serious action and B Company was sent out to take a certain ridge in front, with C in support. Everything appeared to be working satisfactorily, but at 12:30 orders came for withdrawal to another position, where the men dug in as far as possible and connection was obtained with the 13th Division on the left of the Buffs. B Company had 3 men wounded in this advance and D had 1 during the retirement to the new position. On the 17th the concentration on Bessuria was ordered and carried out, and the next day a demonstration was made without much result, Captain Harrison receiving a shrapnel wound and the little expedition returning to Bessuria in the evening. In connection with Maud's plan of getting upstream of his enemy, Major General Crocker with his command attempted on the 20th to throw a bridge over the Tigris at the Shumran Bend and the 35th Brigade marched up to that place to assist, the Buffs being in reserve, but somehow the enemy had got wind of this attempt. The enterprise proved a failure and the men returned to their old bivouac. The remainder of the old year and up to the January 10th was spent working west of the high and exercising in drill and musketry in the neighborhood of Bessuria, the work being interrupted only on the 9th, when the cavalry attempted a raid supported by the Buffs, but the horsemen lost their way in a dense fog and the force returned to camp early, having effected nothing, on account of the weather. During these early days of January, Cobb's party, which, in addition to demonstrating in front of the Sanaa lines, had the task of manning the right bank of the Tigris up to the point where Marshall was working, got orders to clear the Kadera Bend, which occasioned some heavy fighting by the 3rd Indian Division and necessitated a diversion on the high bridgehead by Marshall and his men. So on the 11th of the month the Buffs went into the trenches and had 4 men killed and as many wounded on the first day. The clearing of the bend by Cobb proceeded satisfactorily after this and by the 18th all was ready for the final assault, which was arranged for the following day. When dawn broke, however, it was found that during the night the whole of the Turks who had occupied this portion of their defences had cleared out and crossed the Tigris. The next job the British forces had to take in hand was to reduce the very extensive trench system that the enemy still held across the high stream in the immediate vicinity of Kut. This was a slow and somewhat tedious business, but by the January 24th, after steady and persistent pushing, our troops got to within 400 yards of the enemy, and an assault was arranged for the following day. This slow approach consisted of a series of small advances at various points and subsequent consolidation of what was gained. Thus a new line was occupied by the Buffs on the 12th, and the next day, while this was made strong, 2nd Lieutenant Hook made a reconnaissance to the front, which resulted in establishing an advanced post, which was occupied by a platoon under 2nd Lieutenant Filmer. On the 15th 2 endeavours were made by 2nd Lieutenant Angus to reach another point, but without success. Captain V. Arnold was killed on this date. A still more important little action of the same nature took place on the 16th. A party of about 60 of all ranks went out from the trench in the morning and attempted the occupation of a point about 450 yards in advance of the line. This enterprise was successfully accomplished and, in the words of Sir Stanley Maud, with great gallantry, but with severe loss considering the number engaged, and it was hard that, after the sacrifice made, the party was by superior authority ordered back again after dark. Lieutenant Jeffries and 4 men were killed, and Lieutenant McFadyen, 2nd Lieutenant Gibson and 27 men wounded, more than 50% of the 2 platoons becoming casualties. On the 18th another advanced point was reached by 2nd Lieutenant Tustin and his platoon, and this time the place was consolidated and a communication trench dug. Later in the day the battalion was relieved from the trenches, but it was back again in 4 days' time, suffering the loss of 3 men killed on the 22nd and Captain Usher, 2nd Lieutenant Western, and 9 men wounded on the 24th. On the next day an attack was made in conjunction with the 3rd Indian and 13th British Divisions, with a view to clearing up the corner of the east bank of the High. This operation, however, was not successful and the Buffs lost some casualties to no great purpose, 1 officer and 80 other ranks being wounded in the business. The next day, however, the 36th Brigade attacked with great success and the 35th was able to come into line, Lieutenant Sergeant and 4 men of the Buffs being wounded. The first blow of a hammer will often not drive in a nail, but it prepares the way for a successful second or third blow. The next 2 or 3 days were spent in consolidating and improving the new line. The 31st of the month brought a fresh attack, and the brigade was progressing with its work when orders came that it was to move no further till the 37th Brigade came up on its left. This move, however, never materialized and, in consequence, the advance came to a standstill. 2 men were killed and 11 wounded on the February 1st, but 2nd Lieutenant Tustin and a party of bombers established themselves in a forward position. A further attack was prepared and was to be executed on the 2nd, but the dense fog, rendering all work impossible, made postponement necessary on the part of the 35th Brigade. The Turk was making fairly resolute counterattacks, but they were broken by our artillery or met resolutely by our advanced troops. On the 3rd the Devons and Gurkhas carried the enemy's first and second lines, and in the evening there were signs that he contemplated withdrawal. In fact, it seemed a little later as if this retreat had actually taken place, for everything was very quiet, so much so that things looked like a withdrawal, partial at any rate, from the other bank as well, and the Buffs, Gurkhas, and Dogras all sent forward strong patrols, while the whole brigade stood ready to move forward at a moment's notice. On the February 4th the whole of the left bank of High had passed into our hands and the enemy was found to have fallen back to the licorice factory and a line east and west across the Darra Bend. On this day the Buffs took up a line of piquets facing the enemy in the bend, being relieved at nightfall. It was not Maud's intention to let any of the enemy remain on the south side of the Tigris, in case such could resist his contemplated march on Baghdad by saving the communications with that city, and so enabling the Turkish army to keep the field. Obviously, therefore, the next task was to clear the Darra Bend and drive its occupants across the main river. With this object in view, the King's Own Regiment effected a lodgment in the centre of the enemy's line on the February 9th, and the same day the Worcestershire, capturing some advanced posts, established a line 2,500 yards or so south of the river at the southern end of the Shumran Bend, and on the 10th our infantry, lying west of the licorice factory, after being attacked all night by bombing parties, began early to assail the Turkish position. In this connection the Buffs moved from their line against that of the enemy with the 2 4th Gurkhas on their right. The move was successful because the Turks would not abide the issue but vacated their trenches, and, after occupying them, the Buffs pushed forward patrols and bombing parties who, on the 11th, in pouring rain, took up a line well forward, from whence a communication trench was started towards the north. 4 men were killed during these 2 days, and 2nd Lutz Tustin and Sergeant and 14 men were wounded. On the 12th there was severe fighting over the job of driving in the enemy's piquets and covering troops, and the 102nd Grenadiers of the 35th Brigade greatly distinguished themselves by gallantly capturing a redoubt and holding it against all counterattacks. The recapture of Kut el Amara on the right, a company of the Buffs is seen advancing on the Turkish position, which rests on the right bank of the river, roughly indicated by the bursting shrapnel. Kut, with its tall minaret, is seen in the dark palm grove across the river. Beyond are the Pushtika Hills and the snow-capped Persian Mountains. The tall yellow column, center, is spray from lyddite bursting in the river. From a sketch made from the parapet in foreground by Herbert Alexander, ARWS. But the principal day of battle in the Dara Bend was the February 15th, and it was the date of a complete and glorious success. Quite early the loyal North Lancashires carried a strong point opposite our left, then the South Wales Borderers and Welsh Fusiliers captured the enemy's right centre, taking many prisoners, and later, about 1:30 p.m., the Buffs and the Dogras, of their brigade, took up the work. On the occasion of occupying the forward position referred to above, a company of the Buffs had been detached a little distance from the rest of the battalion, and on the morning of the 15th patrols, sent out from this company, reported that the enemy's line in front was strongly held. Nevertheless, when the hour came, the remaining 3 companies, with the good and faithful Dogras, rushed forward and nothing could stay their onslaught. It was most successful, and together they reached the river line, isolating the Turkish extreme left and taking 1,000 prisoners, of which 600, together with 5 machine guns, surrendered to the Buffs. Tactically this success was of the greatest importance, for the Dara Bend was cleared and nothing was left but to cross and try conclusions on the left bank of the Tigris. Our casualties were 12 men killed and 2nd Lieutenant Brooke and 67 men wounded. As Sir Stanley Maude pointed out in his dispatches, to eject the enemy from his horseshoe bend, bristling with trenches, and commanded from across the river on 3 sides by hostile batteries and machine guns, called for offensive qualities of a high standard on the part of the troops. To take the army across the river it would be necessary to keep the Turk fully occupied at Sana Ayat and all along the bank from there to Kut, while preparations were made to pass the great obstacle as far to the westward as possible, so orders were issued to Light General Cobb to attack the lines at Sana Ayat on the 17th. An abnormally heavy rain fell on the 16th which flooded everything. The river rose, the trenches in the piquet line along the river bank, which were the temporary home of the Buffs, were swamped, the country was half under water and it was impossible to clean up the battlefield. Our battalion, being relieved from piquet on the 18th, returned to camp at a place called Kala Haji Fahan and remained there till the 22nd, all this time being utilized by Marshall and his men in methodical preparations for the great crossing which was to be about the Shumran Bend, whilst Cobb, 15 miles away, was assaulting the lines, in front of which he had been so long, and inducing the enemy to believe that there was the point of danger. On the 17th he gained some trenches, but had to withdraw, only to attack again on the 22nd, on which date the 2 first trenches were taken and made secure. Meanwhile Marshall made several feints as if to cross the stream, particularly one opposite Kut, but the real point selected was the south end of the Shumran Bend, and there 3 ferries were arranged, while the bridge was being made. The first ferry trip was a success, but subsequent journeys were pretty strongly opposed. Nevertheless, by 3 p.m. on the February 22nd 3 battalions were established across the river about a mile north of the site selected for the bridge, and at 4:30 the work was ready for use. The enemy had tried more than one counter-attack which failed, on account of the quickness and accuracy of our artillery. The Buffs crossed about 7 p.m. on the 23rd and bivouacked 300 yards or so from the bank. The enemy on the 24th made a very good fight to retain possession of, at any rate, some portion of the Shumran Peninsula, in the northern corners of which exist quite a network of nullahs which, giving good cover and excellent concealment for machine guns, were utilized to their fullest extent. It took 4 or 5 hours to clear the peninsula and push back the Turk, but it was done. The Buffs were in support of the 67th Punjabis who were held up on the left. Together these battalions at last made some progress, but were stopped some 300 yards in front of a nullah which was strongly held. The Gurkhas attacked on the Buffs' right, but were also stopped, and an attempted flanking movement was of no avail. However, about 9 p.m. patrols which had gone out as soon as it was dark reported that the enemy had evacuated the place and the nullah was at once occupied. The Buffs' casualties on this day were 12 men killed and Lieutenant Howell and 34 wounded. Meanwhile cavalry, artillery, and another division crossed the river, and Cobb finished his task by capturing Sana-Ayat and clearing the bank of the main stream as far as Kut. 3 Pursued to Baghdad on the evening of the February 24. There were clear indications that the enemy was in full retreat and that Marshall had been fighting a strong and well-posted rear guard. The next few days were strenuous and energetic ones, but they were triumphant to an extraordinary degree. Since March 1915, the Turkish enemy in Mesopotamia had proved a stubborn and a dogged foe. Till now he had never been badly beaten and he had scored, to his credit, the capture of a British field force at Kut. At last, however, he was on the run, and Baghdad, after Constantinople, the principal city of his empire, as well as the main center of his Asiatic operations, had lost its defensive positions so patiently perfected and prepared, and now lay open to the advance of the British army. But for hundreds of years there have been few better fighting men than the Turkish soldier, and even now he proved ready to see the thing out to a finish. He took up a strong position in some nullahs 8 miles from Shumran, and it took us severe fighting on the 25th, in which, however, the Buffs did not take part, to gain a footing in his line, but after that his retreat was rapid. On the 26th one column followed the river while another, in which our battalion was, made a forced march over the arid plain of from 18 to 20 miles to intercept him while the naval flotilla pushed upstream, the Turkish vessels struggling to escape, by no means wholly with success. All movements to intercept the retreat were too late, however, the enemy had gone, leaving guns and all sorts of impedimenta behind him, and he streamed through Aziziyah in confusion, shelled by gunboats and harassed by cavalry. Our pursuit was almost too rapid, the reason being that there was at one time hope of huge captures of fugitives. These, however, proved too quick for us, and about the March 1st it was found necessary to halt at Aziziyah because the field force had outstripped their supplies. On that day the Buffs had no rations and had to obtain leave to consume the emergency one which everybody carries, but which is never opened except by high permission and in extreme cases. On the March 2nd the regiment obtained some Turkish flour and a few sheep, late in the evening, but the first supply ship arrived late that night. Cobb and his force had been following in Marshall's footsteps and found on their way immense quantities of rifles, vehicles, stores, equipment, and so on, which the enemy had abandoned in his flight. On the March 5th, things being now a little more in order, Marshall marched to Zur and the Buffs marched with him, in a terrible dust storm and over a network of nullahs. On the 6th, the dust still continuing, a position was found to have been carefully prepared by the enemy at Ctesiphon, but it was unoccupied and the men pushed on to Buston, a terrible day's march, particularly when the weather was taken into consideration, but fatigue and exhaustion were treated with the light-hearted contempt of triumphant conquerors, who knew that the object striven for so long was now within their grasp. Imperial War Museum Crown Copyright Arch at Ctesiphon. On the March 8 our advance guard came in contact with the enemy on Diyala River, 8 miles below Baghdad, where the country was as flat and afforded as little cover as a billiard table. At first it was thought that the river bank had been abandoned, but the first pontoon that was launched was riddled with bullets from rifle and machine guns, and it was found that the crossing must be made with skill and care. A small party ferried across the Tigris to bring the Turks under enfilade fire, and a lodgment was made on the far bank of the Diyala by about 70 men of the loyal North Lancashires, who formed a post there and held it alone for 22 hours, when they were followed up, after the river had been bridged. It was now ascertained that on the other bank of the Tigris the enemy had taken up a position at a place called Shawakan to cover Baghdad from the south and southwest, so, on the March 8, a bridge was made near Baywai and a portion of Cobb's force, the 7th Indian Division, crossed to drive him away from it. Prior to the building of the bridge, however, and on the night of the 7th/8th March, the 35th Brigade, which had marched to Baywai and reached that place about noon, crossed the river by river boat and barges. This proved a very difficult job as a landing place could only be found a mile downstream, the barges were very difficult to load, and the first-line transport carts had to be left behind to follow on the first opportunity. After getting across in 2 trips the brigade marched for the remainder of the night, with frequent and tiresome halts, for it was necessary to ramp the banks of the various nullahs which crossed the path. At length, on the 8th, however, more open ground was reached and the troops deployed and proceeded in 2 lines of platoons, the Dogras with their right on the Tigris directing the movement, then came the Buffs, with the Gurkhas in reserve. The march was kept up till 2 p.m., when a high-walled and extensive garden was reached and utilized for bivouacs. At 11 a.m. next day the journey was continued in company with the 7th Division, which had also crossed the Tigris, and at noon our brigade was directed to fit in between this division and the river and advance with it and under the command of its general, the Buffs, nearest the stream, to act as directing unit, and the battalion commander directed a company to hug the river and direct the whole movement. The enemy was found and he was strongly enough entrenched, but his resistance was somewhat feeble. His left was driven back and an attempted counter-attack defeated by a company. The Turks vacated their position after dark and it was occupied by our patrols. Lutz, Johnson and Holeman and 4 men were killed and 39 men wounded on this day. On the March 10 patrols, pushing forward, gained touch with the Turks once more, about a mile and a half further back than their original position. They were apparently in force, and so heavily shelled the 28th Brigade on the left of the 35th that it had to withdraw. The patrols of the latter brigade also met with strong opposition. Orders were issued for the Buffs to attack in the middle of the night, but these were cancelled, as the enemy was found to have vacated his position. There was a good deal of jealous anxiety in the Mesopotamian army at this time as to which unit was to first enter the city of Baghdad, and it seemed now that the honor must fall to some portion of Cobb's force on the right bank of the Tigris. It will be remembered that the 35th Brigade, of which the Buffs was the British or white unit, was only temporarily attached to the 7th Division of Cobb's force. The divisional general on the morning of the 10th sent round a circular note to his units directing that the 7th Division should make sure that they should be first into the city. By some error on the part of the messenger, presumably, this note was also taken round to the Buffs, and Colonel Body promptly reminded his men that they, by their position closest to the river, were actually the nearest soldiers to Baghdad. During the coming night the brigadier, being really much fatigued after a strenuous day or two, was urged to take his rest, and the Buffs, with their Indian comrades, pushing out patrols and following them up, somehow by daylight found themselves a couple of miles further upstream at the bend of the river opposite Garaba Island and only 3 miles from the city. That day, the March 11th, the brigade advanced to the Iron Bridge in 2 lines of platoons in 4s, the Buffs on the right, the 102nd Grenadiers on the left, with the 2 4th Gurkhas and 37th Dogras in rear. They met with no opposition, but just as the bridge was approached, the 21st Brigade of the 7th Division appeared, coming up rapidly from the westward with a view to entering the place. Now let all things be done decently and in order, as St. Paul says, and the whole party or whole of the parties were halted at the side of the iron bridge at 8:35 a.m. Then the welcome order came that the 35th Brigade was to enter the city first, the Buffs to lead the column. The crossing was no easy matter and was carried out by means of gufas, which each contained about 20 men. The Turkish flag was hauled down from the citadel and the Union Jack 17 hoisted in its place by Captain G.K. Harrison of the Buffs at 9:40 a.m. The city of Baghdad was found to be in a most extraordinary state, and fires were bursting out everywhere. There are no more determined and persistent looters in the world than Arabs, and these and the Kurds had seized the opportunity of their lives with avidity. The Turk for the moment was too busy to protect his property, and until the English entered the city anarchy prevailed and the thieves were in paradise, and so it came about that our reception approached the cordial by the regular inhabitants. Guards, prepared beforehand, were quickly mounted and a few looters shot. The flotilla anchored opposite the British Residency. The Buffs marched through the city and bivouacked in the compound opposite the American consulate, and things soon began to quiet down generally. An immense amount of booty was found in Baghdad, though the enemy had been removing stores and so on for over a fortnight. Still many guns, machine guns, rifles, ammunition, machinery, and other things were left behind, and in the arsenal were found Townsend's guns which had been taken at Kut, after having been rendered useless before the surrender. The hoisting of the flag on the citadel would seem a natural point at which to leave for a while the history of the 5th Battalion and turn our attention to the doings of others, but Sir Stanley Maud ends his dispatch on the campaign, which included the fall of the great Turkish city, 3 weeks later, on the March 31st, and, though the Buffs had no very stirring adventures during this period, it may be as well to finish the record for the present at the end of the month. A junction with our Russian allies, who appeared to be advancing from the direction of Persia, caused Maud to stretch out a hand, so to speak, in that direction, that is, up the river Diyala. Another matter that required arranging was that the Tigris is protected from overflowing by means of banks, or bunds, as they are called, and if the enemy cut these upstream of the city, disastrous floods would result. Another river, the Shat el Adhaim, flows into the Tigris above Baghdad and runs roughly parallel to the Diyala, which enters the Tigris below the city, and on this river the enemy made attempts at a stand. Altogether during March there was fighting on these rivers and some gallant work was done, notably by the Manchesters on the 25th taking it all round. However, further opposition on the enemy's part was but feeble. The most notable event of this period was perhaps the occupation of Fallujah on the Euphrates River on the March 19, giving the English, as it did, the control of both the great rivers of Mesopotamia. The Buffs spent most of the latter end of March in camp at Hinadi, just south of Baghdad, and in the careful preparation and excavations for a permanent camp to be occupied during the rapidly approaching hot season. Vicinity of Kut. Chapter 9 Palestine I Formation of 10th Battalion. At the commencement of the year 1917 another battalion was added to the Buffs and from that time onward took a very interesting and important part in the fighting done by the regiment. The first deeds of arms accomplished by this, the 10th Battalion, were in Egypt and Palestine, and it may be as well to state baldly what had been happening in this region from the commencement of the war till the end of the year 1916 and to explain then how the 10th Buffs suddenly came into existence, as they did, on Egyptian soil on the February 1, 1917. As early as November, 1914, the Turk, who claimed to be the suzerain of the land of Egypt and had always been jealous of the practical governorship exercised by the English, had advanced in considerable force on the Suez Canal, and perhaps it was only the arrival in the country, soon afterwards, of strong Australian and New Zealand contingents which had enabled the somewhat meagre garrison to hold its own. Even as it was, the enemy had made a determined attempt to cross the canal in February, 1915, and only retired from its neighbourhood in the following April. Sir Archibald Murray was appointed to the Supreme Command in December, 1915, and Sollum, on the sea coast, something over 200 miles west of Alexandria, was occupied in March, 1916, because of a troublesome tribe in those parts called the Senussi, who had been egged on by our enemies to make themselves a nuisance and who had to be dealt with. In August, 1916, the Turks had attacked at Romani, near the sea and a few miles east of the Suez Canal, but they had been badly beaten, and in September had withdrawn further along the coast to El Arish. On the December 21 the British occupied El Arish and 2 days later Magdabar. They also carried the Turkish position at Rafah, near the coast and on the frontier of Egypt and Palestine, on the January 9, 1917. To follow up these successes and advance on Gaza was now Sir Archibald Murray's plan of campaign, and the army under his command was carefully prepared and reorganized for the adventure. There was at this time in Egypt a considerable quantity of dismounted yeomanry, dismounted simply because of the paucity of horses, and it was determined to form of them the 74th Infantry Division, consisting of the usual number of infantry brigades and infantry battalions, and working entirely on infantry lines, excepting for certain slight matters such as the use of trumpets instead of bugles and the like. Every decent soldier is proud of the arm to which he belongs and which he deliberately joined of his own free will on enlistment or enrollment, and it is hard on him to ask him to serve in any other, but it has sometimes to be done, and it has been proved once and again that an Englishman of pluck, spirit, and average intelligence can serve his country and serve it well under any circumstances. In the Boer War, for instance, thousands of foot soldiers had to take over horses and act as mounted men. In the same campaign, after the Boers had lost their artillery, many of our gunners were formed into battalions of infantry. In the Great War hundreds of all arms took to fighting in the air, and, if the Navy wanted them, soldiers would man submarines tomorrow. As a matter of fact, soldiers have in the old days served on the fleet in the capacity of Marines. It being recognized, then, that if at any time there be a surplus of one kind of soldier and a deficit of another, that surplus will easily be taught to fight in other guise than he has been trained to do. The bulk of the yeomanry in Egypt changed on the February 1, 1917, into infantry soldiers. The county ideas and associations were respected as much as possible, and so it came about that the Royal East Kent Yeomanry then at Sollum was amalgamated with the West Kent, QO, Yeomanry quartered at Matra, a coast town about 125 miles west of Alexandria. They became the 10th Battalion of the Buffs, under the command of Major AOB Ferenc Blake, who was appointed Light Colonel in the absence, due to sickness, of Light Colonel Lord Sackville. The strength of the battalion was 46 officers and 875 other ranks. A and B companies were men of the East Kent and C and D West Kent Yeomanry. A period of intensive infantry training now commenced. The 10th Battalion formed part of the 230th Brigade and 74th Division. The other battalions of the brigade were made from the Sussex, Suffolk, and Norfolk Yeomanry and became battalions of the same county regiments. Early in March the battalion moved to Sidi Bishr, near Alexandria, the move taking no less than 13 days to accomplish, and here the battalion was equipped. Drafts of 2 officers and 140 men joined on the March 16 and these were nearly all Buffs, no fewer than 64 with previous war service. Thus came into being the 10th Battalion of the Old Buffs. Its earlier history is as follows. At this time the Eastern Force under Light General Sir Charles Doble was concentrated about El Arish, through which the railway ran, on the northern coast of the Sinai Peninsula, whilst the Desert Column, under Light General Sir P. Ketwada, was at Sheikh Zayed about 20 miles further up the coast towards Palestine. This column was very strong in mounted men, and some of them were in advance of Sheikh Zayed covering the further construction of the coast railway line, which was being pushed on towards Rafah, the frontier town of Egypt and Palestine. Murray's plan was to advance slowly and steadily up the coast, moving troops forward just as fast as the railway could be made to supply them. The railhead, by the March 16, was at Rafah, and now it became necessary to hold the Great Wadi 18 Guz in order to protect what had been constructed. The enemy occupied the ground from Gaza through Sharia to Beersheba. Though the Buffs did not arrive on the scene of conflict at Deir el-Bella till the April 11, it is as well to state here that in March an attempt was made on the town of Gaza, and on the 26th of that month it was actually enveloped, but our mounted troops could not keep the field for want of water and had to retire across the Wadi Guz while the enemy was pouring in reinforcements from the north and northeast, so that a second attempt met with such strong opposition that the whole force retired over the Wadi and took up a strong defensive position. Second Battle of Gaza. The next attempt was arranged to commence on the April 15 and was to consist of two stages, the first object being the occupation of Sheikh Abbas and the ridge south of Gaza. Then, these points being held, careful arrangements in every detail were to be made and a supply of water organized. Meanwhile, however, the enemy was getting stronger every day, not only in numbers but in the development of his fortified line. Gaza itself became a very important fortress. On the April 15 the Buffs were ordered on outpost duty to take a line just north of the Wadi Guz, and the next day came battle orders and company commanders went out to reconnoitre the position for the Second Battle of Gaza. From Sharia to Gaza is 16 miles and the enemy was in force the whole distance. The 52nd and 54th Divisions were told off to seize what was known as the Abbas Ridge, and the 74th, Yeomanry, Division was detailed as General Reserve. Therefore at 1:15 am on the 17th our brigade left its bivouac and reached its battle position at 4 am. The ridge was taken shortly after with very little opposition, and the remainder of the day and the whole of the 18th were devoted to consolidating what was won and preparing for further advance by the 52nd Division on the left and the 54th on its right, which was to be aided by a containing attack by cavalry. The work was carried out according to plan, and the task set the troops was found to be a very difficult one. The casualties were heavy, particularly in the case of the 54th Division. The cavalry attacked at dawn and achieved success, but only one brigade of the reserve, 74th Division, was utilized this day, and our battalion, bivouacked in a barley field, had merely to watch the cavalry action in progress. As a net result of the fighting, the 54th Division had advanced as far as possible without exposing the flank which rested on the 52nd, but the latter had found such extremely broken ground, which was occupied by so many nests of machine guns, that its progress had been stayed and another day's fighting seemed to be a necessity. Orders were therefore circulated that all ground was to be maintained with a view to the renewal of the attack the following morning, namely, the April 20th, but it appeared that Sir Archibald Murray changed his mind, on the strong representation of General Doble that the prospect of success was not sufficient to justify the great number of casualties bound to occur. So slow, deliberate trench warfare was decided on until more reinforcements should arrive, and, on the 23rd, the Buffs occupied a line in Wadi Guz in the neighborhood of Tel el-Jemi, and then commenced a long period of trench digging, saddened by the inevitable conclusion that the great victory, which had been confidently expected and greatly looked forward to, had failed to eventuate. The heat was now becoming intense, that scourge of the country, the hot Khamsin wind, was blowing, Work was hard and, what was worse than anything else, water was scarce. However, after a few days, a move was made to Shalal and Hizia, still in the wadi, and here more water was found and men could indulge in a wash. For a considerable period the digging of trenches was proceeded with. Amidst all sorts of trials and troubles, the heat grew fiercer and fiercer as the season advanced, and, with the heat, animal life in the shape of scorpions, lice, flies, mosquitoes and spiders flourished and multiplied exceedingly. Wadi Nakaber runs from near Sheikh Abbas into the Great Guz Wadi at Sheikh Neban, and there are many tributary wadis to Nakaber. These smaller nullahs received from our army the names of the tribes of Israel in order to distinguish them, and the next move of the Buffs, which took place on the night of the May 27th, was to the Wadi Levi, which is close to Sheikh Abbas, and from this center working parties were sent out day and night to improve the front line trenches or make elaborate redoubts in the second line of defense. During the stay in this wadi the battalion suffered a good deal from sickness, there being many cases of scarlet fever and diphtheria, also nearly everybody developed boils and blains. It was discovered later that the dugouts occupied had been previously inhabited by men suffering from the more serious complaints, but the sores were directly attributable to the want of vegetables owing to the difficulties of transport. It has nearly always happened in wartime that septic sores have broken out amongst the soldiers, and it has always been from the same cause. Lack of transport meant amongst many other things lack of vegetable food, and this in its turn means corruption of the human blood. On the June 28, 1917, General Sir Edmund Allenby, GCMG, KCB, took over from Sir Archibald Murray the supreme command of the Egyptian Expeditionary Force, and the principal result of this was, to the Buffs, that their long period of hard digging work was very soon changed to one of strenuous training. On the July 9 the battalion left Wadi Levi and marched to a reserve area, and there, after a few days refitting and rest, commenced the practice by day and night of attacks over open country together with some musketry. On the night of the August 7 the battalion marched to the sand dunes 2 miles southwest of Bela for field firing, and, after another move to the hills above Bela, the 5th of September found the Buffs commencing to dig again, the work being done at night at a point near where the Wadi Guz joins the sea and where sea bathing made a very welcome change in the mode of life. Signs and tokens were at this time becoming more and more noticeable that, as the hot summer was nearing its limit, the new commander-in-chief had been arranging for some active and energetic war business against the enemy and that a fighting period was coming with the autumn. As a matter of fact, Allenby had early determined to postpone his great operations till the cooler season. The Turkish front extended from what was now the fortress of Gaza as far as Beersheba. There were well-fortified localities all along this line, which was 30 miles in length. This was a considerable extent to hold, but the lateral communications were good, and help and reinforcements could be comparatively easily brought to any particular point on the front which might be threatened by the English. Water was Allenby's trouble. He could not keep the field without it, and it affected his whole plan of campaign. No stroke at all could be effected without long and careful preparations for the necessary supply of water, and no preparation, however careful, could make that supply anything but a meager one. A pipeline 147 miles long brought up what was actually necessary from the land of Egypt as far as the Wadi, whence it was camel-borne to the troops. There was, however, water at Beersheba, and the general determined that it should be his. He would make a tremendous demonstration, in which the fleet would cooperate, opposite Gaza, and cause the enemy to believe that he was determined to take that place. Then, while this great feint held the Turks' attention, he would strike resolutely at Beersheba on his other flank. There were great difficulties in the way. There were no roads, which meant that pack animals must carry all necessary stores, and the country was so cut up by wadis that even to move these camels and mules became a very considerable difficulty. The railways were improved, the coastal line was pushed onto Khan Yunis, another was made from Deir Bella to a point on the Wadi Guz, and a new one as far towards Beersheba as was safe. The men were carefully trained to exist on as little water as possible and to march with empty water bottles. Operations were to commence on the October 31st, and cavalry was to make a wide turning movement and come down on Beersheba from the north and northeast. 3rd Battle of Gaza on the October 25th. The march southeastward commenced. It was carried out by moonlight, and the fourth night brought the Buffs, together with the bulk of the division, to El Kasif and on the night of the 30th into their battle position. The march was a memorable one. The ground varied but was always open, so that movement in line was easy, and the moon was always shining. The operation seems to have been a triumph of staff work, and all the units slipped into their allotted positions for the attack that was to follow without a hitch of any kind. Kasif was some 6 miles from the Turkish lines, and, after a quiet day there, the 230th Brigade moved off at night and got into the places from which it was to attack at dawn. The following description of what followed is given by one who was there. We reached our jumping off point about midnight, and at 4 a.m. on the 31st the advance began with B and C companies, the unit on our right being the 25th Royal Welsh Fusiliers and on the left the 12th Norfolks. Our objective being Z.6-Z.7 works. This position consisted of a line of trenches cut in white limestone rock, cleverly sited on the forward slope of a steep gully. A communication trench ran back into sloping ground in the rear and the wire was about 70 to 100 yards down the sloping front. The leading waves of B and C companies came under heavy shrapnel fire almost directly they started and the battalion suffered about 60 casualties, but, by continuing their advance and making use of the dead ground, they reached Hill 960, which was about 1,200 yards from their objective. It became necessary to bring D Company into the line to fill a gap caused by the brigade on the right being drawn away. About 10 a.m. the 60th Division, who were on the right of the 74th, took point 1070, and at 12.30 the final attack on Z.6 works was begun and, after a fierce fight, the position was captured. An intensive bombardment had previously been concentrated on the wire, but it was found to have been very ineffectual. By 1.30 the outpost line had been thrown out east of the captured positions and there the men remained for the night. It had been a very long and trying day's fighting in the hot sun and wearing heavy packs and winter surges, which had been issued 2 days before the advance. In this third battle of Gaza 9 men were killed and Lutz, Garl, Houghton, Hallam, and Stockdale, 2nd. Lutz, Aylward and Maddock, with 98 men, were wounded, 4 missing, 2 got shell shock and 2 received injuries owing to the rough nature of the ground, 122 casualties in all. On the evening after the fight, news came that Beersheba had fallen. On the November 1st the battalion bivouacked in Wadi Saba and were busied with salvage work, and on the next day at a public parade for the presentation of medal ribbons, Corporal Webb of D Company got the military medal. In the afternoon a march northward commenced, and on the November 3rd the battalion relieved the left unit of the 229th Brigade on outpost line in the vicinity of El Muwaili, which it held for a day, during which a half-hearted Turkish attack was easily repulsed and large bodies of troops were observed moving north and northeast. During this period the scarcity of water was very severely felt and men and animals were suffering badly, as the Khamsin was blowing and all water had to be carried 15 miles by camel. The available supply of the necessary fluid at Beersheba had been found to have been exaggerated by report and to be inadequate to sustain for long a large force in the field. This fact greatly influenced the commander-in-chief in his plans and determined him to attack Sharia on the 4th or 5th of November, and Gaza 48 hours earlier, this latter operation being in the nature of a feint rather than a determined attempt at capture. At 5:30 p.m. on the November 5th, therefore, the battalion received orders to go forward, take up an outpost line previously held by another unit and then advance 1,000 yards before dawn. There were no landmarks in the region and no points on the map which could be identified, and the greatest difficulty was found in complying with instructions. A guide was supposed to be provided, but when, after some trouble, he was found, he said he only knew his way to his own brigade headquarters and from these to the outpost line. Notwithstanding these troubles, the battalion got into position ready for the coming advance by 3 a.m. on the 6th, but this was not the case with the units on either flank. Finally, the Buffs started their advance, the objective being a Turkish trench reported very lightly held, but after proceeding about 500 yards, they came under a tremendous fire from a somewhat unexpected quarter. A fierce fight ensued and the Suffolk and Sussex men were pushed up into our line to reinforce it, with satisfactory results, and that portion of the Sharia defences was captured, after which, while the others pushed on, the Buffs were withdrawn into reserve in Wadi Union only to be ordered out again at 3 p.m. to fill a gap between two brigades away to the left. The pace of the attack throughout the day had been abnormally fast and the men suffered considerably from thirst. That evening the battalion took up an outpost line on the Wadi Sharia, and, just before dawn, a tremendous bombardment and explosion was heard from the town which announced that the capture of the place was complete. The casualties to the Buffs on the November 6th were fortunately very slight, but Lieutenant R.W. Mitchell was severely wounded and subsequently died of his injuries. The same day the Turks evacuated Gaza. On the November 10th the Buffs moved back to Karm and on the 17th to Shalal on the Wadi Guz, the reason being that the transport of the 74th and another division had to be taken away to keep the cavalry and the 53rd Division in contact with the defeated enemy, so the remainder of the force had to be near the railway. Lists of decorations for Beersheba and Sharia were made public on various dates, and the following were awarded to the Buffs: military crosses to Captain D.S. Campbell and Lutz J.A.S. Aylward and M.G. Houghton, the Distinguished Conduct Medal to Sergeant D.G. Turner, and military medals to Sergeant L.G. Betts, L. Corporal W. Timmins, Ps. C. Hughes, D. O. Melrose, H. Scott, H. Tidcombe and G. A. Wiles. Another move on the 18th took the battalion to the neighborhood of Gaza for salvage work, and on the 23rd came orders for a march to the north. The general situation, while the Buffs had been without transport at Karm and Gaza, had developed considerably. Although the enemy made attempts to stand, it was necessary for his right flank to retire rapidly from Gaza, so much so that as early as the November 9th we had troops at Beit 19 Duras with supports at Mejdal, and as the enemy's left flank was retreating towards Hebron, it became a case of direct pursuit by as many troops as could be fed and watered away from the railhead. There existed water, but in deep wells, and it takes much time to draw water from such. This is easily understood if one considers the actual number of seconds or minutes it takes to draw a bucket up 200 feet. If that bucket is drunk by a cavalry horse, it will be found that by the time the 500th animal or so of a cavalry unit is watered, the first is thirsty again. The Turkish forces were mostly supplied by the railway that comes from the north to the junction for the Jerusalem line, which is about 9 miles south of El Ramel, and Allenby's object now was the capture of this junction. About the November 11th the Turks appeared to be making a final effort to save Jerusalem, which is a sacred city to them. The resistance about the Wadi Sukrir was considerable and the Hebron wing of the enemy's forces moved towards Beit Jibrin to get more into touch with their brethren, so that by the 13th the enemy was facing west along the 20-mile space between El Qubaib and Beit Jibrin. Here they were resolutely attacked on the November 13th, and the junction was occupied the following day, the enemy's army being cut in two, one part retreating north and the other east through the hills towards Jerusalem, in which direction the Turk was energetically followed up, all going very well until the 23rd of the month, on which date came a check. By this time our troops, namely, those of the British forces which could be provided for in the field, were very close to Jerusalem, the main objective being the road to Nablus. Beit el Tata was in our hands as well as Kuryet el Inab to the south of it. Some yeomanry had got within 4 miles of the Nablus road, but were stopped by strong opposition about Bitunia. On the November 21st a body of infantry was on the ridge where stands Nebi Samuel, about 5 miles northwest of the city. On the 23rd and 24th the Turks held a position west of the Nablus road which was gallantly attacked by the British, but without success. The road itself proved the deciding factor in the struggle, because the enemy not only brought up his guns and machine guns by it, but used it as an artillery position, whereas our people were on very rough ground and had no road at all. And so it came to pass that a pause in our hitherto triumphant progress became apparently necessary. The army must be organized and preparations made and completed for further efforts. Also reliefs must be brought up, and thus, as has been said, the Buffs, who were as far back as the Wadi Guz, got orders to move to the north. The journey was done by Mejdal, Nar Sukrir Junction Station and Latron to Beit Nuba, which was reached on the November 29th. The 60 miles march was accomplished in 6 days. It is between the two latter places that the mountainous region commences and marching becomes climbing, for Jerusalem stands very high and the approaches to it are by no means a gradual ascent. At Beit Nuba the battalion was employed on road making to enable the guns to move, the result of the Buffs' labor being known as the New Kent Road. By the December 4th Allenby had completed his final preparations and a line was held from Kustal by Nebi Samuel Ridge, Beit Izzah, and Beit Dukkah to Beit el Tata, the Buffs moving to Qubayba on the December 6th. On this day the rains broke and fell consistently and determinately for 3 days and 3 nights, rendering roads almost impassable for camel transport, so that the battalion was put on 1/3 rations. Observation was most difficult, the bivouacs were soaked and comfort for the time being abolished. The morning of the December 8th was fixed upon for the grand attack, and during the previous night the troops moved into their positions of assembly to take their share in the Battle of Nebi Samuel. For Battle of Nebi Samuel the 230th Brigade was at dawn to attack some high mountains close to Nebi Samuel, the Buffs and the Norfolks in the first line, with the 229th Brigade on the right of the Buffs. To reach the position it was found necessary to move in single file down the slippery slopes of a great wadi, and this made the keeping of touch extremely difficult and the subsequent proper deployment no simple matter. A battalion in single file in a difficult country will tail out to almost any length. However, all was well. The job was done and the men deployed along the lower slopes of the great hill, C Company on the right and a company on the left, the ground in their front being almost precipitous. However, the first wave of troops got halfway up the slope before the dawn broke and the Turk took in the situation. Then he opened heavily with machine guns and snipers, both very well concealed. C Company, being a good deal exposed, suffered somewhat severely, but a company was fairly well covered by a spur, and the 229th Brigade on the Buffs' right was still more fortunate and was able to push on more rapidly, so that the enemy, fearful for his flank, withdrew and our people successfully occupied his trenches. No further advance was now possible for some hours, as a tremendous fire was brought to bear against the assailants. An attempt was made before dark, as it was incorrectly reported that the left flank of the brigade was secured by a successful advance of the 231st Brigade, but this force had in reality failed to clear the whole of the hill, and consequently the renewed attack of the 230th was held up till dusk by a sweeping machine gun fire. A miserable night was the sequel of this fight, practically no rations, and pouring rain. In the morning the Sussex Regiment moved through the buffs and continued the advance, only to find that the enemy had abandoned the place during the night. This maneuver seems to have been a favorite one of the Turkish forces both in Palestine and Mesopotamia, and one at which they were adepts. At the top of the hill the British troops got their first view of Jerusalem. By this time the London troops and the yeomanry had got across the Nablus road 4 miles north of the city, and Welshmen were across the Jericho road to the east of the town. Jerusalem was isolated, and about noon on the December 9 the Holy City surrendered. 2 days later Sir Edmund Allenby officially entered the place. The casualties of the buffs at Jerusalem were 14 men killed and 1 officer and 42 other ranks wounded. Directly after the fall of Jerusalem, while at Beit Iksa, the 230th Brigade lost its commander, General McNeill, who was taken to hospital with malaria. Imperial War Museum Crown copyright General Allenby enters Jerusalem on the December 13. The buffs took over the outpost line between Nebi Samuel and Beit Hananah, and this period will be difficult to obliterate from the memories of those who were serving, because the advance of the armies had now far outstripped that of the railway line, and by this time the winter rains had set in earnest. The wadis, which were practically the only means of communication, were streaming with mud and water, making the country in the vicinity impossible for camel transport, with the immediate result that food grew very scarce and the soldier had to exist on half rations, while tobacco, cigarettes, and matches ran out altogether. The state of things is thus described by a member of the regiment. Only those who have been through it could realize the awful days and nights which the transport men and camels spent trying to get up ammunition and supplies. The camels falling down at every turn and preferring to die rather than get up again, while the natives in charge of them wrapped themselves in their blankets and howled through the night like a pack of dogs, and many of these too died. Donkeys were tried, but without much success. The donkey is a very hardy beast, but the majority of these came from the warmer parts of Egypt and they did not thrive. The military situation in Palestine after Jerusalem became ours was simply that the portion of the Turkish army, which had retreated northwards after our capture of the Junction railway station, was now halted on the hills north of Jaffa and Ramel, faced by our 21st Corps, while the 20th Corps held a position covering the Nablus and Jericho roads about 4 miles to the northward and eastward of the city. To provide for the security of Jerusalem and of Jaffa it was necessary for these 2 army corps to advance, and, to enable such an advance to be successfully carried out, it was necessary first to undertake an abnormal amount of road making as well as to make important arrangements for the organization of the supply of food, ammunition, and all the various military requisites. The 21st Corps moved north and, supported by the fleet, crossed the Nahr el-Ajah north of Jaffa, a difficult job, well carried out. The 20th Corps was employed meanwhile in minor operations. Thus on the December 18 the 60th Division, on the right of the 230th Brigade of the 74th, attempted an advance, and at 6:15 a.m. a company of the Buffs went out in support of the movement, but the thing was a failure, the Turk having evidently been quite aware of what was going forward and having made all due preparations. In fact, a company had some difficulty in withdrawing, but happily the casualties were light. But road making was the usual fate of the Buffs at this time, and the men had long since become experts at the business. There was no work done on Christmas Day, but up till then the roads claimed much labor. The 25th itself was one of the wettest days yet experienced, and there were only half rations, but singing seems to have kept the soldier from feeling his hardships too acutely, and Boxing Day saw the Buffs in the outpost line again. V. Defense of Jerusalem. Now at this time the enemy had conceived it possible that on account of our supposed despair at the shortage of rations and difficulty of transport it would be possible by a resolute attack to recover possession of Jerusalem, which is a place as sacred to Mohammedans as it is to Jews or Christians, and so, on the night of the 26th/27th December, John Turk marched resolutely southwards, astride the Nablus road, until he came up against the 60th Division, who refused to make way, and the enemy soon found himself resolutely counter-attacked by the 10th Irish Division, which was on the left of the 20th Corps. The struggle lasted 3 days, for the enemy also attacked the 53rd Division to the east of Jerusalem, and it was quite evident that the operation was not a minor affair by any means, but had been carefully prepared and planned out and was being determinately attempted. By noon on the 27th, however, the great counter-attack made by the 74th and 10th Divisions, which was launched at 6:30 am, had made itself felt, and on the following day, this counter-offensive continuing, the 230th Brigade, Buffs included, of course, was pushed up the center of the line towards Ramallah. Fortunately the day was fine and dry. At first this forward movement took the Buffs up the valley and the battalion was in artillery formation, but, later on, broken and rocky ground was experienced again until there came a rest as darkness fell, and the men sat down and made preparations for some food. Very soon, however, came orders to advance in line on Ramallah, taking direction from the 60th Division on the right. The companies were somewhat scattered, and in the stony country with the night as black as pitch it was a terrible job for the runners to discover the several companies and for them to come back into touch with battalion headquarters. There were no paths or tracks and the map was useless. As one who was out that night remarked, if you take a line to march on and then bark your shin on a rock, next have to circumvent a boulder and immediately afterwards fall into a bog, you are apt to lose your direction. The Buffs stumbled about till they reached a large marshy valley, where they came across the Royal Sussex and learnt that the division was resting close by with no intention of going on to Ramallah that night, so an outpost line was thrown out and the men lay down till dawn. About 8 o'clock next morning an advance was made straight across a most tremendous country of vine terraces and walls, and, with but little opposition, A and D companies got into the town, a filthy place on the brink of another precipice. On the top of the hill opposite to it the Turks had several machine guns and snipers posted and they now began to show some activity, the Sussex Regiment coming under a fairly heavy fire, so that B Company was held in readiness to go to their aid, while C and A companies took post along the front of the village overlooking the precipice. That night was as black as the former, and a line of advance allotted to the Buffs was so precipitous that the battalion formation was bound to get into some sort of confusion, though every effort was made to keep touch with the companies and with other units. Opposition had died away, however, and so ultimately a new outpost line was taken up with the Suffolk Regiment on the Buffs' left, and here the regiment remained for several days. The weather was terribly wet at this time and the ground so saturated as to be almost impassable for mules. The Jerusalem-Jaffa road was now in our hands and was the principal lateral communication. General Allenby now decided that no further advance was possible or necessary for the present and that his next task was to drive the enemy over the Jordan. The outpost line referred to above was relieved on the January 3, 1918, and the Buffs went back to Beit Izzah and Beit Lykia, the rain still continuing with fury and the shortage of rations proving still a considerable hardship. The 10th Irish Division had commenced making a new road to supply the front line and save to some degree the permanent Latron-Jerusalem one. This engineering work was called, out of compliment to that division, the Irish Road, and it now became the scene for some weeks of the Buffs' activities. The battalion began work on it on the January 9 near Beit Sira, and it was not till the March 7 that it took over an outpost line, this time in front of Lake Belua. This period of labor was lightened on the January 18 by a parade for the distribution of medal ribbons, on which occasion Sergeant Turner got the DCM, and Pt's. Kite, C.W. Scott and Betts the Military Medal. The above-mentioned move was in reality a very complete change from 2 months' heavy work to real soldiering again, even if it were only infantry soldiering, as the gallant yeoman of Kent may possibly have put it. A patrol of B Company advancing from this outpost line found Yebrod occupied by Turkish snipers, and the battalion got orders to occupy the village by midnight, but it was found to be so strongly held that the reserve companies had to be absorbed into the line to support the attack, and it was not till 8 a.m. on the 9th that the place was occupied and a new outpost line on Burj Bardawil taken up. Second Lieutenant F.W.H. Cooper was killed in this affair and Captain Ponsonby and 7 other ranks wounded. Next day the advance continued, the country getting worse and worse, but more positions were taken in the evening, A and B companies having a climb of 3.5 hours before the Turkish trenches and sangars, perched on the forward slope of a precipice, were theirs. 8 other ranks were wounded. The Buffs were now 3,000 feet up, and it was bitterly cold and wet. Moreover, the old ration and supply difficulty became once more acute. The stuff could only be got to the foot of the precipice on which the men were, and then the tired soldiers, after a heavy day's work, had to scramble down to fetch it. On the March 11 El Tel was occupied, which meant another very stiff climb. After this road making southeast of El Tel and on the Nablus road was resumed, and outpost work near Termis Aya. A very good piece of patrol work is recorded during this period. It was carried out by Lieutenant Barnard of the Buffs and a few of his men on the April 1st. These men met an enemy's patrol and promptly charged them with the bayonet, though the enemy were backed by machine guns. The Buff party killed 3 Turks and had one of their number slightly wounded. On the March 21, 1918, the Germans, who had now been freed from all anxiety as regards Russia, commenced in France their last stupendous effort for victory and were so far successful that all troops that could possibly be spared from other theaters of war were hurried to the rescue of our Western Front. For this reason it came to pass that early in April it was decided that the 74th Division must be taken from the Egyptian force, in which it had served 1 year, and be shipped off to Europe, where it was grievously needed. On the 8th of this month, therefore, the march to the railhead at Lud commenced, the Buffs moving by Bytunia and Bytsira. On the 13th they entrained for Kantara, and on the 28th left that place for Alexandria and for France. Southern Palestine. Chapter X The Western Front, November, 1916, to July, 1917, A summary of events. As has been seen, both Baghdad and Jerusalem fell to British arms during the year 1917, but other mighty events of war were happening on the various fronts, and, while England was knocking out the Turk with her left hand, so to speak, she was still engaged in a furious fight against Germany on the Western Front with her right, in conjunction, of course, with her faithful allies. Moreover, other things happened in 1917 which very materially influenced the course of the great struggle. The 2 most important events were the coming in of the United States of America and the dropping out of the Russians. On the February 1, 1917, Germany very foolishly declared unrestricted submarine warfare, that is, she issued a notice that, within what she was pleased to lay down as a war zone, she intended to sink both combatant and neutral shipping at sight. This directly brought her into a state of war, which was declared on the April 6, with America, and the first American contingent landed in France on the June 25, and on the October 27 infantry and artillery belonging to that nation were actually in action. Of course, The armies from across the Atlantic were at first very small, like our own had been in 1914, but, like the British forces, they swelled with rapidity. On the March 12 of this year of 1917 a revolution started in Russia and 3 days later the Tsar abdicated. Notwithstanding this, however, the Russians, under General Brusilov, commenced a determined offensive in Galicia, which was at first successful, but which soon died away. On the October 21 the new government practically determined on peace, though there was a mutual agreement between the three countries of England, France, and Russia that no one of them would make peace without the other two. These kinds of arrangements, however, did not affect the new rulers very much, and, on the November 22, Lenin authorized the troops at the front to negotiate for cessation of hostilities, and next day he started to work to disband the army. Preliminaries being signed with the enemy at Brest-Litovsk on the December 5, it became actually necessary for Romania to follow suit. On the June 21 the Order of the British Empire was established. At the end of October our friends the Italians were suffering disaster at the hands of the Austrians, and early in November a British force had to be sent to their assistance. To the 7th Battalion the Ancre meanwhile war went on steadily in France and Belgium, and the 1st, 6th, 7th, and 8th Battalions of the Buffs were all there and taking part, so we must now take up their history from the November 18, 1916, which is the date Sir Douglas Haig assigns as marking the close of that lengthy struggle called the Battle of the Somme. Of the units mentioned above, the 7th was the first to participate in a general action, for it must be understood that fighting in the neighborhood of the Somme and the Ancre rivers by no means ended on the fixed date mentioned. In fact, our 7th found itself in the thick of a fierce battle on the November 18 itself. Sir Douglas Haig, in describing his plans for the winter, makes it clear that it was desirable to allow the enemy no respite during the cold season, and he tells us why he resolved to keep up as much offensive work in the neighborhood of the river Ancre as the weather and the state of the ground would allow. In fact, the German was to have no rest until the new spring offensive was brought into being, and further operations on the Ancre, as well as many minor enterprises and raids, were organized to annoy him while, at the same time, all troops that could be spared from actual touch with the enemy were to undergo a period of training and refitting as well as the rest they so much required, for after all rest is only a change of occupation, just as in civil life a man who daily fatigues his body rests in a long chair under a tree, so an office man, sedentarily employed, rests himself on a holiday by a game of cricket or football. To get back to the history of the 7th Battalion, then, it was on the November 16 that it received a message from its brigadier that operations might recommence on the following day, and, together with the 7th Queens, it went into trenches in relief of the Cheshire and Welsh regiments, and on that date 2nd Lieutenant I.H. Hess and 2 men were killed and 6 wounded. Near Mackay Farm and stretching eastwards from the village of Grand Court was a trench of the same name, and about 500 yards south of it, also stretching east from the southern edge of Grand Court, and covering the village of Miramont, lay a long trench line called Desire. Both these were occupied by Germans. Facing Desire Trench, about 600 yards from it and nearly parallel, ran the English line called Regina, and in it had been for some few days the East Surrey and West Kent regiments. The line was prolonged to the left by the Queens and Buffs on the November 17, so it came about that on the morning of the 18th, on which day Desire was to be assaulted, the ground was new to these two regiments. Behind Regina was Hessian Trench, and Zollern Trench was behind that again. The ground was very difficult to move over and it was snowing when the attack began at 6:10 a.m. The enemy opened fire almost at once, and at 6:45 his barrage was intense. No news from the assaulting companies could be got at the Buffs headquarters and several runners were killed in trying to obtain information, but at last the officer commanding the Queen sent news that the Buffs and Queens were in touch and that they were consolidating. It was, however, only at 6:30 p.m. on the 19th that the whole of the original objective of the Buffs was secured by the help of D Company, Captain Wood. The ground over which the original attack had passed was now examined and the secret of the heavy casualties discovered. It was found that in front of a company, particularly opposite its right flank, a number of shell holes about 30 yards the English side of Desire had been improved by the enemy into most excellent cover and connected backwards to their trenches by well-constructed narrow slits or passages. The Germans had remained covered in this place till our barrage lifted over it and then come to life again, so to speak, and opened quite unexpected and very deadly fire on every living man who approached. Captain Dyson was killed, and there remained but one unwounded soldier of a company. The 7th Buffs casualty list for this battle of the Ancre amounted to 3 officers killed, 4 wounded, and 1 missing, and 23 other ranks killed, 76 wounded, and 124 missing. A discovery was made by Captain Wood on the evening of the 19th which, to the disgrace of our enemies be it written, was practically unique in the history of the war. He found an officer, several men of a company and 2 of the West Kent all severely wounded in a dug-out in Desire Trench. They had been carried in by the enemy and had been bound up and treated well by them. Imperial War Museum Crown copyright seen on the Ancre 3. 7th Battalion continued. The next important general action in which the regiment was engaged was the Battle of Arras, which commenced on the April 9, 1917, and in which it was represented by its 6th Battalion. The story of the 1st, 6th, 7th, and 8th up to that date is consequently not so full of incident as some other periods, though casualties continued to occur. For the purposes of continuity, however, it will be as well to consider a brief account of the doings of each, remembering that Haig had decreed that the enemy was to have no rest prior to our spring offensive, which offensive commenced with the said Battle of Arras. Regular and continuous training for this offensive was, however, to be the keynote for the winter work of our people. As regards the 7th Battalion, a rest was imperative. It was weak in numbers and much war-worn, and so it, with its brigade, moved away westwards, at first by bus to Hartonville and then by march route to Candace-Beaumetz and Marcheville, which latter village it reached on the December 27 and where it remained till the January 14, 1917, receiving 7 new second lieutenants and a draft of no less than 315 men. On the latter date the unit moved to Haute-Villers. About 6 weeks were very well spent in training and refitting in this, the Abbeville district, and the good work done at this time, together with the arrival of excellent drafts and several capable officers, resulted in the reproduction of a very fine battalion. It was on the January 11 that the brigade began moving towards Albert again, billeting in the wayside villages each night, reaching Hauteville, which is about 3 miles northwest of Albert, on the 16th and remaining there for nearly a month, which was mostly employed in road making. On the night of the February 11 the 55th Brigade relieved the 54th in the trenches near Martinsart and for a few days were near Mackay Farm and the Zollern Trench again. 2nd Lieutenant Butler was wounded on the February 22. Although the winter was supposed to be mainly a preparation for a spring campaign, both the enemy and our people had been fairly busy ever since the close of the Somme fighting. The Germans, who still held 3 lines of defense about the Ancre River, had been busy establishing a strong fortified position called the Hindenburg Line, which, starting from the old lines near Arras, ran southeastward for 12 miles to Quient and from there west of Cambrai towards St. Quentin, and this line was connected up with various switches. By means of continuous offensive work our armies had gradually gained certain positions about Grand Court, and the spur which runs northward from Courcelette towards Miramont, which gave complete command over the enemy's artillery in the upper valley of the Ancre and his defenses about Pise and Miramont. On the February 23 the 7th Buffs took over the advanced line from the 7th Royal West Kent, C Company being on the right front with D on the left, a right support, B left support, headquarters in Boom Ravine. This relief was carried out by daylight and in full view of the enemy from the neighborhood of Lockport Wood, the consequence being that our men were shelled as they went up and 20 casualties resulted. It was thought probable about this time that the enemy was withdrawing, and when the West Kent were relieved they reported signs of a retirement, so, when night fell, the Buffs were ordered to send out patrols along the road leading northeast towards South Miramont Trench until touch was gained with the enemy, to find out whether that work had been evacuated and, if so, to occupy it. The darkness was intense and movement most difficult, but D Company found the South Miramont Trench deserted and, in conjunction with a company of the Queen's, established posts there. When daylight came C Company, assisted by A, commenced a complete reconnaissance which was most admirably carried out under Captain Clapperton of C Company, who, with Lieutenant Hayfield, 2nd Lutz. Matthias and Church and Captain Rowe, did some skillful and useful work. They found Petit Miramont abandoned by the enemy, and by evening it was ascertained that Pise and Miramont had also been evacuated. When night had again fallen, on the February 24, a line was established running along the East Miramont Road as far as the railway where it passes the village, and this was held by a company, Captain Allen, on the right, and C, Captain Clapperton, on the left. On the 25th news came that the 2nd and 63rd Divisions were about to advance, one on either side of the 35th Brigade, who prepared to go forward in their company with the Buffs in front. There was a very thick fog, and the task of collecting the scattered companies was thus rendered a most difficult one, but the work was well and comparatively quickly accomplished and the advance successfully carried out. A company covered the advance with patrols while D moved on Pise with the near edge of Earls as an objective. C Company moved with its left on the railway, B being held in reserve on the East Miramont Road. The fog was so dense that compasses had to be used, but, notwithstanding all difficulties, the several parties all reached their objectives and gained touch inwards. D had to throw back its right flank to join with the 2nd Division, which came up much slower. This company was admirably handled by Captain Wood, but this is also true of all the company and platoon leaders. In the course of the afternoon the positions gained were consolidated under a certain amount of shelling and machine gun fire from Earls and a position east of Pise. That evening the battalion was relieved by the 7th Queens and went back to the Zollern Redoubt, after placing to its credit a very fine piece of work. The early part of March was spent in the same area, that is between the Zollern Redoubt and Miramont, but no event of great importance to the Buffs occurred, though indications were at this time being observed by the staff of a coming German withdrawal, and on the March 14 any doubts as to the truth of this conjecture were dissolved and 3 days later a general advance of our whole line from Roye in the south to just south of Arras took place. The enemy had retreated to his Hindenburg line. Unfortunately he could not be properly pursued, our people were traveling over devastated country and smashed and broken roads, bridges, and communications, while the German had of course kept everything of that sort in his rear in perfect order. The 55th Brigade, with the Buffs, moved away from the district altogether, commencing the journey on the March 21 by marching 10 miles to the southwest and beleading at Harenville. On the 25th they entrained at Sailor for the 1st Army area, detraining next day at Steenbeck, southwest of Hazebrouck, and thence marching to billets at Boesigem, in which vicinity the battalion remained for a considerable time, undergoing the usual course of training. On the April 8 the brigade paraded for the presentation of medal ribbons, on which occasion Lieutenant Hayfield received a bar to his MC, and Captain Wood, 2nd Lutz. Church, Matthias, and catching the ribbon of that decoration. The special training period continued at Boesigam until the 20th of the month, on which day the brigade moved by route march through Bethune to La Bourse, back to Bethune on the 26th, and finally reached Neuville Vitas and went into reserve trenches on the 28th. Neuville Vitas is between 4 and 5 miles to the south of Arras and nearly the same distance from the village of Cherisy. On the May 1st the battalion took its place in the front line and support trenches, A and B companies relieving the Queen's, and the other two companies the Royal West Kent. For 1st Battalion we left the 1st Battalion at Bethune and the trenches in that vicinity. Though casualties were not uncommon, the December 1st, 1916, was rather a worse day than most. On that date El Corporal Willie was killed and 10 men wounded, while PTE Tattersall and 2nd Lieutenant Kingham went down with shell shock. On the 20th of the month the Buffs got back to Bethune with a casualty list for the first 20 days of the month of no less than 12 killed, including CSM Freeman, 31 wounded and 2 shell shock cases. On the 24th pleasant Christmas gifts in the shape of decoration ribbons were handed at Bethune to Captain Brown, CSM Randall, El Corplees, Ashdown and Baines and PTE Higgins. The beginning of 1917 brought no change except slight ones in the way of locality, such as a move into huts at Noyelles on the January 9th and change of trenches. There came a list of mentions in dispatches near the middle of this month, and the names of Light Colonel Green, Captain Stone, 2nd Lieutenant Ford, RSM Harrington, and CQMS Poole were included. On the February 3rd CSM Brown, DCM, was appointed at RSM Vice Harrington, who went to a cadet school 20 on the February 12th. The battalion was inspected by Sir Douglas Haig. On the 15th it retired into billets at Rabec, some 7 miles further back than Bethune. The fortnight spent there was passed in strict professional training for 4 hours from 8:30 am, and equally strict recreation in the form of cross-country running, boxing, and football in the afternoon. March brought no relief from the almost daily tale of casualties. On the 1st of the month headquarters were in the village of Luce, with the men in the trenches, and by the 17th 2nd Lieutenant S. Major and 10 others had been killed and 35 wounded. On the 18th the enemy carried out a raid on our trenches and succeeded in getting a footing in them, but after a short time was ejected leaving 7 dead, but we lost 2nd Lieutenant H. M. Norseworthy and 10 men killed, 2nd Lieutenant Hughes and 24 wounded, besides 8 missing. This raid seemed to have had the effect of raising and fostering a very firm determination on the part of the Buffs to get a bit of their own back, and on the last day but one of March a party consisting of Captain Strauss, 2nd Lutz, Brown, Davis, and Griffiths and 100 rank and file carried out a successful raid on the German front and support works, blowing up several dugouts and bringing back a prisoner and many trophies. 4 of our fellows, however, were killed and 4 more died of wounds. 2nd Lieutenant Griffith and 29 men were wounded, and 2nd Lieutenant P.W.T. Davis and 7 others originally reported missing, were afterwards found to have been killed in the action. It was estimated that about 200 of the enemy were slain during this little expedition. On the April 1st the battalion was in support in Luce village, remaining there 7 days, when a return to the trenches was made, and here the 1st Battalion was still serving when the Battle of Arras opened on the 9th v 8th Battalion. For the most of this period our 8th Battalion were near neighbors of the 1st, and indeed there were at times meetings between them. On the November 18th it was at Mazengarbe, only 3 miles west of Luce, taking its usual trench tours in the BIS section. On the 21st Captain Vaughan was evacuated sick after serving continuously since the unit arrived in France, and leaving only Lieutenant Hirapath with this record. It is interesting to note that, on the 24th and again on the December 20th, the 1st and 8th Battalions met in combat on the football ground, the former proving on each occasion too strong. As they were due in the trenches again on the December 22nd, the men kept Christmas at Mazengarb on the 20th of the month with great festivity, some of the 1st Battalion officers dining with those of the 8th. The trenches were much knocked about by the enemy during the Christmas tour of work, so much so that the front line almost ceased to exist. The new year found the 8th in what was called the village line, and the Germans started the new year with a heavy dose of gas and lacrimatory shells, and on the January 5th an extensive raid. Fine work was done by 2nd Lieutenant Darling, who organized and led bombing squads with great success, by Captain Morley, who, with 3 men, held a bombing post although completely surrounded and cut off, and by Pte. Setterfield, who, being company runner, killed 3 of the enemy and rescued 1 of our own people, while carrying messages. 2 days after this fight the unit moved back to billets in Mazengarb for training work, the monotony of which was lightened by regular football. After another turn at trench warfare, a raiding party of 4 officers and 120 other ranks on the January 26th, all clad in white smocks on account of the snow, and acting in conjunction with the 12th Battalion Royal Fusiliers, started at 6:30 am for the German trenches. The result of this expedition was very satisfactory and was the cause of great elation to the men. Heavy casualties were inflicted and several dugouts were blown in. The wire had been well cut by the gunners and the enemy's resistance did not prove very considerable, but 2nd Lieutenant R.G. Phillips was killed and 14 men were wounded. Unfortunately, most of the Germans were in dugouts and could not be extracted. The battalion was in the front line trenches from the 30th till the February 6th. It was what might be termed a normal tour, but very cold. In fact, the winter of 1916 to 1917 was almost a record for bitter and continuous frosts. The next turn in the rest areas was from the February 7th to the March 2nd, first at Mazengarb and then at Noasley Mines, a little further west. The time was, of course, devoted to training, and in addition to that work, done under divisional auspices, special practice was given to 125 picked men as a preliminary to another raiding expedition. On the February 14th 2nd Lutz. Sankey and Darling were awarded M.CS for the recent successful little operation. The battalion came up to the strength of 1,056 about this time owing to the arrival of a draft on the 21st and the fact that a number of instructors who had been lent to a training battalion, recently organized, returned now to their own unit. By the end of the month everybody was well prepared and equipped and very ready for whatever might befall. The March 2nd saw the brigade in a new trench line called Angres, taken over from Canadian troops, and a week later it was at Bully Grenay, 3 miles west of Luce, but the inhabitants were still in the place, children and all. It was wonderful how bravely the French peasants throughout the war stuck to their homes near the firing line, regardless of roofs broken by shells and the constant danger of being blown to atoms. Bully Grenay was, on the April 5th, so heavily shelled that 3 companies had to leave the place and the 4th go into the cellars. 2nd Lieutenant W.L. Donnellan was killed in his billet. Gas shells also came over and 1 or 2 N.C.os were badly gassed. Concerts, however, which had been arranged for certain dates early in the month, were not interfered with or postponed. The alternating process of trench work and so-called rest in billets, roughly week and week about, had been going on for a considerable time and, in fact, described the life of the unit during the early part of 1917. On the March 27th a special party of 125 men of a company got into position at 3:30 am. Captain Morel took post in the front line, and 2nd Lieutenant Young and party moved across no man's land opposite the place known as the Pope's Nose. The men moved forward under a perfect barrage, just as dawn was breaking, but owing to the imperfect light the two parties converged on entering the enemy's lines and a certain amount of confusion ensued. However, no enemy was encountered, though the left party proceeded some way down the communication trench. A dugout was blown in. The Germans retaliated in a half-hearted sort of way and we had a man killed and 2 wounded. On the April 8 our artillery bombardment on Vimy Ridge was very active and continuous, and reached its maximum about 5:30 am the following day, which was to the battalion a more exciting one than can well be imagined by those who have never seen the like, for it falls to the lot of few soldiers to observe any fighting, that is to say, fighting not in their very immediate vicinity. The Canadians were attacking, and our men could tell by the way our barrage was creeping steadily forward that they were gaining their objective. The Battle of Vimy Ridge was in progress and the Buffs were watching, as if at a theatre, while the men of Canada gave a display. 6th Battalion Arras and the Scarpe on the date chosen by Haig to define the end of the Battle of the Somme. The 6th Battalion of the Buffs were at Beaumetz in the Arras district, and the rest of 1916 was spent in that vicinity and passed without incident. Roughly speaking, 1 week the battalion was in trenches and the next week out, but on the December 17 a move was made to Sombrin, a few miles west of Beaumetz, for a quiet period of rest, if arduous work at parades for a new method of attack, bombing, the use of rifle grenades, musketry, bayonet fighting and physical training can be called quiet rest. These military exercises were, however, interspersed with the usual football and other manly relaxations, and, as usual, Christmas occurred on the December 25th. On the January 9, 1917, the battalion being still at Sombrin, the New Year honors list was read, and the following found themselves mentioned in dispatches: Captains Hunter, Page, M.C., and Ward and Sergeant Brown. Lieutenant and Q.R. Master Linwood was granted the higher rate of pay. 2 days afterwards came a most gratifying inspection by the GOC 12th Division, who highly complimented the battalion on its smart and soldierly appearance. This was the occasion of the presentation of the following awards: Bar to Military Medal, Sergeant Setterfield, Military Crosses to C.S.M.S. Harrison and Maxted, Military Medals to SGTS Callahan, Knight, and Ross, Corps Please. Alexander and Richards, L. Corps Please. Eildon and Millington and PTE. Miller. On the January 13 the battalion left for Arras in buses and went into the trenches in the bitter cold weather which prevailed at this time in France. Imperial War Museum Crown copyright winter on the Western Front up till the end of March. The normal routine obtained. The billets were at different times in Montesquieu, Noyellet, Givenchy le Noble, Agnay-du-Sens and Latre Saint-Quentin, all of which places are close to the westward of Arras except Givenchy le Noble, which is about 15 miles away and where some special instruction in practice trenches was given. On the March 10 20 officers and 650 men, under Light Colonel Cope, left Agnay-du-Sens for Arras for work under the orders of the 35th Brigade, the remainder of the battalion remaining at Agnay-du-Sens under Major Smeltzer. Arras was very considerably shelled at this time and a great deal of work was being done in the town constructing new caves and greatly enlarging existing ones. These were to be the assembly places for thousands of troops prior to the great contemplated attack, as well as a refuge for those inhabitants who had not left the city. Electric light was installed in these caves and cellars, which were linked together by tunnels and the whole connected by long subways with our trench system east of the town. On the April 5, our 6th Battalion being then in Arras, a heavy bombardment of the German trenches commenced, as well as other preparations for Sir Douglas Haig's spring offensive. This was the most prolonged and most furious artillery that had as yet been possible during the war. On the 9th of the month the Battle of Arras commenced. The brigade was all formed up in the reserve trenches by 3:30 am. The 6th Queens were in first line on the right and the 7th East Surrey on the left. The 13th Liverpool Regiment of the division was on the right of the Queens, who had the Buffs in support, while the 6th Royal West Kent supported the East Surreys. At 5:30, the 0 hour, the guns opened an intensive fire on the German lines, and at the same time the whole moved forward to the attack in artillery formation. The Buffs had C Company on the right and D on the left, with A, plus 1½ platoons of B, as right support, and the remainder of B left support. After passing through the Queens, the first objective, Black Line, was reached and quickly captured by the Buffs, without much loss. A 2 hours bombardment of the enemy's second system of trenches, Blue Line, followed, and then the barrage lifted and the advance was resumed. More opposition was now encountered, snipers and machine guns being active on both flanks. After some stiff hand-to-hand fighting, D Company was able to get round to the flank and, by overcoming concealed machine guns, which the enemy had pushed forward into shell holes, reached and captured the point on the Blue Line which was its objective. C Company on the right was troubled by enfilade machine gun fire operating on its right flank from the ruins of Estaminet Corner. By means of Lewis gunfire and rifle grenading, however, these were eventually silenced and the company enabled to proceed. Then the Blue Line was consolidated, Lewis guns pushed forward and strong points dug. At 2:18 p.m. the 35th Brigade came up, passed through the 37th and pushed on to the final objective. The whole attack made on this day was entirely successful, even more so than was expected. Great numbers of prisoners, machine guns, field guns, and material fell to the Buffs. All objectives were seized and consolidated and advance parties sent forward. By the afternoon no enemy was to be found except dead or prisoners in the cages or wired-in enclosures erected for the captured. On the 10th the cavalry went through and reached Monchy-le-Preux, where the battalion followed that night, having lost during the whole first battle of the Scarpe 2nd Lutz. RGK Money and TW Bus and 23 men killed, Captain Gordon, 2nd Lutz. Wilkes, Good, Figgis, Thornley, Squire and Baldwin, and 149 men wounded, with 18 missing. The Buffs were relieved on the 11th and went back into the old German lines, spending the day in clearing up the battlefield, burying the dead, forming dumps of tools and wire. After moving forward to the Brown Line they were informed that the brigade would have to relieve the 37th Division and part of the Cavalry Brigade before Monchy. Owing to perfectly blinding snow and as no guides were available for the Buffs or East Surrey, these two battalions had, however, to remain where they were while the Queens and West Kent, who got guides given them, went up into the new line. The next day the Buffs were standing by in readiness to proceed to Monchy, a German counter-attack being expected, but they were relieved at nightfall by the 29th Division and marched back by the Cambrai road to the caves in Arras. On the 14th they left that ruined city and marched for billets at Montenscourt with the band playing the regimental march, which is an exhilarating piece of music, especially on triumphant occasions. The battalion was out of the line only a fortnight at Noyelles, Dusan, and so on, and was on the last day of April in the front at Monchy once again, all four companies being under the command of subalterns, though one of them held the acting rank of captain. The village of Fresnoy is roughly 8 miles northeast of Arras, and Bullecourt, on the Hindenburg line, is about the same distance southeast of the city. Between these two villages, on a fairly straight line and commencing from the north, are Roas, Monchy-le-Preux, Cherici and Fontaine-les-Croix. Monchy and Cherici are a little over 3 miles apart. On the May 3, 1917, Haig attacked the enemy with the 3rd and 1st Armies from Fresnoy to Fontaine-les-Croix, while the Fifth Army assaulted the Hindenburg Line about Buell Court, and together these forces fought what is known as the Third Battle of the Scarpe. To quote the Commander-in-Chief's dispatches, along practically the whole of this front our troops broke into the enemy's position. Australian troops carried the Hindenburg Line east of Buell Court. Eastern County battalions took Charisi. Other English troops entered Roas and captured the German trenches south of Fresnoy. Canadian battalions found Fresnoy full of German troops assembled for a hostile attack, which was to have been delivered at a later hour. After hard fighting, in which the enemy lost heavily, the Canadians carried the village, thereby completing an unbroken series of successes. It is necessary to remember that the 6th Battalion the Buffs was on this date at Monchy, and the 7th opposite Charisi. In this battle our 6th Battalion was very far from being fortunate, and it is not easy to obtain a correct description of its doings, owing to abnormal casualties and great difficulty, if not impossibility, of those in the foremost fighting line communicating with their commanding officer in the rear. The chief cause of this difficulty was the darkness, for the 0 hour was fixed at 3:45 a.m. The battalion was, during the preceding night, in shell holes, A being on the right, B on the left, C supporting A, and D being behind B. Punctually on time our guns opened, and an intense barrage was timed to lift and advance 100 yards every 3 minutes, and as the guns fired our men went off into the darkness, too many of them never to see the sun rise again. Every effort was made to keep communication with them, and 2nd Lieutenant Macaulay, the signaling officer, with 2 signalers and 2 orderlies, went forward to establish an advanced headquarters in what was known as Devil's Trench, but returned at 4:30, no communication being possible. 2 prisoners were sent down and apparently the battalion was advancing satisfactorily, but nothing definite could be ascertained. Even later on, when daylight came, gunfire and snipers made it hard to get any news of how matters were proceeding, but at dusk it was discovered that the Buffs had suffered much and that the line in their front was practically as before. It would seem a pity that the ground was quite unknown to the battalion which had not held the same position previously and that the orders to attack came so late that there was no time available for systematic reconnaissance. The continuous loss of officers at this time was so serious that 2nd Lutz Seago and Souter were sent for from the detail camp and, arriving about 10 p.m., were sent forward to reorganize what was left of the battalion. A bright episode occurred to lighten what must otherwise be considered as a gloomy day for the regiment, although it was a costly act of gallantry. Part of the objective allotted to the Buffs in the morning had been a spot called Keeling Copse, and it was found, after the battalion had taken stock of its losses, that 2nd Lutz Cockeram and Gunther with about 40 men and a Lewis gun had actually got there, only to discover that they were completely isolated, the enemy having reformed his line behind them, and both sides being in their original trenches. Thus 3 lines of Germans intervened between this handful of men and their comrades. Nothing daunted, however, they held their own all day, accounted for many of the enemy and then, when night fell and they had expended every cartridge and bomb they possessed, they gallantly fought their way back again, breaking through one line after another, until at last the 2 subalterns and 13 of their stout lads were enabled to report themselves to battalion headquarters. Cockeram and Gunther both received the MC for their gallant conduct on this occasion. It is sad to have to add that Gunther was killed shortly afterwards within half a mile of Keeling Copse gallantly defending a trench the German was attacking. Cockeram lived to do good and gallant work later on in the Flying Corps. The casualties in this terrible action were 2nd Lutz J. H. Dinsmore and H. V. Hardy Mason killed, and Captain J. B. Kitchen died of wounds, Captain McDermott and 2nd Lutz Williams and Nesbitt wounded, 2nd Lutz C. Warnington, A. Kirkpatrick, H. W. Evans and R. L. F. Forster, Lutz K.L. James, Grant, King, and Willis missing, of whom the first 5 were found to have been killed, 25 other ranks killed, 128 wounded, and 207 missing. About 2 a.m. on the 4th the remnant was relieved and got back and, next day, was reorganized into 2 companies each of only 2 platoons, No. 1 Company, 2nd Lieutenant Stevens in command, with Souter, Seago, and Sankey under him, and No. 2 Company, under Captain Carter, with 2nd Lutz Gunther and Cockeram. It was only rested in Arras for 48 hours and then underwent another 10 days in the trenches before being relieved on the 17th, on which day it went to Dusans. 7th Battalion. While the 6th Battalion of the Buffs was suffering as briefly described above, their brethren of the 7th, on the night of the 2 ND/3 May, were opposite the village of Charisi preparing for the attack. A and B were the assaulting companies, C the supporting company, and D was in reserve, in shell holes, in rear of the support trench. The Buffs were on the right of their brigade with the 54th Infantry Brigade on their right and the 8th East Surrey on the left. The Royal West Kent supported both Buffs and East Surreys, and the 7th Queens were Brigade Reserve. The orders given to our battalion were to advance in conjunction with the 54th Brigade and to capture Keeling Copse. It must be admitted at once that the attack was a failure, due, in the opinion of all, to the intense darkness at 3.45. The attack of the Buffs and East Surreys was successful in itself, however, and both units showed great dash, but failure on the flanks led to a subsequent retirement, and it is sad to think that, taking part in what Sir Douglas Haig describes as a successful battle, both the brigades in which battalions of the Buffs were serving failed in the part allotted to them. There seems to be no doubt that the front waves reached their objectives, but the 12th Middlesex and 11th Royal Fusiliers, both of the 54th Brigade, failed to get past the wire covering the German front line. Little opposition was experienced at first, but the second and subsequent waves came under very heavy fire, causing their progress to be slow, so that the men who started first were more or less cut off for a time. The Germans, being unable to reinforce in masses owing to our guns, dribbled up men from their rear in very small parties. As regards details of the Buffs' advance, all companies of the battalion got clear of the front trench before the enemy's barrage commenced, but, owing to the darkness, sections, platoons, and companies soon got mingled up together, and at one time part of the Middlesex belonging to the 54th Brigade came across the Buffs' front in the dark, but the error was skillfully rectified. At the first glimpse of dawn the village of Charisi was reached and passed through. As it was entered the right company had touch with the Middlesex, but on reaching the bed of the Sensee River, which is just beyond, its officer, Captain Black, discovered that this touch was lost and that the flank was in the air, though the other was in proper prolongation of its left-hand neighboring company. He therefore determined to halt and form a defensive flank along the road which runs southeast from the village across the stream. Before this could be done he was heavily attacked, and the message he sent back to that effect failed to get through. Meanwhile the left assaulting company, reinforced by portions of C and in touch with the East Surreys, gained the first objective, or Blue Line. D Company had halted, according to order, in what was called the Cable Trench, which was perfectly straight and which was found to be occupied at its right extremity by a considerable number of the enemy, some of whom the company destroyed or captured, together with a machine gun. However, the Germans still held one end and a bomb stop had to be constructed and an attempt made to progress down the trench, but it was not until a Stokes gun was brought up that any progress was made, the work being deep, narrow, and difficult to bomb. Thus the situation at 9 a.m. was that Captain Black's company, A, on the right was still open to assault and unable to move, thus causing the left, which had gained certain advantages, to lose ground for want of the support expected from the Middlesex Battalion, while the reserve company was still struggling for possession of Cable Trench, and B and C companies had both fought their way to the Sensee River. A little afterwards came an order that the Buffs and East Surreys were to advance to the Red Line, the West Kents to consolidate the Blue Line. About 11 o'clock reports came that a general retirement was taking place, and the enemy established an intense bombardment of our front line and back area. Cable Trench was now full of men in addition to D Company, who had not yet been able to emerge from the trench, but our own rescuing people were hopelessly intermingled with the enemy, so that it was impossible to open fire. The Englishmen, however, who passed over and beyond the trench in their retirement, were soon rallied and brought back to the original lines, so that in half an hour or so the situation was well in hand, though Cable Trench had been evacuated. An attempt was made at 7:15 p.m. to retake this, the assaulting battalion being the Queen's supported by the Buffs, but the hostile machine gun and rifle fire was too much and the attack failed. The Queen's fell back and the Buffs occupied the original front line trenches for the night, having suffered a casualty list of 2 officers killed, 6 wounded, and 4 missing, 25 other ranks killed, 169 wounded, and 174 missing. 8 1st Battalion. As this chapter is intended to record the doings of the 4 battalions on the Western Front for the first half of the year 1917, the record will now take each in turn from the Battle of Arras up till the June 30th or thereabouts. The great war storm that was raging south of that place caused ripples and splashes to be noticed about Loos and its neighborhood, and the 1st Battalion was in that village at the opening of the Great Spring Offensive, having taken its place in the front line trenches on the April 7th. On the 9th the battalion on the left attempted a raid which brought on a fierce hostile barrage on all trenches and back areas, causing the death of 4 men of the regiment and the wounding of 2nd Lieutenant Harmon and 6 others, and casualties continued at odd times for several days, the enemy appearing very alert and naturally nervous owing to the progress of our people to the southward. At 4 p.m. on the 13th the 2nd York and Lancaster Regiment, on the Buffs' right, advanced and found that the Germans had abandoned their front line system. B Company joined in this movement and occupied German trenches south of the Loos Crassier, and although the enemy's rear guard offered good resistance the British advance was persisted in, and during the night a new line running south from Hart's Craters was established, though it came under very considerable fire on the 14th. During the following night strong patrols found no resistance west of the Loos Crassier Railway, and in the morning the York and Lancaster, aided by our B Company, attacking again, gained the railway and, being then reinforced by a company, consolidated the new ground which had been gained and which included Fosse 12. This was done in spite of 2 vigorous counter-attacks. On the 16th, commencing at noon, the right group artillery bombarded the area in front, and at 2 o'clock the 8th Bedfords on the right and the Buffs on the left commenced an advance and gained a sunken road which was resolutely held by 2 companies which became involved in very heavy fighting, so much so, indeed, that at last a short retirement to the double Crassier railway line had to be made, a redistribution of the brigade being arranged after dark. By this arrangement A and B companies, which had held the sunken road, went back into support at the enclosure and at B Keep, at the head of the Loos Crassier, where they were later on joined by C Company, D remaining in the front line. On the morning of the 17th, therefore, the front line was held by the Bedfords on the right, Shropshire's on the left, York and Lancaster's right support, Buff's left support. It became evident now that the Germans had managed to get up more guns, and the shelling became very severe. A strong reconnaissance towards the sunken road, made by the Shropshire Light Infantry, met with powerful resistance, and it was not until the 18th that that regiment, aided by the Bedfords, were able to make that objective good. The following casualties were suffered during this combat: Captains A. K. Harvey James and T. A. Brown, 2nd Lieutenant G. B. Sonder and 10 men killed, 2nd Lutz. Griffiths, Groom, Walters, Whitty and 65 other ranks wounded, one of whom died of his injuries. On the 20th the Buffs retired to billets at Les Brebis for a couple of days, and when there received a complimentary letter from the Commander-in-Chief which was addressed particularly to the 6th and 24th Divisions, the latter having joined in the advance on the right of the 6th Division. Many honors came to the battalion during this month, the list being, the Military Cross to 2nd Lutz. Brown, Griffiths, and Hughes, the Distinguished Conduct Medal to CSM Field, and military medals to SGTS Edwards, France, and Mac Walter, Corps Please. Brown Rigg, Port, Richards, and Stewart, L Corps Please. Admins and Platts, Empties. Carey, Downs, Eldridge, Martin, and Moss. On the April 22 the Buffs went back into the front line of the loose trenches and there, in 3 days, lost 2nd Lutz. Leas Bilton and Teg Bullock and 3 men killed and 28 other ranks wounded. The month of May was spent partly in huts at Mazengarb, partly at La Bourse and partly in the trenches, a toll of casualties being still exacted by the fate of war. This month brought the MC to 2nd Lutz. Waters and Worcester, the DCM to CSM Vincer, and a mention in dispatches for the quartermaster, Lieutenant Corney, as well as to Sergeant Chatfield and L Corporal Ayres. The first 8 days of June passed in the trenches at Hulluch and brought casualties as usual, 2 being killed, 4 died of wounds and 22 getting wounded in that short period. On the 11th a turn came for the comparative quiet of a week on divisional reserve at Foggy Ayres, but C and D companies went off to Ulwigny to train for a raid, so that when A and B returned to trench work on the 20th these two only followed 3 days later. On the 24th a party composed of Captain Jacob, Lutz, Buss, Chester, Dyer, Harrington, Marshall, Moss, and Wyatt, with C and D companies, made a raid on the German trenches in the Hulluch sector to obtain identification and inflict casualties, to capture prisoners, to destroy dugouts and emplacements, and to draw the enemy's attention from other parts of the divisional front. The companies attacked in 3 waves. The first wave, under Lieutenant Marshall, crossed over and went straight for its objective, the enemy's third line. The second, under Lieutenant Moss, followed 25 paces behind the first, and then came the third, under Lieutenant Buss, 30 paces in rear again, accompanied by the Lewis guns. This party remained in the enemy's trenches for 3.5 hours, doing very considerable damage and collecting 15 prisoners and 2 trench mortars. Some trouble was experienced in getting the German out of his dugouts, but this was effected by means of tear bombs and mobile charges. The enemy during this raid was very unsettled. His barrage was weak and quite general. In fact, he did not seem to know from what point he was being attacked. Our barrage was excellent. Lutz, P.C. Buss and Harrington behaved with the greatest gallantry, the former was most unfortunately killed and Harrington was wounded twice, but still continued to lead his men. Besides Lieutenant Buss, 8 men were killed, Lieutenant Harrington and 1 man were wounded and missing, Lutz, Chester and Wyatt and 62 other ranks wounded, Lieutenant Moss and 2 men wounded, but remained at duty, 17 other ranks missing, and 2 more missing, believed killed. The battalion as a whole remained in the trenches till the 29th, suffering occasional casualties. After that date it returned to Mazengarb, but left a company with the KSLI and B with the York and Lancasters. 6th Battalion. After its terrible experiences up to the first week in May there is but little to relate regarding the 6th Battalion for the remainder of the first half of 1917. It remained in the trenches for 10 days, during which time careful reconnaissance work was carried out, and it was relieved on the 17th/18th, withdrawing to Dusans for baths, refitting, and reorganization into 4 companies again. On the 19th it went further back to Montenskouert, from which place, on the 24th, it was removed by bus to Iverny, 12 miles to the southwest, for a term of drill, exercises, and musketry training. On the 27th 2nd Lieutenant Morley and CSM Pritchard got the MC, and Sergeant Reel, Corporal Scott, L. Corporal Cooling, Ds. Middleton and Skinner were mentioned in dispatches. On the June 8 Light Colonel Cope 21, who had been so long in command of the battalion, was promoted to command the 115th Brigade, and a day or two later was awarded the Legion of Honor. On the June 16 there was a parade to receive medals, when the military medal was handed to Ps. Atkinson, Brooks, Hardy, Mack, MacDonald, and Philpott, to SGTS Brunger and Wood, and to L. Corporal Look. The 19th of the month found the battalion back in Arras, where it remained for the rest of the time now under consideration. X-7th Battalion, the day after its great fight at Chérisy, the 7th Buffs, or what was left of it, was relieved from its place in the trenches and moved to Beaurains, close to Arras. It remained there and at Bois-Luz, to the south of it, for 16 days, reorganizing and training. It was in the trenches again on the May 21st and in such close proximity to the enemy that the Germans could be heard talking. There was a good deal of patrolling work to do, and this was most successfully accomplished, the line being considerably advanced, but on the 27th 2nd Lieutenant S.B. Johnston and 1 man went forward from their post to reconnoitre and were not heard of again. Up till the June 15th the routine was much as usual, a turn in the trenches and a turn in reserve, but on this day the brigade retired some miles into the back area and took up its headquarters at Couen, the Buffs being at Coingres. On the 20th Captain Black was awarded the MC for Chérisy, and the corps commander handed ribbons to CSM Navard, Sergeant Nash, Corporal Hyde, L. Corplees Berry and Castleton, Ds. Davis, Pourkis, Reynolds, Thurkettle, White, and Wise. The only other point of interest worth mentioning in the history of the 7th up to the end of June is that it won the 10-mile cross-country relay race for the 26th Division, and that its old friends, the Queens, were second. 8th Battalion Battle of Messines. As the 8th Battalion of the Buffs was not in action on the May 3rd, its story must now be taken up from the April 9th, on which date the men were spectators, from the trenches at Angres, of the victorious advance of the Canadians, punctuated, as it was, by the steady lifting of the barrage. There was much aerial activity at this time on both sides and some ground fighting in the vicinity, and, on the April 14th, it was found that the enemy had left his trenches, so at 4 p.m. the brigade moved forward unopposed and a new position was taken up and patrols pushed forward. On the following day, the Rifle Brigade pushing through, the Buffs followed and bivouacked that night at Leven, which is on the road to Lens. The Germans, however, had not retired very far and an attack on their position was arranged for the 17th. It appears to have been a poor business, but this was not the fault of the 17th Brigade. The artillery preparation was a feeble one, because sufficient guns could not be brought up in time. The enemy at once opened heavy machine gun fire from strong points in his line and from Hill 65 outside Lens. He also shelled the advancing troops heavily, with the result that both the brigades on the right and on the left were stayed by 10.30, and, this being the case, it was obvious that the 17th would only be courting disaster if it advanced alone, exposing both its flanks, so there was nothing to do but to hold the position in which our troops stood and consolidate as far as possible during the night. The Buffs had 1 officer and 30 other ranks put out of action. The relief came during the night, and the battalion marched away to the westward into a quieter area. Indeed, this marching, being a more or less new experience, caused a good deal of inconvenience in the way of sore feet and fatigue. However, the 21st of the month found the brigade at Bourg and a few days later at Erney St. Julien, and at both these places serious training was undertaken, but the stern business of war gave place each evening to football, very much to the astonishment of the Portuguese troops in the district. On the 28th the men were back in La Bourse and from there to Rabec, Hazebrouck and Steenvoorde, all in turn. Steenvoorde was a special training area and most corps took a turn of work there when they could be spared. This visit of the Buffs lasted a fortnight, and on the May 26 they were close to Poperinghe. On this day 2nd Lieutenant Lilly was awarded the Military Cross. On the June 4 the wandering troops were at Hixken, south of Poperinghe, and at midnight on the 5th/6th they moved from there to a camp situated in a wood where special stores and ammunition were issued. The Battle of Messines commenced on the morning of the June 7 and was fought by General Plumer's army to capture a ridge from which the Germans overlooked our lines and much of the area behind them. The preparations for this offensive action on Plumer's part had been going on for a very long time and were thought out with the greatest care and trouble. The most remarkable point in connection with the battle was the fact that it opened by a tremendous explosion of 19 deep mines, the noise of which was distinctly heard in parts of England. As far as the Buffs were concerned, the 8th Battalion paraded in fighting kit at 11:30 p.m. on the June 6, proceeded to assembly positions via Dicabus and spent the middle portion of the night in two great dugouts, one of which held 400 men. At 3:10 a.m. the soldiers were awakened by the most tremendous explosion they had ever heard in their lives, and this was immediately followed by the opening of the barrage. The 17th Brigade was in support near St. Eloi, and at 11:30 a.m. it moved forward to occupy the line already taken up by the 41st Division, from whence, at 3 p.m., a further attack was launched, during which the battalion reached its objective, known as the Green Line, with but few casualties. The whole of the two following days were spent in the newly taken positions, being shelled and suffering a few casualties, mostly men of a company, which with C was in the front line. Lieutenant Sherwill was hit on the 8th. On the 10th the Buffs were relieved by the 9th Warwicks with great difficulty, the hostile gunfire being very heavy and causing several casualties, including Captain A. F. Gulland and Lieutenant H. C. Arnold, who both died of their injuries, and also Lutz Curtis and Hillary, who were wounded but not quite so severely. After a day's much-needed rest, which was mostly spent in sleep, the battalion at nightfall relieved the 18th London Regiment at the Triangular Dump and the 3rd Rifle Brigade in Battle Wood. An attack on the enemy's position was arranged for and carried out on the 14th. The Buffs were told off to take one side of the railway while the Royal Fusiliers took the other. Battalion headquarters were in Larchwood. 7:30 p.m. was chosen as the 0 hour. Before this hour a certain amount of sniping was experienced in getting to the assembly position, but luckily the enemy's artillery did not discover our moving companies. A and C companies led the advance, each having 2 platoons in front line. Our barrage was good though perhaps a little short at first, and our men kept well up under it, casualties being small. The guns lifted their range 100 yards every 4 minutes. 6 minutes after our opening shot the enemy began his heavy fire on our assembly positions, but by then our men were clear, or indeed they would have suffered severely. A company had for its objective Spoil Bank, which was about 30 feet high and 300 yards long and running parallel to the Ypres Cummins Canal. The bank had been the object of an attack by some of the 47th Division a week earlier, but was still in German hands. There was a fine view of the country beyond the canal from its summit. It was afterwards officially known as the Buffs Bank, out of compliment to the 6th Battalion. A good deal of savage hand-to-hand fighting took place here, and the success of the company was very largely due to the extraordinary courage and initiative of two private soldiers, Dunning and Cornell, who together rushed a German machine gun in a concrete emplacement, killed the team, captured the gun, and thus saved the lives and limbs of many of their comrades of a company. They were both awarded the MM for this exploit. The other leading company, C, was directed on the tram line and suffered considerably on the way. The company commander, Captain E. F. Hall, and all the rest of the officers were hit before the objective was reached, but 2nd Lieutenant Wilkinson was able to remain with his men until it was taken and consolidated, and it was not till all work was done and midnight had come that this gallant officer withdrew to have his wounds dressed, when he had to leave his company under the command of Sergeant Pells. As soon as C Company had reached its objective, Sergeant Chute took his platoon about 60 yards ahead of the newly won line and there cleared a system of dugouts, killed a great number of the enemy and brought back 4 prisoners. Touch was soon obtained with the battalion on the Buffs' left, but the other flank was not so easy, and it was not until morning that the troops on the right were discovered. While the two leading companies had thus been busy, their comrades had not been idle. D Company had come up behind the spoil bank and at the 0 hour 2 platoons, less 1 bombing section, had advanced towards its western edge and cleared up the southern side in conjunction with the company, while the bombing squad attended to the dugouts on top of the bank, most of which were occupied, there being 10 to 12 men in each. Several of the enemy attempted to escape across the canal at Lock 6, but these were dealt with by men of C Company and no one escaped that way. Further down Spoil Bank the enemy made a more considerable resistance, and 2nd Lieutenant Page was killed leading an attack at this point. In fact, he was chasing a platoon of Germans across the canal all by himself. Many of the enemy then tried to get away round the eastern edge of Spoil Bank, but these were also shot and a German Feldwebel 22 captured after a really heroic resistance. D Company then dug itself in on the southern slope of the Spoil Bank, with the company in support on the northern slope. Digging in was no very easy matter on account of the continuous shelling, which the enemy kept up all night. However, morning found the job satisfactorily completed and the work cleverly camouflaged from aerial observation, which was a very necessary precaution, for the hostile aeroplanes showed in the morning very considerable interest in the exact position of our people. Many times they swooped right down and fired their machine guns into our trenches. About 5 p.m. on the 15th the enemy started a heavy barrage and were seen to be massing on our right, but our guns were at once turned on these and dispersed the assembly. The Buffs were relieved the same night by the 2nd Leinsters, and 3 days later moved to Burgomaster's farm at Dickabus under Major Vaughan, the commanding officer, Light Colonel F.C.R. Studd, DSO, having been wounded the previous day. The casualties from the 7th to the 10th inclusive were Captain A. F. Gulland, who died on the 16th, 2nd Lutz. Sherwill, H. C. Arnold, died on the 12th, Hillary and Curtis and 28 men wounded and 4 killed, but during the 14th, 15th, and 16th the loss was more considerable. 2nd Lutz. Page, Carlos, and Edwards, with 14 men, were killed, Captain Hall and 2nd Lutz. Darling, Wilkinson, Young, Lilly, Grieg, and Light Colonel Studd, with 89 other ranks, were wounded, though the commanding officer remained at duty for some time. There were also 4 men missing. Times in this neighborhood and at this period were, however, too strenuous to allow of much rest to anyone, and when the June 23 came round again it found the Buffs once more in the trenches and, 48 hours afterwards, under an abnormally heavy fire, which did little damage to the front line, but found several victims amongst working parties in rear. 2nd Lieutenant J. B. Millard was killed and Major Vaughan and Lieutenant Hancock narrowly escaped from the same shell, and it is curious that both these officers were slightly hurt by another one only a few minutes later. 2nd Lieutenant A. H. Webb was also killed. it was decided to push forward certain posts during the night of the 26th/27th, and B Company on the left actually did so and got to the edge of a wood which was on its front and there consolidated, but A Company, on the right, found that any advance would be impossible without heavy artillery assistance. The 23rd of the month brought a military cross for 2nd Lieutenant Sherwill. On the 28th relief came in the shape of the 8th Battalion York and Lancaster Regiment, but the changeover was a nasty job. The enemy appeared to have got wind of what was going forward and opened a heavy fire, wounding Lieutenant Newcomb and 3 other men. The 29th took the battalion away. It travelled by train to Reiningholst for the training area around Lumbres, and on the last day of the month it marched 14 kilometers to Escacules. The Loose Crassiers spoil, or the Buffs, Bank. Chapter 11 The Western Front, continuation till March, 1918. I 1st Battalion. At the commencement of the last chapter the readers were reminded that the Russians made a separate peace with the enemy towards the end of 1917, and that the Americans, having declared war against Germany in April, the vanguard of her troops began to come into action on the October 27, so that the defection of the one nation was in the end counteracted by the determination of the other. As has been said, America at first possessed but a tiny army, and though a few troops were fighting in Europe at the end of 1917, still her real force could not make itself felt for months afterwards. Consequently there was an interval between the collapse of Russia and Romania and the arrival of a capable American army. During this space the French and English must bear the whole brunt of the struggle, and the Germans, whose railways were planned strategically, with the idea of being able to rapidly transfer armies from her eastern to her western frontier or vice versa, were not the people to fail to take full advantage of such an opportunity. These facts must be borne in mind in studying what follows. As a matter of fact, our enemies started on the March 21, 1918, a mighty effort to sweep us into the sea and overwhelm the French. This chapter will therefore continue the story of the doings of the Buffs on the Western Front up to this date. Like the previous chapter, it is a record of trench warfare varied by fighting and the necessary rest and reorganization which followed each battle. The most important action was perhaps that of Cambrai, in which both the 1st and 6th Battalions took part, and it may therefore be as well first to continue the narrative of these two units. The village of Mazengarb is, roughly speaking, 4 miles from Loos in the direction of comparative safety, and this place may be considered as the chief station of the 1st Battalion up to the 15th November, that is to say, that it was the resting place when trenches were not occupied somewhere near Loos or Haluk. Of course, there were certain alterations, for troops took turn to go into the reserve of the division or some higher formation, and the more important that portion of the army was, the further back from the front line were stationed its reserves. For instance, on the July 13 the Buffs went into divisional reserve for a week at Fouquières, near Bethune, and for a time in October they were in GHQ reserve at Fletchen. The most important and the pleasantest change of program, however, was a long period of rest at Monchy-Breton, about 12 miles west of Mazengarb, which is an area set apart for giving a change of scene to tired troops. The battalion was allowed a month here which, in addition to training, was devoted to sport and health-giving recreation. A composite company, under the command of Captain Strauss, it secured the highest number of marks in the brigade sports and won the Divisional Challenge Cup for the smartest turnout and work in an attack scheme. During the period between the July 1 and the November 15, officers and men of the 1st Battalion received a considerable number of decorations and honors. On the July 3 the Corps Commander inspected C and D companies, which had furnished the raiding party on the June 23. After offering his congratulations he presented military medals to SGTS Cross, Goodall, and Poole, Corpl. Sinden and L. Corpl. Spencely, and to Privates Halliday and Searle, all of C Company. In D Company, military medals were given to SGTS Barker, Buss, Evans, and Moorcock, Corpl. Duff, and to L. Corplees, Curd, Green, and Page. During this period Lutz, Marshall, Moss, and Wyatt were awarded the MC, and Captain Jacobs and Lieutenant Worcester the clasp to the MC. C.S.MS. McDonough and Randall received the DCM, the latter also being given a commission and posted to C Company, PTE. Sage received the MM, and Corpl. Duff the Decoration Militaire, Belgian. On the August 30th, B Company, having gone to relieve one of the KSLI, A and D companies being already in front-line trenches with C in support, the enemy at 8 p.m. ventured an attack on our 3 company front, which was quickly dealt with by the Canadian gunners and our Lewis guns. Notwithstanding this repulse, another hostile attack was launched at 2 o'clock next morning, but this again was stayed by our Lewis guns and we did not suffer much. Another incident worthy of note was the departure from France of Captain Birrell, the adjutant, who left the battalion on the October 10th after no less than 2 years and 10 months service on the Western Front and was succeeded by Lieutenant Davies. This length of war service, other than at the base or on the staff, was very exceptional indeed. On the November 1st the 1st Battalion marched to meet their comrades of the 6th at Grand Bourad. Early in the month the question of combined infantry and tank work in the field became an extra tactical study that all must learn. As to casualties, they of course continued. There is a horrible regularity in recording these. Men were always being killed or wounded. A battle removed a lot of good fellows in a few hours, trench warfare corroded the battalion's strength little by little, and this had to be patched up either by raw hands from England or men who had already done their share but, after being invalid, had to come out again. 10 men were wounded on the August 26th, 1 killed and 5 wounded on the 30th. 2nd Lieutenant G. E. Sewell died of wounds on the September 2nd and 2 men were killed and 2 wounded on the same day, 5 more getting hit on the morrow. 18 men of the Pioneer Company were gassed on the September 5th. A little bit of joyful news reached the regiment in the middle of September, namely, that the gallant Harrington, who had done so well on the June 24th and who had been missing since that date, was still alive, though a prisoner in Germany. A company on the October 16th lost 8 men killed and 3 wounded, the enemy opening a barrage on our front line at 8 p.m. On the November 15th, Sir Douglas Haig having planned a further attack on the German lines, the 16th Brigade, in which the 1st Battalion still served, was attached to the 3rd Corps to take part in the same, and the battalion entrained for Perrin and moved to the forward area on the 17th too. 6th Battalion. There is a great high road running dead straight from Arras east-southeast for 24 miles to Cambrai. 2.5 miles from Arras along this road lies the village of Tilloy, and 3 miles further on Monchy is to the north and Wancourt to the south of it. 2 miles southeast of the latter place and about 2 miles to the south of the Great Road is the scene of the 7th Battalion's fight on the May 3, 1917, the village of Charisi. It was round these places that the 6th Battalion fought and endured up till the October 23, when it retired away west to a more peaceful region for a few days and there saw a good deal of the 1st Battalion. On the July 1st the 6th moved from Arras to the Wancourt line, and on that date it mustered 33 officers, but only 483 other ranks. While in this sector it was sometimes in front, sometimes in support and sometimes further back. Amongst the various excavations of this region is what is known as the Long Trench, which, commencing about 1,200 yards south of Keeling Copse, runs southward and is continued in that direction by Toole Trench. In this long work was the 6th Battalion on the July 10th, when it received orders to raid the enemy's shell holes east of Toole Trench at 7:30 a.m. the next day. The enemy, however, had made his own plans and, taking the initiative himself, attacked at 5 a.m. after an exceptionally heavy bombardment of guns of all sorts and sizes, smoke and liquid fire being also used. This heavy rain of projectiles was directed not only on Long and Toul trenches, but on the supports. The infantry attack was directed chiefly on Long Trench, and the Germans managed to penetrate at one point after feinting or making a holding attack along the whole front of it. Having effected his penetration, he rapidly deployed and occupied shell holes in rear or on our side. Second Lieutenant Stevens, who was holding a post nearby, at once realized the situation and organized and carried out a counter-attack along Long Trench, and almost at the same time L. Corporal Edgington and 2 men, who were all on duty with the 37th Brigade Sniping Company, seeing that the attack was serious, at once dashed up to ascertain the true situation. These 3 went up Long Trench for 300 or 400 yards till they reached the point where the breakthrough had occurred. Here, of course, they came across a lot of Germans who hurled bombs at them. The corporal, however, was a good and resolute buff soldier, and he, posting one of his men in an advantageous position in the trench, with the other commenced to erect a block or stop in the work. He was soon joined by Second Lieutenant Stevens and another man, and between them they consolidated the block and opened fire at close range on a number of the enemy. About 2 hours and a half later on, the Buffs tried a counter-attack which was duly preceded by artillery preparation, but it failed owing to the heavy machine gun fire it was subjected to. The enemy's aeroplanes were very noticeable during this affair, flying low over our lines all day, particularly during the attack. Second Lieutenant Gunther was killed, as were 9 men, another officer and 26 men were wounded, and there were 30 missing. Long Trench was recovered a week later by the 35th Brigade and the Royal West Kent Regiment. On the August 3, at 6 p.m., the Buffs being then in rear in what was called the Brown Line, the enemy opened a heavy barrage and later attacked Hook Trench. 2 officers and 100 men of the Buffs were sent up about 8.30 to aid the Queen's and West Kent in the front line. The attack was beaten off and heavy casualties were inflicted on the enemy, who withdrew, leaving several prisoners. On the August 6 the whole brigade was relieved and went into Beaurain's camp, near Arras. Second Lutz Hunt, Mason Springguy, Russell, and Souter, with 86 men, who had been training for a raid, proceeded from here to take their part in an organized minor adventure which took place on the 9th of the month and which was most successful. The moral of the enemy had every appearance of being severely shaken and he suffered heavy casualties. His trenches were entered, many dugouts destroyed and 80 prisoners brought back, and it was just a regimental misfortune that the men of Kent were in the flank which became subject to the enfilade fire and consequently suffered the following casualties and failed to get on as far as was hoped. Second Lutz J. Russell and F.I. Souter missing, Mason Springguy wounded, and 35 men either killed, wounded or missing. It was afterwards ascertained that both Russell and Souter had been killed. The raid party returned to camp about 3 a.m., played in by the drums. On the August 24, while in the Levis barracks at Arras, Corporal Horton, L. Corporal Parker and Pties Hoare, Lane, and Scott heard they had been awarded the MM, and about the same time, while in the trenches again, news came of a MC for 2nd Lieutenant Mason Springguy. On the September 1 the Royal Fusiliers, aided by the Buffs covering fire, made a neat little raid, sustaining only 1 casualty and bringing in 26 prisoners, and the next day a telegram came saying that 2nd Lieutenant Stevens had the MC and PTE. Barring the MM, an attempt was made by the enemy on the 24th to raid the brigade front, but it was repulsed with loss. The October 3 brought the battalion 33 casualties, including 2nd Lieutenant Needman killed. This was because the Sussex Regiment, on the Buffs' left, made a raid and the German heavily barraged the latter corps' lines. 2 days afterwards 2nd Lieutenant N.E. Fitzroy Cole and 1 man were killed in the front line. The 24th of October took the 6th Battalion off westward, and the 29th found it billeted at Vacquerie-le-Bargue. November opened with more than one pleasant meeting with the 1st Battalion. The 6th marched to Frevent with this object on the November 1st, and 2 drawn matches at football were played between the units, first at Baudricourt and afterwards at Vacquerie, but the real business of life at this time was training and preparation for a coming attack. On the 16th the battalion entrained for Perrin, and by the 19th it was in position of assembly behind the village of Gonalayo, which is about 4 miles south of Ribecourt, in the vicinity of which the 1st Battalion stood. Before describing the parts taken by the Buffs in the action before Cambrai, it may be well to explain shortly why the battle came to be fought. It was now past the middle of November and the collapse of the Russians had already become so apparent that large bodies of Germans had been withdrawn from their eastern front to swell the armies in France, and it was quite clear that more and more would be arriving shortly. Under these adverse circumstances Haig determined on a surprise attack on a considerable scale before more reinforcements could arrive, and so he directed General Byng to attack in front of Cambrai, reckoning that that portion of the German line was not quite so strongly held as some others and that it would take the enemy 48 hours to draw troops from other portions of his front to the rescue. Secrecy and dispatch, therefore, were the main points to be considered, and it was for these reasons that the fight under notice differed from almost all others in so far that no artillery preparation was to take place, but the overcoming of wire and other obstacles was to be entrusted to the action of tanks, and careful arrangements were made for their initial employment and close cooperation with the infantry. It would occupy too much space to describe this battle in detail, but it must be understood that, though the British attack achieved considerable success at first, the enemy was able ultimately to increase his force about Cambrai, particularly in guns, and so he managed at last such a mighty counter-attack that about the last day of the month our original offensive was perforce changed into a somewhat anxious defensive operation. Imperial War Museum Crown Copyright A New Trench 3. Cambrai now. On the November 20th and following days the 3rd Army Corps consisted of the 6th Division, which included the 1st Battalion of the Buffs, the 12th Division, with the 6th Battalion, and the 20th Division. This corps attacked with the 12th Division on the right, the 20th in the center and the 6th on the left, and the 0 hour was 6:20 am. Thus it came about that the 1st Battalion moved out preceded by B Battalion of tanks and in artillery formation from the vicinity of Villers-Pluich. The first objective, the village of Ribecourt and the spur to the southeast of it, was soon taken, D Company, which formed the first wave, securing that portion which was entrusted to the 1st Battalion. The ground one was known as the Blue Line and was part of the main Hindenburg entrenchment. The rest of the 1st Battalion cooperated with the divisional sniping section and then passed through and secured the second objective, the Brown or Hindenburg support line, 1,000 yards further on. These positions were taken with small loss, the Buffs only having 8 men killed and 33 wounded. This was satisfactory enough, as the 2 points which had caused anxiety to the divisional commander were Couilletwood and Ribecourt, whereas the first fell to the Buffs and the latter to the 71st Brigade. The formations adopted were suitable, the hostile artillery was weak, the enemy was late in opening fire and it was scattered and inaccurate when opened, the tanks had no difficulty in crossing the trenches, the enemy appeared to be surprised and demoralized, the positions were quickly consolidated because there was no hostile fire, and in fact all was very well. The 6th Division had a most successful day, the bridge at Marcoing had fallen, and everything had gone like clockwork, the artillery pushed forward to advanced positions, as did the machine guns which were brought up by pack animals. The next morning the Buffs, with the assistance of the tanks, completed the clearing of Noyelles. This was a creditable bit of initiative on the part of Captain Moss, who, finding the place but lightly held, collected a few men and with 2 tanks captured the village there and then. Meanwhile, a little further south the 12th Division was equally successful. During the whole of the 19th, battalion after battalion of tanks, RE equipment, ambulances, and so on had been coming up to the front and, in accordance with operation orders, had been doing so in absolute silence. The scheme for the 20th had included 5 objectives. The 37th Brigade was assembled on the right of the 36th and it was to go forward on a 2-company frontage only. The 2 companies of the 7th East Surrey were given the task of seizing the first objective, and the remainder of this battalion was to take the second. The 3rd and 4th objectives were allotted to 2 companies each of the 6th Buffs, and the Royal West Kents had the 5th. The Surreys were quite successful. Then the Buffs moved forward in artillery formation and, crossing the first lines of defense, moved on with marked success, sending back numerous prisoners and attacking the Hindenburg line. There took place some fierce hand-to-hand fighting and a systematic mopping up of dugouts, but everything went like clockwork, and by the afternoon the battalion headquarters was in Pampam Farm with 3 companies holding Lato Wood and B Company at Bonavise, though the progress had been delayed somewhat by machine gun fire from the 2 named farms, and the enemy had been difficult to drive from Lato Wood. At 3:45 p.m. the West Kent reported to brigade headquarters that they were in touch with the Buffs and that no enemy was in sight. The battalion casualties for the 20th were 5 officers wounded and 105 other ranks killed, wounded, or missing, mostly only wounded. On the 21st the positions occupied were consolidated. Much movement of lorries was noticed on this day behind the enemy's lines. Strong patrols, however, from the regiment covered the bridges over the canal. It became apparent on the 23rd that the German artillery had been considerably reinforced, as the hostile shelling very perceptibly increased in volume. On this date Captain A.F. Worcester of the 1st Battalion died of wounds. He had been 12 months with the battalion and was greatly respected and universally loved. He had twice won the M.C. On the 26th both battalions were relieved and withdrawn, the 1st into the Hindenburg line as divisional reserve, and the 6th into support, though it sent up strong working parties to labor on the communication and front trenches for the West Kent Regiment, as a counter-attack on the part of the enemy now seemed imminent, he having evidently been greatly reinforced. On this date Light Colonel Green left the 1st Battalion to assume command of a brigade. On the November 30th a great German counter-attack was launched. Being in divisional reserve, the 1st Battalion did not on the first day suffer much from the shock, though 6 men were wounded, but the following morning it reinforced the troops who were now holding the line round Gonalayo and La Vacquerie, where the enemy had broken through the previous day. Here Major B. L. Strauss, who was commanding, was killed, as were 7 of his men, another dying of his wounds. Captain Allen, the adjutant, was wounded but continued for a while to command the battalion which duty had devolved on him. Captain Tibbles, RAMC, Lieutenant Blake, 2nd Lutz. Clark, Fisher, and Owen, CSM Vincer and 45 others were also injured. In the evening Captain Pill, RAMC, attached to the Bedfords, took over medical charge. Allen retired to the dressing station. Major Hardy, of the York and Lancasters, assumed temporary command and the Buffs were withdrawn again into divisional reserve to go up once more in the night of the 3rd to take up a defensive flank on Highland Ridge, as the enemy had broken through near Marcoing that morning. 1 company of RE and the Brigade Pioneer Company were attached for aid on Highland Ridge. On the December 5th 5 men were killed and 16 wounded, one of whom died the following day, on which date a new doctor, Lieutenant McVeigh, relieved Captain Pill. 3 were killed on the 7th and Lieutenant L. F. Clark died of his hurts. 2 of the men were lost in the same way on the 8th. On this latter date the Buffs were relieved from the ridge and moved back into trenches in rear of the main Hindenburg system. On the night of the 9th they moved further back still and on the 11th were taken 20 miles westward to Courcelles to refit, and Light Colonel Power, who had commanded the 2nd Battalion at Ypres when Colonel Geddes was killed, was appointed commanding officer. Cambrai the 6th Battalion suffered severely on the November 30th, but showed that the men were made of magnificent fighting material. The enemy's offensive was most successful on the sector which was on the right flank of the battalion. Here he penetrated right through to the rear, and the first news the men in the line had of this success was that their own brigade headquarters was being attacked behind them. This attempt, however, was beaten off by the staff, the orderlies, and the signallers, though the transport, which was bringing up water and supplies, was captured. This hostile movement of course exposed the Buffs' flank. Dense German masses were successful on the other flank also, but a ray of light in the gloom was occasioned by a very successful counter-attack made by the Buffs on Pam Pam Farm, which had fallen. This place was recaptured and the enemy's advance in this region held up for 3 hours. Overwhelming masses, however, at last proved impossible to withstand and the small garrison withdrew fighting from shell hole to shell hole. The enemy was now on front, flanks and even in rear, and the struggle was hand-to-hand, obstinate, and desperate. It was a case of the remnants of a fighting unit cutting its way back through all obstacles to regain a line that was forming in rear. This was finally effected and the line straightened out, but, as may be supposed, it was a bloody affair and our casualties numbered 14 officers and 317 other ranks, Major C. F. Cataly, M.C., being amongst the killed. The new position taken up was successfully held against all attacks, though it formed a very acute angle, as the divisions on the right and left had fallen back, leaving, of course, a greatly exposed salient. The line was held, however, until relief came next day, when the battalion moved back to the old British front, which was heavily gassed by means of shells. On the December 2nd this battalion moved back into billets in Heudecourt, thence, on the 5th, to Dernancourt and on to Albert, where train was taken to Thionnet, in the peaceful country some 7 or 8 miles south by west of Hazebrouck, for the necessary rest and refit and to receive and train fresh men from England to fill the terrible gaps. 1st Battalion after Cambrai the 1st Battalion, except for a short time near Moruil, was kept out of the trenches till the January 25, 1918, on which date it relieved the 9th Battalion of the Norfolks at Demicourt, about halfway between Bapaume and Cambrai. During this interval it had been lent to the 3rd Division and posted at Hervillers, Noruil, and Courcelles, all of which places are fairly close together. Christmas was spent at Courcelles in a quiet and restful manner, and a slight change of scene occurred soon afterwards by a move to Bellecourt, near Rivière, which is somewhat nearer Arras. The arrival in this place was marked by the rejoining of Captain Jones, DSO, of the RAMC, who, an old, much respected and greatly beloved medical officer to the battalion, had been over 15 months absent from his friends. The new year brought some honors with it. The late Major Strauss was gazetted to a MC, Sergeant Pass got the DCM, and the MM came to Pties. Alexander, Elliott, Wilson, and Wright, and Light Colonels Green, DSO, and Power, Major Blackall, Lieutenant Whitlock, Corporal Troy and PTE May were all mentioned in dispatches. The January 21st took this unit to Firmicourt, near Bapaume, and into Divisional Reserve, and the 25th, as has been said, back into the dreary trench work again. Captain Marshall on this date, who had already the MC, was awarded the DSO. The trench tour was quiet enough, for the enemy was nearly a mile away, and the battalion was back at Firmicourt on the February 3rd. Here, or rather at Le Buquira close by, on the 8th, a somewhat startling and apparently an unexpected change of organization took place which affected nearly everybody in the army. It had been decided that infantry brigades would be of more use, or at any rate that certain saving of power would be effected, if, instead of 4, they should consist in future of only 3 battalions. This resulted in the disbanding of many brave and tried units which had repeatedly proved their value. Thus the 16th Brigade lost the 8th Battalion of the Bedfordshire Regiment, which had been comrades of the Buffs, York and Lancaster and Shropshire Light Infantry since March, 1915, when they came into the brigade in place of the Leicester Regiment. Of course, the disbanding of these units did not mean that the soldiers composing them went home to their mothers. They merely were transferred to other battalions in the form of huge drafts. Thus our own 8th Battalion of the Buffs, which had so nobly upheld the ancient honor of the regiment on many a stricken field, now ceased to exist in the same way as did the 8th Bedfords, and in consequence the 1st and 6th Buffs became the richer for strong reinforcements of fighting men. 5 officers and 250 other ranks arrived at Le Buquira from the 8th for the 1st Buffs. On the February 12 the battalion went into trenches at Lignacourt, near Quient, and it was at this place when it received the shock of the German great offensive in March. It was in February a quiet and fairly comfortable place, though on the 14th an unlucky shell killed 3 N.C.Os of D Company in a dugout and blew a 4th clean through the roof. Bugnatra was the rearmost resting place for Lignacourt, and each battalion of the brigade of course took its turn there. Now that the Russians had finally collapsed and so set free the enormous hostile armies which, up till now, they had, at any rate in part, kept occupied, the whole of Central Europe had for some time been crowded with troop trains bringing division after division from east to west. These divisions had been specially trained for open as opposed to trench fighting, and the Kaiser and his staff fondly hoped they would suffice to drive the French to Paris and the English into the sea, more particularly as thousands of Russian guns were now available for German gunners to use on their western foes. It was clear to everybody, from the commander-in-chief to the last recruit from England, that a great offensive might commence on any day, and we were busily engaged in preparations. Battlefields were made ready for defense, strong points heavily wired and minefields laid as protection against tanks. This attack was expected in the early morning of the March 13th, and the whole British front was covered with a series of listening patrols. Special precautions were taken and all ranks exhorted to quit themselves like men. On the 19th the rainless spring weather, which had lasted a fortnight, gave place to mist, with cold showers. On the 20th before midnight orders came to withdraw all working parties, to man all battle and alarm posts before dawn, and to be in readiness for the enemy's onslaught. The 6th Battalion The 6th Battalion did not come into the front line again till the January 22, 1918, on which date it was at Fleurbaix, in the direction of Armentières. The interval had been passed round Merville and Estaires. Some well-deserved decorations came to the unit in January, and some medal ribbons were presented by the army commander. Captain Ferry and 2nd Lieutenant Gray got the M.C., L. Corporal Parker a bar to his M.M., and the decoration itself came to L. Corporal Clements and P.T.E. Woodcock. A little later 2nd Lutz Kidd, Stevens, and Turk were gladdened with the news that each had the M.C., Light Colonel Smeltzer, M.C., was given the D.S.O., and R.S.M. Jeffrey the M.C. Though Fleurbaix itself was reached on the January 13th, the battalion did not move into the front line in that region till the 22nd, and then it was quiet enough till relief came and a move back some 5 miles or so to Saleilly, except that there was a certain amount of bombardment on the 28th, and just before relief was due the next day an enemy's party of about 20 attempted a raid on a post known as Richard. They worked round behind this point with a view to cutting off the retreat of its little garrison, but at the exact moment the relieving party of Fusiliers arrived on the scene and the raiders, caught between two fires, were surprised and dispersed. There was a good deal of work to be done in February in the way of preparation for the coming assault, and the 6th of the month saw the battalion in the front line trenches, after CSM Woodhams had heard on the 4th that he had got his DCM. The 9th of the month brought the big draft from the now defunct 8th Battalion of the Buffs. This consisted of 5 officers and 200 men. Remaining in the same vicinity for many days, now in brigade reserve at Rougeabout, then in divisional at Nouveau-Monde, and again in the trenches, all the men's energies were directed to work at defensive positions, for the British Army and its allies were now for a time definitely on the defensive and experiencing what may be described as a lull before the storm. Of course, there still were some few signs of activity on both sides, for it is not nowadays customary in war to remain many days in total inactivity. Thus the enemy attempted Robert Post on the March 7th, and next day, after a preliminary artillery bombardment, the West Kent carried out a successful little raid, but things at this time were, generally speaking, quiet enough. On the 9th came a shower of gas shells, but there were no casualties that day, though on the morrow 2nd Lieutenant T.A. Brown was killed and 2nd Lieutenant Barnes wounded. The British in this region appear to have expected the attack about the 11th. The enemy was believed to be forming in vast masses on the immediate front, and the Buffs remained during the night of the 10th/11th in battle formation with patrols going out in front at frequent intervals. In fact, these night patrols were now in pretty constant use. On the 16th transport was noticed to be very active behind the German lines. On the 17th at 10:10 p.m., after a quiet day, the enemy opened a very heavy artillery fire on the front and support lines. 2 of his patrols, of about 30 men each, attempted to approach Richard and Reggie posts, but were driven off by Lewis guns and rifle fire. 2nd Lieutenant C.F. Peters, however, met his death that night and 10 men were wounded. On the March 19 the battalion was relieved and went into billets at Pont de Nieppe, which is a mile or two outside Armentières on the Bailleul road, and there it was on the morning of the 21st 6. 7th Battalion. The story of the 7th Battalion from the July 1, 1917, to the March 21, 1918, must now come under consideration. The chief area of its operations was Dicobus and its neighborhood, and the chief event a great and grim combat at Poelcapelle on the October 12. It was on the July 3 that the 55th Brigade, with the Buffs, railed from Doullens to join the 5th Army and went to the 2nd Corps area, detraining at Huipoutre and marching to Ottawa Camp at Uderdam, a couple of miles west of Dicobus, and on the 7th it was in the line again, where things were comparatively lively, especially as regards gas shelling, and where much patrolling work was done. A raid was arranged for the 14th, but had to be abandoned, as the guns could not come into action on account of the gas, and 2 days afterwards the battalion was relieved for a while and went into camp at Château-Sigard. Very many men were wounded about this period, namely, 61 in 17 days, which is a high average for trench warfare. At the commencement of August at Dicobus the enemy was fairly active and Captain A. O'Sharon, commanding C Company, was killed on the 3rd and Captain Clapperton wounded the next night. These casualties occurred in relieving a portion of the line but little known to the battalion and which had been held by the 30th Division. The Buffs were back again at Château-Sigard on the 8th and into divisional reserve on the 10th, on which date an attack was made by the brigade, the 7th Battalion, the Queen's being in the forefront of the fight and the Buffs going up in reserve to a place known as Railway Dugouts, which was southeast of Ypres. At 6 a.m. orders came to send one company to support the 8th East Surrey in what was called Crab Crawl Tunnel. Therefore a company was dispatched, and it was joined in the evening by B. These two companies, under Major Wood, were in support to the 17th Brigade of the 24th Division, in which the 8th Buffs were serving. Directly after this the Buffs were entrained and moved off for a period of training at Erringham, 9 miles northwest of Steenvoorde, Wood's two companies rejoining headquarters at Arbeely on the 13th. On the August 15 PTE. Roberts, since killed in action, and Sergeant Baldry were awarded the MM. Of course, there was a great deal of training at this time, but, even if the numerous drafts which required teaching and the ever-changing conditions of warfare had not made this a necessity, still it does not improve the health nor the spirits of men so often exposed to the danger of death to encourage or allow periods of utter indolence and the consequent loafing and brooding. The work at this time was mostly practicing the assault of positions. On the September 12 Captain Nicholson got the MC and L Corporal Street the DCM, and about the same time 8 soldiers got the MM and 1 a bar to the same. On the September 23 the Buffs moved by train to St. Jan Terbezen, where, 5 days afterwards, hostile aircraft dropped bombs into the camp, doing a very great deal of damage. The men were in huts and tents and the area a very congested one, which fact probably tempted the enemy to his enterprise. It was dark when the aeroplane flew over and it dropped 6 bombs, 2 of which were blind, right into the camp, resulting in the death of 2nd Lieutenant R.E.C. Meade and 26 men and the wounding of Lieutenant and Q.R. Master Rye, 2nd Lutz. Malton and Tyler and 63 others. This misfortune had the effect of disorganizing the arrangement of platoons and sections just at a time when the regiment was being braced up and perfected in the new method of attack called leapfrog. 23 However, the training still went on and, moving by stages, the battalion, with the rest of the brigade, was on the October 11th opposite the village of Poelcapelle, because for various reasons, one of which was a desire to assist the French, our commander-in-chief was arranging a considerable offensive movement before the weather, which had been much against movement, got absolutely too wet and wintry for any kind of manoeuvre. This offensive operation was made over a 6-mile front northwards from a point east of the village of Zonnebeke and so brought the 55th Brigade to the position indicated. As far as the 55th Brigade was concerned, no circumstances could have been less in favor of a successful attack. For several reasons, no shelter was to be had for the assaulting troops, who had to be out in the open, in mud and rain, close up to the front line and in full view of hostile aircraft, thus advertising the coming movement. So to speak, much detail in the way of attack orders was altered and amended at the last moment, and these details consequently could not be made known to everyone in time, for the night of the 11th was pitch dark and the various platoons and sections were scattered about wherever cover could be got in shell holes and the like, and so had no chance of receiving detailed orders. The Buffs line was from Gloucester House, or Farm, to Poelcapelle Church. C Company was on the right and D on the left, A supporting C and B behind D. The objective, together with the battalion area of activity, is shown on the accompanying sketch map. A and B companies were to act as what was known as leapfrog companies, that is, they were to pass the others and go on to the second objective. All companies were in position by 4 a.m. on the October 12th, outposts were withdrawn at 5.15, the barrage opened at 5.25, and C and D moved forward. All reports agree in stating that our barrage was not a success, it was erratic and not heavy enough, and when the infantry attack was getting into difficulties it passed too far ahead. The officer commanding C Company, Captain Nicholson, reported that the guns opened 30 seconds too late on his front, that the barrage commenced very thinly and thickened right on top of the leading troops. D Company got caught by the enemy's gunfire as it was waiting for ours to lift, and the whole front line came immediately under very heavy fire, particularly C, which suffered much from machine guns from the neighborhood of Gloucester House and from Point 37. D Company got through the houses and enclosures which were on its front, but, on emerging, met heavy cross-machine gun fire from many house and the brewery, and thus our attack was checked throughout our line. A and B, moving up in rear so as to keep close, came in their turn under intense machine gun fire, B Company especially suffering very severely. These supports were eventually merged into the leading line and every effort was made to struggle forward, but the heavy ground prevented anything but laborious movement, which was ill-suited to a rain of bullets, and at last things came to a standstill. C Company managed to rush one hostile post, where the men captured a machine gun and turned it very effectually on its late owners. Captain Nicholson, M.C., who commanded C Company, tried to dig in where he was, but the ground was terribly swampy for this. However, he was, about noon, able to report a perceptible slackening of the enemy's fire. About this time he noticed Second Lieutenant Knight with the elements of a company about 400 yards to his right, and he sent off Second Lieutenant H. M. Spencer to get touch with him with a view to together making an attempt to gain ground. Spencer, on his way, fell, mortally wounded, and Nicholson went out to help him. As he was doing so he heard a shout and saw that Knight and about 30 men had been overwhelmed and made prisoners. He could not get back to his men in time to order them to open fire. This affair caused a gap on Nicholson's left and he directed his remaining officer, Second Lieutenant Tupper, to form 3 posts to protect that flank while he himself established 5 others on his front. He then attempted to consolidate these, but the state of the ground prohibited digging. About 2 p.m. a party of Germans was observed near the brewery advancing down the main street of Poelkapelle, which had every appearance of a counter-attack, and preparations were made accordingly, but the enemy was successfully stopped by parties of the West Kent and of the Suffolk Regiment which were in the village. About 5:30 the enemy shelled our lines and the village, but defensive posts were established and all was well, though the bombardment continued during the next day, the 13th, and at dusk the remnant of the Buffs withdrew to counter Farm on relief by the 7th Battalion of the Queen's. It is worthy of note that on the 12th and 13th both the Germans and ourselves were able to attend the wounded by flying a white or red cross flag, white handkerchief, or rag. The enemy never fired on a wounded man. It is eloquent of the state of things during a war between so-called civilized nations that such should be considered as exceptional. Poelkapelle. The Buffs' casualties in this action were, killed, Captain E.B.C. Burnside, 2nd Lutz. R.W. Bone, H.M. Spencer and H. Thomas, and 52 other ranks, wounded, Captains Bloodsmith and West, Lieutenant Boner, 2nd Lutz. Amos and Bull, and 178 men, missing, 2nd Lieutenant Knight and 145 men. A company had left at duty 1 sergeant and 1 corporal, B, 1 corporal, C, 2 sergeants and 4 corporals, and D, 1 sergeant and 1 corporal, no less than 62 N.C.Os being amongst the casualties. As has been seen, several circumstances contributed to prevent this action from being an entire success, but the chief was the deplorable state of the ground, which prevented movement and consolidation, and which, worst of all, prevented fire, by clogging up the men's rifles with mud. On the 24th of the month the battalion went into billets at Poperinghe, where 9 men got MMS. On the November 1st it moved, by means of lorries, to Perroy Camp, where it worked on the roads. On that day a second bar to Captain C.D. Hayfield's MC was announced, as well as one to Captain A.C.L. Nicholson's. The MC was awarded to 2nd Lieutenant Tupper, the DCM to CQMS Burt and Sergeant Pellandine, and the to 10 more of the men. A long spell of quiet at Emil Camp now ensued, the battalion being very weak as regards numbers. It moved up into the forward area, however, on the December 9th, occupying small posts till the 17th, when it entrained at Boesinghe-for-Bayingham and went into billets. There the battalion remained till over Christmas, after which it led a somewhat nomadic life, that is, it wandered a good deal about the region west and north of Ypres. Proven perhaps might be taken as a center of the country visited, but early January found the men in the trenches again near Boesinghe for a few days. There was always a New Year list of honors during the war, and the commencement of 1918 gave Light Colonel Ransom, already an MC, the coveted DSO as well. Captain Clapperton got the MC, and Captains Fine and Hallinan, the battalion doctor, together with Sergeant L.G. Moon 24 who had died of wounds, were mentioned in dispatches. Further, CQMS Wickington got the DCM, he having already received the the last day of January. The battalion went into billets at Herzeele, some 10 miles west of Poperinghe, and the 11th of February found it in billets in the back area at Viry-Nerouille, where it worked hard on defensive preparations in the area of the expected battle, for 10 days or so. Then came a very long journey and complete change of scene. Sir Douglas Haig foresaw that the enemy was likely to throw his principal weight south of Arras, and most likely about the point of juncture of the French and English forces, which at this time was about the River Oise. He therefore very greatly strengthened this threatened area, and so it came about that the 7th Battalion with its comrades were carried off in haste to the Liège area on the February 26th, and set energetically to work in what was termed the battle zone, in contradistinction to the forward zone, in which the first shock of the oncoming Teuton armies was to be received. Liège is about 3 miles north of the River Oise, and 2 from the Saint-Quentin Canal, which practically here defined the forward line of defense into which the Buffs moved up on the March 13th and continued their preparations to receive the enemy. On the night of the 15th a single platoon, under Lieutenant C.W. Gemet, made a reconnaissance in force on the canal bridge on the Vendouille-Chauny road, in which Gemet unfortunately lost his life. The bridge was found to be held in force. The records of this period are somewhat meager, as nearly all the papers referring to it had later on to be destroyed in a hurry to prevent them falling into the enemy's hands, but it seems clear that some casualties resulted from the attack on this canal bridge. On the March 20th came the order "Prepare for action," and next morning the fight commenced. 7th Battalion Battle of Pilkem Ridge. The 8th Battalion after its fight at the Buffs Bank enjoyed a good long rest and pleasant change. It was at Escouelles in the Lumbres area for over a fortnight, and from there went on to the seaside at Ecault, about 4 miles south of Boulogne, for 2 or 3 days. This was really an enjoyable holiday. Passes were granted into Boulogne, and the camp authorities were most kind, but all good things come to an end, and the July 16th found the men on the march again for Micmac Camp and the trenches. It took nearly a week to cover this distance, as no forced marches were called for, and so, on the July 22nd, the battalion started on the monotonous old trench work once more. Headquarters, with C Company, were quartered in a tunnel, some of these having been constructed of late by regular tunnelling companies of specially selected troops. This trench tour of the 8th Buffs, which lasted only 6 days, was a very strenuous one and occasioned no less than 160 casualties. On the 25th one of our own heavy guns dropped a shell on our left front post and buried it. The post had been held by 1 NCO and 8 men, and 4 of these were wounded and the remainder badly shaken. Gas alarms were very numerous on this date. The following day was marked by minor enterprises undertaken by units on the Buffs left, our artillery opening at 5:05 p.m. The result was satisfactory, but unfortunately the regiment was unable to take part. On the 27th, a little before noon, a large shell pierced a tunnel occupied by our men, killing 4, gassing about 30 and causing considerable delay to the carrying parties by blocking the gangway. On the 28th the Buffs were back for a day or two at Mike Mac Camp, and on the 31st the Battle of Pilkem Ridge commenced. This was a carefully organized attack on our part with a view to gaining the crest of the high ground east of Ypres, and though troops were to be engaged all the way from Doulemont to Steenstraat, a 15-mile front, the brunt of the work was apportioned to the Fifth Army under Sir Hubert Gough, acting between Boisinghe and the road which runs from Zillebeke to Zandvoort. Thus it came about that on the July 30th the Buffs moved up to assembly positions in Eccles Trench, passing Dikkebus en route. Barrage rations were issued and the men awaited the break of day and 0 hour, which was fixed for 3:50 am on the 31st. They were not in the front line, and 1 hour after 0 moved up to the position vacated by the 12th Royal Fusiliers in Canada Tunnel, reaching it without casualties, after meeting several wounded men from different units of the division, from whom only garbled accounts of what was going forward could be gleaned. For the whole of this first day our men lay in the stifling tunnels, where the heat was tremendous and the odor most offensive. It was not till 8:30 the next night that the Buffs emerged from their unpleasant surroundings and pushed forward to relieve the 3rd Rifle Brigade in our new front line, which was, however, not as far off as had been planned, for the British advance had been halted by very heavy opposition from shells, machine guns, and rifle fire. The Rifle Brigade proved very difficult to discover, owing to the darkness and inefficient guides, and, when found, their portion of the new line was far from comfortable, especially on the left, where D Company was. It proved a chain of posts in shell holes which were mostly half full of water, the rain was falling, too, and the hostile shelling was heavy. However, a welcome relief came on the evening of the following day, and in the dark, over very heavy and unknown ground, the battalion stumbled through the night, suffering a few casualties, including Captain Morel slightly wounded, until at daylight the men made the camp again and rested at Dikkebus for some 2 or 3 days before going up into line once more on the 7th, on which occasion battalion headquarters was established in Canada Tunnel as before. At 4:35 am on the August 10th, in accordance with orders received, an attempt was made to capture Lower Star Post, 2nd Lieutenant Lowles and 47 men of B Company being detailed for the job. This little party formed up at 3:45 and was subjected to very heavy shelling while waiting for the 0 hour. Then our barrage opened and 3 minutes later the majority of the guns lifted, but one of the batteries failed to do so for another minute and a half, which mistake cost 12 casualties and greatly disorganized the party. However, the men advanced, only to find that, owing to the delay in the lifting of some of the guns, the enemy was already and, having left the dugouts, was awaiting what was to come. By this time Lowles and all his N.C.Os except L. Corporal Simpson were wounded, but the stout lance corporal immediately opened fire with his Lewis gun and ordered his men to charge. The gun jammed almost immediately, and the enemy defended himself briskly with stick bombs. The remaining 1/3 of the party, 2/3 of the original number having dropped, could make no headway against the strong opposition encountered and returned to the lines, having had 5 killed, 23 wounded, and 3 missing, and having shown great courage and determination. From this date until the September 21st life was somewhat monotonous and consisted, as usual, of work in the trenches and rest in camp in alternate periods, Larchwood tunnels being the scene of the one and Mike Mac camp and Dikkebus of the other. Clear weather and a bright harvest moon the first week in September caused the enemy to try bombing a good many British camps at night from aeroplanes, and the Buffs experienced this form of annoyance together with other units. On the September 11th, while moving up into the trenches, 2 men were killed and another wounded, and 2nd Lieutenant Cooper and RSM Dare were so badly shaken up that they had to be sent away for a while. The next day the enemy shelled the ration dump, causing some minor casualties. L. Corporal Bustle and PTE. Gasking later on got MMS for coolness and bravery on this occasion. On the September 16 the battalion was put into buses and removed to Ulterstein, which is 3 miles beyond Bailleul, and 5 days later it entrained for Bapaume and marched to Ypres. On the 27th it marched to Hautes-Alains, on the 29th to Hervely, and on the 30th took its place in the line with French on their right, the battalion being thus at the extreme right of the British line. The first week in October, in this portion of the line, was devoted mostly to patrol work, and a few casualties occurred, 2 men being killed and another wounded on the 3rd, but the work was the same as usual. Burns and Vadencourt were the resting places, and Ascension Wood the chief object of the patrols. On the November 4 an American officer was attached to the regiment. One swallow does not make a summer, but this was a welcome sign of what was to be expected later on. On the 6th one of our patrols at night, being south of Ascension Wood, came across a similar party of the enemy, and both immediately opened fire, the Buffs losing 2 killed and 5 wounded in the little affair. Life towards the end of the year was uneventful. On the November 23 a post under Sergeant Smith was attacked by 30 or 40 Germans, but they were driven off without casualties to us, and 1 dead officer and a NCO, badly wounded, were found on our wire afterwards. The average company strength during the month of November was only 84. The December 3 found the battalion in the line again and expecting a hostile attack, but on the 7th it was back in Hancourt. About Christmas a good deal of movement on the enemy's part appeared to be going on around Bellecourt. The Buffs being then opposite, at Montigny, Christmas was kept on the 31st of the month at Montigny. On the January 1, 1918, the brigade moved back a few miles to Vrains, but only for a short time. On the 21st, whilst at Hancourt, orders arrived that the 8th Battalion of the Buffs and the 12th Battalion of the Royal Fusiliers were to be disbanded, so, on the 30th, all employed men of these units rejoined, and on the February 6 the drafts of men already noted 25 started for the 1st and 6th Battalions. Thus ended the only 8th Battalion the regiment ever had. Ever since the September 26, 1915, when it suffered so severely near Loos, and when it lost the gallant Romer, this unit had borne a brave share in the great struggle. Very few, if any, of the men raised by the gallant Colonel Romer in 1914 were passed on in February, 1918, Major J. Vaughan, M.C., being one of the exceptions, but the regimental spirit was still a living thing, and it was a right and happy order that the men should remain Buffs and no new badge should replace the ancient dragon. Chapter 12 The Queen's Own Rifles of Canada. As members of the Queen's Own Rifles of Canada were fighting from early in 1915 till the end of hostilities, perhaps the centre of the war history between the more or less evenly contested portion of the struggle and the beginning of the end would be a suitable place to insert a short chapter describing who and what this regiment was and is, for no war history of the Buffs would be complete without reference to their allied regiment of Canadian Militia. This was an existing corps long before August, 1914, and so could hardly be referred to in our third chapter, which dealt chiefly with the raising of new units. On reference to the official army list it will be seen that, under the headings of certain of our regiments, such for example as the Somerset Light Infantry, the Suffolk Regiment, the Black Watch and our own, are entered the words Allied Regiment of Dominion of New Zealand, Allied Regiment of Australian Commonwealth, or Allied Regiment of Canadian Militia. The idea is a very pretty one, naturally induces the very best of cordial good feeling, and emphasizes in a pleasant and soldierly way the idea of blood brotherhood which exists between warrior Englishmen and their soldier cousins over the seas. The regiment is an old one and belongs to Toronto, Ontario. The foundation of the Canadian militia was practically laid by the gallant band of loyalists who, in spite of ill treatment on the part of Old England to her colonists, stuck manfully to their king during the American upheaval of the year 1776. This militia turned out again in the war between England and the United States in 1812, in which struggle the Canadians saw some great fighting and succeeded in keeping their country safe and intact in spite of their powerful neighbor. The actual formation of the Toronto Regiment was in 1860, and it first paraded on Queen Victoria's birthday of that year. More active service was experienced during the Fenian raids of 1864, 65, and 66, and in the Red River Rebellion of 1870, but it is not of course possible, nor even desirable in this place, to give the regimental history as a whole, and reference is merely made to these campaigns in order to show the reader that our Allied regiment is of no new growth. As regards recent history, however, it is interesting to note that when a military contingent was sent to represent Canada at Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee, one of the units was made up of the Rifle Regiments of Canada and commanded by Major H. M. Pellat, for this is a well-known regimental name. The regiment was also represented in the Boer War. In 1902 Pellat, now Lieutenant Colonel commanding the regiment, headed the Canadian contingent which attended the coronation of King Edward VII, and on the occasion took with him, at his own expense, the regiment's famous bugle band. In the summer of 1910 a provisional battalion of 650 men, drawn from the regiment, sailed for England to take part in the army manoeuvres. This was made possible by the generosity and patriotism of Colonel Sir Henry Pellat, who bore the entire expense. It is almost superfluous to add that a hearty welcome awaited these soldiers both on landing in England and on arrival at Aldershot. On September 3 the Canadians performed a 13-mile route march with the Buffs, and in connection with this exercise the following words were written by a distinguished officer of the Corps: "There had been a friendly feeling existing between all ranks of these two regiments since the arrival of the Queen's Own in England, due to the fact that they both used the same regimental march." Permission for the Queen's Own to use this march had been given by the Buffs over 40 years ago. The friendly feeling between the two units was greatly strengthened that day, and during the whole of the stay in England the Queen's Own were indebted to the Buffs for many acts of kindness and thoughtfulness. Immediately after the return of the battalion to Toronto steps were taken to bring about an affiliation with the Buffs, but it was not until 1914 that this was finally accomplished, when the following appeared in militia orders: "His Majesty has been graciously pleased to approve of the 2nd Regiment, Queen's Own Rifles of Canada, being made an allied regiment of the Buffs, East Kent Regiment." The annual mess dinner of the Queen's Own was held on the April 23, 1914, at the Military Institute, Toronto, and the 1st Battalion dining at the same time at Fermoy, and all British cable communication between the two places was arranged to permit an exchange of messages, the first time direct cables were sent between Toronto and Ireland. This was made possible at the request of Sir Henry Pellat. Cordial interchange of greetings resulted. As regards the Great War, which, after all, is what the readers of this book are primarily interested in, immediately upon the news of the declaration of war reaching Canada, Light Colonel M.S. Mercer, 26th Commandant of the Queen's Own Rifles, offered to his government a battalion of his regiment for immediate service abroad. Upon the acceptance by the British government of one complete division from Canada with reinforcements for the same, Light Colonel Mercer was notified that the battalion offered by the Queen's Own could not be accepted and that the regiment, with the others, could only be allowed to furnish 250 volunteers per battalion in accordance with instructions already issued to all infantry units of the Canadian militia. At this time few, if any, in the country foresaw the extent of Canada's ultimate effort, and many believed that one division, which represented the first contingent, would probably be all that would ever sail for the war. This being the case, and the authorities desiring that all units of the militia, of which there were 110 battalions of infantry, should be represented and have an opportunity of furnishing their quota, it came about that battalions were not raised upon the regimental system, as was done in Great Britain, but composite battalions, as forming part of the Canadian Expeditionary Force, were made up from drafts contributed from the various militia corps throughout the whole country. From this it may be seen that the Queen's Own Rifles did not serve in the war as a single unit, but as parts of many, and so it may be easily conceived that portions of the regiment fought in each and all of the many great battles in which Canada so gloriously distinguished itself. This fact makes it impossible in this short history to follow their doings in the detailed manner which is attempted in the cases of the English battalions. Nevertheless we are able to trace the Queen's Own to a certain extent, and we know that about 800 of the regiment were formed at once on the declaration of war into a service battalion, and that very strong representations were made to the Canadian government to allow this unit to proceed overseas in its entirety, but that permission was refused. On the August 31, 1914, orders were issued that the infantry of the first contingent would consist of 17 battalions numbering from 1 onward, that 12 of these would be selected for the fighting division and that the remaining 5 would form a Canadian reserve in England. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th battalions were brigaded together, with Colonel M.S. Mercer as brigadier. The service battalion of the Queen's Own was assigned to the 3rd Battalion, together with detachments from other corps. The contingent spent 5 months on Salisbury Plain, was inspected by H.M. the King, accompanied by Lord Kitchener, on the February 5, 1915, and embarked for France 3 days later, landing at Saint-Nazaire. The 3rd Battalion soon afterwards was at Armentières and in the trenches, to learn the life and duties under the tuition of the Sherwood Foresters. It was this 1st Canadian Division which fought so gallantly at the Second Battle of Ypres in April, 1915, only 2 months after landing in France, and these were the men that Getty's detachment were so intimately associated with and to whose assistance Captain Tomlinson's ill-fated company was sent on the April 24. The 3rd Battalion, which included, as we have seen, in its ranks the Queen's Own, were very much in the thick of this terrible fight, and 2 of its companies, A and B, were fighting actually alongside Tomlinson's company, engaged in the same and identical enterprise. How many of those men who route marched with the Buffs at Aldershot in 1910 ever dreamed that in less than 4 years they would be fighting desperately alongside the old regiment, though, of course, a different battalion of it, in one of the greatest battles ever contested. 61 officers and nearly 4,000 N.C.Os and men of the Queen's Own served with this 3rd Battalion during the war, and it was always commanded by one of the regiment's own officers. In October, 1914, it was decided that Canada should furnish a 2nd Division, and 1 complete company of the 19th Battalion, serving with this, was furnished by the Buffs Allied Corps. This division reached France in September, 1915. On the November 14, 12 extra mounted rifle battalions were authorized for war, and one of them was raised in Toronto and subsequently fed with drafts from our regiment. These were originally intended for mounted troops, but were transformed into ordinary infantry when it was found that that arm was the one most in request. The men generally went to France as drafts for existing units, but the 4th and 5th Canadian Mounted Rifles became 2 battalions of the 3rd Canadian Division, which was formed in France in the spring of 1916 and placed under the command of Major General M.S. Mercer, C.B. The 35th Battalion of the Canadian Expeditionary Force was raised in 1915, and it also contained a company of the Queen's Own Rifles, and indeed in course of time 17 officers and 650 men of the regiment passed through this particular unit. Then, again, it was strongly represented in the 58th, 74th, 75th, 83rd, 95th, 166th and 255th battalions, some of which were draft-finding units, and others served complete in the war. In fact, officers and men of the Queen's Own Rifles found their way into all units and services of the Canadian Expeditionary Force, which fought in nearly all the considerable battles on the Western Front from the Second Battle of Ypres up to the Armistice, and wherever it fought it is safe to affirm that some, at any rate, of the Queen's Own fought too. It seems, therefore, almost as impossible to give a list of engagements the men were present at as it always has been in the case of the Royal Artillery, which corps, it is well known, is obliged to fall back on the single word ubique instead of a battle roll. The following is a summary of the work done by our Canadian Allied Regiment and the honors its members won. Total enlistments for service overseas 9,104, killed or died of wounds or disease 1,324, wounded 3,198, prisoners of war 117, granted commissions in the field 257, 27 number of officers who served in theater of war 205, 28 number of officers killed or died of wounds 47, decorations Victoria Cross 1, Commander of the Bath 2, Companion St. Michael and St. George 2, Distinguished Service Order 12. Bar to DSO 5, Military Cross 51, Bar to MC 11, Commander British Empire 1, Order British Empire 6, Member British Empire 2, Croix de Guerre, French, 10 Croix de Guerre, Belgium, 5 Legion of Honor 2, Médaille Militaire 1, Distinguished Conduct Medal 29, Bar to DCM 6, Military Medal 175, Bar to MM 14, Second Bar to MM 3, Meritorious Service Medal 13, Distinguished Flying Cross 2. Besides the battalions alluded to above, there was another in which we are interested, though not connected with the Queen's Own Rifles of Canada, except that several of the latter's officers assisted in the raising and organization of it. The 198th Battalion of the Canadian Expeditionary Force was raised in Toronto by men of Kent. We in England are inclined affectionately to term the Queen's Own the Canadian Buffs, but this is not its name. The 198th War Battalion was, like our 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, a war unit only, but during its existence it was called by the name of Canadian Buffs, though never formally or officially allied to the old regiment. It was commanded by Light Colonel J. A. Cooper and had colors presented to it on the November 1, 1916, by Sir John Hendry, the Lieutenant Governor of the Province of Ontario, who in his speech on the occasion laid stress on the honor granted to the battalion by His Majesty the King, in allowing it to be called by the name of such an historic regiment. The Canadian Buffs lost 7 officers and 99 other ranks killed. Chapter 13, The end of the Salonika and Mesopotamia campaigns. I 4th Battalion. Before studying the final phases and great events of 1918 in France and Flanders, and the conclusion of the war in that area, it may be as well to see how matters ended further afield and in other regions where the Buffs were engaged. It may be remembered that the 10th left Palestine in March, when the initial successes of the German offensive rendered it necessary to reinforce the Western armies with every available man. Therefore the continuation of the history of that battalion is similar, as regards locality, to that of the 1st, 6th, and 7th. The 4th remained in India till some time after the end of the struggle. The 5th endured a weary time in Mesopotamia, and the 2nd was in the neighborhood of Salonika. As far as the 4th Battalion is concerned, with the exception of the tour of work at Aden, already described, it saw no war as a unit, though nearly all its individual members at some time or another were seriously engaged. For instance, When this battalion returned from the Aden campaign and was stationed at Bareilly, it sent, as well as detachments to the northwest frontier of India, about 500 officers and men to the 5th in Mesopotamia. In July, 1918, the 4th Battalion proceeded to Multan, in the Punjab, and was in this place when news of the armistice reached India. Now, the great cessation of hostilities brought the blessings of peace to all the rest of the buffs, even if it brought no immediate change of surroundings, but this was not the case as regards the garrison of India. All sorts of internal troubles were fomented in the great eastern dependency, particularly in the Punjab, chiefly because certain ignorant and foolish folk at home are too full of the sense of their own importance to leave the ruling of foreign lands to those of our nation who really know all about it and have made their adopted country their life study. True blues times there were, and in May, 1919, 6 months after war was supposed to have ended, martial law having been proclaimed, the buffs were employed on different important points on the railway line and at Ambala, Lahore and other places. Another Afghan war, too, broke out and about half the battalion was employed upon it, both officers and men being called upon to perform various duties at the front. Headquarters, under Light Colonel Dunstan, who had succeeded Light Colonel Gosling, remained at Lahore during the hot weather of 1919. At last, at the end of October, a year after the European peace, the men were collected, embarked on the SS Nevasa and landed at Devonport in November, after 5 years foreign service, which must be a record, or nearly so, for a strictly home service unit. The good work of this battalion is recorded in the following letter written, just before its departure from India, by the Commander-in-Chief, General Sir C. Munro, officers, warrant officers, non-commissioned officers, and men of the 4th Battalion the Buffs, East Kent Regiment. On your departure from India I desire to place on record my high appreciation of your services to the Empire during the period of the Great War. Many of you, previous to the outbreak of war, had by joining the territorial force already given proof of that patriotism and public spirit for which the force has rendered itself so conspicuous. On the declaration of war, your ranks were filled by eager volunteers animated by the same spirit of self-sacrifice. When called upon to undertake the further obligation of service overseas, your response was immediate and unanimous. By so doing you set free a large number of regular units for service in the main theaters of war, at a time when every trained soldier was of the greatest value. Many of you have seen service, and by your conduct and bearing have added to the reputation of the famous regiment whose name you bear. Since the termination of active fighting in all the theaters of war you have been subjected to the further stress of waiting for your relief. That you appreciated the difficulties which the authorities have had to face in this respect is clear from the patience with which you have borne this trying period. You are returning to your homes in Kent, and I bid you Godspeed and a happy homecoming. As an old commander of a territorial division at home, I am proud to have again been associated with you in India. The Government of India, in a long resolution at Delhi, dated 3/1.12.19, recorded that the Governors General in Council desire to express to all ranks of the 4th Battalion the Buffs, East Kent Regiment, the thanks of the Government of India for their patriotic services, which will long be remembered and will serve as a noble and enduring example of good citizenship to future generations. 5th Battalion. On the April 1, 1917, the defeated Turkish 14th Corps was broken into fragments and driven up the two great rivers and the Diyala, while their 13th Corps was falling back before the Russians, who were coming down from the hills to the northeast of Baghdad. Our own people were covering the city from any possible attempt that the enemy might make down the rivers. On the April 2 touch was established with the Russians, so our people from the Diyala were withdrawn, a further advance up both banks of the Tigris considered, and, as a preliminary, about the 8th of the month portions of the enemy were driven over the Shat el Adheim river. The Buffs at this time were at Hinadi, which is about 2 miles below Baghdad, but in view of the contemplated operations the battalion started for the north on the April 3rd, doing no less than 26 miles the first day, the distance being divided into 2 considerable marches. This journey was continued during the following 2 or 3 days, and on the April 8th the battalion was at Dughamia. It was discovered, however, on this date that over 6,000 of the enemy, with 32 guns, had issued from the Jebel Hamran and were moving down the right bank of the Narcoles Canal towards Deltawa. Indeed, by the evening of the 9th they had reached a point 7 miles or so southwest of Deli Abbas. The Buffs, with the rest of the brigade, were ordered at short notice to Deltawa, in support of a force under Light Colonel Champin, and a piquet line was thrown out to the north of the place, Dogras being on the left and Buffs on the right. The following day it was found impossible to reach the position which it was intended to occupy, owing to the presence of several very steep nullahs deep with water, and the brigade counter-marched and moved through Deltawa. On the 10th it proceeded to a point opposite Abdullah Effendi and found the country partially inundated, the banks or bunds having been broken. All this day and part of the next, the enemy continued his advance down the canal, lured on by our cavalry which retreated before him, but on the 11th he met with failure, for on that day British troops, including the Buffs, had been sent up the right bank of the Narcoles towards Deli Abbas to meet him, while another column, after a night march from Doghamia, fell upon his right flank. This latter movement proved a complete surprise, was entirely successful and resulted in a Turkish retreat, hurried somewhat at first, but soon covered by an efficient and properly worked rear guard, which caused the pursuit to be a slow one, though quite continuous. On the 12th the Buffs reached the junction of the Narcoles, with the Nartawila, where they bivouacked with B Company, and the Dogras in front on piquet. The next day the cavalry tried a turning movement, with a view to reaching the Kifri road at a point behind the retreating army, but lack of water caused this adventure to fail. The Buffs, leaving B Company and the Dogras behind, continued the advance with the 13th Brigade RFA and took up, in conjunction with the 102nd Grenadiers, a fresh piquet line for the night. The regiment lost 2 men killed and 19 wounded on this date. On the 14th this new piquet line was sniped all day by a few men supported by a rear guard with machine guns, and Captain Dolamore of the Middlesex, who was attached to the Buffs, was killed, 13 men being wounded. After marching forward a few miles on the 15th, it was determined to stop the pursuit, as it was not advisable to enter the hilly country of the Jebel Hamran, where the defense would have great advantages, so the original idea of crossing the Shat el Adheim was resumed, those who had interfered with the scheme having been now driven away. So the marching of the next 2 days was in an opposite direction, and on the 18th at 4 a.m. the Buffs started, in support of the 38th Brigade, for the point where the smaller stream joined the Tigris, at which place a bridge was thrown and the crossing at once commenced. The Buffs got over about noon without opposition, proceeded to Dalouiya and at dusk went out on piquet along the Narouan Canal. The Turkish opposition on the left bank of the Tigris had collapsed and many prisoners were taken. The following day all available lorries and ambulances spread away over the country behind the cavalry, with a view to collecting booty, but this enterprise was of no avail at all, the local Arab had seen to all that business. The enemy still had some fight left in him on the other side of the great river, however, and on the April 20th the Buffs marched up the left bank as escort to the RFA. The next day the Turks stood to fight on the other side of the water, and, their aeroplane having been destroyed, they were unaware of anything likely to interfere with their plans on the bank opposite to them, but our guns enfiladed their position with very marked success and, after this participation in the action, the troops marched back 7 miles to Dalouiya. Of course, the main avenue of communication between the army of Mesopotamia and the base had always been the river, and the spot up to which the boats could come with safety was constantly being changed as the armies advanced upstream. This riverhead, as it was called, was the advanced depot for supplies, and when troops wandered far from riverhead they were badly fed. Consequently, the April 22nd was a red-letter day because a better and fuller supply of rations was issued, as the boats now came up to Samjali, where a bridge over the Tigris had been made on the 19th. While operations had been going on the right bank of the main river, it became clear that the other Turkish corps was again issuing from the Jebel Hamran, this time down the Shat el Adheim, and that it was advancing against our troops on the left bank. On the 23rd his leading units had reached Dahuba with the remainder 17 miles in rear, and it was determined to endeavor to crush this leading force before it could be reinforced, so a night march and attack at dawn was arranged. The enemy's position ran northwest from the Shat el Adheim, and his right flank was bent back in a northerly direction in front of Dahuba. Specially detailed parties of 100 Buffs and 100 Dogras, under Captain Jones of the latter regiment, proceeded in motor cars to surprise and attack the Turks' extreme right at 6 a.m., but our guns had already so cleverly made use of the surprise element, and with such great effect, that the position had already been abandoned. The Buffs took up a piquet line, but, being relieved by the 102nd Grenadiers, they marched back to bivouac on the river. The next day the pursuit commenced. The enemy was retiring up both banks of the Shat el Adheim, and the British force followed for 3 sultry days, reaching Satha on the evening of the 27th. Here the Turk was close to his Jebel Hamran, from which hilly region he had so recently issued, and here, amongst the foothills, he elected to stand while a strong rear guard covered the withdrawal to his selected position. Opposite to this the Buffs bivouacked for the night, being in reserve to the rest of Thompson's force, which was holding a portion of our piquet line, about 2 miles separating our main line from that of the enemy. Reconnaissance was rendered almost impossible by reason of the heat and low visibility, besides during the night there came on one of those dreadful dust storms so common in these regions, and this one lasted for about 48 hours. The last day of the month saw a very successful attack made on the position, in spite of the dust storm, which, however, greatly assisted the enemy to secure his line of retreat after he had been defeated. During this fight the Buffs were in reserve. The 35th Brigade, however, bore their full share of the victory, which resulted in the capture of numerous prisoners and trophies. In describing the events recorded above, Sir Stanley Maude in his official dispatches uses the following words: "During this period of hard marching and heavy fighting the Buffs specially distinguished themselves on several occasions. On the May 1st our aeroplanes reported the enemy 7 miles away in full retreat." Sir Stanley Maude now determined that a redistribution of the troops for the hot weather was a necessity, and as the resistance of the enemy was thoroughly broken, the chief matter to consider now was the well-being of our men during the trying portion of the year which was before them. On the May 5th the Buffs marched to Satha, thence on to Dahuba, and on the 10th crossed the pontoon bridge over the Adheim, escorting transport and guns. A certain amount of time was spent at Bakuba and more at Abu Kamed, on Diyala River. At the latter place the battalion remained all the early summer and was employed chiefly in digging and wiring. Hot weather in the plains of India, with all the appliances and inventions of long experience to mitigate the discomforts of existence, is trying enough, but month after month of lassitude and exhaustion caused by summer in a burning country without any such mitigation is a terrible trial to the strongest. The experience was just one that had to be lived through, and that is all about it. Early in August a little break came, bringing with it, at any rate, a change of scene. Our aeroplanes reported that the Turks were entrenching a position southwest of Sharaban, and it was determined to occupy that place at once. Therefore on the August 13 the Buffs with the remainder of their brigade crossed the Diyala River to Bakuba, and then moved towards the northeast and on the 19th reached Mistad from Abu Jisra without opposition. The next day the brigade moved out at 4:30 am to march on Sharaban with orders to skirt the town, the Buffs to go round the south side and the Dogras the north. The great objective was a certain Nulla, and this was occupied without opposition at 6:35 am. Then another period of monotony set in, and until the October 18 the battalion was at Sharaban in Mesopotamia, and that was all its history. The Jebel Hamran, though not a lofty range of mountains, is a very broken set of hills, and it is from this region that the waters which feed the canals is obtained. So long as the Turks remained in possession of these hills, so long had they control of the canals. Early in October, therefore, it was decided to take over this Jebel Hamran, but first to clear the left bank of the Diyala from the enemy. This was done by attacking a position he held near Deli Abbas, on which occasion all objectives were gained, and the British were enabled to take up a line astride of the Diyala River where it issues from the gorge of the Jebel, and so gain control of the headwaters of the canals. In connection with these operations the Buffs, who had a series of canals on their front, began their work on the October 18 by sending a company out to seize two bridges. Lieutenant Bonner's platoon to attack, while that under Sergeant Turnbull occupied a mound close by. Certain opposition was encountered, but we held the bridges by 10 am, at which hour no enemy was in sight. 2 Buffs were killed and 1 wounded. During the evening B Company advanced and took up a piquet line along the Haraniya Canal without opposition. C Company took over the mounds and D was in reserve 300 yards to the southwest. The next day piquets were pushed out early and occupied the line of the Ruz Canal. Meanwhile Edgerton's force had secured the Jebel Hamran, and at 3 p.m. the battalion was ordered through the hills. The next day Kazilrobat was occupied by cavalry and the Norfolk Regiment. The Buffs had 4 men wounded while digging, the working party being shelled by a camel gun from across the Diyala. On the October 30 the battalion, with many others, was issued with winter clothing and settled down to road making in the Jebel, for the General Commanding-in-Chief had decreed that all the communications in this district were to be made good, the canals bridged in many places and the wild hills penetrated everywhere by roads fit for wheeled traffic. The enemy tried a counter-demonstration on the other side of the Tigris, and what was still a war rolled away to the westward of the troops in which we are interested. On the November 19 the army received the sad news of the death by cholera of their commander-in-chief, Sir Stanley Maud, a soldier much beloved and highly respected by officers and men. He had won the war in Mesopotamia, and all had gone well there from the moment of his taking over. He was the son of General Sir F. F. Maud, V.C., G.C.B., the first commanding officer of the 2nd Battalion the Buffs, which unit was added to the regiment in 1857. Towards the end of November the enemy had retired so far both up the Tigris and the Euphrates that Sir W. R. Marshall, who had succeeded Maud, considered that the only way to strike him was to attack that portion of his forces which were holding certain passes in the Jebel Hamran and Karatib. There is a stream called the Naran which, flowing from the north, joins the Diyala to the east of the Jebel, and the Turks had flooded the lowland east of the junction of the two streams, so creating a considerable obstacle in connection with any attack from the southward on Karatib. At midnight on the 2-ND/3 December the brigade held the left bank of the Diyala from Ta'ala to Sawaya, with the Buffs in the center, and the orders were to engage the enemy's piquets on the far bank at dawn, while the 37th Brigade attacked due west from the north of Kazilrobat, but the scheme was found unworkable in its entirety, simply because the 35th Brigade had no means of crossing. The fords had disappeared and it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon before the Buffs got over, after which the brigade concentrated again and bivouacked for the night. During the day the enemy was reported to be retiring on Karatepe, having been driven from the Jebel passes by the 13th Division. On the December 4th the advance on Karatepe continued, the 35th Brigade halting about 5 miles short of it. The Buffs were the brigade advance guard during this day. It was a trying march, for two reasons: water was very scarce and it is an undoubted hardship to have to work and march, even in December, without an adequate supply of water, and also the progress was terribly slow because the ground was intercepted by nullahs, many of which had to be filled in and prepared for crossing. At daybreak on the 5th the march was continued and, after moving about 4 miles, water was found in some small nullahs. Here the brigade deployed for attack, the 37th Dogras leading, with the 2 4th Gurkhas in support, the Buffs soon coming up in echelon on the right of the Gurkhas. The attack of the brigade was materially assisted by a flank advance by the 40th British Brigade, and the whole work proved extremely easy, the previous marching being the worst feature of the operation. The whole position was taken and the enemy soon in full retreat on Kifri. The pursuit was not pushed far, and the Buffs, after passing through a dust storm on its way to Kizilrobat on the 7th, and after a long and dusty march the next day, found themselves back in their old camping ground north of Sharaban. January, 1918, proved a very wet month, but work of all sorts was carried on during the early part of the year, and this work included extensive gardening and farming operations. There is but little to record for the year 1918, as far as the 5th Battalion is concerned. Their enemy was broken, but the final surrender was not till the end of October, and in the meantime the men remained for the most part in the same camp and worked at gardening and also at a new railway which was in progress. The news of a few honors was received during the hot weather. On the May 21st PTE, A.W. King was mentioned in dispatches, as were Captain W.A. Harrison, attached from the 4th Battalion, and Lieutenant Weldon on the June 11th. RQMS Middleditch, CQMS Woodruff, and PTE Friend all got the Meritorious Service Medal in August. The news of the armistice with Turkey was received on the November 1st, 1918, and of the armistice with Germany on the 11th. There is nothing to show that the story about the latter news being received by the men in silence, and that later on wild cheering was heard but ascertained to be only because a belated consignment of ration rum had at last turned up, relates to the 5th Battalion of the Buffs. As after every war, when peace, or its equivalent is proclaimed, the exiled soldiers' thoughts immediately and naturally turn to home, of course they do. However that may be, orders came that the Buffs were to be one of the regiments to remain in Mesopotamia for another hot season. The cadre of the battalion, a very tiny remnant of those who embarked in 1914, reached home in January, 1920, under command of Light Colonel J. Body, DSO, OBE. This battalion was therefore actually a few days longer abroad than the 4th. Casualties during the war were 12 officers and 118 other ranks killed, 26 officers and 533 other ranks wounded. Honors, 2D.S.OS, 1 bar to DSO, 1 Albert Medal, 2 O.B.ES, 1 MBE, 6 M.CS, 16 D.C.MS, 1 MM, 8 M.S.MS, 5 foreign decorations and 52 mentions in dispatches. 3 2nd Battalion New Year's Day, 1917, found the 2nd Battalion at Baraklizuma, on the eastern side of the river Struma, on the flat ground and under the hills which were occupied by the Bulgarian troops. A more or less quiet time ensued after the raid on Little Ferdy Trench previously described, though the Buffs made a demonstration on the January 8th in aid of the Middlesex, which regiment carried out on that day a somewhat similar attempt on 2 trenches on their front. There was, too, at this time a good deal of patrol work done, mostly in the direction of the railway. On the 23rd the battalion, changing places with the 3rd Royal Fusiliers, moved to Ormonley, and a few days later to Lozista, where it remained working very regularly all February. News had arrived on the January 9th of a DSO for Captain Sebastian, and D.C.MS for LSGT Spiller and L Corpl. Geohegan. Some little excitement about this time was caused by a rumor that numerous Turks were slipping through our lines and sailing over the lake to join the Bulgarians, but, in spite of several efforts, none were ever caught. There came a distinct change of scene early in June, and the chief incidents immediately before that date were as follows. On the March 4th the Bulgarians tried to burn the village of Butkova. On the 13th CSM Andrews was awarded the Italian bronze medal for military valor. On the 17th there was heavy shelling on the right of the battalion and the Bulgarians made a demonstration, their infantry advancing to within 600 yards of our trenches, but we suffered no casualties, and on the 19th the battalion moved to Hosnader, B and C companies going on 3 days later to Ormonley to find the guard on Koprivi Bridge. L. Corporal Arnold, of D Company, died on the 24th of wounds received when out patrolling. On the 28th and 29th Hosnader was flooded owing to the rising of the river. From the 4th to April 14th the Buffs were at Orljak and then returned to Hosnader. There was always a good deal of patrolling work to be done at this latter place, which was in the advanced British lines, so that casualties from the enemy's shell fire were not altogether infrequent. For instance, 5 occurred on the April 21st, one of the men dying of his wounds. On the May 2nd Captain Virtue had a narrow escape and indeed owed his life or his liberty to CSM Andrews. The captain and the sergeant major were out together, and seeing a Bulgar they fired on him. A minute or two later several of the enemy appeared and then returned the fire. Virtue was wounded, but Andrews immediately picked him up and carried him back. Second Lieutenant Goodhart was wounded on the 12th. In the middle of May a minor action was arranged and carried out by the Buffs and 3rd Royal Fusiliers. The latter were on the Buffs' right and opposite the Ferdy group of enemy trenches. During the afternoon of the 15th troops began to get into assembly positions and were ready at 6 p.m. Half an hour later our artillery opened and C and D companies deployed and advanced, each with one platoon in front extended to 5 paces, another 50 yards in rear, and the remaining 100 yards behind again. These went through the enemy's line and took what was known as the Essex group of trenches, while the Royal Fusiliers on the right took the Ferdy group. The Buffs' casualty list was but 6 wounded, and several thousand rounds of ammunition and some rifles were found in the captured trenches. Patrols were immediately sent out to front and flanks and the place consolidated, in case of counterattack, which was, in fact, attempted but without result. On the May 27th the brigade was relieved by the 84th and marched to Orljak. During the month of May, as has been seen, the casualty list from the action of the enemy was a very small one, but this flat valley of the Struma appears to have been a very unhealthy and malarious place in the summer time and not fitted for even the temporary home of Englishmen. During the month 93 Buffs were admitted to hospital, and 63% of the cases were diagnosed as malaria. What was worse, during the following month, though the regiment left the valley, it took the malarial germs with it in the men's blood, and no less than 240 were admitted to hospital. On the June 7th the battalion left Orljak and marched away, making for the Healthy Hills. The final object was Paprat, which was reached on the June 29th by a circuitous route, and after a stay of 10 days at a place called Visalai. Here the battalion remained for the whole of the month of July, the men's health wonderfully improving by the change. August took the battalion into what was to them an entirely new region. The Allied army covered Salonika by means of a line north of the town, and roughly some 40 miles away from it, the right of this line being thrown back about Butkova, Baraklizuma, and the river Struma. Up to now this flank had been the scene of the Buffs' adventures and activities, but August was to be spent in the main part of the line and in the vicinity of Lake Dwaran. A deep valley or pass runs up a gentle slope from Lake Dwaran towards the east to Duvatip, and thence downward again to Butkova Lake and the Vale of the Struma. On either side of this pass are lofty ranges of mountains. That on the south was in our hands and is the same range on which Paprat stands. The mountains to the north were occupied by the enemy. The railway, which passes over the flat land on the eastern side of the Struma, crosses that stream above Demirisar, makes a sharp turn westward and penetrates the valley in question, going on to Dwaran. The British line was just south of this railway and on the foothills of the southern range of hills which are called the Krusha Balkans. The positions taken up by the companies were as follows: D Company was on Harry Hill, B Company on Lucky Hill, C on Bermondsey Ridge, with the company in reserve on a small spur behind it. The enemy at this part of the line was at some distance away, but he had posts of varying strength in all the villages north of the railway line. The first work undertaken was the strengthening of all our defences, which, with the making of the Buffs' redoubt, was no light labour on account of the hard and rocky ground. A great deal of reconnaissance was also undertaken, mostly in the direction of Chalky or Kakli station and village. There is a great deal of wood, shrub, and vegetation about this portion of the country, which rendered patrolling a matter of some difficulty and danger. However, on the August 25 the raiding expedition was carried out by C Company, under Captain Sebastian, having D Company in support, the plan being that the first named was to be just south of the Kakli railway station by 3.30 and that 2 Lewis guns were to be on Lonely Hill. The raiders were then to rush the station, turn southwest and clear Kakli village, push on to Urjalai and Karluovaku and ultimately to withdraw as soon as the villages were clear, covered by a rear guard. A party of the enemy was seen by 2nd Lieutenant W. G. Nave's platoon when close to the railway line and fire was opened through the dense scrub, the Bulgars at once retiring. Seeing this retreat, Nave at once dashed on ahead of his men and reached the railway embankment, where he was shot in the head. He died on reaching the aid post. Our scouts now discovered that the enemy had retired to a trench 400 yards north-northwest of the station, but from there he continued his retreat up Anulla to Garbali, so the trench was occupied by our people, and from there C Company turned left for Kakli village, but 2 platoons had to be left behind at the station while Sebastian advanced, having scouts out on his right flank, that is to the north of him. However, he entered the village unopposed. Here, finding that 1 platoon would not suffice to guard it even temporarily, he put 2 in position and asked for more men, with the result that Lieutenant Martin came up from the reserve with half the company, 1 platoon going to the village and the other to the station. After scouts had been out to reconnoitre north of Stevens Wood, Sebastian went on and entered the 2 villages of Urjalai and Karluovaku and, after reporting his success, got orders to withdraw. Before these orders came to hand, however, 2nd Lieutenant Manning with 1 platoon had been sent to take up a position north and northwest of the villages, and he was told to find 2nd Lieutenant Renton, who was in charge of the scouts. This was the commencement of a hunt for the scouts in the dense bush. The order to withdraw had come through, but the scattered men could not be found, though Sebastian sent patrol after patrol in search. This, of course, had the effect of greatly delaying the withdrawal, but Renton and his men were found at last and all was well and a lesson in bush warfare learnt. The battalion was relieved from this part of the country on the 27th and for a good many days was on the march again, mostly on the high ground till Turbs was reached. Here work was commenced on the mainline defences on the right bank of the Struma about Orljak Bridge. The battalion remained at Turbs till the October 14th. Towards the end of August, Light Colonel Thules, DSO, Captain Virtue, MC, Lieutenant Beswick and L. Corporal Boswell were mentioned in dispatches. Country north of Baghdad, country near Kakli station. In the middle of October a move was made to Nevallian and a winter scheme of work and arrangements commenced. The orders were to hold a line on the left bank from Nevallian to Jinakoje, so on the 13th 2 platoons of C Company proceeded to the former to clear the village and hold it, while a similar party of the 3rd Royal Fusiliers occupied Jinakoje and some of another brigade Kukulak. No opposition was encountered. About this time there was established what was called an enterprise company, that is, one at a time. The companies were struck off all digging and other work, of which there was a good deal, and was kept apart solely for patrolling and minor enterprises. On the October 25th C Company, which had the first turn of this work, sent 2 patrols to Popolova to look out upon the enemy. About 7:15 am some 50 Bulgars approached from Prosnik, but these were driven off. The battalion remained at Nevallian until the November 14th, and those few days were remarkable only for certain actions of minor enterprise and for scouting. For instance, on the October 27th Lieutenant Renton, who was in charge of the scouts, found signs of the enemy about Prosnik and fired on 1 or 2 of them. 2 days later about 50 Bulgar cavalry and 30 infantry were seen to enter Prosnik by our scouts, who were well handled by Sergeant Rand but eventually had to withdraw, losing 1 killed, 1 wounded, and 1 missing. On the last day of the month Captain Virtue took C Company out at 3 am to take position round Popolova and lie in wait for hostile scouts. About 6:15 am some 30 infantry with a few horsemen appeared and opened rapid but wild fire. They advanced a little and the company hoped they were coming right on, but they halted. Our platoon, which had observed them, immediately opened fire with rifle, Lewis gun, and grenade. Other parties, each about the same strength, appeared opposite our other platoons and similarly fired wildly, but all shortly withdrew, and soon afterwards the enemy opened a small barrage between Popolova and Prosnik, which apparently caught their own people, for shouting was heard and men were seen to fall. At 9:45 the company was ordered to withdraw and in doing so was heavily shelled, 2nd Lieutenant Young and 1 man being wounded. The November 14th took the Buffs back to billets at Orljak, where labor and training took place on alternate days for some time. On the January 14, 1918, the regiment relieved the 3rd Middlesex in what was known as the West Line and occupied 6 redoubts there, on the improvement of which a good deal of labor was expended and which was the battalion home till the middle of February, when A, B and C companies retired to Orljak on relief, and D Company, under Lieutenant Bremner, became Enterprise Company in lieu of one of the East Surrey Regiment. This company soon got busy laying ambushes and so on and, as usual, watching Prosnik and, for a change, Kalandra as well, but on the March 5 it got rather into trouble attempting a more extensive raid with the aid of B Company, and 1 platoon of A. Bremner left Nevallian at 8:30 p.m. and, moving by Kalandra and dropping B Company as supports upon the way, arrived within 100 yards of the Bulgar trenches, when a heavy fire was suddenly opened with rifle and bomb. Lieutenant Esprit with 4 or 5 men got up to the wire round one of the posts and were engaged in cutting it when a bomb fell amongst them, wounding them all but 1. Finding that the posts were strongly wired and the enemy alert, and being hampered by the darkness, Bremner withdrew, having Lieutenant Esprit and 6 men wounded. The next day B Company relieved D as raiding company. On the March 27 the Buffs moved away again, but an incident which occurred on the 13th to the Enterprise Company is worthy of record. 2 platoons, under Captain Howgrave Graham and Lieutenant Wilson, lay up as day ambushes in the vicinity of Prosnik, and they were visited by small parties of the enemy at 9 o'clock and again at 3:30. Every effort was made to capture some of these. Wilson with 5 or 6 of his men made a sortie for the purpose, and one of the party was hit by a Bulgar who had ensconced himself in a cunning spot from which he could enfilade Wilson's communication trench. 2 stretcher-bearers went out to fetch in the wounded man, but the wily Bulgarian hit them both. This seems to have annoyed L. Corporal Wykes, who went out to see about matters. Of course, he too was fired on, but he managed to kill the troublesome fellow, and then, picking up the wounded Corporal Stanley, carried him away. The enemy, seeing this, opened heavy fire, but Wykes was one of those men who like to carry through any job they may undertake, so he staggered along with his comrade for 1,000 yards till he reached the support sections, the shells screaming and bursting around him the whole time. Wilson, being now heavily shelled, withdrew. He was wounded in doing so, but gamely stuck to his job of commanding his men. Captain Howgrave Graham, noticing Wilson's withdrawal, conformed and the whole party returned to Nevalien. The supporting platoon, however, remained at Popolova till evening. The advanced platoons had, besides Wilson, 7 men wounded and Pte. Harold, one of the stretcher-bearers, killed. L. Corporal Wykes was given the MM for his gallantry and Wilson got the MC. The move alluded to above was ultimately to the same neighborhood as before, near Lake Dwaran, headquarters being at a place called Grek Avance, but the march took 10 days, round by Morova, Kirkle, and Alexia, and on arrival the old work of patrolling toward Kakli and its neighborhood was undertaken anew. The men were in a number of posts, wired all round, but on the June 1st they were withdrawn a little to a second line in rear, the wire of the old position being demolished and the works destroyed. The enemy at this period were observed to be mostly about the village of Akinjali, near Lake Dwaran. A great number of the Bulgarians were deserting about this time to our lines. No masses of them came over, but there was a pretty constant dribble. The old line was reoccupied and the works repaired in August. The Greek king Constantine having been deposed, the people, under his son Alexander, had by this time definitely thrown in their lot with the Allies and their armies had now been in the field against the Bulgarians since the beginning of March. The enemy was obviously losing heart, as the desertions proved. Victory was crowning the Allied arms at last on the Western Front, and a grand general offensive in the neighborhood of Salonika was consequently planned to commence in the middle of September. The part allotted to the British contingent was the attack and capture of the heights to the west and to the northeast of Lake Dwaran, and in this it was to be assisted by 2 divisions and other troops of the Greek army. On the morning of the September 15th the English general, Sir George Milne, got orders from the French General-in-Chief of the Allies that the troops were to take the offensive on the morning of the 18th. On that date the Greeks attacked and pierced the Akinjali outpost line while the British conformed, with the result that the Buffs took up position along the railway line on their front, remaining there all day, but concentrating at 10 p.m. ready for a move. The next day orders came to take up a line from Akinjali Wood to Lake Dwaran, to cover the retirement of the Greeks and to dig trenches and erect barbed wire defenses. In this way 4 days passed, hostile cavalry being seen in Akinjali on the evening of the 21st. Our line was along the Kojas Suju and at Brest. On the 23rd the regiment, being relieved, marched to Surlevo and in the evening to Dwaran town. On the 25th the battalion moved to Obasai, but owing to the great congestion of the roads only reached that place at 8:30 p.m. The next 2 or 3 days were spent in more or less strenuous marching, and on the 26th the advance guard was held up by machine guns, but these were silenced and the march resumed. On the 28th the Buffs were back at Obasai and, on account of the paucity of their numbers, had to be reorganized into 2 companies each of 2 platoons. There had been recently an epidemic of what was called Spanish influenza, and both the Buffs and the Middlesex Regiment had suffered considerably. On the September 30th at high noon hostilities ceased with Bulgaria, and 4 days later Sir George Milnes's order of the day read as follows: "Thanks to your gallantry, determination, and devotion to duty, the Bulgarian army is now defeated and the Bulgarian nation has sued for peace. This result has been obtained only by your extraordinary exertions after 3 summers spent in a malarious country and against obstacles of great natural and artificial strength. What appeared almost impossible has been accomplished. I gratefully thank you all, of every arm and of every rank, for your steadfast loyalty, your perfect discipline, and for the magnificent manner you have answered to every call made on you. No one knows better the odds against which you have had to contend, and I am proud to have had the honor of commanding you." Thus the war history of the 2nd Battalion of the Buffs concludes. The unit was not kept long in the neighborhood of Salonika. After a stay of a few days at Organzili, doing salvage work, it moved by stages down to Summerhill, which was reached on the November 5th, for re-equipment prior to leaving the country. On the 11th it marched through Salonika to the quay, where it embarked on the SS Katoomba for Constantinople. At 10 o'clock on that date, Salonika time being, of course, in advance of Greenwich, a telegram came from the brigade that an armistice with Germany had been declared, so the journey on the Katoomba was a joyous one. On the 14th Constantinople was reached and anchor dropped at Stamboul. Next day the men disembarked and were conveyed by ferry boats to Bayakdir, where they went into billets and there remained for some little time. On the November 28 the battalion, 13 officers and 286 men strong, was inspected by Sir George Milne. Chapter 14 Holding on I Preparations. It has been noticed that the great German offensive had been foreseen by our commanders long before the storm actually broke. The transfer of German divisions from their eastern to their western front began as early as November 1917, and it was known that the Russian guns and munitions were at our enemy's disposal. In fact, it became a question of the French and English holding their own till the Americans could make their weight felt, and thus the war was for the present to be a defensive one, and all preparations were made to this end. The defensive area or belt was divided into the forward, the battle and the rear zones, and each of these was carefully chosen, but there was a tremendous amount of work to be done in the way of preparing the ground to be defended, as well as the construction of roads, railway lines, and so on. The men, too, required much training in defensive tactics. The whole military art is not taught in a few months, nor is a man an educated soldier when he can take his part in a route march or a field day. Most training had to be imparted during intervals of fighting, and until now the chief subject of study had been the preparation for the offensive. Very early in 1918 the British had taken over from the French another considerable extension of front, one, in fact, of over 28 miles, and this brought our line down to the River Oise and gave no less than 125 miles of country to our care. At the same time the indications of an imminent attack became more marked than ever, particularly in front of the 3rd and 5th Armies. Now at this time the 1st Battalion the Buffs was with the former of these and the 7th Battalion with the latter. The enemy's immediate objective would seem to have been to separate the French and English armies, which joined where the 7th Battalion was, and to capture Amiens, a very important center of communications. The 3rd Army was under General the Honorable J.H.G. Byng, KCB, and held a front of 27 miles with 4 corps, and the 5th Army, under General Sir H. de la P. Gough, KCB, occupied 42 miles, also with 4 corps. The weakest part of our line perhaps was that portion so recently taken over from the French, where the defenses were not quite so good as elsewhere. Sir Douglas Haig reckoned that 64 German divisions took part in the operations on the first day of the battle, the majority of these divisions had spent many weeks and even months in concentrated training for offensive operations and had reached a high pitch of technical excellence in the attack. To meet the enemy's assault, the Third Army had 8 divisions in line with 7 in reserve. The 5th had 11 divisions in line with 6 divisions, 3 being cavalry divisions, in reserve. Later on, when it was found the enemy was using his whole strength in the battle, Haig was able to bring 8 more divisions from north to south, and by the end of March the supreme German effort was broken. This, however, did not result until after a terrible period of danger had been passed through. On the March 21 the attack opened after a short but very violent bombardment and, owing to dense fog, the Germans were able to penetrate the British front and force the Fifth Army to retreat precipitately. On the 25th of the month the enemy reached Albert, and this day was perhaps one of the most important in history because Marshal Foch, by agreement between the Allies, was appointed to the supreme command of the armies of the West, and from that time onward final victory was secure, whatever troubles might intervene. On the March 27 the Germans took Montdidier. To meet the crisis all the available reserves, totaling 350,000 men, were hurried to France from England, Palestine, and the East, and this brought the 10th Battalion the Buffs on the scene. The dispatch of American troops was greatly accelerated, so that between 200,000 and 300,000 men a month were embarked for France. The Germans were stopped before they could reach Amiens by the united efforts of English, French and American troops. Yet another offensive south of Ypres developed on the April 9 which was only really stayed 3 weeks later. During these offensives the German casualties were enormous, but so were ours, and our loss in guns, aerodromes, ammunition, machine guns, trench mortars, tanks, and rolling stock was stupendous. It will be convenient now to trace the history of the 1st, 6th, 10th, and 7th Battalions of the Buffs one by one from the March 21 till the August 8, the date usually ascribed to the commencement of the Allies' great counter-offensive, which, once started, was maintained without intermission till the end of the war. It may be as well to take the 7th Battalion last, for it was heavily engaged on the August 6, and the 8th of the month found it practically in the midst of a great battle. 1st Battalion, the 6th Division, in the middle of March, held the ground opposite the villages of Quient and Pronville. The country consists of alternate long spurs and narrow valleys of down-like country, stretching from the high land on the west of our forces down to the valley in which Cambrai stands, and our position was at right angles to or astride these spurs and re-entrance. There were trenches in a state of readiness, but the entire scheme of fortification had not been completed, chiefly owing to a month's hard frost in January. Still, the front and reserve trenches were in good order, and there was an excellent core trench called the Volksmorches line, a little over a mile in rear of the reserve system. There were, however, hardly any support trenches and no dugouts. The 16th Brigade was on the left of the division. The distance from the front or outpost zone to the battle line was about 2,000 yards on the day of the battle. The York and Lancaster, on the right, and the King's Shropshire Light Infantry, on the left, were in front line, and it happened to be the turn of the Buffs to be in reserve, where the men were hard at work as usual. At 2 a.m. on the 21st the latter got the order to take up their battle positions and to be in the Volksmorches work by 5:30 o'clock, so off the battalion marched, leaving no one behind at Favreuil except the company quartermaster sergeants and spare drummers and bandsmen, who were detailed as extra runners and stretcher bearers. While still on the march, at 5 a.m., the battle opened by a tremendous bombardment directed on the front system and Lignicourt trench, and also on the village of Volx. The Buffs were, of course, in ignorance of what was occurring on their front, but they recognized from the continuous and tremendous roar that the bombardment was terribly severe, and themselves suffered casualties. Indeed, the operation of getting into place was attended with great difficulty, as it was dark and gas masks had to be worn on the march. By 5:45 all the forward wires were cut and there was no more telephonic communication. Gas shells were intermingled with the others, and as the Buffs approached the scene they found it more and more difficult to get into position, particularly as it was still dark. However, by 6 o'clock D Company had got to its place on the Noruil-Morches road, a company to posts 21 to 24 in the Volks-Morches lines, B Company to Macaulay Avenue, while C, the reserve company, filled gaps between post 22, battalion headquarters, and the Volks-Lignicourt road. All kits, drums, documents, and such like possessions had been left behind in camp, and subsequent efforts to regain possession of these were almost entirely unavailing. A most anxious and depressing morning followed the battalion's arrival in position. Casualties were mounting up from distant shelling. Lieutenant P.W. Newington and 6 men were killed by a shell which struck battalion headquarters, but no definite news was received till 10 o'clock. Then the enemy was seen slowly but steadily advancing under a creeping barrage. Now they were moving up the Lignicourt valley upon the village. Then news came that they had broken through the right of the 71st Brigade and were approaching Skipton Reserve. Again they were in the villages of Noruil and Lignicourt, and soon it became plain that the forward part of the battle zone was in the hands of the Germans. Moreover, it was equally certain that the troops of the 6th Division that had defended it had all been killed or captured, for none returned. The Buffs, to avoid casualties, had moved into the Vraucourt Switch, as it was called, about post 7, and had been joined by D Company, who having got no call from the battalion it was out to support, and being quite exposed, withdrew when the position seemed hopeless. 2 platoons of B Company were sent up, however, to the aid of the KSLI, and these were absorbed into the general ruin of the forward troops. They were under the command of Lieutenant T.L.V. Moody and 2nd Lieutenant Wotton, and they never rejoined. A wounded man stated that he had seen Buffs in Leeds Reserve, and that a strong point there was still holding out. Colonel Smith, who commanded the KSLI and 2 platoons of the Buffs, showed the greatest gallantry and fought his battalion to the last. Not one of his officers who were in the front line ever came back. Later on it was ascertained that Moody had been killed trying to lead a breakthrough instead of surrendering. With reference to this day's work in the forward positions, Sir Douglas Haig writes, "The prolonged defense of these different localities, under conditions which left little hope of any relief, deserve to rank among the most heroic actions in the history of the British Army." At noon a message came from the brigadier that the enemy was in force east of Lignicourt. In fact, he was advancing up both valleys and endeavoring to cut off those troops which were still holding the battle zone. The message directed the reserve company, C, to move to the Volks-Morches line to garrison that part near the Bois de Volks. The move was successfully accomplished, and C Company's place was taken by the York and Lancaster headquarters, which had withdrawn, by machine gunners, sappers, and a mixed lot of men from various parts of the field. C Company patrolled to its right, but failed to find any friendly troops on its flank. There now came a lull, and it was not till later that the enemy's advance recommenced. The orders from the brigadier were plain and simple: the flanks were to be watched and every foot of ground was to be disputed. From now onward the position, as far as the Buffs were concerned, became obscure, but the enemy, working up the valleys, was gradually outflanking position after position, causing the defenders to form defensive flanks whenever any line became threatened. Thus the reserve company of the KSLI, leaving Lignicourt Trench, manned Macaulay Avenue, and later in the day a message came from Lieutenant Collison Morley, of the Buffs, that the enemy was getting round his number 24 post, and a defensive flank was formed there. However, the Germans got into the main trench at number 24 post and for about 500 yards to the north of it. It appeared later that the little garrison of number 24 was safe, having withdrawn to a position in some shell holes across the valley, and having got touch of a battalion of Scots Fusiliers on their left. An attempt to eject the enemy from the Volksmorches line was made by Lieutenant Spence, but he was wounded in the foot while reconnoitring. A counter-attack was, however, organized by 2nd Lieutenant Rogers of the KSLI, who, with 30 men belonging to the Brigade Grenade School, had come up as a reinforcement. Some progress down the trench was made, but it was found to be occupied for a long extent, and so a block was established, for Rogers could get no further. Lieutenant E. Foster Hall was holding the post on the extreme left and rendered distinguished service throughout. Meanwhile there had been developments on our right. At 3:30 p.m. Captain Hamilton reported that the enemy was attacking him there and that he was not in touch with anybody on that flank, that he had a very mixed lot of men and no officers, and was short of ammunition. Now, this particular advance by the enemy failed, notwithstanding very great courage displayed by the German troops. It could be seen from most parts of the field, and so came under fire at all sorts of ranges. Also a counter-attack, by a strong collection of British, got into and occupied the trench into which a few of the enemy had penetrated. There were no further determined attacks, and at dusk the fury of the struggle died away. The Buffs during the day, being in reserve, had suffered far less than the rest of the brigade and had been called upon to resist no frontal attack, though towards noon and afterwards their flanks had always been in danger from the steady hostile advance up both the L'Hirondelle and the Lignacourt valleys. At dusk rations, water, ball ammunition, and bombs were sent up. The remnants of the York and Lancasters and the KSLI, reinforced from the transport, were reorganized into one unit and were withdrawn and held in reserve, and at 9 p.m. the brigade front was readjusted. The remains of the Border Regiment, which had reinforced the 16th Brigade soon after noon, and a company of the Leicesters held from the right boundary of the Bois de Volx to the Lignacourt-Volx road, and the Buffs from there to number 24 post. The night passed quietly and during it touch was regained with the 71st Brigade on the right, but with no friends on the other flank because of the gap in our line which was held by the enemy. A fresh line of defense some 1,000 yards in rear of the Volksmorches line had been hastily constructed by the engineers and partially manned by men from the Corps reinforcement camp, and the 40th Division had been pushed forward on the left of the 16th Brigade, but there was a large gap between it and the Buffs, so that the left flank of the regiment was still unsupported. The morning of the 22nd was heralded by steady and violent hostile shelling, but no news reached the Buffs till about 9 o'clock. It was evident, however, that the enemy were upon both flanks in force and therefore that these were in danger of being turned at any moment. 29 defensive flanks were therefore arranged down the communication trench and the lower Noruil road. At 10 a.m. the enemy attacked on the immediate right of the Bois de Volx and broke through the front of the brigade on our right, so a defensive flank had to be made by swinging the right round to the road just outside the village of Volx to the eastward. A counter-attack made a way off to the right gave some hope for a moment, but it was too far away to relieve the pressure on what was left of the 16th Brigade, and the enemy quickly reorganized and pushed forward resolutely and with great vigor to improve his advantage, causing the right of the new defensive flank to close in. At 2 p.m. a determined attack was made on the Volx line where it crossed the road to Lignacourt, and a wedge was driven in between the Borderers and the Buffs. This caused the former regiment to withdraw, and now the Buffs were left with both their flanks exposed and resting on nothing. The old simple order was then given out again: contest every foot of ground, conform as far as possible with the movement of other troops and only retire fighting. Hand-to-hand fighting resulted, in which Captain Hamilton greatly distinguished himself as a leader. During the afternoon the regiment formed fresh defensive flanks, one near the place where the Lignicourt road leaves Valks, and the other facing west across the spur, because the posts hitherto held in the valley had been driven in. These movements, as well as others, were immensely assisted by a machine gun battalion which showed great pluck and ingenuity in selecting positions. The Buffs held until 4:15, when the enemy launched a very heavy attack on Vraucourt and the ridge immediately northeast of Valks from the L'Hirondelle Valley, and this was attended by low-flying aeroplanes which were very audacious. It was in and around Vraucourt that the Buffs concluded their 2 days' combat. A very lively battle ensued here. As the Germans advanced up the valley they were met with rapid fire and the fighting was ultimately at point-blank range. The men were heartened by knowing that they inflicted many casualties, but at last the Buffs, together with the rest of the brigade, were forced to commence a withdrawal. Other troops had all gone, and it became obvious to those on the spot that to remain longer merely meant to be surrounded by sheer numbers, so a general retirement to the new army line was ordered. This was successfully carried out, and the battalion was then reorganized and placed in support to the 41st Division, which was now holding the line. The enemy did not attempt any further advance at this time, though he directed a lively machine gun fire on men of many units who were holding various shell holes which existed between the Valks Morchies and the army lines. At nightfall the 6th Division was withdrawn from the fighting area and, after marching to Favreuil, was embossed there for Acqui at Le Grand, where it arrived about 3 a.m. on the 23rd. To sum up the Buffs' experience during the 2 momentous days, the 21st and March 22nd, the fighting for them meant a process of being continually outflanked, for that reason forming defensive flanks, and of their straightening out the line again in conformity with the movements of other troops whenever such straightening out became a possibility. These maneuvers were twice carried out at most critical moments, and on each occasion the enemy suffered severely while the battalion experienced but little loss. Great credit is due to the officers and men who rendered this possible by their coolness and quick grasp of each situation as it arose. The net result perhaps was that the battalion delayed the enemy on this front for many hours and withdrew from the fight with less than 200 casualties, a large percentage of which were lost with Moody's party. It was the last unit to leave Valks, as it had been the last to leave the Morchies line, and it was never disorganized nor out of hand for a moment. Steady, the Buffs is an expression often heard in the army and even outside it. It has been used in reference to this old battalion through the ages. Lignicourt and Norouil casualty list officers, killed, Lutz. TLV Moody and PW Newington, missing, 2nd Lutz. Davison and Wotton, wounded, Lutz. Buss and Spence and 2nd Lieutenant Froome. Other ranks, killed, 24, wounded, 112, wounded but remaining on duty, 2, died of wounds, 5, missing, 65, of whom 40 were with Moody, wounded and missing, 3, missing, believed killed, 1 for his able handling of the battalion, in the absence of Light Colonel Power, who had been called to Brigade HQ, on the 21st and March 22nd, Captain H. de R. Morgan was awarded the DSO. The March 23rd was a fairly peaceful day, but in the morning the men had to get into position and the battalion to push forward patrols towards Corcelis because the enemy was vaguely reported to be within 3 miles of that place. Gunfire was heavy, but no enemy was discovered in the immediate vicinity. An attempt was made to recover kits, drums, and band instruments from Favreuil, but the searchers were promptly turned back by the military police. 2 sporting drummers, however, managed to slip through these guardians of law and order and they rescued the big drum and 3 side drums. On the 24th the 6th Division was transferred to the 2nd Army and at 2:30 p.m. the Buffs entrained for Doullens and next day for Rausbrugge in Belgium, where they arrived at 6 o'clock on the 26th and from whence they marched 6 kilometers to Crombeck, going into scattered billets near Watteau, some 5 miles west of Poperinghe. On the 28th of the month H.M. the King visited Steenvoorde, close by, and the commanding officer, Light Colonel Power, Captain Hamilton, and one NCO, who had done well in the recent fighting from each company, attended his parade there. At the very end of the month the battalion moved into the trenches again at Zonnebeke. A second German offensive, which commenced south of Ypres on the April 9, was referred to at the commencement of this chapter. The 1st Battalion of the Buffs was engaged in no severe fighting in connection with this phase of the war, though it naturally joined in the general gradual withdrawal which was rendered necessary. This withdrawal, as far as it concerned the battalion, commenced on the April 15, when after a few days of the usual trench warfare, losing 8 casualties, one of which was Lieutenant S.W. Taylor killed, and receiving a couple of drafts amounting to 230 men, it moved to West Hoek and the neighborhood, being, in fact, somewhat scattered about to man several posts which were occupied up till the 23rd. The posts were heavily shelled on the 17th, with the result that CSM Field and 11 men were wounded. The situation at this time was that the second German offensive had developed south of Ypres and that Messines Ridge and Kemmel Hill had been taken from us, these two positions being of the greatest importance for the defense of Ypres. Consequently the troops all round this area were in a somewhat desperate position and, as Sir Douglas Haig expressed it, with their backs to the wall. The gradual withdrawal of our forces west of Ypres into or immediately around the ruins themselves resulted, and so it came about that on the April 23 the Buffs moved by detachments into the ramparts of Ypres. On that day the place was heavily gassed and 22 of our men were caught in the fumes. On the 26th the KSLI withdrew from the front line, leaving the York and Lancasters on outpost duty. After this withdrawal the enemy advanced very quickly, but they stopped at the York and Lancaster piquets. There were daily casualties now, men died by 2s and 3s and some were wounded more or less severely, and there was a continuous toll of gas casualties. A big attack was expected on the 28th, but it did not materialize, for now French reserves were hurrying up to the threatened portion of our line, and the second great German effort to wrest a victory before the Americans were in strength had proved a failure. The month of May was a remarkable one to the 1st Battalion for the terrible list of casualties from gas. This mode of warfare began, as we have seen, at Ypres, and now, after 3 years of warfare, it seemed almost as formidable a weapon as ever, notwithstanding the mask, respirators, and so on which had been invented to cope with it. During this month alone the 1st Battalion counted 119 casualties from this cause, and the unit was all the month, and up till the June 12th, either in Ypres or its vicinity. There was, however, a bright side to life this merry month of May. There was a gracious and fairly liberal distribution of honors to gladden the hearts of both the recipients and their friends. These were nearly all awarded for the fighting at Volx, and it is somewhat curious to note how well the number of awards compares with those given to our 2nd Battalion in 1915 and in connection with their terrible struggle north and east of Ypres. This remark is not for an instant to be misconstrued into an opinion that the 1st Battalion medals were not most magnificently won, it is only by way of a sigh of regret for the brave 2nd Battalion's bad luck. Military medals were given to Sergeant Morgan, Corplees Andrews and Thomas, Pties Croft, Heighton, Johnson, Keir, attached TMB, Knight, Rainsbury, and Stevenson. A bar to his MM to L Corporal Wilson, to CSM Peters a DCM, to Major Morgan the DSO, to Lieutenant Spence the MC, and to Sergeant Mac Walter, who had the MM already, the DCM Corporal. Brookman also got the MM on the 29th. In addition to the gas casualties, 12 men were killed during May and 23 wounded, as this part of the line, never a quiet one, was the scene at this period of unusual activity. At 12:45 am on the May 27, the whole of the back area of the brigade was very heavily shelled with gas and high explosive for 3 hours, while the forward area was untouched. A number of direct hits was obtained on brigade headquarters without damage, and the buffs, in reserve, were obliged to wear their respirators for more than 4 hours. Meanwhile, the enemy attacked the French on our right and penetrated their line to a depth of about 700 yards, but did not reach his objective. No attack took place on the 6th Divisional front, but the 71st Infantry Brigade was constrained to form a strong defensive flank. During the day, the French partially re-established their position and artillery activity continued on both sides, particularly by the enemy on our back area. During the night, the 71st Brigade relieved the French regiment on their right and, in order to supply the number of men required by its brigadier, the buffs were placed under his tactical orders as his reserve battalion. After this, the enemy became for some days comparatively inactive except for the shelling of back areas and the use of aircraft, and on the 8th the brigade retired temporarily to Corps Reserve, moving by train to St. Omer for a few days' musketry near that city, and afterwards returning to Poperinghe. On the 26th the buffs relieved a French battalion in the Dicabus area, taking over a bad line almost unprovided with wire and with no communication trench, so that movement by daytime was impossible. Then casualties recommenced, and in 4 days 2nd Lieutenant Thompson, attached from the Queen's, and 3 men died, 2nd Lieutenant Collett and 17 were wounded, and this kind of thing went on steadily all July, the battalion losing 2nd Lieutenant P.V. Drake Brockman killed, Captain W.A.C. Headley, who died of wounds, and 8 men killed, one of whom was buried by a shell. 2nd Lieutenant Balding and 50 men were wounded, 14 of whom were, however, able to remain at duty. During June the following were mentioned in dispatches for good work during the German offensive: Light Colonel Power, DSO, Major Blackall, Captains E. H. Allen, Marshall, DSO, MC, and Stone, Lutz, Corney and Froome, Sergeant French, and Pties, De Worst and Keyes. Towards the end of July 2 companies of Americans, numbering 4 officers and 340 men, arrived and were distributed amongst our people to learn the hang of things and prepare themselves for the early advance which was now every day becoming more clearly a certainty. On the August 2nd C Company and No. 7 Platoon of B carried out a raid which was arranged and organized by Captain Moss, M.C., the battalion being then on the left sector of the brigade front. The 18th and the 100th Brigades on either flank cooperated with demonstrations and so on, and great help was given by the 6th Divisional Artillery. The object of the expedition was the capture of prisoners and consequent obtaining of identification, and this object was very successfully gained, but at a terrible loss. The story is briefly as follows: 2 platoons, commanded by Lieutenant Hollis, M.C., had for their objective the Brasserie, and another, under Lieutenant Harper, a certain cabaret, while No. 7 Platoon, under 2nd Lieutenant Lister, was directed on the Brasserie farm. The raiders left our trenches at 7:05 am, and at the same time our barrage opened. A trench mortar of ours engaged the objectives and did great service. The divisional artillery engaged the enemy's positions and also put up a smoke screen on the right of the raiders, and all neighboring troops rendered assistance. The affair was most successful and all objectives were gained. The main opposition came from the hostile machine guns. The enemy lost heavily, several prisoners were taken, and the fact was established that it was the 153rd Regiment of Infantry in front of our force. After this success, however, came trouble. It was while returning that the center and left parties came under the heaviest machine gun fire and casualties became very numerous. Besides, as there were no communication trenches and our lines were much exposed, the raiders had to scatter into any available cover there was behind our trench. Owing to the hostile sniping, which became very active after the barrage had ceased, it was impossible to remove several badly wounded men, and a machine gun which had been captured could not be brought in. The casualties resulting from this minor affair were, in fact, far too high. Captain R.W. Jones, DSO, RAMC, Lieutenant C.F.G. Hollis and 13 men were killed, 27 were wounded, of whom 2 died, and 5 men were missing. The death of Captain Jones was a very sad blow to the Buffs. With his usual utter disregard for personal safety whenever there was fighting or his assistance needed, this officer had gone over with the raiding party and though himself hit in the arm continued to move about bandaging the wounded until he was again hit, this time fatally. Except for a period following a wound which he had received on the Somme, Captain Jones had, at his own wish, remained always with the battalion since the early days of the war, and no British unit loved or reverenced their medical officer more than the Buffs their dear old document in Lieutenant Hollis, too. Another very good officer fell. He had distinguished himself at Cambrai and, poor fellow, was almost back in safety when he received the bullet that killed him. On the August 5 the battalion was relieved at night and withdrew to the Malin House area, and next day H.M. the King visited the corps, and 200 of all ranks, from each unit of the 6th Division, under Light Colonel R.E. Power, DSO, went to greet him. On the August 8 the Buffs became reserve battalion, but did not change their position. 6th Battalion on the day that the 6th Division, with the 1st Battalion the Buffs, were taken from the 3rd Army, namely, on the March 24, 1918, the 12th Division, which included the 6th Buffs, was posted to it, and so the regimental history, as far as the 3rd Army is concerned, becomes more or less continuous. The 1st Battalion left from Favreuil in the neighborhood of Bapaume, and the 6th Battalion reached Contalmaison, 10 miles to the southwest of it, on the same day, having moved rapidly by march and by bus from the neighborhood of Armentières. Of course the rest of the 37th Brigade was with them, and in the evening the Queen's and West Kent sent reconnoitring patrols into Poggers, which was found to be unoccupied, so at 11 o'clock a line was taken up in front of Ouvillers. On the 25th the Buffs were on the left of the brigade, joining up with the 63rd Division, the 6th Battalion West Kents being on the right. Battalion headquarters were at Crucifix Corner, Avellua. In the early morning of the 26th it was reported that the enemy had entered Thiepval and it became necessary to withdraw across the river Ancre. The Buffs were detailed as rear guard while the 47th Division and the rest of the 12th effected the crossing, and, at 7:30 am, the 37th Brigade took up a fresh position opposite Hamel, the Buffs being in support in front of Menil. On the following day the most extraordinary mistake was made, due to a false and erroneous report made to brigade headquarters by some unit or other. The Buffs, as has been seen, were at Menil, and there were some of the 188th Brigade details, including sailors, at the village of Martinsart, a little over a mile to the southward. An enemy's patrol was reported on the road which connects these two, and as this seemed to imply considerable danger, the men at Martinsart were placed at the disposal of the brigadier of the 37th Brigade. Then came the report that Menil had fallen to the Germans, and the Anson Battalion of the Naval Division was ordered to counter-attack the village from Martinsart, advancing astride the road and engaging the enemy wherever met. Now, as a matter of fact, a strong reconnoitring thrust had been made on the line at Menil held by the Buffs, but the attack was completely repulsed by Lewis gun and rifle fire, numbers of the enemy being killed and 14 taken prisoner. When the naval battalion therefore arrived on the scene, eager for blood, it attacked the Buffs' headquarters, who defended the post with their usual resolution, so that for a while quite a lively fight between the two raged, each under the impression that the other force was German, until the error was discovered. The Queen's had also been attacked, about 1 p.m., and a few Germans entered our lines on the extreme left after a heavy bombardment, but these were driven off by a counter-attack delivered by D Company. The enemy having entered Hamel, the Queen's had to throw back their flank, but all the dispositions of the Buffs remained intact at nightfall. A large hostile division had been seen during the afternoon about Pierre Divion, and our lines had been heavily shelled, this continuing all next day. The Buffs' casualties on the 27th were Lutz. E. F. Henderson and W. T. Score killed, Captain Dixon, 2nd Lieutenant Connie and about 12 other ranks wounded. And next day, the 28th, 2nd Lieutenant E. M. S. Hoare and 2 men were killed by a shell at the foremost Lewis gun post. The battalion was relieved late at night by the Oxfordshire Light Infantry in order to enable it to move further south. Indeed, the whole division took up position next to the 2nd Division, because a message had warned everybody that a strong attack was pending, but, after being in support in Martin Sartwood all the 29th, the Buffs were relieved and marched back to billets in Warloy, where they remained for 3 days of very wet weather, marching to Henencourt on the April 2nd, the rumor of an attack being still very persistent. In fact, the period spent at Warloy had mostly been used for work, particularly at night. On the April 5th Henencourt was very heavily shelled, and the divisional authorities were informed at the same time that it was considered by the higher command that it was intended to attack Amiens on that day. There was a very thick mist when the firing commenced, and this rendered observation impossible, so the Buffs were ordered to go forward, occupy the reverse slope of the ridge in front and send patrols on from there. The battalion started at 7:05 p.m. and moved through an intense barrage in artillery formation to what was known as the Old Corps Line, which was west of Albert, and did as it was bid. This day's fighting is known as the Battle of the Ancre. At 7:45, the situation being still obscure, the Queens were sent up to support the Buffs, partly, it would seem, because Henencourt was now no place to rest in, as the shelling was terrific up to about 10:15, when it died down somewhat. The hostile artillery kept both Buffs and Queens under very heavy fire, but no infantry attack eventuated. An hour later, however, news came that Dernancourt, which is a couple of miles or so away and down in the Ancre Valley, was being very hardly pressed. At 2:30 the Buffs moved forward over the ridge and occupied some old trenches there. Here a bitterly cold night was spent. Rations were brought up by Lewis gunners and signallers who had been left behind because they had been out at training when the sudden order to move came. The morning march cost the regiment 2nd Lieutenant L.J.G. Davis killed, Lutz. G.C. Allen and C.S. Newcomb severely wounded, died of wounds, 2nd Lieutenant Dorman slightly wounded, 12 men killed and 33 wounded. The enemy had put down a barrage on the Old Corps trenches directly they were occupied, and 15 more casualties occurred there. Another 14 were killed or wounded on the morning of the 6th, and in the afternoon the battalion relieved the Queen's, which regiment had been sent off to support the 36th Brigade south of Bouzaincourt. 2nd Lutz. Cooper and Dalton were wounded during the relief. All this time and for several days the weather had been very wet, and about now that old and persistent enemy called trench feet began to raise his head again, and there were several cases of this disease in the battalion about this time. After a day in the front line in relief of the West Kent, the battalion marched on the 11th to Harissart, which is some miles to the westward, and there went into billets. The latter half of April was spent in the regions lying west of Albert. Nothing of any great regimental importance is to be noted. There were some changes of scene in so far that Harenville, Mervoz, and Assur were all visited before the next tour of duty in the line, which commenced on May Day, when the brigade relieved elements of the 35th and 36th Brigades in the center of the divisional front. This tour lasted only a week and the incidents were not of an uncommon nature. The enemy tried a little modest raid which was easily repulsed, but, on the 3rd, Pukivalos was heavily shelled and one projectile hit battalion headquarters, killing 1 man and wounding 9 others. After this ensued a week at Assur, and then the trenches again on the May 13th. On the 16th D Company carried out a successful little raid on the enemy with 4 officers and 96 men, who started at 9:20 in the evening. They advanced in good order and with great élan. All ranks speak very highly of the evenness and accuracy of the barrage under which they advanced. The first of the enemy encountered were 2 listening posts. Their occupants offered no opposition, but refused to leave them. These posts were unexpected and only 15 minutes had been allowed for the work in hand, so they had to be left. On proceeding, D Company found that it had come up just when an inter-company relief was in progress, with the result that the Germans were in greater strength than was anticipated and considerable opposition was encountered. However, when our right attack had penetrated the wire, the enemy vacated his line, suffering many casualties as he retired over the open. The left attack was equally successful or nearly so. Altogether some dugouts were bombed, a good deal of damage was done to the trenches by our artillery, and 3 unwounded prisoners were brought back, in addition to considerable casualties as noticed above. We lost 4 men killed, 2nd Lieutenant Davis, and 11 wounded and 1 missing. On the 25th the whole division was relieved by the 17th. The battalion went away west to Pukivalos, where it remained till the June 16th in GHQ Reserve, undergoing special training which included a course of musketry on the ranges. On the 16th the battalion marched to the front line, relieving a battalion of the 35th Division on the left of our divisional front. Next day 2nd Lieutenant E.A.M. Stevens, M.C., and P.T.E. Beadle of C Company were unfortunately killed by a shell at the entrance of C Company's dugout. On the 20th of the month, identification of the hostile units in front being desirable, our artillery fired on the enemy's position in the southern portion of Avalua Wood, and then the Buffs sent out 4 strong patrols to obtain the required information. These, however, met with considerable opposition, because the Germans occupied certain small posts forward of their general line and these little places had been overlooked by the artillery bombardment, so our patrols were fired upon by machine guns and rifles and, owing to casualties, were unable to complete their task. 2nd Lieutenant E.F. Robinson was killed, 2nd Lieutenant Towers and 9 men were wounded and 4 killed, and at 8:15, in shelling the support company, D, the hostile artillery obtained a direct hit, killing 1 man and wounding 4. On the 22nd the battalion moved to Brigade Reserve at Senlis, where working parties, 400 strong, were found each day, till the next trench tour, which commenced on the 29th and which was undertaken under certain difficulties. During the relief, the back areas were kept under heavy gas shell fire which affected the movement of the troops. Moreover, when the battalion headquarters of the Buffs were closeted with the headquarters of the Royal Berkshire Regiment, which it was relieving, a shell made a direct hit on the spot, and it was only with difficulty that the double party emerged from the wreckage. The medical officer of the Royal Berkshire was the only one wounded, and he but slightly. At 9:35 p.m. on the June 30th the Queen's and West Kent, with the Buffs in support, under cover of heavy artillery, trench mortar and machine gun barrage, attacked the front line system of the enemy 1,000 yards northwest of Albert on a frontage of about 1,100 yards with a view to destroying or capturing the garrisons of the first three lines of trenches and holding the front line. Practically the Buffs this day had only to stand to all the time of and after the operation, because it was completely successful with very little help from them, though 5 men were killed and 2nd Lieutenant Simons and 30 men wounded. The Queens, who were on the right, met with a stubborn resistance and suffered many casualties, and C Company the Buffs went forward to their immediate support. Notwithstanding these casualties, both the forward battalions were able at 11:40 to report to the brigadier that they were consolidating, but at 1:23 on the morning of the July 1st the Queens, who had sent the message earlier that the Bedfords on their right had been repulsed, reported that they could not hold on without support, and at 2:10 am the SOS signal was up along the line and the Royal Engineers acknowledged that they could not do the wiring satisfactorily on account of casualties. However, the day proved fairly quiet and the Queens and West Kents were reinforced by C Company the Buffs, while the remainder were in readiness to move forward, and very early in the morning of the 2nd the battalion relieved the Queens in the right half of the brigade front line. The Germans were now taking the offensive and towards nightfall very notably so, though they had been fairly quiet during daylight. At 9:35 p.m. a very intense barrage was put down along the whole brigade front, followed by a counter-attack which caused the West Kent on our left to withdraw to the old British line. Soon afterwards a report was received that the 18th Division on the right had also withdrawn to the old British line, leaving A, B and D companies of the Buffs still occupying the German front line. The battalion's casualties this day were 2nd Lieutenant Harvey slightly wounded, 2 men killed and 41 wounded. At 6 o'clock on the morning of the 3rd, whilst the Buffs were still holding on and defending, in particular, 2 blocks which they had made during the night, orders came to withdraw and join the others. This movement was rendered very difficult owing to the clear visibility of that particular morning, which caused our men to be observed when about 2/3 of them had got back into the new or rather into the old position. Thus the Germans sent up a strong bombing party to destroy 2nd Lieutenant Hobbs and the small party with him that had been left behind to cover the retreat, but the stubborn resistance of this detachment resulted in there being only 2 more casualties on account of this move. In fact, the bravery and devotion of Hobbs was beyond all praise. Entirely regardless of his personal safety, he not only handled his men to perfection, but himself carried a wounded soldier to safety under heavy fire and persistent bombing. Lieutenant Dudney also showed his manhood by his defense of one of the posts against overwhelming odds. The whole of the battalion's front was in order by 7:45 am, though the condition of the line was now, it is true, far from satisfactory owing to the intense bombardment and other causes. That day the 37th Brigade was relieved by the 36th and the Buffs went into divisional reserve at Senlis and so remained till the July 10th without any further incident. The brigade was now in GHQ reserve in tents southeast of Harenville and under orders to join the 22nd Corps of the 4th Army. In consequence of this order it marched to Rubempre on the 13th, and next day proceeded by bus to Quevanvillers and marched to Rumotsnil and afterwards to Plachy-Bayon, remaining in this district, about 10 miles southwest of Amiens, up to the end of July, or rather until the 30th, on which date a movement was made by train to Canaples and thence by route march to Berlocourt, about 12 miles northwest of Amiens. On the August 2nd the 12th Division relieved the 58th in the center section of the 3rd Corps front, the 37th Brigade being in divisional reserve. The Buffs, going by bus to a wood on the Bihencourt-Franvillers road, thus came into the neighborhood